Songling Continent, Yinxin Country. Spring of the 4th year of Qingli. Where the hell is this? Is it still in China? In the grass. Gu Ming sat up with a confused face and looked around. The mountains were rolling and continuous. The sky was low, and a vast sea of clouds was surging. When he looked up, he saw two figures like flowing light, fighting and confronting each other, just like the battle between monks he imagined. Indistinctly, he could see a little spring light under the skirt of the white-clothed woman, which was more attractive than the mountains and rivers. So white, so long, so smooth. When he was absorbed in his thoughts, Gu Ming was suddenly stunned. His pupils gradually shrank, and he exclaimed in surprise. Wait, a glowing sword? A person who can fly? No wire? Accidentally entered the filming site? Such realistic special effects. Such dedicated actors who said that domestic entertainment is over. This domestic entertainment is so awesome, isn't it great? Zheng. Suddenly, a sword energy passed by Gu Ming's ear, leaving a gully more than 10 meters long on the ground, still steaming. Gu Ming was stunned and reached out to pick up the cut hair. He was horrified and sweating. The plot seems wrong. In panic, Gu Ming thought about what was going on now. I still remember that yesterday, the competition for the God of Cars in Akina Mountain entered the exciting final stage, which made people excited. In order to surpass the first place, the second-ranked racer accelerated the corner instead of slowing down when passing the drainage ditch. It took off for several hundred meters on the spot and hit the bottom of the mountain with a loud bang and a violent explosion. It happened to hit Gu Ming, who was squatting in the rapeseed field of shit and had no time to wipe his ass. When he woke up again, he looked up and found that two figures in the sky were fighting back and forth, with cold light shining everywhere. Thinking of this, Gu Ming was full of anger and cursed. I just took a shit. Who did I offend? Hey, no. I seem to have traveled through time. As a cow and horse, it is easy to accept the matter of traveling through time. Looking up, the high-altitude battle is over. The white-clothed female swordsman is slightly stronger, with a cold breath, and the sword is pointed at the man opposite. From their conversation, we know that the man's name is Lin Tian and the woman's name is Shangguan Ling, and they're talking about trivial things. One is a falling flower with love, and the other is a flowing water without intention. They love but cannot get it, and hate because of love, and a fight breaks out. Although Gu Ming is a cow and horse, he is kind. Forget it, forget it. It's not easy for both of us. Take a step back and don't fight. The two men had faint black lines on their brows, and they ignored Gu Ming. Lin Tian, you lost. According to the agreement, you can't entangle with me anymore. I am devoted to the Tao and will not consider personal feelings. You can give up this idea. Lin Tian's face was gloomy and he snorted coldly. Shangguan Ling, do you think you can get rid of me? I will ask my mother to propose marriage to your Lin family. Ha! The Shangguan family can't afford to offend my Lin family. Sooner or later, you will become my woman. Shangguan Ling looked at Lin Tian coldly, put away the sword, and spoke coldly. Wishful thinking, I have joined the Questioning Heart sect. No matter how powerful your Lin family is, you can't control the Questioning Heart sect. Forget this idea. Then, Shangguan Ling glared at Gu Ming. TSK, little hooligan. After the voice fell, Shangguan Ling flew away on the sword and disappeared into the sky. Gu Ming. What hooligan? I am admiring you, a secular person. Shaking his head, Gu Ming was ready to start his journey of crossing and was about to leave. Lin Tian appeared and blocked him in front of him with a bad look. Gu Ming was slightly startled, looking at Lin Tian, who looked like a dog, and said faintly, You won't be angry with me because you can't get the love you want and want to kill me to vent your anger, right? Lin Tian smiled coldly, and his whole body was full of fierce, murderous intent. The grass and trees fell, and the sand and stones flew, locking onto Gu Ming. You guessed it right, and I'll reward you with death. The sharp sword light flew over, and Gu Ming was stunned. It's not. The script is wrong. He was shocked and turned around and ran away. Brother, new account, don't do it. Golden Finger, Grandpa, System Magic Sword. Puff. Gu Ming only felt his vision spinning. His head fell to the ground. His consciousness was blurred, as if he was trapped in a swamp. And the world was dark. It's over. Gu Ming suddenly, killing Gu Ming to vent his anger. Lin Tian's depression dissipated a lot, and he put away the spirit sword. Aunt, I feel much better. Shangguan Ling, you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you kneel under my crotch and moan. He stepped on Gu Ming's head and was about to leave when the sound transmission note suddenly lit up. Lin Tian was puzzled, picked up the sound transmission talisman, and a flash of inspiration came, and an anxious voice came. "Brother, will you hurry back to the Lin family? Mother, she. Lin Tian was shocked and panicked. "What happened to Mother?" "My mother suddenly exploded." "My mother exploded?" Lin Tian was confused, feeling that the sky had fallen. His mother was a strong person in the Jindan realm. How could she explode? "Oh, Mother was telling me about your childhood fun things, and suddenly exploded, splashing blood all over me. You come back soon." Lin Tian was torn, and there was no time to think about it, and hurried to the Lin family. After he left, Gu Ming's body disappeared strangely, as if he had never appeared. One day later, Luohua Town, Old Temple. The old temple was dilapidated, covered with dust and spider silk, and the statue had cracks due to disrepair. On the grass, Gu Ming, wearing coarse linen clothes and disheveled hair, woke up faintly, looking confused. Sitting up, Gu Ming patted his head and felt a sharp pain. "I am not dead?" Looking around, Gu Ming was full of doubts and muttered to himself. "Something is wrong. Did I restart? Is this a new account? What's going on? Let me kill some monsters and accumulate some experience points." As he was muttering, a glittering panel appeared in his mind, and a lot of information poured into his mind. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Constitution, ordinary. Skills, none. Magical power, none. Lifespan, talent, borrowing life. Note, if killed by an enemy, you can randomly sacrifice one of his closest relatives to revive yourself and get a chance to draw a card. The content of the card comes from the sacrificed person. Gu Ming was overjoyed, and the golden finger came late. Endless lifespan, immortal. This start is stable. At this moment, the panel information was updated. Killed by Lin Tian, sacrifice his mother, revive the host, and get a chance to draw a card. 8 black cards appeared in front of Gu Ming's eyes, flashing a faint light in the void, and only he could see it. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitated for a moment, and randomly chose a card. This Lin Tian is a cultivator, and his mother is probably also a cultivator. No matter how bad his luck is, it is impossible to draw a useless skill, right? Muttering, the card vibrated slightly, and the surrounding light flashed, and the words appeared. Yellow level, top grade skills. Falling wind palm, proficiency, great accomplishment. Note, the same level skills requires spiritual power assistance. Gu Ming was silent, took a look at his dirty hands, and sighed. "I don't have any spiritual power. What's the point of giving me a skill? It feels like I can have sex 18 times a night, but I don't have a girlfriend." Getting up and patting the dust on his body, Gu Ming came to the entrance of the city god temple and brushed his sleeves. He was full of vigor and energy, like a hermit, and spoke slowly. "Cultivation world, your nightmare is here. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the future #1 in the world. Ha 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 ha." The old man passing by looked at Gu Ming dressed as a beggar, shook his head and sighed softly. Poor beggar, dreaming in broad daylight, almost going crazy. With a sneer, Gu Ming was too lazy to bother with this mortal. "I am the future #1 in the world, the pride of heaven who is fought over by various sects, the peerless evildoer who has never appeared in the ages, and I am bothered by mortals? What a joke! I have lost my status." 3 days later, Gu Ming, who was pale and thin, sat on the street. His lips were cracked, his breath was weak, and his eyes were confused. "Fuck, the script is wrong. I'm a time traveler. I am the protagonist with a golden finger. How can I starve to death? The time traveler who starved to death, the first person in ancient and modern times." Gu Ming fell to the ground with a slap. Tears of grievance flowed from his eyes. He found that the time traveler was not what was written in the novel. There was no chance, no great power, no confidant, no master, and even no one wanted him to do hard labor. Robbery? He couldn't beat him. Steal? He didn't have that ability. Apart from committing suicide, he couldn't think of any way to break the situation. But the taste of death was really unpleasant. He didn't want to get the death experience card unless it was absolutely necessary. Woo, I don't want to travel through time. I want to go home and eat big white steam buns. When Gu Ming felt wronged, an old figure with gray hair and a hunched body came over. The old man squatted down and handed him the only 2 meat buns in his arms, as well as a 10 liang silver ingot. Gu Ming looked up and felt that the person in front of him was his angel. Something was wrong. The old man looked ashen, and there was nothing more sad than a dead heart. Without caring about so much, Gu Ming grabbed the meat bun and showed it off. Watching the old man get up and leave, He called the old man vaguely. Hey, old angel, have you run into any trouble? Can you tell me? If I can, I will do my best to help you. In the past 3 days, the old man was the first person willing to feed Gu Ming. No matter what the reason was, in a sense, he was his savior. The old man paused, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Forget it. You are almost starving to death. What can you do to help me? They're the gods of Luohua Town, not something ordinary people can afford to offend. Gu Ming ate 2 meat buns in 3 or 2 bites and almost choked to death. Seeing this, the old man handed the only cowhide water bag on his body to Gu Ming. Alas, they're all poor people. I, old Joe, have been doing good all my life, but why don't I get good rewards? Seeing the old man was about to leave, Gu Ming, who had recovered, grabbed the old man's arm. It's just a death anyway. Tell me, maybe I can really help you. Gu Ming is not a good person, but things like gratitude are the bottom line principle. Hearing this, old man Zhou sat at the foot of the wall with a bitter face and told the story. The general meaning was that his son worked as a laborer under the bully and died of overwork. The devil thought it was unlucky for his son to die in his territory and demanded compensation of 10 taels of silver. Old man Zhou had no money, so he took his only granddaughter to Wanhua Tower to receive customers to pay off the debt. In order to redeem his granddaughter, old man Zhou lived frugally, worked hard day and night, and saved 10 taels of silver in 3 years. Who would have thought that the bully said that old man Zhou's granddaughter Zhou Xiaohua had eaten and drunk his food for 3 years, and it would take a total of 100 taels of silver. Old man Zhou already understood that he could not redeem Zhou Xiaohua. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart, so he gave the 2 meat buns prepared for Zhou Hua and 10 taels of silver to Gu Ming, and prepared to find a place to commit suicide. Hearing this, Gu Ming was furious. Is there still the king's law? Is there still justice? Old man Zhou shook his head and said bitterly, No, the officials are colluding with the evil. How can ordinary people have the right to talk about the law of the king? Gu Ming felt deeply the cruelty of this world for the first time, frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and looked at old man Zhou. I have a way to help you rescue your granddaughter. Old man Zhou was stunned and looked at Gu Ming with numb eyes, obviously unbelieving. Anyway, you have no other way. Why not try it as a dying horse and give it a try? Gu Ming grinned, bringing a ray of sunshine to old man Zhou's withered world. Really? Is it okay? Gu Ming stood up, recovered some strength, patted the dust, and made an okay gesture. I will pay you this 10 taels of silver. Tell me your granddaughter's name and appearance. Wait outside Wanhua Tower. I will guarantee your granddaughter's safe return, but after receiving your granddaughter, leave Luohua Town immediately and don't come back. Old man Zhou nodded hurriedly, thanked him profusely, and left. Looking at the old man, Zhou's hunched back. Gu Ming sighed and said helplessly, I still have to die again. I really don't want to experience that feeling again. Muttering, Gu Ming walked towards the clothing store. With his beggar appearance, he couldn't even enter Wanhua Tower. Chapter 2. The Melody of the Courtesans. The Beheading Feast. The Wanhua Tower, the sole establishment of its kind in the town of Luohua, is the preferred venue for literati and gentlemen seeking to indulge in the art of song and dance. Unlike the lavish and extravagant brothels one might envision, this Wanhua Tower presents a more modest appearance, lacking the opulence typically associated with such places. At the street-facing crimson wooden railings, elegantly attired courtesans, dressed in light and exquisite garments, lean against the banister, exuding a rich fragrance of rouge. Their allure captivates passers-by, compelling them to pause momentarily, hesitate, and finally muster the resolve to enter the Wanhua Tower, enveloped by the charming courtesans. Gu Ming spent 10 taels of silver to acquire 2 sets of quite decent attire, one tailored to his measurements, and the other to fit Zhou Xiaohua. In addition to the clothing, he purchased a conical hat, a fire starter, oil, a glass bottle, and a dagger, crafting 5 makeshift incendiary bottles. As a time traveler, it seems quite reasonable to possess such contrivances. At this moment, standing outside the Wanhua Tower, Gu Ming donned a black ensemble. His tall and slender figure, though somewhat gaunt, possessed a certain charm. With proper care, he could easily be mistaken for a refined young gentleman. With a black package slung over his shoulder and his hat in place, Gu Ming strode confidently into the establishment. The madam, upon noticing him, hurried to greet him, scrutinizing his unusual attire with a teasing smile. Such a unique appearance for a gentleman, she remarked. Gu Ming lowered his voice his tone icy as he replied, "Do not inquire into matters best left unasked. I require a private room with the finest food and drink." The madam, well versed in the ways of clientele, recognized that Gu Ming was likely a person of high status, one who preferred to remain discreet. Such patrons often shared a common trait. They were challenging to please but generous with their coin. "Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me," the madam chuckled, leading Gu Ming to a top-tier room and instructing her subordinates to prepare a lavish spread of food and drink. As Gu Ming surveyed the table laden with exquisite delicacies, he struggled to suppress his appetite, feigning calmness. The madam, instantly understanding, commanded the arrival of 10 young women. Gu Ming glanced over them without uttering a word. The madam was taken aback, slightly astonished that he would not choose from among them. These 10 were the finest in the Wanhua Tower, both in beauty and stature. And surely, he could not be hesitant over the price. "Surely, you are not concerned about the cost?" She laughed lightly. "We shall find someone to your satisfaction." Batch after batch, Gu Ming still did not nod in approval. The madam, puzzled, almost suspected that he was there to cause trouble, but for his extraordinary demeanor. "My lord, what kind of appearance or style do you desire? Perhaps you could provide a hint?" she inquired with a resigned smile. Gu Ming remained motionless, slowly responding. "Around 16 or 17 years old, with some experience." The madam was momentarily taken aback and gestured for her staff to bring in another group. This time, Zhou Xiaohua appeared among the 10. Gu Ming's gaze swept across the group and fixated on Zhou Xiaohua. "She is the one," he decided. Without hesitation, the madam retained Zhou Xiaohua and led the others out of the room. Gu Ming rose, securely locking the door. In the bewildered gaze of Zhou Xiaohua, he removed his hat, and with a swift motion reminiscent of a whirlwind, he entered as though he were a specter, entirely unlike someone who had come merely to indulge in song and dance. Zhou Xiaohua possessed a decent appearance, akin to that of a neighborly young maiden, with a figure that was unremarkable, neither particularly alluring nor provocatively enticing. After a moment of hesitation, she gently loosened her flowing robe, revealing her fair skin adorned with a delicate pink bodice and undergarments. Gu Ming, without lifting his gaze, retrieved a set of men's attire and some black powder from his package. "Let us assume a masculine guise, shall we?" Zhou Xiaohua paused, her eyes filled with confusion as she accepted the garments and the black powder, softly suggesting, "Young master, if you have a preference for boys, there are indeed handsome young men at the Orchid Pavilion. Perhaps you might consider." Gu Ming halted, raising his eyes to meet Zhou Xiaohua's strangely contorted expression, a thin line of dark annoyance appearing on his forehead. Zhou Xiaohua quickly waved her hands, her anxiety palpable as she stammered, "Young master, I did not mean that." "No matter. It was your grandfather, old Shou, who sent me to rescue you. If you wish to leave the Orchid Pavilion, heed my instructions." Zhou Xiaohua stood frozen, staring blankly at Gu Ming, seemingly incredulous. Gu Ming took a hearty swig from his drink, wiped his mouth, and briefly recounted his encounter with her grandfather. Upon hearing that her elderly grandfather was contemplating suicide, Zhou Xiaohua panicked, collapsing to her knees, her body trembling. "Sir, I implore you, save me, save my grandfather. I do not fear being trapped here for a lifetime, but I am terrified for my grandfather." Gu Ming sighed softly, helping Zhou Xiaohua to her feet. "I owe your grandfather a debt of gratitude. My purpose here is to repay that favor. Listen to my plan. Regardless of what I do shortly, do not interfere, but leave the Orchid Pavilion directly. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiaohua nodded vigorously, but at that moment, she suddenly noticed Gu Ming's gaze seemingly fixated on her budding bosom. Though modest in size, it was enticingly fair. "Young master, there is still time, perhaps." "Hey, what are you saying? I am a man of integrity. Is this the time for such discussions? Hurry and change into your clothes and prepare yourself." Gu Ming pushed Zhou Xiaohua away, internally chastising himself. She was but a minor. How could he entertain such thoughts? To suppress his impure notions, Gu Ming continued to indulge in his meal, determined to enjoy his last supper fully. Zhou Xiaohua cast a lingering glance at Gu Ming before donning the black attire, tightly binding her burgeoning chest, draping herself in a loose robe, and applying the black powder, transforming into a delicate yet athletic figure. She waited in silence until Gu Ming had satisfied his hunger. Rising, he patted his round belly with satisfaction. "After so many days, I finally had a proper meal, albeit a doomed feast." Murmuring to himself, Gu Ming shouldered his pack and turned to Zhou Xiaohua. "It will be chaotic outside shortly. Seize the opportunity to leave. Your grandfather will be waiting for you in the alley to the left outside the Orchid Pavilion." Zhou Xiaohua expressed her concern, Benefactor, you will not be in danger, will you? Gu Ming flashed a reassuring smile. Fear not, it's all accounted for. Zhou Xiaohua replied. Just a jest. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not intervene. Leave the Orchid Pavilion immediately. Otherwise, you will bring peril upon both me and your grandfather. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaohua's expression turned serious as she nodded earnestly. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Gu Ming took his leave from the room. At the staircase, the matron was entertaining guests. Upon seeing Gu Ming, a broad smile blossomed on her face as she sauntered over, her ample waist swaying. Oh, my dear guest. Returning so soon. How impressive. I could hear the young lady's moans from quite a distance. Gu Ming smirked, stepping closer to the matron, gesturing for her to lean in. Ecstatic, she complied, only to find a sharp dagger pressed against her neck. Apologies. I was in a hurry and forgot to bring any money. The matron's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning fierce. Huh. Pretending to be someone of worth. Thinking you can get something for nothing. Do you dare to kill me? If you do, you won't escape, and I have dozens of enforcers here. Boy, drop the knife and remain as a male companion, and perhaps you'll live to see another day. In silence, Gu Ming raised the dagger, and with a swift motion, it plunged into her plump arm with a wet sound. Blood splattered across Gu Ming's face, momentarily startling him before he suppressed any physical discomfort. The room echoed with her pig-like wails, drawing the attention of all in the brothel. A throng of enforcers surged forward, blocking the staircase entirely. Among them, a hulking brute, bare-chested and with a fearsome visage, wielded a large blade as he approached, exuding a menacing aura. Who is this little brat daring to draw blood in my establishment? Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. Chapter 3. Did his father perish? Then it seems he is without a mother. Gu Ming offered a faint smile. One who fears not death, why would he cower before a bully? Is this a jest? Can you guess where my next strike will land? With a swift motion, Gu Ming unsheathed his dagger, blood splattering forth, eliciting a wail from the madam while the onlookers turned pale. The bully furrowed his brow, advancing with his large blade, betting on Gu Ming's fear of death. It appeared he wished for Gu Ming's demise to monopolize the Wanhua Tower. Since that is the case, I shall send you on your way. As Gu Ming raised his knife once more, the madam, stricken with fear, felt a warm liquid flow from her lower half as she roared at the bully. Zhu Kuei, do you wish to bring about my death? Step back at once and allow the young brother to leave. Zhu Kuei halted, aware of their mutual interests and the formidable backing the madam possessed. He dared not act recklessly. Step back. Observing the henchman descending the stairs, Gu Ming leaned in, speaking softly, do me a favor and light this for me. As he extended a fire starter towards her, the madam dared not resist and hurriedly ignited it. Young brother, do not act rashly. I can guarantee your safe passage and offer you 100. No, 1,000 taels of silver. Gu Ming, with one hand grasping the dagger and the other retrieving a Molotov cocktail from his pack, chuckled lightly. Do you take me for a child? If I let you go, I would surely meet my end. Zhu Kuei swung his large blade, unleashing his formidable strength, shattering tables and chairs as he glared coldly at Gu Ming. You cannot escape. Surrender willingly, and I shall grant you a swift death. Gu Ming, unfazed, aimed to create chaos for the safe departure of Zhou Xiaohua. A skilled practitioner, indeed, he remarked, igniting the Molotov and hurling it towards Zhu Kuei. With a mocking laugh, Zhu Kuei slashed at it, causing the flammable liquid to ignite the ground-level furnishings, flames erupting violently. Zhu Kuei himself was soon engulfed in flames. Panicking and enraged, he dashed toward the artificial mountain's water pool, leaping into the water with a splash. Emerging from the pool, Zhu Kuei emanated white steam, his skin subtly glowing red. Gu Ming was taken aback. Zhu Kuei was indeed a formidable practitioner. Is this all you can muster? I am a 5th-level body tempering expert. Your wicked arts cannot breach my defenses. With a 9-ringed blade in hand, Zhu Kuei's eyes radiated a murderous intent, fixating on Gu Ming with a desire to rend him to pieces. As the Wanhua Tower blazed, the henchmen scrambled to extinguish the fire, while patrons and courtesans fled in panic. Gu Ming's commotion had surely cost the Wanhua Tower over 1,000 taels in losses. Impressive, Gu Ming thought, retrieving another Molotov from his pack, causing the crowd to shift in alarm, evading him as if he were a harbinger of doom. Even Zhu Kuei could not help but feel a tremor of trepidation. While he was not afraid of the Molotov, the sensation it invoked was indeed unpleasant. With a resounding crash, he ignited yet another Molotov and threw it, prompting the crowd to scatter in haste. No one dared impede Gu Ming as he held the madam hostage while exiting the Wanhua Tower and stepping onto the street. In the midst of this uproar, everyone gathered around, observing from a distance, while Zhou Xiaohua remained unnoticed. A shadowy figure discreetly departed the Wanhua Tower, turning left into an alleyway, meeting with old Zhou. Old man Zhou gazed in astonishment at the boyish figure of Zhou Xiaohua, his trembling, aged hands hesitant to reach out. "Is it truly you, my dear flower? Grandfather?" The grandfather and grandson embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Soon after, they turned their anxious gazes toward Gu Ming, who was encircled by thugs, unable to escape. "Grandfather, can our benefactor get away?" Old man Zhou fell silent, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. He had never anticipated that Gu Ming's so-called method involved exchanging a life for a life. Looking up at the sky, tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he murmured, "In this world, there still exist such virtuous souls. There are indeed individuals of immense kindness." Suddenly, old man Zhou pulled Zhou Xiaohua down to kneel, performing 3 bows. "My dear flower, we cannot aid our benefactor. If we do not leave, all that he has done will be in vain. Let us depart. From now on, our Zhou family shall worship no deities but our benefactor." Grasping the reluctant Zhou Xiaohua, old man Zhou turned back 3 times before leaving the place. At this moment, Gu Ming found himself cornered by the riverbank, with no retreat possible. Not to mention that he was a poor swimmer. Even if he could escape, Gu Ming had no intention of fleeing. He needed to rely on his talents to swiftly devise some means of survival. Otherwise, he would inevitably perish from starvation. The Molotov cocktails in Gu Ming's possession were quickly exhausted, engulfing the entire Wanhua building in flames. Most of the courtesans within had fled to safety. What a pity that Wanhua building has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, those oppressed by Zhu Kuei and the madam of the brothel began to cheer. In numbers, they felt emboldened and no longer feared Zhu Kuei. Enraged, Zhu Kuei disregarded the madam and threw his 9-ringed broadsword at the two. The madam gasped in horror, her voice piercing. "Zhu Kuei, I shall haunt you even as a ghost. The Wang family will not spare you either." The terrifying force of Zhu Kuei, at the 5th level of body refinement, pierced through both individuals, sending them plummeting into the river. On the brink of death, Gu Ming grimaced in pain. This sensation was truly unbearable. With a crash, he plunged into the water, his consciousness gradually fading. In a daze, he saw arrows slicing through the water toward him. Merely killing him would not suffice to satiate Zhu Kuei's wrath. "It hurt so much. I swear, next time, I shall cultivate immortality." Summoning his last vestige of strength, Gu Ming pushed away the madam's lifeless body, unwilling to share a fate with her. That would be too ominous. On the riverbank, Zhu Kuei's expression darkened as he unleashed a punch, snapping a robust willow tree in half. The sheer force sent the onlookers scattering in terror, too frightened to linger. "You all witnessed it. That person used Wang Rofang to shield himself. I was merely trying to save him and accidentally killed her." The thugs nodded in agreement. Yes. It was that scoundrel who caused the madam's demise. Our boss was injured while saving her and ultimately avenged her by slaying the villain." Zhu Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Commanding his men to retrieve the bodies, he intended to dismember Gu Ming. Just then, a flustered servant rushed over, panting and trembling with fear. "Master, something has happened to the Lord." Zhu Kuei seized the servant, growling menacingly. "My father is a formidable figure of the 8th level of body refinement. What could possibly befall him?" The servant, trembling, replied in trepidation. The esteemed gentleman, while engaged in intimate relations, suddenly exploded, leaving behind nothing but a heap of flesh and blood. Zhu Kuei's pupils trembled with fury as he struck down the family servant, shattering his skull. "My father, a powerful cultivator at the 8th level, could not possibly have met such a fate. This is sheer nonsense, a death wish." Zhu Kuei hurriedly departed for home, his countenance growing increasingly anxious. How dare the servant mock him? It was likely true. "My brocade pavilion has been destroyed, my father is gone. And the accursed pestilence." One day later, within the charity hall, Gu Ming slowly awakened, gazing at his blood-stained garments, lamenting, "Alas, my new attire." His eyes darted around, and he borrowed a set of black clothing, similar in style though slightly odorous. Uncertain of what abilities he might draw this time, he hoped for something truly useful. Perched upon a coffin, Gu Ming muttered to himself as he examined the panel in his mind. Killed by Zhu Kuei, sacrificing his father, resurrecting the host, and granting one card draw opportunity. His father? Surely, he had no mother. Otherwise, it would have been her who perished. Before him, light flickered, revealing 3 cards. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, speaking to himself. Is this due to my weak cultivation? The weaker the cultivation, the fewer the cards. Randomly selecting one. Gu Ming prayed for a skill of worth. Fundamental Theories and Outlines of Cultivation. Chapter 4. Resurrect, my beloved. After approximately 3 hours, Gu Ming felt as if he had experienced the night 18 times over, utterly exhausted as he lay in the coffin. Rising to a sitting position, he pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. At last, he understood how to embark on the path of cultivation. Surely this counts as an initiation. Does it not? The first step in cultivation is body refinement. As the term suggests, it involves tempering the mortal physique, strengthening the body layer by layer from within, until a critical point is reached where one can draw in spiritual energy and unlock the next level of cultivation. Body refinement consists of 9 stages, typically requiring medicinal aids to assist in the process. Relying solely on one's own strength is utterly insufficient to achieve refinement and enter the realm of cultivation. Yet now, Gu Ming found himself struggling even to secure a meal, let alone refine his body. Alas, while he grasped the theory of cultivation, a practical application remained a conundrum. The theoretical outline indicated that one must complement the body refinement technique with medicinal liquids for effective results. Yet he seemed devoid of any such resources. Shaking his head, Gu Ming leaped down from the coffin. The path ahead was long and fraught with obstacles, yet perseverance would surely yield results. With the promise of greater opportunities in the bustling metropolis, he resolved to venture into the city. Departing from the mortuary, Gu Ming began earnestly studying and familiarizing himself with this world. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Gu Ming gradually learned how to survive in this realm, relying on hard labor, begging, and, at times, less than honorable means. Although he had not amassed any wealth, he had managed to stave off hunger, gaining some 10 pounds, and appeared quite sprightly and vigorous. Through 3 months of diligent study, Gu Ming discovered that the world he inhabited was known as the Cangling continent, a realm of cultivation where sects held dominion over mortal empires. The nation he resided in was called Yanxing, a rather inconspicuous entity among the countless mortal empires on Cangling continent. Certainly, there were cultivators among the mortal empires, and quite a number at that. Particularly in the grand cities, one could find legendary golden core experts capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, living for 5 centuries. The nearest large city was named Qingyan City. On one fateful day, Gu Ming finally encountered a merchant caravan bound for Qingyan City. After some negotiation, the caravan leader agreed to allow Gu Ming to accompany them, stipulating that he assist with labor along the way without pay, but with 2 meals provided each day. Naturally, Gu Ming was more than willing, firmly believing that reaching Qingyan City would lead him to fortuitous opportunities, thus setting him firmly on the path of cultivation. This caravan belonged to the Wang family of Qingyan City, whose patriarch was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, renowned across several nearby cities. The caravan transported a diverse array of goods, including spiritual herbs and silks, among other assorted items. The leader of the caravan was at the 3rd level of qi condensation, a notable expert in the mortal realm. In addition to the leader, there were dozens of guards, all proficient in body refinement, rendering the likes of Zhu Kuei insignificant in comparison. The journey proved relatively safe, and after a fortnight of arduous travel, the caravan finally arrived at Qingyan City. Parting ways with the caravan, Gu Ming stood before the majestic and ancient Qingyan City, gazing in awe. Truly, it was a grand city, unparalleled in its magnificence. On the bustling thoroughfare, vehicles and pedestrians flowed ceaselessly, while the occasional flash of a sword cultivator darted across the sky, perfectly matching Gu Ming's envisioned image of a world of cultivation. With hands on hips, Gu Ming could not help but reveal a smile, once again speaking to himself with spirited enthusiasm. In the grand city, opportunities abound. After several months of systematic learning, I am confident that I have fully immersed myself in this world, mastering its rules with precision. With the mindset of a modern individual, it is only a matter of time before I thrive. First, I shall engage in business, cultivate connections, procure medicine, and refine my body. This vast expanse of existence will allow me to soar freely. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder, ominous rumbles echoing, the celestial authority instilling a sense of unease. Gu Ming paused, gazing upward at the sky where lightning lashed like a raging dragon, awestruck. The world of cultivation is truly extraordinary. Even thunder holds an air of grandeur. The thunderous dragon roared, resonating throughout the realm, distorting the void and revealing dark fissures. Thunderclouds gradually descended, enveloping the entire Qingyun city, as crimson bolts of lightning manifested, and a tempest arose, whipping up a blood-colored storm that swept through the dust, reversing the skies and severing trees in half. Gu Ming could not suppress a gulp, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. Is this thunder too overwhelming? Is this the nature of thunder in the cultivation realm, capable of obliterating the world? I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Boom! The thunderous dragon roared, and hundreds of cultivators within Qingyun City transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in a frenzy. In the next moment, all the cultivators were engulfed by the blood-red thunder, dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly annihilated. Gu Ming's smile stiffened as he struggled to turn and move away. It started to rain. I should return home to collect my clothes and come back to Qingyun City another time. Clang! The void twisted, and torrents of blood descended from the heavens, akin to celestial wrath, pinning Gu Ming to the ground, rendering him immobile. Amidst the rolling blood thunder, a figure clad in blood-red attire appeared, white hair dancing wildly, exuding an aura of overwhelming power as he strode upon the blood dragon in the void. The terrifying presence surrounding him was indescribable. Just a glance nearly caused Gu Ming to implode. Behind the man in blood red, a beautiful woman floated, her aura extinguished, seemingly lifeless. The man's eyes shimmered with the power of Ashura, flames swirling, and an overwhelming demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping all of Qingyun City. From his lips emerged a voice as cold as that of a deity or demon. In this life, I have no father or mother, no kin or friends. Only my beloved Xiaowu. Yet the heavens seek to part us. I refuse to accept fate. Treacherous heavens, you wish to take Xiaowu, but I shall defy the heavens. Even if it leads me to the depths of the demonic realm, even if I become the target of all, a demon that the world cannot tolerate. Today, I shall resurrect Xiaowu. With his blood-red gaze lowered, countless crimson lights erupted, engulfing Qingyun City, beginning a blood sacrifice of innumerable beings in an attempt to revive his beloved. Demon, you will surely face retribution from the Righteous Alliance. I, the City Lord, will fight you to the end. The formidable City Lord of Qingyun City, a cultivator at the core formation stage, merely shouted a rallying cry before dissolving into a cloud of blood mist, merging with the form of the woman behind him. Gu Ming was left speechless, longing to roar at the heavens, yet feeling as if he might explode under the immense pressure, unable to utter a word. In a city of abundant opportunities, why must there be so many demons? No one warned me that even in the midst of cautious development, I would encounter such misfortune. Brother, do not engage in such folly. Should I perish, your beloved will meet the same fate. A sudden demise. The blood-clad fiend, in a gruesome blood sacrificial rite, summoned the souls of 1,000,000 beings from the entire Qingshan city, channeling their essence into the form of his cherished one. An overwhelming vitality erupted, soaring towards the heavens. A sinister grin crept upon the blood-clad fiend's face as he harnessed the celestial energies of the 9 heavens, infusing them into his own being, emitting a low, menacing chuckle. Arise, my beloved. The voice resonated through the realms, and it seemed as though his beloved responded to his call. Her eyelashes fluttering, she gradually opened her eyes. Xiaowu. Tears of crimson streamed from the corners of the blood-clad fiend's eyes as he tenderly caressed Xiaowu's cheek. The countless hardships endured to resurrect her were known only to him. Xiaowu sat upright, gently grasping the blood-clad fiend's broad hand, her voice as soft as water. Third brother. I have returned. The blood-clad fiend exclaimed. This is all so surreal. I am truly afraid that in the next moment, you will vanish once more. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The blood-clad fiend stood frozen. His Xiaowu had exploded. My Xiaowu, damned be this fate. Cursed heavens. You dare to take my beloved from me once more? I will not rest until I confront you. The blood-clad fiend descended into utter madness, ascending to the heavens, intent on battling the celestial forces to reclaim his beloved. The heavenly way remarked. No, you must be delusional. Chapter 5. The Immortal Cultivation License. Spirit Plant Master in the bustling streets of Fenglin City, amidst a beggar's den, Gu Ming awakened once more, his expression a tapestry of resignation and barely concealed ire. What is this? A restart? Yet, the beloved of that demon, one must admit, is a master in their own right. The annoyance that gnawed at Gu Ming's heart was swiftly supplanted by a flicker of joy. Perhaps this calamity was a blessing in disguise. After all, with his current status, he was hardly worthy of being slain by a strong adversary. Upon being slain by Wang San and sacrificing his wife, The host is resurrected and granted one card draw opportunity. Before him lay 17 radiant cards, and Gu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he selected one at random. Low-rank Spirit Plant Master, one who specializes in cultivating various spiritual herbs and medicines. Annotation corresponds with the rank of cultivation methods, categorized into heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Gu Ming's smile faltered, and he clicked his tongue, muttering to himself in resignation. Well, at least it's a skill. If all else fails, I can cultivate spiritual herbs and refine my body. That is not without merit. Subsequently, Gu Ming examined his status panel. Name: Gu Ming. Race: human. Cultivation: none. Physique: mortal. Body technique: falling wind palm. Great accomplishment. Divine ability: none. Profession: low-rank Spirit Plant Master. Lifespan: talent: borrowed life. Glancing at the beggars sprawled around him, Gu Ming shook his head. He was no beggar. From this day forth, he would not accept any alms. An elderly lady passing by glanced at Gu Ming. Noticing his decent appearance, she pinched his cheek and pressed 2 copper coins into his hand. Gu Ming. His face contorted in confusion as he regarded the old woman. What does this mean? Does she think I am some sort of charity case? Stop staring. This is all you're worth, she retorted before turning away. Fury surged within Gu Ming. A man may be killed, but not humiliated. Under the expectant gazes of the other beggars, he suddenly recalled that he had no money. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not mock the youth for their poverty. He approached a street vendor and ordered a steaming bowl of bean rice, relishing the meal with fervor. Sated and content, Gu Ming patted his stomach and strode confidently into the heart of the city. Arriving in the bustling district, Gu Ming squatted in a corner, contemplating his next steps. Surely, he could not rely on begging for the entirety of his life. To act recklessly? That was hardly feasible. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs echoed through the street. A grand procession approached, led by a man striking a gong with great fervor. The assessment for the Immortal Cultivation sect begins now. Those wishing to participate should hurry. You have 3 days, after which there will be no exceptions. Gu Ming sprang to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, chest out, and a grin curving his lips. I now know the path ahead. Fortune favors me. By joining a sect, with my identity as a low-rank Spirit Plant Master, I can at least secure a position as a supervisor in the herb garden, can I? Half an hour later, Gu Ming arrived at the designated assessment venue, a lavish courtyard constructed specifically for this purpose, guarded by watchful sentinels. What are you staring at? Get in line. A guard barked, brandishing his weapon. Gu Ming paused for a moment before obediently joining the queue, which stretched before him with no fewer than 100 individuals. At this pace, it would take ages. Within the span of less than an hour, Gu Ming was astonished to discover that it was already his turn. Was the assessment proceeding so swiftly? Shouldn't it be conducted with utmost rigor? Was there some hidden agenda? With a murmured thought, Gu Ming strode confidently into the courtyard. In the garden, 3 tables were arranged, one directly ahead, one to the left, and one to the right. 3 individuals occupied these tables. The middle-aged man at the center served as the chief examiner. The one on the left managed the registrations, while the one on the right assisted. Upon Gu Ming's entrance, the young man on the right waved his hand in greeting and handed him a form. Gu Ming accepted the document, which contained basic information such as his name, age, home address, and the professions of his ancestors for 3 generations. A political review? The written and oral examinations had been entirely bypassed. Such convenience was a hallmark of the cultivation world. With a slight internal sigh, Gu Ming filled out the form with fervor. Aside from his name and age, every detail was fabricated. A tinge of worry crossed his mind as he submitted the form to the examiner, only to find that the chief examiner did not even glance at it. The chief examiner's gaze locked onto Gu Ming's, and the two exchanged a silent stare. After a moment, the examiner, appearing somewhat exasperated, spoke coldly. Resources in the realm of cultivation are limited. For every new cultivator, the available resources diminish. Thus, each city has a fixed quota for cultivation permits each year. This year, Fenglan City has only 300 slots. Young one, do you grasp my meaning? Only by possessing a cultivation permit can you qualify for the assessments of the cultivation sects. Become a disciple of a grand sect and receive the guidance of a legitimate master. Do you understand? Gu Ming was taken aback. The implication was unmistakable: bribery. Clearing his throat, he implored, "Esteemed sir, I would appreciate a hint." The young man on the right scoffed, his dissatisfaction evident. 100 spirit stones for a single slot. Gu Ming turned on his heel and departed, incredulous. 100 spirit stones? He could scarcely afford a meal. After Gu Ming left, his information was carelessly discarded, ignored entirely. Wandering aimlessly on the streets after leaving the assessment venue, Gu Ming felt a profound sense of confusion. The world was shrouded in darkness, under the bright and open sky. Blatant extortion was taking place, and he, this favored son of heaven, was being turned away. How ironic. Shaking his head, Gu Ming returned to a corner, feeling as though his future was engulfed in obscurity. As the sun began to set, having determined that no patron would appear, Gu Ming wandered aimlessly along the streets. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to an unassuming sign, Spirit Plant Garden. In the cultivation world, aside from sects in certain realms, spirit plant gardens were rare. Not to mention, cultivating spirit herbs necessitates spirit soil, a rich environment teeming with spiritual energy and the right seeds. The growth cycle is lengthy, ranging from a year or two to who knows how many years. Moreover, artificial cultivation is fraught with high risks and considerable sunk costs, leading ordinary individuals or loose cultivators to avoid the endeavor of nurturing spirit herbs. Wouldn't it be more appealing to gather them from the wild? Who among the respectable would engage in artificial cultivation? Thus, upon discovering the sign for the spirit plant garden, Gu Ming was genuinely astonished. Indeed, when a boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. Amidst the gloom, there remains a glimmer of hope. The heavens have not forsaken my path to cultivation. Pushing open the door, he entered a dimly lit room, just barely able to see. "Hello, is anyone here?" he called out. "Leave." A deep, aged voice emanated from the backyard, causing Gu Ming to pause momentarily before he resolved to venture into the rear, undeterred by the specter of death. Upon entering the backyard, he was greeted by a faint, ethereal fragrance wafting through the air, revealing a plethora of spiritual herbs, each shimmering with a delicate star-like radiance, undeniably alluring. An austere old man crouched down, meticulously examining a withered and malnourished spirit herb. Gu Ming leaned closer to inspect the herb. It was a heart flame grass, imbued with fiery spiritual energy, beneficial indeed for practitioners of fire affinity. This particular herb belonged to the category of elemental spirit herbs, necessitating the nurturing touch of a fire-affiliated cultivator's spiritual power or cultivation in a fiery vein. Otherwise, its survival would be exceedingly precarious. The old man rose, his gaze piercing with a cold, spectral light as he fixed his eyes on Gu Ming. "Do you possess knowledge of herb cultivation?" he inquired. "A modicum of understanding," Gu Ming replied modestly. The elder scrutinized Gu Ming from head to toe, noting the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations about him, and even the lack of physical refinement eased his wariness considerably. Yet, his tone remained frigid, devoid of warmth. "Do you wish to stay?" "Indeed," Gu Ming affirmed. "Very well. But there will be no remuneration. You are only entitled to food and lodging." Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly, perceiving this as a form of labor exploitation, akin to the ubiquitous presence of capitalist greed. Just as he contemplated bargaining, the elder continued, "However, I can offer you a commission. For every 10 mature spirit herbs you cultivate, you shall receive one of your choosing." "Agreed. A pleasant collaboration it shall be. I am Gu Ming, Gu for careful, and Ming for life," he stated without hesitation, accepting the terms. The elder paid no heed to Gu Ming's peculiar gesture, his demeanor remaining nonchalant as he spoke. "From now on, you shall refer to me as Old Zhao. The room on the left side of the first floor will be yours. Aside from your room and the backyard, you are strictly forbidden from entering other areas without permission, lest you wish to return whence you came. Additionally, do not pilfer the spirit herbs." "Understood," Gu Ming replied cheerfully, embracing this as his first legitimate employment since his arrival in this realm, a newfound sanctuary. Although Old Zhao appeared somewhat unapproachable, Gu Ming felt a sense of contentment, for he had finally found a place to call home. Chapter 6. The Art of Body Refinement. Not to be taken lightly, Gu Ming temporarily resided in the spiritual herb garden of the old man Zhao, leading a life dictated by a simple routine, tending to the spiritual herbs, managing their care, dining, and resting. His daily interactions with the old man rarely exceeded 3 sentences. Since Gu Ming's arrival, Zhao had found himself considerably more at leisure, as the responsibilities of cooking and cleaning had largely fallen to Gu Ming. Upon discovering Gu Ming's remarkable talent for nurturing spiritual plants, Zhao entrusted him with the full responsibility of the herbs, while he himself lounged in a rocking chair, appearing somewhat lethargic. Rather than feeling fatigued, Gu Ming found joy in this lifestyle. He discovered that such a life held a peculiar charm. Time slipped away like a man's hair, unable to withstand the brilliance of the years, vanishing unnoticed. A year later, the first batch of spiritual herbs nurtured by Gu Ming matured, totaling 28 plants. Old Zhao was astonished, having never anticipated such a high survival rate for this batch. His gaze towards Gu Ming shifted, and he inquired, "Pray tell, how much do you truly know?" With eyes gleaming like the vibrant herbs before him, Gu Ming replied, "Not much, merely a Xian-level spiritual plant master." Zhao was taken aback, questioning, "A Xian-level spiritual plant master? You, a mere mortal, have no qualification to even approach spiritual plants. How could you possibly attain such a level? Moreover, the profession of a spiritual plant master bears little significance. To become a true tiered master, one must invest substantial resources and time in spiritual seeds, acquiring genuine knowledge through practice. Typically, spiritual plant masters are auxiliary roles or the offspring of families lacking cultivation talent. And you, seemingly do not fit either category." Gu Ming was unperturbed by Zhao's probing into his secrets, for he knew he was impervious to death, feeling no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, after a month of acquaintance, he had gleaned an understanding of Zhao's character. Though gruff and aloof, he possessed a commendable integrity, which was rather rare. "As long as I fulfill the tasks you assign, isn't that sufficient?" Gu Ming stated. Upon hearing this, Zhao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. His interest in Gu Ming's secrets was piqued, albeit mildly. "Very well, as per our agreement, you may choose any 3 spiritual herbs." Gu Ming was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the stern Zhao. "Choose freely, yet you hesitate? What manner of behavior is this?" Zhao admonished. "Let me remind you, if you wish to cultivate, it is best to select body-refining herbs." With that, Zhao turned away, leaving Gu Ming alone. Watching Zhao's departing figure, Gu Ming smiled and offered a respectful bow. "Thank you." As he surveyed the array of colorful spiritual herbs, Gu Ming could not help but grin broadly. Who said that effort does not yield reward? Subsequently, Gu Ming selected 3 herbs from the 28 freshly matured mortal tier spiritual plants: 1 blood fusion grass, 1 bone spirit flower, and 1 mystic grass. The blood fusion grass and bone spirit flower were both body-refining herbs, while the mystic grass, the more common, was of greater value than the former 2. He carefully uprooted the mystic grass and placed it in a specially crafted wooden box. Gu Ming then made his way to the apothecary to sell the herbs. The shopkeeper scrutinized Gu Ming with a discerning eye, but upon detecting no fluctuations of spiritual energy, his demeanor turned cold. Opening the wooden box, he regarded the Xianyu grass and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "This is a year-old mortal-grade Xianyu grass, of mediocre quality, estimated at 6 spirit stones." Gu Ming paused, recalling the reminder from the old man Zhao before his departure, allowing him to present his name. Thus, he declared, "I am affiliated with the spiritual plantation of the old man Zhao." The shopkeeper was taken aback, a flicker of respect crossing his eyes. Clearing his throat, his attitude shifted dramatically as he smiled and said, "My young friend, had you mentioned earlier your connection to the old man Zhao, I would have offered this Xianyu grass for 12 spirit stones, with the excess being a token of our first meeting." Gu Ming felt a surge of joy, expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper, and accepted the spirit stones before departing, taking the wooden box with him. After all, it was essential for storing his spiritual herbs and must not be discarded. As for the old man Zhao's identity, he held little interest. His sole focus was on hastening his physical refinement and entering the body refinement stage. Upon arriving at the shop that sold spiritual tools, Gu Ming was overwhelmed by the myriad items utilized by cultivators. However, the most ordinary mortal-grade spiritual sword was priced at 100 spirit stones, far beyond his means. His objective was to procure a storage pouch for convenience in carrying items. Upon viewing the description of the storage pouch, Gu Ming did not wait for the shop attendant to approach. Instead, he left the shop, sighing and shaking his head. He resolved to purchase some essential powders, firestones, silver needles, and other tools required for body refinement, setting aside the notion of a storage pouch for the time being. Not only did the most basic low-tier storage pouch cost 50 spirit stones, but the method of use required spiritual awareness, which he lacked entirely. An hour later, Gu Ming spent 5 spirit stones to acquire the necessary items and hurried back to the spiritual plantation. He rushed into the kitchen, preparing a bucket and filling it with ample cool water. According to the foundational theories of cultivation, one must fill a bucket with cool water, Dissolve the body refinement powders within, introduce the fire stones, and gradually heat the mixture, akin to boiling a frog. The spiritual medicine would be ground into a liquid form, integrated into the water, and then assisted by silver needles to open the meridians, thus achieving body refinement. This was a choice devoid of body forging techniques. Although its efficacy was subpar, it came with its own risks. Observing Gu Ming bustling about with a beaming smile, the old man, Zhao, purposefully ambled around outside the kitchen. Gu Ming inwardly grumbled, wishing the old fellow would venture farther away. His presence was a nuisance during this critical moment. With a decisive action, Gu Ming shut the door, causing Zhao's veins to bulge with irritation as he kicked the wooden door open. Gu Ming looked at Zhao, bewildered, yearning to ask, "What wind brings you here?" The old man Zhao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "You wish to refine your body. Do you know how to use the silver needles to open the acupoints?" Gu Ming shook his head, replying, "I don't know. I'll learn as I go." Zhao sighed. "Do you know the optimal speed for heating with the fire stones?" "I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. As long as it refines my body, that's all that matters." Gu Ming waved dismissively. "After all, I want to die from it. What is there to fear?" Zhao's face was a picture of exasperation, dark lines forming on his forehead as he let out a cold snort. Indulgence is folly. Spiritual cultivation is not a trivial pursuit, and one cannot act recklessly. Pray tell, from whom did you acquire these methods of body refinement? Gu Ming scratched his head and replied, "A foundational text on the principles and outlines of immortality cultivation." The old man Zhao chuckled in disbelief. He had never anticipated that someone could be so reckless in this world. "Ah, let us strike a bargain. 10 spirit herbs, and I shall assist you in refining your body." Gu Ming furrowed his brow. 10 spirit herbs were, at the very least, several years' worth of his earnings, which seemed rather unwise. Observing Gu Ming's hesitation, Zhao was amused and exasperated. Countless individuals had once knelt before him, pleading for his aid in refining their descendants. Yet they had been met with rejection. This fellow, faced with the prospect of 10 spirit herbs, even his own, was hesitating. Sensing that Zhao was on the verge of losing his temper, fearing expulsion from the spirit garden, Gu Ming hastily acquiesced. A deal, I agree. However, let us be clear. If you fail, I shall not part with the herbs." Zhao suppressed his anger, fearing that he might lose control and strike Gu Ming down. Chapter 7. 5 years. Refining the body to the 5th level stripped bare, he entered the barrel, closing his eyes resolutely, enduring the pain without flinching. Gu Ming, a trifle bashful, turned away, leaving only a pair of white shorts. As he submerged into the water, he hastily shut his eyes under the penetrating gaze of the old man Zhao. The old man raised his hand, and a faint ethereal glow emerged, grasping blood-melting grass and bone spirit flower from the air. Under the fusion of spiritual energy, they transformed into a viscous spiritual liquid, merging into the water. After a brief pause, Zhao retrieved 10 wooden boxes from his storage ring, suspending them in midair. With a wave of his robe, the boxes opened, revealing 10 fragrant spiritual herbs that morphed into spiritual liquid, dissolving into the water. Gu Ming gasped, instinctively preparing to open his eyes, but was reprimanded by Zhao. "Do not move." Obediently, Gu Ming remained still in the barrel. Zhao took a deep breath, extending both hands. His left hand sparkled with red spiritual light, gradually increasing the water's temperature in a methodical manner. In his right hand, he wielded a silver needle, employing a specialized body refining technique, traversing the 360 acupuncture points to open them and absorb the power of the spiritual liquid. As his speed quickened, beads of sweat appeared on Zhao's brow. Holding his breath and concentrating, Gu Ming sensed the spiritual liquid entering his body, guided by the old man's spiritual energy, refining his physique. The pain was intense. He had to endure it. A slight shock coursed through Gu Ming's heart as he felt his skin breathe, devouring the spiritual liquid. His bones and flesh tingled as if countless insects were gnawing at him. This sensation, it was not so dissimilar to the feeling of death. As time ticked away, the spiritual liquid was ingested, and black liquid began seeping from his skin, purging the impurities within his body. An hour later, Zhao's complexion turned pallid, and he cursed. "What kind of wretched constitution do you possess, that it harbors such filth?" As he spoke, he refined another 10 spiritual herbs, infusing them into Gu Ming's body to aid in his refinement. Gu Ming felt somewhat helpless. How was he to know? Another hour passed, and Zhao gradually withdrew his energy, nearly collapsing against the wall, gasping for breath, his expression a mixture of complexity. Have I grown so weak? Haha, time is running short. Gu Ming opened his eyes, his body encrusted with black filth, yet he felt light and invigorated, as though he had been reborn. Alarmed by Zhao's near collapse, Gu Ming instinctively reached out to assist him. However, Zhao, with a hint of disdain, stopped him. You're filthy. Hurry and wash yourself. Your willpower is commendable. Enduring such pain, even with a poor constitution, you can still achieve something in the future. By the way, you owe me 20 spiritual herbs. With those words, Zhao turned and left, appearing significantly aged. Gu Ming stared at Zhao's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh, his gaze filled with complexity. Thank you, he murmured, bowing respectfully, aware that he owed Zhao a profound debt of gratitude. Though he acted carelessly, disregarding Zhao's status, it was evident that Zhao had made considerable sacrifices for his body refinement. After cleansing himself of the grime, Gu Ming made a special trip to the tavern to procure fine wine and a variety of ingredients, preparing a sumptuous feast laid out upon a grand table. Old Zhao gazed at the lavish spread of delicacies and fine wines before him, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Were it not for Gu Ming's commendable character, he would never have exerted himself once more to refine another's body. You have now achieved the first level of body refinement, with all impurities expelled from your physique. Henceforth, you must refrain from extravagance. The spiritual herbs required for each level are not insignificant. Gu Ming scratched his head and smiled as he poured wine for old Zhao. I understand. I will remember this. This feast is a token of my gratitude. I shall not forget your kindness, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay it in kind. Hee. Merely the first level of body refinement. Such grandiloquence. Old Zhao could not resist a taunt, downing his drink with an expression of indulgence. Not bad, not bad. You still possess some conscience. Gu Ming offered the remaining 5 spiritual stones to old Zhao, watching his puzzled expression and explaining, well, I know these stones are insufficient, but they represent all I possess. I shall work to repay you. There is an old saying in my hometown, debts must be repaid, as is only just. Gu Ming held firm to his principles. Gratitude must be reciprocated, debts must be settled, and of course, grievances must be avenged. Old Zhao stared at the spiritual stones, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly chuckled and pocketed the stones. We are settled now. You owe me nothing further. The remuneration shall remain as previously agreed. Gu Ming. No, that is not what I meant. If you continue to be coy, you will return from whence you came. Sensing old Zhao's rising ire, Gu Ming sighed inwardly and resolved to remember this kindness for future recompense. Subsequently, old Zhao shed his earlier aloofness, displaying a touch more warmth in his demeanor. Following a cheerful meal, he returned to his residence, forbidding Gu Ming from approaching. Gu Ming pouted but dutifully cleaned up and tended to the spiritual herbs. As dusk fell and he returned to his room, Gu Ming turned inward, feeling a formidable strength coursing through him. On Earth, I should be considered a minor adept, right? Testing his might, he estimated it to be around 300 pounds, stronger than the average body refinement practitioner. Is this the feeling of a prodigy? I am remarkably powerful now. Gu Ming then resumed his previously mundane existence, sleeping, tending to the spiritual herbs, eating, and now incorporating training into his routine. His training centered around the Windblade sword technique, a foundational swordplay that required no spiritual power and bore no rank. Initially, Gu Ming practiced with a bamboo sword, but old Zhao, unable to bear the sight, crafted him a wooden sword. Each morning at sunrise, he would swing his sword 1,000 times, at noon, another 1,000, and at sunset, yet another 1,000. This cycle continued, his diligence unwavering. After 5 years of relentless practice, Gu Ming had mastered the sword technique to an extraordinary degree. Yet he persisted in his repetitions. Old Zhao, perplexed, could not help but inquire, you could ask me to provide you with a different foundational technique. Gu Ming declined. I find the sword quite impressive, it shall suffice. Besides, one cannot overreach. One sword technique is ample. No matter how ornate, one sword can cut through it all. Old Zhao fell silent, surprisingly finding merit in Gu Ming's words. Over the span of 5 years, old Zhao's health visibly deteriorated, aging before Gu Ming's very eyes. Despite numerous inquiries from Gu Ming, old Zhao deflected the topic, leaving Gu Ming feeling helpless. In contrast, Gu Ming has made remarkable progress. reaching the 5th level of the body refinement realm within a mere 5 years, with his arm strength surpassing 2,000 pounds, a truly formidable feat. Observing Gu Ming's proud demeanor from his rocking chair, the elderly Zhao could not help but mock him. After 5 years, you remain at the 5th level of body refinement. What a genius you are. Gu Ming chuckled awkwardly, caught off guard by the compliment. Oh, such flattery, such flattery. Zhao, both amused and exasperated, retorted. Do you think I am praising you? Even a stray dog could break through the body refinement realm and enter the qi condensation realm in 5 years. Yet here you are, diligently cultivating without relying on external aids, drawing in spiritual energy to refine yourself at a pace slower than a turtle. Gu Ming scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to respond. In truth, his slow progress was due to his desire to repay a debt, albeit a small one. Regardless, with his lifespan being virtually endless, even a century spent in body refinement would not pose any hindrance. Chapter 8. The Path of Solitude. Old Zhao furrowed his brows and suddenly spoke. You do not intend to repay me with spiritual medicine, do you? Certainly not. Gu Ming replied softly, meeting old Zhao's piercing gaze. However, there is a slight possibility. What nonsense. This time, old Zhao did not chastise Gu Ming harshly. Instead, he fell into silence. Gu Ming lowered his head, unwilling to counter the words of this man who was both mentor and father figure. The only one in this world who treated him with sincerity. After a long while, old Zhao sighed deeply. Gu Ming, my time is limited. A wave of alarm surged within Gu Ming, leaving him feeling inexplicably hollow, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. How can this be? You are a master. You could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Old Zhao shook his head, a complex sigh escaping his lips. I have injured my foundation, and I do not have much time left. Gu Ming, promise me that during my remaining years, you will cultivate diligently, at least acquire the strength for self-preservation. That way, I shall have no regrets. Over the years, old Zhao had come to regard Gu Ming as his own child. A profound sadness enveloped Gu Ming. Though he possessed an endless lifespan, he was powerless to alter old Zhao's fate. He felt weak, as feeble as a fledgling. Very well. I promise to cultivate diligently and take good care of your spiritual herb garden. Old Zhao smiled faintly, uttering no more words. He closed his eyes, gently swaying in his rocking chair, and gestured toward the herbal garden, his intent unmistakable. In the days that followed, Gu Ming dedicated himself to refining his body with spiritual medicine, practicing swordplay, nurturing herbs, and leisurely wandering through Maple Forest City. 3 years later, Gu Ming finally reached the 9th level of body refinement, completing his training, with the strength in his arms reaching 6,000 pounds. Over the course of 8 years, he had wielded his sword 9,720,000 times, greatly enhancing his foundational skills. Day after day, he toiled tirelessly, never slackening his effort regardless of the weather. As spring faded into autumn, one day, Gu Ming joyfully approached old Zhao, announcing, Master, I have broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. Can I begin to condense qi now? Old Zhao looked at Gu Ming, slightly speechless. 8 years to reach the 9th level of body refinement. One could not deny that such talent was ill-suited for cultivation. Yet, Gu Ming's perseverance brought old Zhao solace, and he did not wish to discourage him. Indeed, with the aid of spiritual herbs, your progress has certainly accelerated. Next, we will focus on condensing qi. You must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding it through breath control and intention, drawing it into your body and condensing it in the lower dantian to unblock specific acupoints, thus promoting the circulation of spiritual energy. Conducting a complete cycle of spiritual energy within your body will enable you to break through to the 1st level of qi condensation. This is contingent upon one's constitution. If one possesses exceptional talent, they may achieve the first cycle in just 3 to 5 days. Gu Ming paused for a moment, then turned to old Zhao. And what if one's talent is rather poor? Old Zhao was taken aback for a moment. For the first cycle, even with poor talent, one will surely step into the 1st level of qi condensation within half a year. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming exhaled in relief. Reaching the 1st level of qi condensation within 6 months did not seem insurmountable. 6 months later, old Zhao observed Gu Ming, who was still in the stage of guiding the spiritual energy through the complete cycle, and fell into silence. Perceiving the slightly melancholic gaze of Gu Ming, the elderly Zhao coughed softly and offered words of solace. Old man speaks not to discourage you, but to spur you on. Indeed, Even the most gifted require a month to complete their first cycle of great circulation. For those with less talent, a year or more is quite normal. Gu Ming, do not lose heart. Persevere with determination. Yes, I understand. Thank you, old man, Gu Ming replied, brimming with confidence. Vowing to enter the first stage of qi condensation within a year. 2.5 years later, with hair turned white, Zhao gazed upon Gu Ming, who had reached the 9th level of body refinement, and felt a pang of reluctance to shatter his hopes. Ah, Gu Ming, I must confess, I have once again misled you. It is quite common to require a decade or more to break through to the first stage of qi condensation. You must have faith in yourself. Zhao surmised that Gu Ming likely lacked any innate talent for cultivation, possessing a mixed spirit root, the most inferior kind, rare in the annals of history. Yet Gu Ming remained undeterred, steadfast in his belief that if 2.5 years proved insufficient, then 10, 100, or even 1,000 years would suffice. He would eventually step into the realm of qi condensation and embark on the path of cultivation. I understand, old man. I will strive diligently and not let you down. As he watched Gu Ming depart, Zhao coughed again, blood seeping from his lips, offering a bitter smile. Time is truly short, little one. Make haste. Time flew swiftly, and 10 years passed. Gu Ming knelt beside the bed, gazing at the frail and fading Zhao, his heart heavy with sorrow. His own cultivation still remained at the 9th level of body refinement. Zhao's eyes, clouded with age, fixed upon Gu Ming as he sighed softly. Little one, I possess but one regret in this life, and now I find I have gained another. Gu Ming forced a smile, acknowledging that failing to break through to the first stage of qi condensation in 13 years was indeed absurd. Rest assured, old man. One day I shall transcend to the qi condensation stage. Zhao fell silent. As death approached, his words turned gentle. Do not cling too tightly to your desires. It may lead you astray. Perhaps cultivation is not your path. With your skill in growing spiritual herbs, you can secure a life of wealth. My journey has reached its end. The road ahead is one you must traverse alone. Gu Ming's expression darkened with sadness and reluctance. After 22 years together, their bond transcended that of father and son. Old man, what regrets do you have? Allow me to fulfill them for you. Gu Ming had once inquired about who had injured Zhao's foundation and probed into his past, but Zhao had always remained tight-lipped. Shaking his head, he replied sternly, They are not foes you can confront. This is an old man's grudge, and there is no need to involve you. Remember, after my passing, leave this place within 3 days, depart from Maple Forest City and go far away, never to return. My possessions carry a taint. I cannot leave them to you, for they may bring you trouble. Moreover, with your current strength, possessing them would not aid you, but rather invite calamity upon yourself. I shall leave you with enough to ensure your sustenance throughout your life. Heed my advice. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Seek a remote place to live out your days in peace. Zhao, recognizing Gu Ming's extraordinary potential, was reluctant for him to enter the realm of cultivation. Gu Ming nodded, refraining from contradiction. As one approaches death, it is wise to acquiesce to their desires. Old man, I have but one request. What is the regret you have left unfulfilled? Perhaps one day I may possess the means to assist you in realizing your wishes. Otherwise, it shall become my obsession, a lingering sorrow. Old Zhao remained silent for a long while, exhaling a complex sigh, murmuring softly, I have a daughter named Zhao Ningyi, who cultivates at the Ice Cloud sect. When you have the opportunity, please pay her a visit on my behalf. I owe her far too much. Gradually, old Zhao's gaze became murky and unfocused. Throughout my life, my stubbornness and pride have cost me dearly. I have missed countless opportunities, and this is my penance. After my death, do not bother with my burial. Let nature erode my body, allow it to decay here. Ningyi has been wise since childhood, with exceptional talent and her own convictions. I do not worry for her. My concern lies with you, my dear. Remember, do not force anything. Perhaps you truly are not suited for the path of cultivation. Gu Ming rose, wiping the corners of his eyes, cleansing old Zhao's remains and donning the prepared burial garments. He interred him in the medicinal herb garden, erecting a gravestone and sowing an abundance of spiritual herb seeds around the grave. Gu Ming sat before old Zhao's tomb, personally preparing 22 dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine. Old Zhao, let us drink until dawn. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. With a broad smile, Gu Ming raised a cup, pouring one for old Zhao as well. How about that? But no fishing allowed. Come, I drink to you. You must take 2 cups in penance. Old Zhao, allow me to teach you the art of drinking games. 2 Kings, 666. I am once again alone. Gu Ming downed the contents of the jug in one gulp, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 9. Revenge is a dish best served late the following afternoon. Gu Ming awoke before the grave of the old man Zhao. He knelt thrice in reverence, rising to take his leave with a soft utterance. Old Zhao, I am departing. Rest assured, I shall visit Zhao Ningyi. Please take care. As he gathered his belongings, Gu Ming discovered a cloth pouch nestled beneath his pillow. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a storage bag. In a thoughtful gesture, the old man Zhao had infused a strand of his vitality into the pouch, ensuring that Gu Ming could utilize it despite his lack of divine awareness. With a mere thought, he could retrieve and store items within its confines. The bag was neither too spacious nor too cramped, offering approximately 10 cubic meters of space. Inside, he found 1,000 spirit stones, 100 low-tier spiritual herbs, 1,000 taels of gold, and a collection of silver fragments, among other treasures. Additionally, there were 2 tomes of martial arts, both of yellow rank, one titled Cloudwind Steps and the other Earth Dragon Shield, one for flight, the other for defense. How the old man Zhao must have feared for his life. With a faint smile, Gu Ming returned the items to the storage bag. He could not comprehend the higher-tier techniques, rendering them useless to him, akin to a bone without flesh. Besides these, 2 sets of black garments and a letter addressed to Zhao Ningyi awaited him. He placed his everyday belongings into the storage bag, casting a final glance at the place he had inhabited for 22 years before turning away. He did not disturb the old man Zhao's storage ring, spiritual herbs, or other possessions, leaving them to accompany him in eternal rest. With a wooden sword at his side and the storage bag close to his heart, Gu Ming departed the spirit plant garden, adhering to the old man's counsel as he exited Maple Forest City. On the 3rd day following Gu Ming's departure, 4 enigmatic cultivators appeared at the spirit plant garden. Upon confirming the death of the old man Zhao, their expressions were rife with complexity. The former strongest of the Yunqing kingdom had met such a tragic end. What a sorrowful sight indeed. The title of the strongest among mortals held little weight among sects. To them, he was merely a larger ant. That he had been granted a peaceful end was a boon from the immortals. It was indeed regrettable that his body-refining technique had not been passed down. Whispers circulated of a young man who had appeared by his side in the final 2 decades. Could he be the successor? Was it necessary to eradicate all traces? Never mind. One must not be excessively ruthless. Let us take him and report to the higher-ups. The rest is none of our concern. The 4 gathered the old man Zhao's body into a storage bag before departing Maple Forest City. As for Zhu Kuei of Falling Flower Town, the time had come to repay the debt of blood. Gu Ming believed in vengeance, albeit belated. He joined a merchant caravan, this time opting not to toil for his fare, but instead paid 10 taels of silver for passage. Wealth afforded him the luxury of indulgence. 10 days later, Gu Ming returned to Falling Flower Town. For him, the span of 22 years was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of his life. Yet for this humble mortal town, it was a transformation akin to the changing of seasons. The once youthful lad had established a family, with children now clamoring for sustenance. Within Falling Flower Town, aside from the old man Zhou, Gu Ming found no familiar faces. He made his way directly to the former Wanhalu, which retained its charm, perhaps even more resplendent than before. Zhu Kuei had ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, his strength formidable and his demeanor increasingly tyrannical. He continued to oppress the common folk, forcibly seizing young women and claiming fertile lands, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The collusion between corrupt officials and villains rendered the populace utterly miserable, living amidst profound suffering. Within the brothel, Zhu Kuei was interrupted in his labor by a knock at the door, nearly causing him to lose his composure. "Damn it! Are you seeking death? Can't you see I am occupied?" he cursed, rising furiously and sending a subordinate flying with a single slap. The young man, clutching his reddened face, hurried to explain. "Boss, someone is causing trouble. Judging by his stature, he appears to be a skilled fighter, and we dare not act recklessly." Zhu Kuei furrowed his brow and barked an order. "Bring me a blade. I shall see which fool dares to create a ruckus in my territory." Brandishing a 9-ringed saber, he strode forth as the thugs and courtesans hastily cleared the way. The new-faced madam pointed angrily at the shadowy figure in the room, accusingly declaring, "Brother Kuei, it is him. He has inspected all the girls in the establishment and has the audacity to claim they are inadequate. even insulting you as a bastard without a father. Fury surged within Zhu Kuei, his presence transforming into something malevolent as he entered the room, wielding his saber with a chilling proclamation. Who dares to disturb my brothel? Do you seek death? The figure, with his back turned to Zhu Kuei, chuckled softly before slowly turning around and removing his hat. Zhu Kuei, it has been a long time. Gazing upon the familiar yet strange countenance of Gu Ming, Zhu Kuei was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting in disbelief. This face, even turned to dust, was unforgettable, for it was the very visage associated with the collapse of his years of effort and a significant monetary loss. All happening on the day of his father's death. How could he ever forget? Instinctively, Zhu Kuei took 2 steps back, as if confronted by a ghost. Regaining his composure, rage ignited within him, and he spoke each word with icy venom. You did not perish, and yet you dare to present yourself before me. Very well. This time, I shall dismember you and see how you survive. Zhu Kuei swung his 9-ringed saber with all his might towards Gu Ming, the force generating a sonic boom. The onlookers reveled in anticipation, confident that Zhu Kuei, in such a small place, could vanquish any trouble that arose. Clang! A splatter of blood fell, staining the floor with a rhythmic drip. Zhu Kuei's pupils dilated in horror as his saber clattered to the ground, his hands desperately clutching his neck. How is this possible? Gu Ming, calmly wiping the blood from his wooden sword with a handkerchief, sheathed it at his waist, donned his hat once more, and leisurely made his way out. With Zhu Kuei collapsing lifelessly, chaos erupted within the brothel. The thugs fled in terror, scarcely daring to avenge their fallen leader. Observing the frightened and bewildered women, Gu Ming spoke with measured calmness. Take what you have and leave Luohua town. Go as far as you can. Within the span of an incense stick, those who remain shall perish. With a swift stroke of his sword, he carved a deep gash into the staircase. The unfortunate women, realizing their plight, hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled the brothel in a desperate scramble. Some grateful individuals bowed respectfully to Gu Ming from a distance, uttering their thanks before departing. Within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the once bustling Wanhua Tower lay desolate and empty. Gu Ming picked up an oil lamp and set the Wanhua Tower ablaze once more. A brothel may exist, but not in such a manner. After the flames consumed the establishment, Gu Ming vanished without a trace, and no one ever saw him again. Legends about Gu Ming circulated in Luohua town. Some claimed he was a celestial master descended from the immortal sect, wielding justice and eradicating evil. Others spoke of him as a vengeful spirit, a restless ghost returning after 22 years to seek retribution. There were those who believed him to be a chivalrous figure from the mortal realm, here to address the injustices of the world. A month later, Gu Ming participated in the Cultivator-S political examination in Yuyan City. Expending 120 spirit stones, the price had increased, to gain approval, passing the political screening, and obtaining a cultivation license. According to the chief examiner, this license would allow him to join any sect he desired. Gu Ming harbored doubts, yet he nurtured a dream of becoming the senior brother in a cultivation sect. Just imagine, as a senior brother among countless prodigies, even the most outstanding would bow before him. That sensation would surpass even that of being an elder. With such aspirations, Gu Ming embarked on the path to join a sect. The nearest cultivation sect to Yuyan City was named Wen Exine Sect. Oh, that name seems somewhat familiar. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming gave it little thought. After all, who could remember events from 22 years ago? Chapter 10, The Heart-Seeking City. The rustic fellow enters the city following the map he had purchased. Gu Ming embarked on his quest for enlightenment. This journey lasted 6 months. The world was vast and desolate. Beyond the city, it was an almost barren expanse, devoid of life. Gu Ming could only proceed in the direction indicated by the map, diligently forging ahead. When weary, he would rest. When hungry, he would hunt for wild game. When thirsty, he would drink from mountain springs. Although he was in transit, his cultivation was never neglected, and his daily practices remained essential. Unlike when he first set out, Gu Ming now resembled a vagabond, his hair disheveled and his appearance somewhat haggard. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, startling Gu Ming. The ability to fly on a sword indicated at least a practitioner at the Qi condensation stage, and judging by the speed, it was likely someone even more formidable. These cultivators were known for their reckless violence, and he was fortunate to have avoided confrontation. Abruptly, the sword light spiraled back, and a figure executed a sharp turn. Hovering before him, a female sword cultivator, her hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a form-fitting red outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. She exuded a majestic aura, perfectly embodying Gu Ming's imagination of a heroic female swordsman. Nangong Yin surveyed Gu Ming from her elevated position, her hands clasped behind her back. A body refinement cultivator. Where are you headed? If it is along my path, I shall accompany you. A kind-hearted cultivator? Gu Ming was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before replying. To the heart-seeking sect, Nangong Yin replied, not along my route. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, her sword traced a perfect arc in the air before she veered off toward the distant horizon. By the way, you are heading in the wrong direction. The heart-seeking sect is to the southeast, yet you are traveling northwest. Gu Ming muttered under his breath, what a wretched map. Frustrated, he crumpled the map and discarded it, turning once again toward the northwest. Throughout his journey, Gu Ming encountered various individuals, laboring farmers, playful children, scholars rushing to take exams, impoverished scions of noble families, and even several cultivators, though these latter ones were rather aloof, lacking the warmth of Nangong Yin. Unbeknownst to him, 2.5 years had passed. Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of the body refinement stage. His strength had increased significantly, but he was still unable to break through. Had it not been for the spirit stones and silver left to him by old Zhao, he might have starved along the way. After 3 months of traversing barren lands, Gu Ming finally spotted a way station. Though dilapidated, it still held the promise of human presence. Upon entering, Gu Ming shook off the dust from his clothes and called out, "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he detected a faint whiff of blood in the air. Ah, a distinguished guest, he mused, a handsome young man. Surely he must be delectable. No, he must be a good person. After taking a seat, Gu Ming gestured grandly, tossing his concealed bundle onto the table and removing his wooden sword. "Madam Innkeeper, bring me the finest wine and meat. Money is no object." The innkeeper, with a flirtatious smile that made her ample bosom quiver, replied with a giggle, "A swordsman, is it? Please wait a moment, I shall fetch it right away." In the kitchen, the floor lay strewn with 2 mutilated corpses, their hands, feet, and chests vanished without a trace. A bald butcher gazed at the approaching mistress, reaching out to pinch her ample bosom, licking his lips with a greasy smile. "You are quite enticing. I find myself rather impatient." "Calm down, you fool. There should be plenty of good things outside. Let us handle him first, and then you can do as you please." The mistress cast a flirtatious glance, leaving the butcher shivering with desire. "Delightful. Hurry, prepare a grand feast for him. Hee hee. Understood. Heh heh. Utilizing the waste. Nothing shall go to waste." The butcher brandished his cleaver, mercilessly hacking at limbs and bones, tossing them directly into the boiling iron pot. Suddenly, a voice of disdain echoed from the entrance. "Hey, hey. At least blanch it first to remove the fishy smell. Doing it this way will leave a strong odor." Both of them turned pale, staring at the entrance, where Gu Ming stood, grinning as he observed them. "Well, since you've discovered our little secret, we bear no blame. Old butcher, eliminate him." The butcher cackled maliciously, his corpulent body quaking as he swung the cleaver toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, dodging to the side and delivering a powerful kick to the butcher's knee. The sheer force snapped the joint, sending him crashing against the wall. The cleaver struck the wall, and the butcher's head collided with the back of the blade. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered. He was utterly lifeless. That was far too merciful. Gu Ming turned to the mistress, who trembled in fear, her voice quivering with false innocence. "It was he who forced me into this. I am but a weak woman. How could I dare resist? Thankfully, you came to my rescue, slaying the villain. I would offer myself in gratitude." In a flash, a sword gleamed, and the mistress's head fell to the ground, bouncing and rolling to Gu Ming's feet. Shaking his head, Gu Ming grimaced. Too foul, too filthy, quite revolting. After rummaging through the inn, he found some sweet potatoes, cabbage, and inferior wine. He hastily prepared 2 dishes as accompaniments to his drink. Once satiated, he set off again, leaving the inn behind. Half a year later, according to Gu Ming's calculations, he would reach the Wuxin sect in about a month. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky, making a sharp turn and hovering before him. The two stared at each other, Gu Ming feeling somewhat exasperated. What a coincidence to encounter Nangong Yin once more in such a vast world. Truly a twist of fate to meet you again, mortal. Nangong Yin scrutinized Gu Ming, astonished. "I have broken through from the mid-stage of Foundation establishment to the late stage. Yet you remain at the 9th layer of body refinement? Gu Ming's face flushed, and he cleared his throat, offering an explanation. In the pursuit of the Tao, foundation is paramount. I am honing mine to journey further in the future. Besides, when you last saw me, I had just broken through to the 9th layer. There's no rush. Nangong Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she clasped her hands in respect. You deserve to be called a fellow cultivator. I am in awe. In my time, it took me a whole month to break through to the Qi condensation realm. Compared to you, I find myself lacking. With your state of mind, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. Farewell. May we meet again, fellow cultivator. As the words fell, Nangong Yan vanished into the horizon in a swift manner, her speed increasing. Gu Ming remarked, "Why? This time it was a convenient route. Why not take me along?" With a sigh, Gu Ming pressed on. Finally, after a fortnight, he successfully arrived at the grand city at the foot of the Wuxin sect, known as Wuxin City. The cities directly under the Wuxin sect were certainly not comparable to those like Maple Forest City. On the Grand Avenue, one would encounter individuals who were all body refinement practitioners, with many at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages. If fortune favored him, he might even cross paths with some formidable golden core experts. The wares sold along the streets were predominantly spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. An array so vast that it dazzled the eyes. Gu Ming was filled with astonishment. This was the true realm of cultivation. Observing the practitioners riding on demonic beasts along the streets, Gu Ming was taken aback repeatedly, like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Chapter 11. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Until we meet again, I am Yun Qingwei. Pleased to make your acquaintance, fellow cultivator. Gu Ming turned to the source of the voice and beheld a dashing young man holding a folding fan, who offered a courteous bow. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then returned the gesture. I am Gu Ming, honored to meet you, fellow cultivator. Yun Qingwei, ever polite, smiled as he explained, are you here to join the Wuxin sect? Indeed. Since we seem to hit it off, why not travel together? Gu Ming hesitated, feeling a sense of familiarity with the phrase that did not strike him as particularly amicable. That sounds agreeable. But I am not well versed in the joining process of the Wuxin sect. I would appreciate your guidance. Of course. Come, allow me to treat you. We can eat and converse. The two made their way to a tavern, ordering an assortment of ordinary dishes and fine wines. With a gentlemanly smile, Yun Qingwei poured a drink for Gu Ming. Forgive me, but neither of us has yet entered the condensation realm and cannot withstand the potency of spirit food and spirit wine. We must suffice with mundane fare. However, we can indulge in some spirit rice. Please, let us enjoy our meal without formality. It would be a shame for the food to grow cold. Very well, my friend. Please do not hold back. As Gu Ming gazed at the sumptuous feast before him, he cast aside pretense and, with a flourish akin to a tempest, devoured the food with abandon. Yun Qingwei was momentarily stunned, his hand hovering over a dish, frozen in midair. Do eat. There is no need for restraint. Gu Ming downed his drink in one gulp and continued to feast heartily. After years of hardship and meager meals, he felt no shame in his indulgence. After all, what did he have to lose? Yun Qingwei chuckled softly, embodying grace even in his eating. You are indeed a person of character. Call me coarse if you must. I require no pretense. Content. Gu Ming wiped his mouth. Only those who have faced near starvation can truly appreciate the joy of a full belly, especially with such delightful cuisine. Once sated, Yun Qingwei turned to Gu Ming and inquired, do you know what type of spiritual root you possess? Gu Ming was momentarily bewildered. Spiritual root? What relevance does that have to joining a sect? Isn't cultivation permit sufficient? Yun Qingwei appeared surprised, scrutinizing Gu Ming. What you say holds some truth. But if you possess a superior spiritual root, it may save you some spirit stones. Gu Ming was perplexed. He knew nothing of cultivation. He felt like a Na'vi bumpkin. Yun Qingwei, realizing Gu Ming's ignorance was genuine, patiently elucidated. I presume you hail from a rather remote place and are unfamiliar with the rules of cultivation sections. The first requirement for entering a sect is the cultivation permit, which is quite simple to obtain. As long as you are not a demon cultivator, evil practitioner, or wanted by the righteous path, you may acquire it. However, this is merely the entry point. The selection of disciples begins, and candidates are categorized based on their cultivation physique: miscellaneous spiritual root, inferior spiritual root, middle grade spiritual root, superior spiritual root, exceptional spiritual root, and special physiques. Depending on the type, The fees vary. Wait, fees? Gu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Paying to cultivate? Is this akin to attending school? Yun Qingyue, unfazed, nodded and continued his explanation. Depending on the sect, the fees vary. Taking the Wenxin sect as an example. Those with low-grade spiritual roots are charged 10,000 spirit stones annually, while those with medium-grade roots pay 1,000, and high-grade roots are exempt from fees. For those with exceptional roots, not only are they free of charge, but they also receive various subsidies. Individuals with special physiques are even more remarkable. In addition to the benefits of exceptional roots, they can have guardians who bless their families, and upon completing their training, they directly ascend to become core elders of the sect. Gu Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This model seemed strangely familiar, evoking a strong sense of nostalgia. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. What about those with mixed spiritual roots? Yun Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. Anyone who has reached the 9th level of body refinement cannot possibly possess mixed spiritual roots. To assist body refinement with spiritual herbs, it takes at least 3 years to reach the 9th level. 3 years of body refinement? Even dogs wouldn't pursue immortality. Gu Ming fell silent, feeling slightly offended by Yun Qingyue's words, yet he found no reason to lash out. Was 3 years of body refinement truly that inadequate? Well, at least I have never witnessed it. If one relies solely on personal cultivation, then it certainly wouldn't fall within that time frame. Does the Wenxin sect accept those with mixed roots? Gu Ming was aware of his financial limitations, making it unlikely for him to join the sect. But he still felt compelled to inquire, hoping against hope. Yun Qingyue observed Gu Ming's expression with increasing peculiarity, yet he continued to explain, yes, but it is quite expensive. 10 years ago, there was a practitioner with mixed roots who, doubting his inability to cultivate, spent his entire fortune to enter the Wenxin sect for the exorbitant fee of 30,000 spirit stones per year. Allegedly, after 3 years, lacking spirit stones, he was expelled from the sect, having only reached the 2nd level of qi condensation. Some things simply cannot be forced. Inside, Gu Ming felt like a small figure weeping skyward, wondering if he was truly incapable of cultivating. With countless paths to greatness, could there truly be none for him? Ahem. Brother Yin, may I ask what type of physique you possess? Yun Qingyue straightened his chest and lifted his chin. I am but a humble practitioner with a high-grade water spiritual root. It is hardly worth mentioning. You've got to be kidding me, Gu Ming thought. Observing Gu Ming's troubled demeanor, Yun Qingyue perceived something amiss and quietly inquired, Brother Gu, may I ask how long it took you to reach the 9th level of body refinement? Forgive my forwardness, Brother Yun. Yun Qingyue awkwardly smiled, retrieving a crystal ball from his storage bag and handing it to Gu Ming. Perhaps you should test your physique. It may just be a misunderstanding. Eager yet hesitant, Gu Ming was reluctant to face potential mockery. The two found a room, sitting opposite each other. Under Yun Qingyue's curious gaze, Gu Ming placed his hand upon the ball. In an instant, the room was awash with vibrant colors. From the outside, it appeared as if a wild celebration was underway. Ultimately, light clashed, and with a resounding boom, vanished without a trace. Yun Qingyue was astonished, eyes wide as he glanced between the detection stone and Gu Ming. Gu Ming, filled with anticipation, asked, how was that? The light nearly blinded me. Was it impressive? Yun Qingyue remained silent for a moment before exclaiming in wonder. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, a rarity throughout the ages. I have encountered such a being in ancient texts. Brother Gu's constitution must be that of an extraordinary mixed spiritual root, one that emerges but once in an eternity. Gu Ming interjected, no, a mixed spiritual root is simply that. Why add the term extraordinary? Do I not have my dignity? Yun Qingyue elucidated. Mixed spiritual roots are categorized into tiers. Though it may seem inconsequential, it holds great significance for you, Brother Gu. For instance, roots with 2 or 3 attributes are considered ordinary mixed roots, rather prevalent. 4 attribute roots, however, are quite rare, comparable to extraordinary spiritual roots. His gaze turned peculiar as he regarded Gu Ming, someone like you, who amalgamates 5 elemental attributes, with a balanced essence that vanishes without a trace upon collision. How should I put it? Such a being is unparalleled, more elusive than a prodigy, rarer than a child of destiny. Wait, are you praising me or belittling me? Gu Ming leaned over the table, peering at the detection stone, raising a query. Is it malfunctioning? Shall we give it another try? Very well, came the reply. as the vibrant atmosphere of revelry beckoned. Gu Ming rose, slinging his pack over his shoulder, and performed a courteous bow to Yun Qingwei. Though our acquaintance is brief, it feels as though we have known each other for years. As we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again. Yun Qingwei stood, sighed softly, and returned the gesture. Brother Gu, some matters cannot be forced. However, are you truly not willing to give it a try, since you are already here? Gu Ming paused, the familiarity of the words striking him. Shaking his head, he resolutely declined. The depths of cultivation were profound, and with his constitution, he might be seized by powerful beings for research. He had no desire to become a subject of scrutiny. Alas, merely witnessing the grand spectacle of cultivation and befriending Brother Yun was already a tremendous fortune. Brother Yun, on this long path of cultivation, we shall surely meet again. The road is arduous and the mountains high. Until we meet again. Gu Ming remained undeterred. If he could not join a sect, he would rely upon himself to cultivate steadily. With myriad paths to enlightenment, there must be one that belongs to him. The road is long and the mountains steep. Until we meet again, perhaps this farewell will be our last. Take care, Brother Gu. Yun Qingwei descended to the tavern below, watching Gu Ming depart, letting out a soft sigh. The lifespan of a body-tempering cultivator barely reaches 150 years, while that of an immortal cultivator knows no bounds. On this lengthy journey of cultivation, he would most likely not encounter Gu Ming again. Such an intriguing individual. What a pity. Shaking his head, Yun Qingwei turned and walked away. Chapter 12. Apricot Blossom Village. Cultivating spiritual herbs, Gu Ming departed from Wenqin City, wandering aimlessly along the broad road, devoid of a destination. For a moment, lost in thought, he was uncertain of where to go. The world was vast, and he could call the four seas his home. Why fret over such trivialities? The old man had left him numerous spiritual seeds, and since he possessed boundless longevity, he might as well begin cultivating some spiritual herbs and strive to transcend the qi condensation realm. Resolute in his decision, Gu Ming chose a direction at random and strode forth with purpose. He resolved that the first village he encountered would be his haven. As seasons turned, another spring arrived. Gu Ming halted his steps, gazing ahead at Apricot Blossom Village, adorned with flourishing peach trees. He inhaled deeply, appreciating the picturesque landscape. Where mountains were clear and waters were pure, a place of exceptional beauty. Indeed, this would be the spot. Upon arriving at Apricot Blossom Village, he greeted the village chief and, after generously donating 100 taels of silver to the community, successfully acquired a parcel of land. This land, nestled by a small stream at the eastern edge of the village, was bordered by blooming peach trees. Accompanied by the cheerful chirping of magpies and the lively sounds of cicadas and barking dogs, a delightful hubbub. Gu Ming drove a wooden sword into the ground and draped his belongings over it. Rolling up his sleeves, he sketched a rough architectural plan on the soil. With a vision in mind, he prepared to commence the construction of his humble abode. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Turning to investigate, Gu Ming was taken aback. The village chief, along with several villagers and an array of tools and timber, arrived at the scene. "Chief, what brings you here?" Gu Ming inquired. The village chief's granddaughter, Li Qiaoer, a sprightly 4-year-old girl no taller than Gu Ming's thigh, wiped her nose and giggled. "Big brother, we've come to help you build your house." Wang Ergu, a burly man with his upper body bare, approached, hefting a log that weighed over 100 pounds. "No need for formalities, we're all simple folk here. From now on, you are my neighbor, and we'll help each other out. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Of course, I am grateful to you all." With the enthusiastic support of the villagers, Gu Ming's house was swiftly erected, a main bedroom, a kitchen, a restroom, and a modest courtyard. The villagers brought him some food and initially intended to offer livestock, but Gu Ming hastily declined. He was not suited for animal husbandry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers bid farewell. Gu Ming had planned to offer some silver in thanks, but his gesture was politely refused. Li Qiaoer waved her small hand as she skipped away. "Big brother, I'll come play with you tomorrow." "All right." As twilight descended, Gu Ming settled into his new life, preparing a pot of spiritual herb porridge complemented by some pickled vegetables. Though simplicity characterized his meal, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After enjoying his repast, he stretched lazily, gazing up at the moon, murmuring to himself, "At last, I have a home to call my own. What I could not accomplish in my previous life, I have now achieved." The following morning, after completing his daily training, Gu Ming took up a hoe, clearing a plot of land behind his yard to cultivate spiritual herbs. With his current physique, boasting the 9th level of body tempering, he possessed an astonishing strength of 10,000 pounds, a truly remarkable feat in less than half an hour. A fertile field emerged. After sowing the seeds of spiritual herbs, I procured some rice from Wang Ergu for irrigation. Observing this scene, Wang Ergu furrowed his brow in disdain. Can what grows from this be consumed? It should be. Isn't this a case of resourceful recycling? Wang Ergu was taken aback, harboring a skeptical attitude as he departed from the scene. Subsequently, I resumed my efforts in clearing the land, planting some vegetable seeds. For I am currently at the body refinement stage, still a slight distance from the level of abstaining from grain. 3 months later, surveying the flourishing array of spiritual herbs, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction, affirming that my diligent cultivation in this enchanting locale was not in vain. Clad in a floral long dress, Li Qiaoer crouched beside a blue spiritual flower, her cherubic face brimming with wonder at the novelty. Brother Gu, what is this flower? It's so beautiful. It's called Blue Cloud. Do you like it? I shall gift it to you. Li Qiaoer's eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at me. Is it truly all right? I smiled, not hesitating to uproot the blue cloud along with its soil, carefully placing it in a box and covering it with earth. When you return, dig a hole and plant it. Remember to water it daily. Thank you, Brother Gu. Li Qiaoer delicately cradled the blue cloud as she departed. Not long after, rumors spread throughout Xinghua village that I was an immortal, prompting the village chief to decree that henceforth, everyone must treat me with utmost respect. Especially Wang Ergu. The village chief, well versed in the ways of the world, having seen spiritual herbs before, recognized that the flower I gifted to Li Qiaoer was indeed a spiritual flower. Upon learning that I had cultivated a patch of spiritual herbs in my backyard, he became increasingly convinced that I must be a reclusive immortal, here to experience the myriad of mortal existence. The matter of Gu Xianren must not be divulged. Immortals loathe the exposure of their identities and being disturbed by mortals, understand? The residents of Xinghua village took this to heart. With the exception of Li Qiaoer, their attitudes towards me underwent a complete transformation. I was well aware of this shift and chose not to explain. After all, the more one explains, the more inexplicable it becomes. Sometimes, silence is preferable. A year later, the spiritual herbs gradually matured, exuding a rich fragrance that invigorated the growth of everything around. I refrained from harvesting them, choosing instead to continue their cultivation. I cannot break through to the condensation stage. It cannot be due to my constitution. It must be a lack of medicinal potency. I shall persevere and strive harder. Steeling myself with encouragement, I continued my daily routine of nurturing the spiritual herbs. Naturally, my daily practices of cultivation never faltered. Although my strength saw little enhancement, the act itself provided a sense of peace. Day after day, and then day after day again, I remained in Xinghua village for a decade without realizing it. Wang Ergu, once youthful, had now grayed, while a new generation of children had emerged, infusing new vitality into the village. They delighted in playing around my courtyard, but never dared to touch my belongings, especially the spiritual herbs. Li Qiaoer, now 18, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Watching the spiritual herbs sway in the spring breeze, I felt a surge of joy and decided to harvest some. Preparing to refine them into elixirs for consumption, to strengthen my physique, expand my meridians, and continue inviting spiritual energy into my being. Just as I was gathering the herbs, a melodious voice echoed behind me. Brother Gu, are you once again tending to your spiritual herbs? Gu Ming turned his head to glance at the enchanting Li Qiaoer, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, Qiaoer, please take a seat. I shall join you shortly after I finish with these few herbs. Li Qiaoer lowered her gaze, her expression contemplative as she softly spoke. Brother Gu, I am to be married soon. My grandfather's health is deteriorating, and his sole wish is to witness my wedding with his own eyes. Gu Ming paused for a moment, then rose with a smile, selecting a particularly fine herb, placing it in a box, and handing it to the dazed Li Qiaoer. Congratulations, congratulations. The little girl who once trailed behind me has grown up, he added with warmth. This is my gift for you. May you always find peace and joy, and may your heart's desires come to fruition. Li Qiaoer pouted slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she murmured, Brother Gu, I wish to always follow you. Gu Ming chuckled, gently ruffling her hair and playfully flicking her forehead. What? Do you intend to serve as my unpaid labor? I have no need for that. He continued, you have your own path to tread, as do I. The future holds splendid vistas. Do not dwell on the past. Go forth, and do not look back. He pressed the spiritual herb into her hands. Waving her off with a smile, Li Qiaoer sighed softly, wishing him well before turning to leave. Gu Ming shook his head, unperturbed, thinking it merely the innocent musings of a young girl in the throes of budding affection. It was only natural, and with time, she would grow indifferent to such feelings. Chapter 13. The principle of the qi condensation pill. Having harvested the spiritual herbs, Gu Ming returned to the courtyard and diligently followed the instructions imparted by the old man Zhao to continue refining the spiritual liquid, both soaking and ingesting it. A decade's worth of spiritual herbs should suffice. Gu Ming was brimming with confidence, firmly believing that this time he would successfully complete the Great Zhou cycle and step into the first realm of qi condensation. A month later, with a single punch, Gu Ming shattered a massive boulder, gazing at his fist, which was harder than stone, and he sighed deeply. Yet, it still eluded him. By all accounts, the potency of the herbs should have been adequate, but something essential was still lacking. Murmuring to himself, Gu Ming suddenly realized the answer. The elixir. Yes, indeed. Only by refining it into a pill could its maximum efficacy be realized. He pondered whether there were any pills related to qi condensation. Recognizing the need to learn something new, resolute in his decision, Gu Ming prepared to leave Xinghua village and journey to a nearby town to procure some texts on pill refining. As he surveyed the unguarded herb garden and his dwelling, a wave of worry washed over him. Even if thieves did not invade, small demons and wild beasts would surely be lured by the fragrant essence of the herbs, causing trouble. He needed to learn some formations. Otherwise, he would be utterly unprepared. There was so much to learn. Heaven! Why not just die once more and inherit everything perfectly? Quickly dismissing that thought, Gu Ming deemed it impractical, relying on such a method. Even if he died continuously for a year, he might not necessarily acquire skills in pill formations. It would be far better to learn on his own. Observing the children, including the little rascal Manzi, playing in the courtyard, Gu Ming raised his hand to summon them. Sir, what do you wish for us to do? The villagers, from top to bottom, began addressing Gu Ming as sir at some point, a title he initially found uncomfortable as he felt unworthy of it. However, as time passed, he grew accustomed to it. Patting the head of the mischievous Manzi, Gu Ming retrieved a box filled with candies from behind him. Watch over the herb garden for me. If any beasts approach, scare them away with stones. If that fails, then do not concern yourselves further, understand? Manzi nodded vigorously, his eyes fixated on the candies, drooling in anticipation. Understood, sir. You can rest assured. After ruffling Manzi's hair, Gu Ming entrusted the box of candies to him, instructing him to share it with the other children before departing from Xinghua village and heading towards Jiangma town. Upon arriving in the town, Gu Ming made his way directly to a shop that dealt in spiritual herbs. In this small town, merchants of spiritual herbs were few and far between, and during ordinary hours, the shops were nearly deserted. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Gu Ming entered the shop, and upon seeing him, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he approached with a welcoming smile. Do you require spiritual herbs, or are you here to sell? I wish to sell. Please give me an estimate, Gu Ming replied. He produced 10 wooden boxes from his satchel, placing them on the counter while keeping his storage bag concealed. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing this, recognized Gu Ming as a connoisseur. Otherwise, he would not have used specially crafted wooden boxes for the herbs. After inspecting the contents, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of surprise. These are all 10-year-old spiritual herbs, of superior quality, yet they do not appear to be wild. That is of no concern to you, Gu Ming replied in a low voice, laced with a hint of coldness. The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly as realization dawned upon him, causing him to regard Gu Ming with newfound respect. The spiritual herbs were evidently cultivated by artificial means, indicating that only a family of cultivators could possess a spiritual garden. Gu Ming, donning a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his identity, exuded an extraordinary aura. From this, it could be deduced that Gu Ming was a scion of a prestigious family, clandestinely selling his family's spiritual herbs. Moreover, he must belong to a family from a large city, coming to this small locale to avoid detection of his illicit activities. The shopkeeper, brimming with pride, felt clever for having so swiftly discerned Gu Ming's identity. Ahem, let us settle this. I shall price each spiritual herb at 110 spirit stones, totaling 10 herbs for a neat sum of 1,000 spirit stones. How does that sound, Gu Ming? The shopkeeper chuckled, crossing his arms confidently. Your spiritual herbs have dubious origins, and you dare not sell them in the larger cities. Thus you are here with me. Gu Ming, having stowed away the herbs, rose to leave. What a lunatic this shopkeeper is, indulging in baseless fantasies. These were high-grade, 10-year-old spiritual herbs, worth at least 150 spirit stones each, the minimum price Gu Ming had in mind. As Gu Ming turned to depart, the shopkeeper's countenance paled, and he hurriedly positioned himself in front of Gu Ming, bowing and scraping. My dear customer, I was merely jesting. How about 120? No, 150 spirit stones each? That is the market price. Any higher, and I would earn no profit. Gu Ming halted, retrieving the herbs once more. Make it quick, and do refrain from your idle conjectures. It's rather absurd. The shopkeeper forced an awkward smile, accepted the herbs, and presented a wooden box to Gu Ming. Please verify, my esteemed customer, a total of 1,500 spirit stones. Gu Ming counted the stones, placed them into his satchel, and exited the shop. The shopkeeper sighed, murmuring to himself, something is amiss. How could I have misjudged? He must be trying to deceive me. I am not mistaken. Subsequently, Gu Ming procured an extensive array of books on formations and elixirs, along with the necessary materials for their concoction and everyday supplies. Before departing from Jiangmo town and returning to Xinghua village, the monotonous days resumed, with Gu Ming sequestered in his courtyard, diligently attending to his 7 daily tasks: eating, sleeping, cultivating, studying, refining elixirs, forming arrays, and nurturing spiritual herbs. After 7 years, Gu Ming finally succeeded in concocting his first elixir. Indeed, without a recipe or a refining furnace, he had managed to produce a pitch-black elixir using only his foundational knowledge of alchemy. Gazing upon the unsightly concoction, Gu Ming grinned with satisfaction. What shall I name it? Perhaps I shall call it the Qi condensation pill, he mused. Gu Ming muttered to himself, meticulously documenting his insights. This was a product of 7 years of experimentation, and he held the patent for it. Some may ask, why is there no Qi condensation pill when a foundation establishment pill exists? The answer lies in the fact that the process of Qi condensation can be achieved by anyone with normal meridians, even those with mixed spiritual roots, without the need for an elixir. Contemplating the obscure elixir, Gu Ming hesitated for a moment before swallowing it whole. In the next instant, his complexion turned crimson, and he rushed to the restroom, overwhelmed by a deluge of misfortune. For 3 entire days, Gu Ming was left utterly exhausted, languishing in bed, staring at the ceiling. What could have possibly gone wrong? My issue does not seem to stem from my meridians. Rather, it appears to be a conflict of spiritual root attributes, resulting in a complete equilibrium that has entirely depleted my spiritual energy, thus preventing the successful completion of the great circulation. Therefore, the purpose of the Qi condensing pill should be to disrupt this balance or to facilitate the fusion of all attribute energies. Gu Ming suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, sitting upright with excitement gleaming in his eyes. I am truly a genius. My Qi condensing pill will succeed. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, a youthful voice resonated from outside the door. Uncle Gu, are you home? Gu Ming paused momentarily, rising to the courtyard, where he beheld a little girl, his pupils slightly shifting. Little one, how have you returned to such youthful innocence? Chapter 14. The Unity of the 5 Elements. The formation of the Qi realm. The young girl shook her head, her tender voice resonating. Uncle Gu, have you lost your wits? My mother is the one named Xiao Qiao. I am Lan Yun. Gu Ming chuckled awkwardly, finally realizing that the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Xiao Qiao, was indeed her daughter. In merely 2 years, she had grown so much. Li Lan Yun appeared somewhat exasperated, softly stating, Uncle Gu, I am already 7 years old. Gu Ming, taken aback, had long since immersed himself in the study of elixirs and formations, completely losing track of time, even neglecting the wild growth of spiritual herbs that had gone untended for ages. Clearing his throat, he said, Apologies, Lan Yun. What brings you to me? Did your mother send you here? Suddenly, Li Lan Yun burst into tears, collapsing into Gu Ming's embrace, sobbing, Mother passed away last night. Gu Ming stiffened, momentarily frozen in disbelief. The little girl who had once trailed after him with endless questions had departed from this world? His expression shifted as he crouched down to wipe away her tears, gently inquiring, What happened? Please tell me everything. Li Lan Yun recounted the events in fragmented phrases. 3 years prior, Her father had been lured away by a seductress, abandoning the two of them. In her quest to raise Li Lanyun, Li Xiaoqiao had toiled day and night, ultimately succumbing to illness. It dawned on Gu Ming why he had not seen Li Xiaoqiao for many years. Why did she not come to seek me? What of the village elder? He asked. Li Lanyun's bright, watery eyes fixed on him as she replied. Grandfather passed away 5 years ago. Mother said, Uncle Gu, you once mentioned that everyone has their own path to walk, that their journeys differ. And this was hers. She did not wish to involve you. Gu Ming fell silent, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes as he sighed deeply. He understood the concept of individual destinies, but had not anticipated that in such a short span, Li Xiaoqiao had left this world. The lives of mortals are indeed frail. Setting aside his current tasks, Gu Ming resolved to manage Li Xiaoqiao's affairs, personally overseeing her funeral, the burial, and the establishment of her gravestone. Having gained experience from dealing with old Zhao, he handled everything with ease. He chose a serene riverside for her resting place, and with a gentle sigh, he caressed Li Lanyun's little head. Li Lanyun wept uncontrollably until exhaustion finally claimed her, allowing silence to envelop them. Gu Ming cradled her in his arms, gazing at Li Xiaoqiao's grave, and softly spoke, Do you blame me? Indeed, how could you not? Otherwise, you would not have borne everything alone, nor would you have left without a word, never to see me again. With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head and departed, holding Li Lanyun close. He was immortal, impervious to death. In other words, he was truly indestructible. Yet, for Li Xiaoqiao, a mortal's life spans but a century. How could he possibly forge a bond with a mortal, only to witness his beloved grow old and pass away? This was far too cruel for Gu Ming to bear. Alas, perhaps this is fate. Xiaoqiao, should there be a next life, do not cling too tightly. With that, Gu Ming left the site, intending to raise Li Lanyun as his own. In the days that followed, a new figure graced the courtyard of Gu Ming, the solemn Li Lanyun, who seldom smiled. Regardless of Gu Ming's attempts to amuse her, she remained unaffected, exuding an air of melancholy far beyond her years. Gu Ming, feeling helpless, could do little but acquiesce to her disposition. Aside from attending to Li Lanyun, Gu Ming devoted most of his time to the study of the qi condensation pill. Over the years, he had nearly exhausted the entire medicinal field in his relentless pursuit. Finally, after a decade of tireless effort, Gu Ming succeeded. A pill of resplendent colors emerged from the cauldron. At last, I have done it, Gu Ming exclaimed, his laughter echoing with wild abandon, his hair disheveled, nearly frantic with joy. As Li Lanyun approached with a basket of vegetables, her brow furrowed at Gu Ming's exuberance. Uncle Gu, what is the matter with you? Gu Ming cleared his throat, hurriedly composing himself, and replied nonchalantly, Nothing much, just a breakthrough in my cultivation. Li Lanyun cast a skeptical glance at him, but said nothing further, retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing her demeanor, Gu Ming tucked away the pill, wiped the grime from his face, and joined her in the kitchen, smiling as he inquired, Little Lanyun, do you truly have no desire to pursue immortality? Without turning, she replied, No. This same refusal had echoed from her lips countless times before. Gu Ming sighed softly, Why not? Do you wish to live a life of mediocrity? As an ordinary person? Li Lanyun turned to face him, her expression impassive. Uncle Gu, do you urge me to cultivate because of your guilt towards my mother, or out of fear of solitude? Gu Ming's countenance grew serious, silence enveloping him as he struggled for a response. Li Lanyun sighed, I do not wish to cultivate. I do not want to witness the demise of those around me, as you have. By the way, Uncle Wang next door is nearing his end. Will you attend his funeral? A frown creased Gu Ming's brow as he recalled the robust Wang Ergu, who had once carried heavy timber with ease. As if it had been merely yesterday. How could this be? He is barely in his 50s. For mortals, living to 60 or 70 is considered longevity. Do you truly believe a mortal can reach 100? Gu Ming fell silent, departing the courtyard towards Wang Ergu's home, determined to see him off on his final journey. Once Gu Ming had left, Li Lanyun shed her fade, revealing a trace of sorrow as she murmured, Uncle Gu, why did you not look at my mother more while you had the chance? Even in her final moments, she called out your name. She asked me to tell you that she never held you accountable. It was her choice, unrelated to you. Yet I cannot accept this. She retrieved a letter from her bosom, hesitating for a moment before returning it to her chest. Is cultivating truly a blessing? Uncle Gu, are you truly happy in your existence? I do not wish to be like you, watching those around me perish one by one. I would rather be like them, returning to dust. 3 days later, the village of Xinghua added another mound of yellow earth, marking a new grave. Gu Ming took full responsibility for Wang Erge's funeral, and the villagers of Xinghua felt honored to have an immortal oversee the rites, believing it to be a blessing bestowed upon them. In the village, the elders vie for an early demise, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Gu Ming to conduct their funerals, believing it will bestow blessings upon the younger generation. Gu Ming, at a loss for words, chooses to disregard these old folks. Wait, little one, by age, I seem to be their senior. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Ming set a simple alert formation based on the techniques he had learned. He seated himself on the bed and produced the vibrant qi condensation pill, his body trembling uncontrollably. The qi condensation realm. Ha ha ha, I have arrived. After so many years, I am finally poised to transcend into the qi condensation realm. Gu Ming consumed the self-crafted qi condensation pill, holding his breath and concentrating, drawing the celestial spiritual energy into his being as he commenced the great circulation. In that moment, his body radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of resplendent neon lights, the hues of dawn, and the myriad forms of existence, all vibrant and varied. Under the influence of the qi condensation pill, the 5 elements roots harmonized into one, and within him bloomed a lotus of spiritual roots, serving as the origin from which all things seem to evolve. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets myriad beings. Today, I, Gu Ming, too can utilize the 5 elements roots to manifest all things. As his words fell, a 5-colored aura enveloped him, the spiritual energy circulating in a harmonious rhythm, merging into a singular entity, akin to a radiant halo of 5 colors that fused into his being. Qi condensation first layer accomplished. As the spiritual energy dispersed, Gu Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes, gazing at the brilliant spiritual light upon his palm, overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 15, Cultivation? Not even a dog would cultivate after the initial excitement. Gu Ming's expression grew increasingly complex as he softly murmured, Old Zhao, I have succeeded. I have finally entered the qi condensation realm. My path, indeed. Stabilizing his breath, Gu Ming understood that henceforth, every session of cultivation would necessitate the aid of qi condensation pills. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to integrate the 5 elemental attributes and complete the great cycle of Zhou Tian. The required quantity, naturally, was staggering. Upon entering the qi condensation realm, Gu Ming no longer fixated on breaking through to higher levels, for his lifespan was boundless, and there was no need for haste. Rising from his seat, he gazed at Li Lanyun in the courtyard, tending to the chickens and ducks. After a moment's hesitation, he closed the door and softly declared, Let it be. I shall leave once Lanyun has established a family. Li Lanyun cast a glance at the firmly shut door, a fleeting hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Ever since Gu Ming had stepped into the qi condensation realm, he had ceased to be preoccupied with breaking through, dedicating each day to the study of alchemy and formations, learning anew. The spiritual stones acquired through the sale of spiritual herbs were mostly used to purchase various books. However, due to the ancient texts on formations and alchemy being held within the sects and noble families of the cultivation world, Gu Ming could only rely on his own deductions, expending time, energy, and spiritual stones far beyond others. Over the years, Gu Ming had secretly infused Li Lanyun's meals with longevity-enhancing herbs, resulting in her robust health. Although she was aging, she had not fallen ill. Unbeknownst to him, a decade had passed. With the assistance of qi condensation pills, Gu Ming had swiftly advanced to the 2nd level of the qi condensation realm. Li Lanyun, now 26, had consistently resisted the notion of marriage. Gu Ming had proposed numerous suitable matches, each with admirable family backgrounds and character, yet all were rejected by Li Lanyun. At the dinner table, Gu Ming helplessly set down his chopsticks, gazing at the stubborn Li Lanyun, and earnestly urged her, Lanyun, you are already 26. If you do not marry soon, you will become an old maid. Without lifting her head, Li Lanyun replied coolly, I do not wish to marry. This is quite satisfactory. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Ming. Of course, if Uncle Gu does not wish for me to stay, I shall leave. Gu Ming responded, No, it's not that. I merely wish to provide your mother with some closure. If you do not desire it, then so be it. However, do you truly not wish to cultivate? Gu Ming inquired tentatively. Li Lanyan promptly shook her head. I do not wish to cultivate. Gu Ming sighed. Very well, no cultivation then. That saves me a considerable sum of spiritual stones. Presently, Gu Ming was a prosperous landowner, with his wealth amounting to 5,000 spiritual stones after expenses. A sum he could hardly exhaust. Over the years, the books he had perused had accumulated into a formidable mountain, totaling nearly 90,000, allowing him to revel in the vast ocean of knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, another 20 years had slipped by. Xinghua village had undergone transformations. The once youthful Gu Ming was now adorned with stubble. The formerly robust middle-aged men had entered their twilight years. The only constant amidst the changing landscapes was Gu Ming himself. In the eyes of the villagers of Xinghua, Gu Ming was a genuine immortal, omniscient, and omnipotent. Whether treating ailments, imparting knowledge, or providing funeral services, he excelled in all. Coupled with his refined demeanor and approachable nature, he was held in high esteem throughout Xinghua village. Regardless of any doubts or perplexities, all inquiries shall be directed to Gu Ming. Li Lanyan, now in the prime of her years, retains an appearance that seems scarcely altered, as if she were still 18. Have you secretly administered some elixir to me? At the dining table, Li Lanyan fixated her gaze upon Gu Ming. He coughed lightly and promptly refuted, how could that be? Perhaps it is merely the result of your constant care for the spiritual herbs, nourished by their ethereal essence. Li Lanyan, half believing, averted her eyes without further comment. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. As the tides of time ebbed and flowed, Li Lanyan had unwittingly reached the venerable age of 95. The two rascals, Xiao Shitu and the others, had long since departed this world, interred by the riverside, their graves now accompanied by countless new mounts. Gu Ming gazed quietly at the frail Li Lanyan upon the bed, exhaling a soft sigh. His eyes, nurtured by the passage of time, betraying little tumult. You remain as stubborn as ever. This day has inevitably arrived. Beholding Gu Ming's unchanged visage, Li Lanyan lifted her gnarled hand, marred by wrinkles, as if to caress him, yet retracted it. In the face of impending death, she found solace and spoke softly. Uncle Gu, I am sorry. You have wronged me not. I understand your grievances, yet every soul's fate is preordained. Life, aging, illness, and death are beyond my dominion. Gu Ming's demeanor was tranquil. Having witnessed the cycle of life and death among countless villagers from Xinghua village, he had grown accustomed to such farewells. Li Lanyan smiled faintly, her gaze distant, as she tremblingly retrieved a letter that had lingered for decades, presenting it to Gu Ming. Mother never held you accountable. This is a letter she left for you. Gu Ming coughed again and accepted the envelope. I have read it. I understand. After a prolonged silence, Li Lanyan gradually closed her eyes, murmuring softly, is eternal life truly a blessing? Uncle Gu, it seems you have never found joy. Gu Ming remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. His own existence stretched into eternity, augmented by a gift of borrowed life, rendering him effectively immortal. He could not articulate what he sought, nor could he fathom the purpose of his existence. Perhaps he lived merely for the sake of living. Rest assured, go and reunite with your mother. Do not keep her waiting too long. Indeed, Uncle Gu, if there is a next life, I promise to accompany you in your pursuit of immortality, to be by your side. Suddenly, Li Lanyan buried her face in her hands, weeping, her frail form curling upon the bed, trembling. Uncle Gu, I was wrong. I am sorry. I do not wish to die. I long to be with you always. Gu Ming sighed softly, gently embracing Li Lanyan, speaking tenderly. Let it out. Weep freely. It shall ease your heart. Li Lanyan, who had been obstinate throughout her life, now found herself enveloped in a world of self-imposed torment. Unable to untangle her inner obsessions, she simultaneously fostered a profound dependency on Gu Ming. The nature of love is intricate, encompassing not merely romantic affection but also familial bonds. As Li Lanyan felt the warmth of Gu Ming's body, her tumultuous emotions began to settle, and she softly hummed the lullaby her mother had sung in her childhood. The sheep bleat, the grass sways, the spring breeze turns the banana trees green, the autumn wind rises, the winter snow falls, the red plum turns white with age. Li Lanyan was laid to rest beside her mother's grave, and Gu Ming lingered for a long while before turning to leave. 60 years have passed, and Gu Ming has attained the third level of the condensation realm, a remarkable advancement indeed. Throughout these decades, he has immersed himself in a vast array of texts, his mind enriched with knowledge not only of elixirs and formations, but also of various eclectic tomes. Though much of it may seem inconsequential, he relishes it wholeheartedly. He meticulously gathered all the spiritual herbs and stored them in his pouch. After preparing his belongings, he slung his pack over his shoulder and tucked a wooden sword at his side. On a tranquil night, Gu Ming departed from Xinghua village, leaving behind a legend of immortals that would be passed down through generations. As he traversed the mountains and waters, Gu Ming felt no urgency to hasten his journey, for he was uncertain of his destination. Any impatience would be futile. He meandered, exploring the beauty of nature, stopping wherever he pleased to admire the scenery along the way. Setting up a campfire, Gu Ming sat by a babbling brook, roasting a wild rabbit. As the meat sizzled and released its savory aroma, he could not restrain a swallow. How delightful! This is the true essence of an immortal's life, cultivating immortality? Not even a dog would bother, he chuckled. Suddenly, a flicker of ethereal light dashed by, leaving behind the freshly roasted rabbit meat on the ground. Gu Ming was taken aback, feeling as if the world were spinning, and then he lost consciousness. Chapter 16. The great funnel body regaining consciousness once more, Gu Ming surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an ancient hall steeped in the essence of time. Dust lay thick upon the surfaces, suggesting a long neglect. The walls were adorned with various peculiar inscriptions and patterns, while shelves overflowed with an immense collection of books, easily numbering in the millions. Was this a library from an era long past? Rising to his feet, Gu Ming brushed off the dust without a trace of panic. Instead, intrigued as he began to peruse the ancient tomes. Illustrations of human meridians? Fundamental theories of formations? The art of alchemical concoction. A radiant joy illuminated Gu Ming's face. These were treasures he had never encountered before. Immersed in his studies, he paid no heed to the world outside. Nor did he consider how he had arrived in this place or who had brought him here. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind him, eyes as unfathomable as an abyss. You enjoy reading? Gu Ming was not startled. He nodded calmly. Within books lies a treasure trove of knowledge. My talent for cultivation may be lacking, yet I find joy in learning. Closing the tome in his hands, he turned to regard the elder in black. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. The aura of the elder surpassed any cultivator he had ever encountered, exuding an overwhelming power. The mysterious old man smiled faintly, seated himself upon the ground, and effortlessly grasped an ancient text from the air. With a gaze filled with nostalgia, he spoke softly. These books are the culmination of my life as collection. I remember the origin of each tome and am intimately familiar with their contents. Gu Ming was taken aback and waved his hand dismissively at the ancient book. Do you truly remember where it came from? The elder replied. Let us not pretend. If he remembers, it would be a miracle. Clearing his throat, the elder subtly shifted the topic. Young one, how about we strike a deal? Gu Ming smirked, continuing to immerse himself in his studies. You say, and I shall consider. Noticing Gu Ming's serene composure, the elder couldn't help but regard him more favorably. I have little time left. Gu Ming's gaze faltered. The words felt hauntingly familiar. In my lifetime of over 10,000 years of cultivation, I possess a legacy I do not wish to see buried in the earth. I hope you will become my disciple, accept my inheritance, and carry it forth to greater heights. My only request is that, should anyone inquire about your master, you simply mention my name. Gu Ming looked at the elder with an expression of incredulity. Such a fortunate opportunity? The elder smiled gently. Indeed, our meeting is fate. To encounter you just as I approach my final moments is the universe's finest arrangement. With a serious demeanor, he continued. So what do you say? Will you accept my legacy? All of these ancient texts shall belong to you. Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then coughed lightly, glancing at the elder with a hint of embarrassment. Elder, I fear I may disappoint your expectations. My talents are not worthy of your legacy, and it is unlikely I could elevate your teachings to great renown. The elder smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned, as he waved his hand, revealing a pool suffused with rich spiritual light in the center of the hall. The liquid within resembled the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with energy. Talent was of little consequence. As long as one immersed oneself in this spiritual pool day and night, within a century, one could undoubtedly ascend to the nascent soul realm. Gu Ming was taken aback. Was it truly so remarkable? Little one, what are your thoughts? If you reach the nascent soul realm within a century, all my legacies, techniques, and collections will be yours. Agreed, it's a deal. How could he refuse such an enticing offer? Of course, his greater interest lay in the vast array of ancient texts here, Should he memorize them all, even if he failed to become a formidable cultivator, he could still emerge as a learned scholar of antiquity. The elder revealed a satisfied smile, his figure vanishing into thin air, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Little one, do not disappoint my expectations. You must reach the nascent soul realm within a century. Do not neglect your cultivation. You will not be able to leave here for 100 years, but this is to protect you. There is ample food. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you may begin to fast. Rest assured. Gu Ming made an okay gesture, indifferent to the elder's motives, even too lazy to ponder them. He was well aware that the old man harbored ulterior motives and likely could not remain visible for long, needing to seal himself away to prevent his vitality from leaking. One could easily guess the intentions of such a peculiar being. Stretching lazily, Gu Ming loosened his garments, clad only in shorts, and immediately brought over 10,000 ancient texts. Placing them beside the spiritual pool, he stepped into the pool, leaning against its edge, leisurely engrossed in his reading. In the shadows, the elder observed this and finally lay back contentedly in his coffin, isolating himself from the world through a formation. The spiritual pool was the culmination of his life's work, capable of defying fate and ignoring one's constitution, allowing for cultivation at an astonishing pace. Unfortunately, it was too late for success. He could only resort to such desperate measures, seeking to seize a new life. Over the course of a century, Gu Ming immersed himself daily in books and study, suddenly realizing he was not a poor student incapable of learning, but rather disinterested in the trivialities of his past life. As he delved into these ancient texts, he found he could nearly remember everything at a glance, often forming his own insights. Upon discovering this talent, Gu Ming was nearly moved to tears, realizing he was not without merit. By the 10th year, Gu Ming had inadvertently entered the 9th level of qi condensation, a speed that astonished even him. This spiritual pool was indeed extraordinary. However, he wondered if such rapid advancement would leave his foundation unstable. Soon, he cast aside this seemingly useless worry. What use was a stable foundation? Death held no fear for him. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. As for the foundation establishment, the elder had assured him there was no need for concern. Surely it could manage itself. Then, in the 20th year, Gu Ming completed his first 1,000,000 books, a pace rivaling that of prodigies in the cultivation world. By the 50th year, he had read through 3,000,000 ancient texts. Closing the last tome, Gu Ming could not help but let out a long sigh. I feel as though I am adrift in an ocean of knowledge. Knowledge is me, and I am knowledge. Onward. By the 80th year, Gu Ming had finished reading half of the ancient Hall's collection. In the centennial span of his life, Gu Ming had perused 2/3 of ancient texts, the sheer volume of which eluded his memory. Regardless, he had traversed the annals of time from the primordial era to the present, acquiring an extensive knowledge of formations, elixirs, artifact forging, and various forms of cultivation, including both demonic and ethereal practices. His understanding encompassed the myriad complexities of the 3,000 avenues, the primordial creation of the universe, and the theoretical underpinnings of all things, rendering him nearly omniscient. Yet, a singular deficiency plagued him. How was it that he remained at the 9th level of the qi condensation stage? Had the old man deceived him? Gu Ming was taken aback as he gazed at the now empty Yuanling pool, his expression one of utter disbelief. A century had passed, and with the aid of the proudest work of that enigmatic elder's lifetime, he had not progressed beyond the 9th level of qi condensation. As for the spiritual energy he had absorbed, its whereabouts remained a mystery. It felt as though he had absorbed it, yet it also seemed to have vanished. In search of enlightenment, Gu Ming delved into his thoughts and suddenly grasped the truth. His body resembled a funnel, unless he sealed the opening. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it would inevitably dissipate. But how could he seal it? With a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, he dried his body, donned his garments, and sat in contemplation upon the ground. An hour later, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes, and joy illuminated his face. I understand now. If I establish a foundation, it will block the leak, will it not? By treating the foundation as a cork to seal the gaps in my being, I am truly a genius. However, it seems that my foundation must rely on the foundation establishment pill, specifically the 5 elements foundation establishment pill, for without the balance of the 5 attributes of spiritual energy, all efforts would be in vain. Chapter 17. Who says cultivating immortality is difficult? The path to immortality is surprisingly easy. Just as Gu Ming was preparing to concoct the Five Spirits Foundation pill, an ancient figure who had vanished for a century suddenly reappeared. Observing the drained Yuan spirit pool, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that the insignificant ant I casually captured would turn out to be a prodigy. After 100 years, I have exhausted my lifetime of effort. At the very least, you could reach the transformation spirit realm, and your potential henceforth is boundless. The old man dropped his pretense, grinning sinisterly as he regarded the utterly speechless Gu Ming. Hee hee, little one, you cannot truly believe. You wish to seize my body, I comprehend. The elder's smile froze, his eyes twitching as he let out a cold snort. How intriguing. Do continue guessing why I have taken such measures. Clutching an ancient tome, Gu Ming spoke with measured calm. There are only 3 possibilities. First, your lifespan is nearing its end, rendering you incapable of breaking through. Second, your foundation has been severely damaged, your body decaying, leaving you with no hope of recovery. Third, you have strayed in your cultivation, descending into madness. The elder's gaze darkened. His teeth clenched as he responded, Good, good, good. As expected of the prodigy I have chosen. Now, guess why I must ensure you cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Gu Ming rolled his eyes. Such a guess was unnecessary. The derisive look he cast upon the elder ignited a fury within him, wishing he could strike Gu Ming dead with a single blow. It is only with a nascent soul physical body that you could barely withstand the power of your own soul, allowing you to become a parasite. Do you know what I despise most in life? Being guessed at by others, the elder sneered. Ah, you are quite the guesser then. Speculate what I shall do with your soul once I seize your body. Ah, of course, it would be shattered into oblivion, or consumed by you. Have you lost your mind? This is an obvious answer, and I look down upon you for even asking. Enraged, the elder trembled, dark energy swirling around him as the entire hall became enveloped in his terrifying soul power. He was desperate to act, eager to take over Gu Ming's body and torment his soul for centuries. Needless to say, you wish to torture my soul, I understand. You, an old monster, possess a warped and twisted mindset. The elder retorted, I shall see you dead, you insignificant insect. As the elder prepared to strike, Gu Ming suddenly rose, raising his hand to halt the assault. Hold on. The elder chuckled coldly, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Are you frightened now? I thought you were unafraid of death. Begging for mercy? Too late. Gu Ming shook his head, sighed, and, with reluctant candor, reminded the elder, you are mistaken. I have not yet entered the nascent soul realm. Your approach is ineffective. It cannot elevate my cultivation. The elder was left dumbfounded, his consciousness probing Gu Ming's cultivation, falling into a prolonged silence. Time and again, he sensed Gu Ming's level, still unable to believe it. He would rather attribute it to a flaw in his perception than accept the truth. That after 100 years of absorbing the entirety of the Yuan spirit pool's power, Gu Ming had not stepped into the nascent soul realm. Most absurdly, Gu Ming remained at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The elder, lost in despair, took 2 steps back, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself, Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are deceiving me. You must be concealing your true strength. Even a mere dog, absorbing such an abundance of spiritual energy, could ascend to the Yuanying realm. Gu Ming, discontent, furrowed his brow and fearlessly retorted, pointing at the old man's forehead. Hey, that's quite humiliating. What if my talent is slightly inferior? Have I consumed your family's rice? Even old Zhao has never spoken to me like that. Upon seeing the hope of seizing a new life extinguished, the old man descended into madness, his expression oscillating between laughter and tears. The Yuan spirit pool was not merely a source of spiritual energy, it encapsulated his path. Otherwise, why would he need Gu Ming to absorb the powers of the Yuan spirit pool for cultivation? He could have simply captured a Yuanying realm cultivator to take over their body. Only by absorbing the spiritual energy from the Yuan spirit pool and the path he had cultivated within it could he achieve a perfect alignment with his own soul. Now that the Yuan spirit pool was destroyed, his flawless rebirth plan was shattered. Even if he were to seize another's body, the future would be bleak. You shall pay for this. The old man's terrifying power erupted suddenly, obliterating Gu Ming into a mist of blood, rendering him utterly dead. As realization struck, the old man's eyes turned blood red, and he howled at the heavens. The heavens wish to obliterate me, allowing me to encounter such a rare waste after millennia. My time is short. I can only seize a new life. This body cannot endure much longer. the esteemed ancestor of the Wenqing sect, have fallen to such a fate. Yet, thankfully, among my descendants, there emerges a remarkable talent to lead the Wenqing sect. I have no regrets. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, the sect leader of Wensheng, a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, suddenly felt a surge of blood vigor. Before he could react, he exploded into a mist of blood. In a nondescript alley of Jiangwu City, Gu Ming awoke, hastily checking his belongings. Once he confirmed that all his possessions were intact, he felt a wave of relief. I am no longer alone. I cannot afford to lose my storage bag. Touching the wooden sword by his side, Gu Ming lazily stretched, and a prompt appeared in his mind. Killed by Hong Wujia, sacrificed his bloodline descendant, the sect leader of Wensheng, Hong Outyin, to resurrect the host. Gazing at the 20 black cards, Gu Ming rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. This fellow turned out to be a big shot in the Wenqing sect. I truly have a connection with them. With so many cards, I should at least receive a useful skill. He randomly selected one black card. Gained, Bone Profound Fire. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then joy flooded his eyes. Bone Profound Fire, ranked 10th on the list. Flames formed by the natural forces of heaven and earth, each possessing unique abilities and existing in singularity, rarely encountered and sought after, even by those undergoing tribulations. Its powers were formidable, enhancing a cultivator's combat prowess, assisting in weapon forging, pill concocting, and array formation, a true treasure of the cosmos. Gu Ming was astounded that a mere transformation stage cultivator could wield such, particularly the esteemed Bone Profound Fire. Extending his palm, a flame of profound hue slowly materialized, swaying without wind and emitting sparks that distorted the void. With the aid of destiny, Gu Ming directly refined the Bone Mysterious Fire, free from concerns about its backlash. Oh, the legends say that the Bone Mysterious Fire can revive the dead and incinerate the 9 hells, which is how it earned its name. Remarkably, it has fallen into the hands of a mere 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator like myself. Gu Ming pondered the capricious nature of fate. It seemed his luck was beginning to turn for the better. By mastering the Bone Mysterious Fire, his strength was enhanced, and most importantly, he would no longer need to rely on mundane flames for alchemy. As for the increase in his power, Gu Ming paid it little mind. What was the use of a boost when he could not even contend with a Foundation Establishment practitioner in direct combat? He examined his status panel. Name, Gu Ming Race, Human Cultivation, 9th level of Qi Condensation Physique, Ordinary Body Technique, Mastery of Falling Wind Palm Divine Abilities, None Lifespan, Infinite Talent, Borrowing Fate Profession, Intermediate Yellow Grade Alchemist, Lower Yellow Grade Array Master, Lower Mortal Grade Craftsman, Upper Profound Grade Spirit Plant Master Spiritual Treasure, Bone Mysterious Fire. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown stronger once again. Perhaps the path of cultivation was not as arduous as it seemed. Chapter 18. The Bounty Hunter, Spring Blossom Pavilion. Half an hour later, Gu Ming found himself in a bustling tavern, a table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines before him. As he savored the pleasures of life, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. In this brief span, he had gathered ample information regarding his current whereabouts. Jiangwu City, a relatively large metropolis in the kingdom of Yanqing, situated less than 1,000 miles from the capital, quite close indeed. The sect where Zhao Ningyi resided seemed to be rather distant from Yanqing. There was no rush. Casting a glance at a group of bounty hunters nearby, each adorned with their coveted bounty insignia, a smile crept upon Gu Ming's lips as he indulged in his drink, musing to himself, after all, with an inexhaustible lifespan, experiencing the myriad facets of human existence was a delightful endeavor. 10 years later, in Jiangwu City, at the Bounty Tavern. This establishment catered specifically to bounty hunters, providing drinks, accommodations, and a venue for claiming rewards. At this moment, the lively tavern fell eerily silent as a figure clad in black entered. The raucous laughter and boisterous boasts of the bounty hunters subsided as they turned their gazes toward the newcomer. He donned a fitted black garment beneath a flowing black robe, bearing an unremarkable wooden sword upon his back and a storage pouch at his waist. Gu Ming approached the counter, retrieving 2 bloodstained cloth bags from his storage pouch and placing them upon the counter. The heads of the infamous Black and White Scourge. A middle-aged man scrutinized Gu Ming with deep interest, and upon confirming the bounty, he beamed, exclaiming, "Indeed, these are the heads of the Black and White Scourge. The reward is 100 spirit stones. Please take care of them." Gu Ming accepted the spirit stones, stowing them away in his pouch. His gaze lingered on the latest posted bounty notices, memorizing the details before he departed. Once he left, the tavern erupted into chatter once more. It's Black Scourge again. How many times has he collected bounties this month? I've counted, this is the 8th time. Does this guy even practice cultivation? Is he so desperate for spirit stones? For bounty hunters, completing a single bounty each month sufficed to cover their cultivation expenses, yet this fellow averaged over 10. Truly excessive. No wonder he is called the Black Scourge. He is a paragon among bounty hunters. Enough of this drinking. I must pursue my bounty tasks. You think it's that simple? This is a life where one risks their head for a fortune. Each endeavor is fraught with peril. We seek to survive, not to court death. Go ahead if you wish, but I intend to relish this rare moment of leisure, enjoying the melodies of the brothels. After leaving the bounty tavern, Gu Ming chose not to continue his hunts, but returned to his modest courtyard. Over the past decade, he had set aside other matters, dedicating himself wholly to his role as a bounty hunter. The adage of loving one's profession resonated deeply with him. He aimed to excel in every endeavor. Throughout these 10 years, Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, his cultivation unwavering and remarkably stable. At this stage, dispatching troublesome cultivators who threatened mortals was well within his capabilities. During this period, he had transformed from an inconspicuous bounty hunter into the renowned figure of the Black Scourge, not due to sheer strength, but rather relentless effort and competition in the field. As for his cultivation, Gu Ming felt that his rapid advancement in the preceding century had left his foundation somewhat unstable, necessitating a period of consolidation. It was nearly time to commence the refinement of the 5-Spirit Foundation pill. Creak. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing a 14-year-old boy clad in gray cloth. A spoon held in his left hand and a spatula in his right. His features were delicate, skin fair, and his physique somewhat slender, resembling a tall woman with a slightly larger frame, possessing a striking beauty. Upon noticing Gu Ming, the boy broke into a smile and bowed respectfully. Master, you have returned? Lin Su, the little beggar Gu Ming had taken in 10 years prior after finding him abandoned on the roadside, orphaned and alone. Seeing the boy's plight, Gu Ming decided to take him in, entrusting him with the care of the courtyard, cleaning, and cooking. 10 years had passed, and the once small beggar had matured into an adult. Go ahead and eat, do not mind me. Unless instructed otherwise, do not enter my room. Understood. Lin Su remained bent until Gu Ming retreated to his chamber, then straightened up to continue cooking. He had long grown accustomed to Gu Ming's ways, asking no questions, simply obeying. Gu Ming had given him a new life. Even if Gu Ming commanded his death, he would not hesitate. Upon entering his room, Gu Ming set up a simple warning array to conceal his presence. He entered the bedroom and retrieved the materials needed to concoct the 5-Spirit Foundation pill. Raising his right hand, he channeled his spiritual energy, and with a resounding pop, the bone profound flame appeared, illuminating the room in a cool, white light. Following his own understanding, Gu Ming controlled the bone profound flame with his left hand while using his right to manage the alchemical furnace, embarking on the process of refinement. This method was unique to him. Were any alchemist to witness it, they would undoubtedly seek to capture him for study. The 5-Spirit Foundation pill required 5 types of elemental herbs as raw materials, which needed to be fused into a spiritual liquid. Using the 5 elemental energies within his body as a catalyst for perfect integration. Though this process sounded straightforward, it was, in fact, exceedingly challenging. It necessitated not only the flawless blending of the 5 spiritual liquids with the 5 elemental energies, but also precise control of the bone profound flame to an exacting degree. Even an intermediate-level alchemist would find it difficult to achieve. While it was easy for an intermediate-level alchemist to concoct a foundation pill, crafting a personalized 5-Spirit Foundation pill was likely a feat only Gu Ming could accomplish, as no one else possessed his peculiar brand of boredom. The refinement lasted for 3 hours, and as the spiritual liquid merged seamlessly, a 5-colored foundation pill slowly materialized. A smile crept across Gu Ming's lips as he gradually restrained his aura, gazing at the 5-Spirit Foundation pill in his hand with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. To succeed on my first attempt, I truly am a genius. After swallowing it whole, Gu Ming hastily retrieved 100 spirit stones to absorb their energy, attempting to break through to the foundation realm. 3 days later, Gu Ming gazed in disbelief at his own internal state. Is this a success or not? In one of the 360 acupoints within his abdomen, a 5-spirit Tao foundation had formed, sealing off a leakage of spiritual energy. That could be deemed a success. However, at the other acupoints, spiritual energy continued to leak. What the hell? Why are there so many holes? Whose acupoints are leaking spiritual energy? 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, 300, 360. Gu Ming sighed skyward, murmuring to himself, Heaven, are you jesting with me? Do I really need to form 360 Tao foundations? Will I need to concoct 360 golden pills in the future? Upon calculating his resources, he concluded, well, this is utterly insufficient. Cultivating was indeed a waste of spirit stones. What could he do? I suppose I must continue to strive onward. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his mindset shifting rapidly. The 360 foundations of Tao were merely trivial matters. Rising from his seat, he bathed, changed his attire, and had a light meal before departing the small courtyard to continue his work as a bounty hunter. Previously, his motivation lay in outpacing his rivals. Now, it was to establish his foundation. Sifting through the bounty tasks in his mind, he ultimately settled upon a target, Ji Wuming, a notorious flower thief, known for his malevolent deeds against innocent maidens. You are the one, morally reprehensible. I hold you in disdain. Having chosen his target, Gu Ming speculated about the potential locations where the individual might appear based on the gathered information. This fellow was adept in speed and disguise, his true visage remaining unknown to date. Although merely at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, the task's difficulty was considerable, with a bounty amounting to 200 spirit stones. Let me ponder, how is it that you consistently locate suitable targets for your nefarious pursuits? After much contemplation, Gu Ming devised a plan and rose to leave the small courtyard. Lin Su, as usual, paused her work, bowing respectfully until Gu Ming was out of sight. At Chunyun Tower, a venue for enjoying music in Jiangwu City, Gu Ming arrived and entered directly. Upon seeing him, the matron hurried to greet him. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Lord He Sang? What brings you here today? Are you taken with a particular young performer? Just say the word, and I shall make the arrangements. Gu Ming's reputation as a fearless man was well known throughout Jiangwu City. The matron's expression shifted, assessing her own less than perfect form. She hesitated, covering her face with a light laugh, a hint of shyness gracing her features. My lord, you truly jest. I am but an old maid, unworthy of your attention. Were I 10 years younger, I would unhesitatingly showcase my dual techniques of ice and fire for you, but now, please, do not tease me. Gu Ming's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, 10 spirit stones. How could you say that? The matron exclaimed. I shall make one last effort. Follow me. The excitement was evident on her wrinkled face, her youthful blush returning as anticipation filled her. To her surprise, there was someone who recognized her worth. Giggles escaped her lips as she mused. Could it be that this Lord He Sang has a preference for such as I? If he were to court me, should I accept? The matron's thoughts wandered, her movements becoming more pronounced, and a newfound confidence sparkled in her eyes. Chapter 19. Dancing shadows in the midst of astonished gazes, the matron led Gu Ming into the prestigious Tianzi room. Before entering, she signaled 2 courtesans to retrieve her long-sealed treasure chest. As the duo stepped into the chamber, a whirlwind of gossip engulfed the Chunhua Tower. To their astonishment, this seemingly morose individual had a penchant for such tastes. An Oedipus complex, perhaps? That seemed plausible. This man, known for his reckless endeavors, was indeed eccentric, likely harboring peculiar preferences, which was quite normal. The matron was nearing 60, wasn't she? One could hardly fathom such a scenario. Inside the room, as Gu Ming settled himself, the matron began to loosen her garments, her face flushed with bashfulness. Observing the matron's elderly visage, Gu Ming felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. She appeared old enough to be his grandmother. How could he possibly engage with her? Of course, in reality, Gu Ming was of an age that could make him her ancestor. Stop, what are you doing? Gu Ming interjected, halting her advance. The matron froze momentarily, then instantly comprehended, stepping forward to assist him in loosening his attire. Gu Ming, at a loss for words, retrieved 10 spirit stones and tossed them to her. Wait, I have a few inquiries for you. If I am satisfied, you may keep the spirit stones. Regaining her composure, the matron sighed regretfully, donned her clothing once more, and pouted slightly. My lord, you truly know how to tease, igniting my fervor. Once seated, her gaze fixated on the 10 spirit stones, devoid of any distractions. Consumed by greed. Ordinary patrons who frequented the establishment merely exchanged silver, but those who offered spirit stones were undoubtedly affluent. 10 spirit stones could secure a night with the finest courtesans of Chunhua Tower. Understanding the significance of Gu Ming's generous offer, the matron realized that his inquiries must be of considerable importance. "My lord, please ask, and I shall answer without hesitation." Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction before posing his question. "Recently, have there been any peculiar individuals visiting Chunhua Tower?" The matron paused, her heavily powdered face revealing her surprise. "Peculiar? What do you mean by peculiar, my lord?" "Individuals who come here solely to enjoy the music without seeking companionship." The matron pondered for a moment, recalling her patrons, and exclaimed, "Indeed. There is one such individual who frequently visits Chunhua Tower, sitting in the corner, solely consuming alcohol and requiring no courtesan's company. While we often host cultured gentlemen, who, though not engaging in intimate encounters, prefer the service of courtesans, it is indeed rare to find someone here solely for the music. This particular individual has a pallid complexion, clearly a victim of excess, yet refrains from any intimate interactions. Most strange." A smile crept upon Gu Ming's lips, for he was certain this individual was Ji Wuming. As for the reason, men frequenting places like Chunhua Tower often delight in discussing the maidens who remain chaste, seeking information to find a virgin, a task best suited for inquiries made here. Of course, Gu Ming was merely testing his luck. Never expecting to hit the mark on his first attempt, he attributed his success to the aura of a protagonist. "Do me a favor, and the spirit stones are yours." The matron appeared momentarily stunned, then broke into a gentle smile, her laughter ringing like chimes. "My lord, what would you have me do?" "Spread the word that the Gu family has a daughter, a paragon of beauty, possessing a naturally keen constitution, waiting in her chamber." Gu Ming disclosed the specific details to the brothel keeper, who was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with suspicion as she scrutinized Gu Ming. Was the gentleman intending to deal with Ji Wuming? Thus, the peculiar individual mentioned by him was none other than the notorious flower thief, Ji Wuming. Having navigated the underworld for many years, the brothel keeper was quick to connect the dots. Gu Ming harbored no concerns regarding the potential leak of information. The underworld operated by its own set of rules, and if the brothel keeper failed to adhere to them, she would not maintain her foothold in this bustling city. Just knowing is sufficient. 10 spirit stones for a piece of information, supplemented with some fabricated news, should suffice, wouldn't it? The brothel keeper fell silent for a moment, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. After a moment's deliberation, she pushed the spirit stones back towards Gu Ming. His gaze sharpened slightly as he awaited her explanation. The brothel keeper, filled with righteous indignation, scoffed coldly, her expression as frigid as frost, and spoke through clenched teeth. "Though I am but an ordinary person, I detest the despicable flower thief who preys upon virtuous women. Alas, I too fell victim to such a fate in my youth, leading to my disgrace and forcing me down this path of no return. Otherwise, which respectable woman would wish to bear such a reputation to earn a meager living? The courtesans in my spring flower pavilion are all pitiable souls. Sir, since you seek to confront Ji Wuming, I cannot accept these spirit stones. I am willing to assist you." Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards the brothel keeper shifting subtly. She chuckled lightly and said, "You must not generalize, believing that all in my profession are heartless villains. Ask my courtesans, who among them is not here by choice? They do so merely to earn their daily bread. As for those who have sold themselves, once they repay their debts, I do not force them to remain." Gu Ming smiled, saying, "I apologize, but you should keep these spirit stones. I do not lack for such trifles. Do your job well, and you shall be ridding the world of harm." Witnessing Gu Ming's resolute demeanor, the brothel keeper ceased her reluctance, accepted the spirit stones, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, sir. Do not mention it. I shall await your news." After leaving the spring flower pavilion, Gu Ming did not return directly, but instead procured some cosmetics and a set of women's attire. As twilight descended, before the copper mirror, Lin Su's lips twitched as he gazed at his own reflection, which bore a semblance of beauty and forced a stiff smile. "Master, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Gu Ming appraised Lin Su in women's clothing, an elegant white glass dress, wide sleeves adorned with azure ribbons, eyes resembling spring water, and plump red lips. It must be said that he possessed a certain allure, making it difficult for an ordinary person to discern gender. In the dimming light, it was even harder to tell. He appeared as a delicate beauty in waiting, except for a somewhat larger frame. Get up and twirl for me. Gu Ming, disregarding Lin Su's objections, pulled him to his feet, instructing him to imitate the courtesans of the spring flower pavilion with grace. Lin Su fell silent. Yet he never defied Gu Ming's requests. In the courtyard, Gu Ming sat in a chair, observing Lin Su dance gracefully under the moonlight. From initial awkwardness to gradually adopting a semblance of poise, he appeared, from a distance, like a tall maiden dancing beneath the moon. Upon finishing his performance, Lin Su approached Gu Ming, slightly bashful, and fidgeted as he spoke. My lord, may I inquire, do I possess beauty? As I dance and sway beneath the moonlight, how do I compare to the realm of mortals? There is a certain allure, indeed. Very well, dear Su Su, strive further. My lord, must I continue? Without a doubt. Is this insufficient? A mere pretense should suffice. Ji Wuming would likely be convinced. Though it is enough. My curiosity compels me to witness more. Lin Su. He remained silent, fully immersed in the enchanting dance beneath the moon. Chapter 20. The unfortunate Ji Wuming. The following day, news spread through Jiangwu City about the appearance of an enchanting woman in a secluded corner of the town. Many were eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty, yet the doors remained firmly shut, and trespassing was unlawful, leaving them with no choice but to depart in disappointment. As dusk fell, Gu Ming reclined in his chair, indulging in the sight of Lin Su dancing gracefully under the moonlight. It seemed as though she was born for the dance. In just 2 short days, her movements rivaled those of the exquisite performers from the Spring Blossom Pavilion. Alas, she was born in the wrong era. Had she lived in my time, her figure, beauty, and dance would have certainly made her a renowned sensation. Gu Ming mused to himself when suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the rustling shadows of the trees. There, an unfamiliar and repugnant aura emerged. Its wolf-like eyes fixated on Lin Su. What a scene of love and longing, dancing under the moonlight. Truly a rare beauty, Ji Wuming sneered, a glint of greed flickering across his pale visage. With a swift leap, he produced a cloth bag and charged towards Lin Su. However, Lin Su remained unfazed, continuing her enchanting performance, each gesture and smile captivating Ji Wuming. Today, I shall indulge you thoroughly, allowing you to experience ecstasy beyond compare, he thought, drawing closer. Just as he was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared, concentrating spiritual energy into a fist that crashed down, slamming Ji Wuming into the ground. The sheer force shattered the stone tiles beneath, and Ji Wuming, taken aback, realized he had fallen into a trap. Cursed be this formidable power. He spat, coughing up blood. Yet without a moment's pause, he darted towards the courtyard exit. As he rose, he spotted a figure in black atop the wall, wielding a wooden sword. Their expression inscrutable as they gazed at him. You think you can leave after coming here? Do you take my fearsome reputation as a jest? Gu Ming snorted disdainfully, raising the wooden sword and sweeping it down with lethal intent, sending Ji Wuming crashing back into the yard. Ji Wuming's eyes narrowed, revealing a deep-seated apprehension as he gasped for breath while staring at Gu Ming atop the wall. It's you, the fearsome black. No wonder you are so powerful. However, you are rather careless to overlook such a beauty, he scoffed, turning to assault Lin Su in an attempt to use her as leverage against Gu Ming. Yet Lin Su remained undisturbed, continuing her dance. A sardonic smirk flickered across Gu Ming's lips as he sat atop the wall, allowing Ji Wuming to approach Lin Su. But just within 3 feet of her, Ji Wuming's expression suddenly shifted to one of disbelief as he glanced down at his feet. Spiritual light erupted, activating a binding formation. In a chain reaction, the entire courtyard transformed into a grand confinement array, drawing upon the Earth's spiritual energy, manifesting as a resplendent array of elemental laws, akin to divine might, rendering Ji Wuming immobile. Stunned, Ji Wuming gasped in disbelief. You are actually a formation master? How is this possible? Countless strands of spiritual light ensnared him tightly, and with a resounding thud, he fell to the ground. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, gracefully descending without uttering a single word, first severing Ji Wuming's meridians to prevent any unforeseen complications. Fool, I have arranged 360 minor formations in my yard. The activation of just one would lead to the synthesis of a superior yellow-grade formation, rendering even a foundation-building expert incapable of movement, let alone you. Although Gu Ming is not afraid of death, He conducts himself with caution and would never expose his weaknesses. Ji Wuming glared fiercely at Gu Ming, wishing he could drink his blood and devour his flesh. A dignified figure of the Black Morning Clan, a 9th-tier Qi condensation expert, resorting to formations against me is truly despicable. Gu Ming, seemingly unfazed, signaled Lin Su to halt and replied indifferently, "Isn't the formation my method? Defeat is defeat. And there are many excuses. At worst, I would die. By the way, let me share another detail with you. The information was leaked by the old madam of Chunhua Tower." Ji Wuming trembled with rage, gritting his teeth in fury. That wretched old hag deserves to die. But how did you know I would appear at Chunhua Tower? Gu Ming replied with a smile. Guess? Ji Wuming nearly lost his breath upon witnessing Gu Ming's amused demeanor. By the way, let me reveal another secret. He is a man. Ji Wuming was stunned, staring incredulously at the ethereal Lin Su, his mind swirling with questions. "Hello there," Lin Su greeted cheerfully, her voice gentle yet undeniably masculine. "I can't believe it." Haha. Gu Ming denied Ji Wuming the chance to vent his frustration, swiftly decapitating him with a sword. Shaking his head, he sighed, "Lust can cloud one's judgment, but my little Su Su truly is a beauty. One cannot blame him, right?" Lin Su blushed, feeling shy. "Master, what are you talking about? Enough, enough. I won't tease you any longer. Handle his corpse properly. I don't want my yard sullied. Tomorrow, I shall use his head to buy you some sweets." As Lin Su dragged Ji Wuming's headless body, she retorted, "Master, I am no longer a child. I understand. I understand." Gu Ming, in his leisure moments, delighted in playfully teasing Lin Su, finding it to be a source of amusement. Sitting on a chair, he kicked Ji Wuming's head across the ground like a football, awaiting Lin Su's disposal of the body. Once Lin Su finished cleaning up, panting, she gazed at Gu Ming, who was still playing with the head, slightly exasperated. "Master, has my outfit been burned?" Gu Ming rolled his eyes, replying nonchalantly, "What is the point in burning it? That would be wasteful. Keep it. I'll buy you a few more sets another day. You can dance for my entertainment when you have nothing to do." Lin Su's eyes widened, shaking her head vigorously. "Master, I don't want to. My little Su Su is the most obedient. Listen to me." "All right, get some rest. It's late." Gu Ming denied Lin Su further rebuttal, stretching lazily as he carried Ji Wuming's head back to his room, leaving Lin Su in a state of disarray. The following day, when the bounty on Ji Wuming was lifted, the entire Jingwu city was abuzz. Ji Wuming is dead? So soon? Who did it? Who else could it be? It must be that Black Morning fellow. Impressive. Ji Wuming, a master of stealth, was captured. If it weren't for the Black Morning clan's already established reputation in Jingwu City, I would have suspected he caught himself just to fill a quota. Ha ha ha. In the bounty tavern, numerous bounty hunters jested and bantered, their spirits high. Gu Ming returned to the courtyard, bearing 10 sets of materials for the Five Spirits Foundation he had just procured. Upon his arrival, he spotted a figure clad in a pale blue robe seated in the pavilion. "Hiling, congratulations. I've come to share a meal. I trust you one tea mind?" Li Xianlan, a friend of Gu Ming's from recent years, was known for his carefree demeanor and forthright actions. Gu Ming chuckled softly, casting a glance at Lin Su, who was playfully teased by Li Xianlan and was hiding behind the kitchen. "Little Su Su, prepare some fine wine and delicacies." "Understood, my lord," Lin Su replied, breathing a sigh of relief as she hurriedly exited the courtyard. Once seated, Gu Ming expressed with a hint of exasperation, "Have you been teasing Lin Su again?" Li Xianlan coughed lightly, vehemently denying the accusation. "Nonsense. I was simply engaging in friendly conversation. He is merely a bit shy. However, I must admit, that little fellow Lin Su possesses quite the charming features. Were it not for your kindness in taking him in, who knows what might have transpired." In this era, the prevalence of those with a taste for the same gender is hardly surprising. Chapter 21. The appointment. Gu Ming shook his head, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Indeed, in this era, there are always numerous matters that fail to meet our expectations. We can only do our utmost. Li Xianlan remained silent for a moment, a wry smile forming on his face, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Hailing from a family of cultivators, he could not abide the inequities of the world, nor the treachery within his clan. Coupled with his mediocre talent, he opted to leave. Now, he roams the streets of Jingwu City as a bounty hunter, not for the sake of spirit stones, but in pursuit of the world he desires. He attends to matters that require his intervention, yet he also delves into affairs that perhaps do not concern him, though merely at the foundation establishment stage. His reputation in Jiangwu City is nonetheless illustrious, primarily due to his sense of justice, fairness, and principles. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have come today solely to drink heartily with Brother He Sang. Gu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers against the stone table, directing his gaze towards Li Xianlan. Have you taken on another bounty? While others might label Gu Ming as a reckless daredevil, in his eyes, Li Xianlan truly embodies that spirit. This fellow consistently accepts perilous bounties with grave consequences, each venture a dance with death. At times, Gu Ming finds it incomprehensible why Li Xianlan, a scion of a respectable family, would choose such a tumultuous and precarious existence. With a carefree demeanor, Li Xianlan replied with a smile, "Yes, a mid-stage evil cultivator, cultivating with the blood of mortals. Naturally, I must intervene. In these chaotic times, if no one takes action, how can peace be achieved?" Each time he faced such uncertain bounty missions, Li Xianlan would come here to drink with Gu Ming, as he regarded Gu Ming as his only true friend, using these gatherings as a farewell of sorts. Gu Ming sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had attempted to dissuade Li Xianlan on numerous occasions, yet Li Xianlan adhered to his own principles, and over time, Gu Ming had grown accustomed to it. Not long after, Lin Su returned, bringing with her a bountiful spread of delicacies and fine wines. The two engaged in conversation, toasting to life, until dusk fell. With half a jug of celestial intoxication remaining, Li Xianlan turned his back to Gu Ming and waved his hand with nonchalance. "If I return alive, we shall drink together again." "Very well, I shall save the remaining wine for your triumphant return." After Li Xianlan departed, Lin Su tilted her head and softly inquired, "Is Master Li off to undertake another dangerous endeavor?" "Indeed. Knowing full well the peril and the likelihood of death, why does Master Li persist in this path?" "Because of principles." Unbeknownst to them, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Gu Ming had not laid eyes on Li Xianlan again. Whispers circulated that he had succumbed to the hands of evil cultivators, while others claimed he had left Jiangwu City, venturing elsewhere to continue his righteous crusade, righting the wrongs of the world. Some even suggested that Li Xianlan had suffered grievous injuries and chosen to retreat from the world. Yet Gu Ming understood. He would never return, forever departing from this realm in pursuit of the peace he sought. Over the years, Gu Ming tirelessly sought news of the evil cultivators, yet to no avail. Now, having completed 52 cycles of Foundation establishment, he required 308 more to truly step into the realm of Foundation establishment. His true strength had long since entered the foundational realm, though the extent of his power remained unknown to Gu Ming. In every encounter with the most vicious of bounties, Gu Ming always relied on the intricate formations and the enigmatic fire of the underworld, striving to avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. After a decade, Li Xianlan had matured into a man of 28. Since the incident involving Li Lanyun, Gu Ming had refrained from demanding that others cultivate, and Lin Su was no exception. Perhaps a peaceful and joyful existence for 100 years was the aspiration of countless souls. Lin Su now lived a contented life. The pursuit of cultivation seemed to invite only more troubles. Seated in a gazebo, resting his head on the stone table, Lin Su observed the busy Gu Ming and could not help but speak up. "Master, can't you take a moment to rest? Since the disappearance of Lord Li, I have never seen you pause for a second." Gu Ming smiled lightly, his demeanor unhurried. "There is much in this world for me to learn. Rather than squander time, why not immerse myself in study? The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds." Lin Su shook his head, unwilling to comprehend, his sole desire being to safeguard this small household for Gu Ming. In recent years, the number of bounty hunters in Jiangwu City had surged, yet the bounty missions had dwindled. The establishment of the town protectorate by the Yunxin Kingdom was tasked specifically with dealing with these wicked cultivators and heinous criminals, issuing bounty missions only for particularly dangerous tasks or when manpower was insufficient. The profession of bounty hunter, evolving with the times, was rapidly becoming obsolete, prompting many to change careers. Gu Ming, however, found joy in his pursuits. In the absence of bounty missions, he delved into the study of formations, alchemy, and artifact refinement, tirelessly concocting foundational elixirs, for he had no shortage of endeavors. Time, relentless in its passage, brought yet another year of heavy snow weighing upon the branches, marking 60 years since Gu Ming arrived in Jiangwu City. Over 6 decades, once familiar faces had gradually turned foreign, and the city had undergone significant transformation. The bounty hunter profession was nearly extinct, with the once bustling bounty taverns now desolate. Lin Su had become a frail old man, clad in a thick fur coat, standing in the snow, awaiting Gu Ming's return. Creak. Upon hearing the gate open, Lin Su's face lit up with a smile. Master, you have returned. Gu Ming felt a strange sensation seeing the aged figure call him master. He had long suggested Lin Su adopt a different form of address, but the old man was set in his ways. If your health is failing, you ought not venture outside so often. What if you catch a chill? Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with concern as he guided Lin Su back into the warm, coal-heated room. Observing Lin Su's frail appearance, Gu Ming could not help but feel a pang of compassion and sighed gently. Taking my elixirs will at least strengthen your body somewhat. Lin Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. Life, aging, illness, and death are but the natural order. I am content to have accompanied you all these years. Gu Ming fell silent, knowing that Lin Su spent most of his time alone at home, guarding this place for him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su cautiously probed, Master, my time is limited. Perhaps you should rest for a while. All right. The glow of the coal fire illuminated Lin Su's aged face, and in a fleeting moment, Gu Ming seemed to glimpse the pure, unblemished smile of the youth who had first met him. As spring yields to autumn, a decade has passed. Gu Ming has never left the small courtyard, steadfastly accompanying Lin Su through the final days of her life. Over these 10 years, Gu Ming has relinquished many burdens, granting Lin Su more time. Nevertheless, his foundation of the 5 spirits has been flawlessly completed, establishing 360 acupoints, thus genuinely stepping into the initial stage of foundational cultivation. In a mere 70 years, transitioning from the 9th level of Qi condensation to the foundational realm. Gu Ming often felt that his progress was rather swift, harboring concerns about the stability of his roots. Yet, such worries are trivial, for Lin Su's life has ultimately reached its conclusion. On the bed, Lin Su, with hair as white as snow and eyes slightly ajar, retained an innocence untouched by worldly corruption. My time has come, and I can no longer accompany you, dear master. I am sorry. These years have brought me immense joy, and meeting you has been my lifelong blessing. Forgive my selfishness, for I cannot continue to serve you. In the next life, I shall dance for you beneath the moonlight. Gu Ming let out a soft sigh, gently closing her eyes, and interred her in the courtyard. You have served me a lifetime. Now it is my turn. With a sumptuous array of dishes and fine wine, Gu Ming bid Lin Su farewell. After a considerable time, until heavy snow blanketed the new grave, Gu Ming finally rose, gazing at the distant, silver-clad landscape. Lin Su has departed. It is time for me to go as well. Yet, before leaving, there is one last matter to fulfill, a promise to keep. Is it not, brotherly? Extracting the remaining half-jar of Immortal's wine from the earth, he placed it into his storage bag. Gu Ming gathered his belongings, donned his hat, and departed from this place where he had lingered for 70 years amidst the swirling snow. Chapter 22. What is righteousness? What is evil? The heavy snow weighed upon the branches, and every household had tightly shut its doors, the ground blanketed in a thick layer of white. Gu Ming, akin to a solitary wanderer, shouldered a wooden sword and departed from Jiangwu City. His departure went unnoticed, leaving behind a legend of moderate scale. Some claimed that He Sang had perished during a bounty mission gone awry. Others suggested that the appearance of the local magistrate had prompted He Sang to change his profession. Yet others whispered Gu Ming had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones and recently acquired news of a malevolent cultivator. He intended to carry the remaining half-jar of wine to bid farewell to Li Xianlan, fulfilling a promise that had been delayed for 60 years. 10 days later, Fenglin County. This was a bustling county, recently lauded by the Kingdom of Yanqing as one of the top 10 livable places, a county of civilization. Upon arriving in Fenglin County, one would find its residents living in tranquility and contentment, free from cares. Everyone had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, and meaningful work to do. Never had chaos or conflict erupted, nor were there any vicious, malevolent cultivators to be found. All of this could be attributed to the diligent governance of the county magistrate, Tianbu Wei. Gu Ming did not linger, clutching the half-jar of aged wine, and made his way directly to the county office. Along the way, the townsfolk took note of Gu Ming's unusual behavior, their curiosity piqued. His garb was evidently not that of a Fenglin County resident. Upon reaching the county office, he was met by guards wielding blades. Observing Gu Ming's peculiar actions, the officers furrowed their brows, their hands resting on their weapons, revealing their wariness. Gu Ming paid them no mind, gazing up at the plaque inscribed with the words Zheng De Guang Ming, and spoke to himself with a smile. Brotherly, I have come to keep our appointment. Ascending the steps, Gu Ming advanced toward the county office. Two officers drew their long blades, blocking his path. No idle persons may enter the county office. Depart at once, or face death. Gu Ming disregarded their warning, continuing his approach while murmuring softly. Beneath the light lies filth and indecency. You are unworthy of this Zheng De Guang Ming. Drawing his wooden sword, he slashed upwards, releasing a surge of sword energy that shattered the plaque, sending it crashing to the ground. The two officers, enraged, rushed at him with their blades. Complicit in tyranny, Gu Ming scoffed, slicing horizontally with his sword, leaving deep gashes across the necks of the officers, who fell into a pool of their own blood. Gu Ming had discerned the malevolent aura lurking within their eyes, cultivators of darkness. In other words, the entire county office was a stronghold of vile practitioners, a nest of evil, hidden within a renowned haven of prosperity and peace. Commonly referred to as darkness under the lamp, it was no wonder Gu Ming had failed to track down the malevolent cultivator for so many years. The most heinous of evildoers were concealed within the county office, explaining the absence of such figures in the surrounding area. For the beings cultivating in other locales, leaving the residents of Fenglin County unperturbed was indeed an excellent method of concealment. Suddenly, ignorant residents outside began to angrily denounce Gu Ming. Heavens! What kind of world is this? In broad daylight, slaughtering the conscientious officials who serve the people and the nation. What justice is there? Even if we cannot defeat you, we will not allow this demon to continue its wickedness, to slay our righteous officials. Fiend, cease your actions at once and surrender, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Everyone, let us unite and defeat this malevolent being. I refuse to believe he can annihilate the entire populace of Fenglin County. The ignorant residents, stirred by a fervor for vengeance, prepared to strike when suddenly, the true nature of the wicked cultivator was revealed. A swarm of sinister energies surged forth, surrounding and attacking Gu Ming. The palpable aura of malevolence left the crowd momentarily paralyzed. Ahem, I just recalled that my grandmother has finished school. I must go fetch her. Wait for me. There are still dishes warming on my stove, and my grandson is calling me for dinner. My wife mentioned she would visit the neighbor, old Wang, for a trendy hairstyle. It seems I must take my leave. In an instant, the crowd scattered. This was hardly a righteous confrontation, but rather an obvious lair of evil cultivators. The thought of their daily dealings with such dark forces filled everyone with dread, and they wished for their swift demise. Facing the onslaught of the malevolent cultivators, Gu Ming executed a basic sword technique, unleashing a gust of sword energy that swiftly dispatched over a dozen of them. These low-tier Qi consolidation practitioners were no match for his prowess. Stepping over the remnants of the fallen, Gu Ming wielded his sword in his right hand and cradled a wine jar in his left, advancing deeper into the county office. The minor henchman posed no obstacle. As he cleaved through them effortlessly, halting his advance, Gu Ming lifted his gaze to the imposing figure seated high within the hall. Surrounding him, the malevolent cultivators closed in, yet each one hesitated, gripped by fear. Tian Bui's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Ming. I am not particularly interested in how you discovered this place, but I am rather curious as to why you harbor such a murderous intent. It seems we have never crossed paths, and I bear you no grudge. With a thud, the blood-stained wooden sword was thrust into the ground as Gu Ming leisurely opened the wine jar and poured a drink for Tian Bui, akin to a ritual, which only darkened the latter's expression further. Were it not for his inability to ascertain Gu Ming's true strength, he would have struck down Gu Ming long ago. Brotherly, I have arrived. Gu Ming tilted his head back and took a hearty swig, then shattered the wine jar with a crash before slowly directing his attention back to Tian Bui. Do you remember that person from 60 years ago? Li Xianluan. Tian Bui froze, suddenly recalling a painful memory, his expression darkening with an ominous aura. Ah, of course, I remember. 60 years ago, an oblivious Foundation establishment practitioner approached me. At that time, I, confident in my mid-Foundation cultivation, did not regard him seriously. Yet that individual possessed extraordinary strength, capable of fighting above his level, nearly leading to my downfall. In an all-out confrontation, I found myself outmatched. A triumphant smirk crossed Tian Bui's face as he coldly continued. Do you know how he ultimately met his end? Gu Ming remained silent, Confirming Tian Bui's suspicion, Li Xianlan had not perished in battle. Given his strength, he could have retreated unscathed against a mid-foundation opponent. Tian Bui took out a folding fan, the spirit tool known as the Azure Light Fan, once belonging to Li Xianlan. My initial plan was to threaten him with the innocent lives of the entire Fenglin County, compelling him to surrender and allow me to depart. Who would have thought that fool would truly lay down his arms and submit to my will? Since that is the case, why should I leave? By killing him, I can continue to hide within Fenglin County. I compelled those mortals to take action against him, threatening to annihilate their entire families if they did not comply. Ultimately, he perished at the hands of the very mortals he sought to protect, a fate both ironic and tragic. Subsequently, I eliminated all witnesses, masquerading as a paragon of virtue. While the fool you speak of was, in fact, a practitioner of dark arts. How lamentable it is that his corpse was left hanging at the county office for 10 days and nights, only to be dismembered in a fit of rage, rendering his remains utterly unrecognizable. Silent and resolute, I gazed coldly at the triumphant countenance of Tian Bui, a growing wave of murderous intent surging within me. Tian Bui, with deliberate provocation, sought to disrupt my composure. Tell me, what is righteousness? What is malevolence? Can you discern between the two? Suddenly, Tian Bui's expression hardened as he unleashed his late-stage foundational cultivation, a terrifying aura shattering the long table before him, wielding a bloodied blade in his assault against me. Other practitioners of dark arts swiftly encircled, intent on my demise. I am indifferent to the conflict between good and evil, but having slain him, you must face the consequences. Drawing forth my wooden sword, I unleashed a torrent of sword energy, my initial stage foundational cultivation erupting as I swiftly dispatched the surrounding minions. Preparing to confront Tian Bui in combat. Chapter 23. The capital, Tianluo City. At the moment of collision, Gu Ming was sent flying several meters away, exiting the Grand Hall. Tian Bui also staggered back 4 to 5 meters, crashing into nearby tables and chairs, barely managing to steady himself. He looked at Gu Ming in disbelief, his voice laced with shock. How is this possible? A mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Regaining his composure, Tian Bui's smile twisted into a maniacal grin, his demeanor warped and deranged. Another prodigy. No wonder you are a friend of that person. But do you truly believe that you can slay me, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, with your early-stage prowess? That is but a foolish dream. With a ferocious roar, Tian Bui summoned the evil moon wolf, commanding, "Die!" He gripped his blade tightly, dark energy coalescing into a massive crimson wolf several meters tall, which lunged menacingly at Gu Ming. Gu Ming's gaze turned frigid as he brandished his sword with his right hand, while his left hand gathered the essence of heaven and earth, summoning a tempestuous wind that transformed into a radiant palm of light. As it surged forth, the very ground trembled and dust swirled violently. When the palm of wind met the dark wolf, an explosion erupted, sending debris flying, and the structure around them groaned under the strain, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Unfazed, Gu Ming stood firm against the aftershock, wielding his wooden sword, his eyes narrowing as a ghostly white flame erupted forth, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Channeling the bone-profound fire, he imbued his wooden sword, transforming it into a gleaming silver blade that sliced through the malevolent mist, charging towards Tian Bui. With a disdainful snort, Tian Bui faced the oncoming attack without an ounce of fear. The clash of blade against sword resonated through the air, and the bone-profound fire surged forth, instantly consuming Tian Bui's great blade. Startled, Tian Bui discarded his sword, retreating in a frenzy, his expression one of horror. Exotic fire. How could you possibly wield such power? Under the illumination of the spectral flames, Gu Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid as he shouted, "Array, activate." In the next instant, the bone-profound fire spread across the ruins of the Grand Hall like flowing lava, forming intricate patterns of an array. Tian Bui was left aghast. When did you become an array master? To set up an array so effortlessly, you are no ordinary array master. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. Over the years, Gu Ming had diligently studied the path of arrays, achieving the preliminary ability to inscribe array patterns with his spiritual energy. While the array may not have been overwhelmingly powerful, when combined with the lethal bone-profound fire, It became a deadly trap. Array activate. Gu Ming intoned coldly. His wooden sword struck the earth, unleashing the bone-profound fire that merged with the array, creating the bone-profound array that encircled Tianbu Wei. Should you dare to move even a step, the bone-profound fire shall consume you. You cannot kill me. If you dare to take my life, the one behind me will not spare you. Do you truly believe that a mere evil cultivator like myself has maintained dominion over a county for decades without consequence? That is of no concern to me. All I desire is your death, to honor brotherly. Gu Ming's hair billowed as the winds howled around him, his clothing rustling with the storm's ferocity. He once again gathered the winds of heaven and earth into a tempestuous palm. As the gale palm was unleashed, Tianbu Wei found himself in a state of utter panic. Exerting every ounce of strength to resist, yet he was uncontrollably drawn into the bone-profound fire. The anguished cries echoed throughout the ruins, and before long, Tianbu Wei was reduced to charred remains, his body utterly incinerated. Gu Ming reigned in his aura, reaching out to grasp the azure light folding fan that had been deliberately avoided by the bone-profound fire, now resting in his hand. He opened the folding fan, upon which the words Peaceful Era were inscribed. Farewell, brotherly. May your journey be smooth. Gu Ming swallowed a rejuvenating pill to restore his spiritual energy. Although he had not sustained severe injuries, employing the falling wind palm twice and incorporating the bone-profound flame had greatly depleted his strength. Were it not for the 360 foundational pathways established within him, he would have been unable to sustain the power of the profound-level techniques, and cultivating more foundational pathways would indeed be beneficial, at least for longevity. Gu Ming concealed his presence, donned a wide-brimmed hat, stowed the folding fan into his storage pouch, and departed from the location. Shortly thereafter, the town protectorate arrived and surrounded the county office. The leading man conducted an examination and furrowed his brow. Besides the aura of the malevolent cultivators, there was a sword cultivator's presence, who had single-handedly slaughtered the entire den of evil. This individual possessed remarkable cultivation, at least at the late foundational stage, and likely at the peak of foundational establishment. Yet, in addition to these, there seemed to be a powerful flame force. A cultivator capable of wielding must undoubtedly hail from a sect. A.O. Xiaodao rose, confirming his suspicions. The town protectorate behind him spoke in hushed tones. My lord, given the involvement of a sect, shall we continue our investigation? A.O. Xiaodao shook his head. Do you dare to pursue this matter? A foundational stage cultivator wielding must be a prodigy undergoing trials from their sect. Let us conclude this case. Excessive inquiries may lead to consequences we cannot bear. Understood. In the capital of Yinxing Kingdom, Tianluo City, 18 years had passed since Gu Ming eliminated Tianbu Wei. During these 18 years, Gu Ming relied on his extensive alchemical skills, serving as an esteemed elder in a minor cultivation family. However, after 2 or 3 years, he could no longer endure the constraints of their rules and chose to depart. He had also worked as a bodyguard, ventured into commerce, traversed the martial world for a time, and even served in the town protectorate. As the saying goes, one must love their profession. If not, they should change it. Ultimately, Gu Ming decided to establish his own business, opening a general store in the capital, Tianluo City. What is a general store? It encompasses alchemy, formations, artifact crafting, spiritual tool repairs, and the creation of talismans, a myriad of miscellaneous tasks. The store was simply named General Store, a title both straightforward and unpretentious. A sign stood at the entrance, briefly outlining the services offered. In the span of 18 years, Gu Ming's cultivation progressed rapidly. Although still at the initial foundational stage, he was merely a step away from the mid-foundational stage. Had he not felt his advancement was too swift, he would have already reached the mid-foundational stage in previous years. If one were to inquire why Gu Ming did not diligently pursue cultivation to enhance his strength, he would simply respond that he was not afraid of death. So why pursue immortality? Moreover, a tall building must have a solid foundation. The more stable the base, the higher the edifice, and the greater the potential. Cultivation is no different. Gu Ming aspired to reach the pinnacle of immortality, harboring grand ambitions that few could comprehend. In the sparsely populated store, Gu Ming reclined in a rocking chair, savoring leisure. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face. He checked his status panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, initial foundational stage. Physique, ordinary body. Technique, mastery of falling wind palm. Mystical powers, none. Lifespan, infinite. Talent: borrowing life. Occupation: low-level alchemist, low-level array master. High-level weapon refiner, high-level spirit plant master. Heavenly spirit material: bone deep mysterious flame. Shopkeeper: our establishment has been devoid of business for an entire month. If this continues, we shall be reduced to mere specters of starvation, lamented the sole employee, Yuan Xiaozhong, casting a helpless glance at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, unfazed, replied in a calm and measured tone, "What is there to fret about? Did we not just open a month ago? Moreover, our shop has only been in operation for a year. We are still within the novice protection period, so there is no need for haste." Yuan Xiaozhong, increasingly exasperated, squatted beside Gu Ming and sighed. "Yet, in this year, we have only managed a single transaction, amounting to a mere 10 spirit stones. After deducting the principal, we are left with only 1 spirit stone in profit." Having initially sought a more relaxed occupation, Yuan Xiaozhong had been drawn to Gu Ming's newly opened shop, hoping for a change of pace. Little did he anticipate that Gu Ming's indolence would be so profound that even he, accustomed to idleness, found it unbearable and could not help but voice his discontent. Suddenly, Gu Ming opened his eyes wide and sat upright, eliciting a spark of joy in Yuan Xiaozhong. "Shopkeeper, do you have a plan to attract customers?" "No. It is time to eat. Let us head to the attic and procure some fine wine and exquisite dishes to celebrate last month's initial transaction." Yuan Xiaozhong, speechless, accepted the 10 spirit stones handed to him by Gu Ming, his frustration boiling over as he gritted his teeth. "Shopkeeper, we have been celebrating for an entire month. Can we not pause for a moment and contemplate ways to draw in clientele?" Gu Ming nodded, without a backward glance, and made his way toward the backyard. "That is a valid point. Think it over. If you have ideas, you need not inform me. Just act according to your thoughts." Yuan Xiaozhong, haha, what a hopeless slacker. Chapter 24. Is it possible that he truly possesses such skills? As Yuan Xiaozhong departed, 2 figures emerged outside the shop. The young man at the forefront exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned in lavish attire that proclaimed his wealth without restraint. He halted, gazing at the words grocery store before him, his interest piqued by the intriguing offerings described. How fascinating. Mastery of alchemy, formations, and weapon forging, yet it is labeled as a grocery store. If this shopkeeper is genuine, he must be an intriguing individual. His beautiful maidservant behind him interjected, "Your Highness, it is evident that this is a scam. If he truly excelled in such diverse skills, how could he lack clientele? We should take our leave." Yunji paused momentarily, then admonished the maid, "Xiao Guaner, I have instructed you to maintain a low profile while we are abroad and to conceal my identity. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Guaner scrutinized Yunji's attire and royal garments, feeling increasingly convinced that her master was not entirely sane. "Your servant obeys, 9th young master." "Ah, how obedient. Come here, give your master a kiss." "Your Highness, do not be foolish. It is inappropriate to act so brazenly in broad daylight." At her remark, Yunji pouted, retracting his folding fan and placing one hand behind his waist, smiling. "The city of Tianshu is utterly dull, and my father forbids me from leaving the capital unaccompanied. This shopkeeper may indeed be an interesting character, capable of entertaining me for a while. Let us venture inside." Upon entering, they found no elixirs, spiritual weapons, or formations on display, only a few posted notes indicating items that could be refined. Both were astonished. This was not a grocery store, but rather a shop devoid of inventory. One could easily mistake it for a bustling establishment with goods sold out. The maid, Xiao Guaner, remarked with exasperation, 9th young master, I speak the truth. This is indeed a den of deceit. What kind of establishment requires customers to provide their own materials for the purchase of elixirs? Yunji shook his head, fanning himself gently, and replied with a serene smile, not at all. His uniqueness suggests confidence and genuine skill. I believe the shopkeeper is likely knowledgeable. After a brief pause, Yunji raised his voice, calling out, Shopkeeper, we have arrived. Before long, a figure in black emerged languidly from the back, assessing Yunji with keen eyes, immediately recognizing him as a member of the royal family. Your Highness, what can I assist you with? I possess nearly all the items displayed above. Yunji was taken aback. How did you discern my identity? The shopkeeper, Gu Ming, looked at him with a bemused expression, as if addressing a simpleton. Your waist token is visible. Yunji smiled awkwardly, covering his waist token and clearing his throat as he surveyed the displayed items. Consolidation pill? What is that? Do we truly need pills for consolidation? He paused, casting a peculiar glance at Gu Ming. Gu Ming took a seat, disregarding the maid's glare, and replied coolly, naturally. I serve all who seek assistance. Even those with uncommon spiritual roots facing difficulties in consolidation are welcome here. Your Highness possesses a distinguished status. Thus, the items in my grocery store may not meet your standards. Yuanji nodded and nonchalantly remarked, you possess some discernment. Indeed, they may not captivate my interest. But I find your grocery store rather intriguing. I shall browse at my leisure. Gu Ming scrutinized Yuanji, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him. Could this not be an opportunity? Your Highness, he proposed, why not consider a collaboration? The palace undoubtedly requires a substantial supply of elixirs, spiritual tools, and talismans. Allow me to handle the business, and we can split the profits 90-10. What do you say? Yuanji regarded him with a peculiar expression, shaking his head with a hint of haughtiness in his tone. You? Do you truly believe the palace lacks alchemists, formation masters, or artifact smiths? While I have an affinity for spirit stones, I must first assess your qualifications for collaboration. Though Yuanji's intellect may not have been entirely sound, he was no fool. Anyone could partner with him. Such a notion was ludicrous. Upon noticing the exquisite foundational elixir in Gu Ming's hand, Yuanji was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. As he accepted it for examination, his pupils trembled slightly. The quality of this elixir was beyond what an ordinary alchemist could produce, already showing signs of intricate alchemical patterns forming. The esteemed Feng Lao, known as the foremost alchemist in the kingdom of Yanqing, rarely intervened. Yet he could only achieve this level, unable to condense alchemical patterns despite a lifetime dedicated to the craft. How have you accomplished this? Are you truly a master alchemist? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Gu Ming merely smiled, remaining silent as he withdrew various materials and began to head towards the courtyard, leaving both of them in a state of bewilderment. What is he up to? Is he actually going to concoct it now? Xiao Wanner, astonished, murmured from the side. Your Highness, although the foundational elixir is a basic concoction, it requires at least 2 hours to produce. He wouldn't expect us to wait, would he? Yuanji mused. It appears that's the implication. Let us wait and see. If he truly is a master alchemist, it would be a treasure indeed. Even within a sect, he would be a distinguished guest. A sense of elation washed over Yuanji, the street urchin unexpectedly finding a stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixating on other notices. Wait a moment, if he can concoct elixirs, does that not imply he is also skilled in formations and artifact crafting? How could someone so young possibly master multiple disciplines? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Gu Ming emerged from the courtyard, casually toying with a steaming elixir. See, it's genuine. Yuanji accepted the warm, fragrant foundational elixir, his astonishment rendering him speechless as he beheld the faint alchemical patterns shimmering upon it. Taking a deep breath, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Are you truly a master alchemist? If so, there is no need for collaboration. I could represent the kingdom of Yanqing and invite you to serve as a guest elder. Gu Ming reclined back in his chair, his expression serene and untroubled. I have no interest in such titles. I prefer my freedom. A partnership, however, 90-10. How does that sound? Yuanji's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into silence, but Xiao Wan was the first to speak up. 90-10 is quite excessive. Indeed, it is excessive, Gu Ming interjected. After all, it is you who will be benefiting from my efforts. I merely require a modest share of 50%. Xiao Wan, wait. Are you really negotiating down the price? Gu Ming regarded Yuanji with a discerning gaze, a light chuckle escaping him. You are a clever one. I appreciate that. I shall reluctantly agree to your terms. As for pricing, you may determine that. I will handle the elixir production. Contemplating the extraordinary alchemical speed and the quality of the elixirs, Yuanji realized that even a half-finished product could yield substantial profits. The only Xian-level alchemist in the state of Yanqing rarely intervened, and should he produce elixirs, the entire nation would undoubtedly tremble in astonishment. Yuanji, displaying an unusually amiable demeanor, set aside her status to inquire with a smile. Master, you seem to hold yourself in high regard. Yuanji was momentarily taken aback, but then squatted beside Gu Ming, continuing, Master, aside from elixirs, do you also dabble in artifact forging, runes, and formations? A little, he replied, but my primary focus is on alchemy. The rest consumes too much time. Yuanji was astonished. Indeed, this enigmatic figure possessed a plethora of skills, truly remarkable. At that moment, Yuan Zhong returned with a food box, his face a canvas of confusion as he observed the scene. "Let us dine first, and we can converse while we eat," Gu Ming suggested, rising to invite the two to join him. Yuan Zhong naturally took a seat as well. In his presence, there were no formalities. He was not a slave to capital. Chapter 25. The peril of Yunqing Nation. At the dining table, the originally attentive Xiaowan was prepared to serve. But under Gu Ming's request, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Yunji found herself increasingly intrigued by Gu Ming, a seemingly worthless Xian-level alchemist, a rarity in the mundane world. During their conversation, Yuan Zhong was rendered speechless upon discovering that his own shopkeeper was indeed a Xian-level alchemist. It was absurd that one of such caliber would operate a shop in a remote corner with no customers. After reaching an agreement with Yunji to produce 1,000 pills each month, all of which would be of Xian level or below, with no restrictions on types, he noted that the lower-grade Xian pills would require an appointment. The same applied to weapon forging, subject to his whims. After deliberation, Yunji deemed the arrangement quite reasonable. Although the master crafted pills with remarkable speed, he also needed time to cultivate and restore his spiritual energy and consciousness. Producing 1,000 pills each month was already a considerable task. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, casually drinking while he remarked, "It's simply because I don't wish to exert myself. I hardly cultivate. For anything below Xian level, I could easily manage 1,000 pills in 3 days." Yuan Xiaozhong, standing by, could only explain in exasperation. "That's just how the shopkeeper is. You two are only the second customers we've had since opening." Yunji and his companion were astonished. How can a distinguished Xian-level alchemist be so lackadaisical? At that moment, Yunji found Gu Ming increasingly fascinating, a truly intriguing individual. In the end, Gu Ming cautioned Yunji not to reveal his identity, and they took their leave. Shortly thereafter, Tianluo City was abuzz with excitement. A superior quality pill, crafted by a Xian-level alchemist, swept through the market, inciting a frenzy among the nobility. However, a mere 1,000 pills each month were hardly sufficient for a city with a population of millions. The price of an ordinary mortal-grade pill skyrocketed tenfold, becoming a rare find. In the imperial palace, within the Luyu Hall of the 9th Prince Yunji, the 3rd Princess Yunqing playfully tugged at Yunji's arm. "Ninth brother, my dear brother, we share the same parents. Please tell me, who is the master behind these pills? How about it?" Yunqing suspected that these pills were far superior to those crafted by the palace's master Feng. Yunji rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated as he withdrew his sleeve. "Sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but without that person's permission, I cannot disclose their identity. You understand that a Xian-level alchemist is not someone I can afford to offend." Sitting up, Yunji spoke mysteriously. "Moreover, I suspect this individual is far from an ordinary Xian-level alchemist. They possess expertise in other forms of crafting, remaining deeply concealed." Yunqing was taken aback. Her interest in this enigmatic alchemist piqued further. "Really? But given your leisurely demeanor, how did you come across such a remarkable figure?" Yunji, feeling somewhat incredulous, pondered how he could be perceived as idle. However, he certainly would not divulge to Yunqing that his encounter with Gu Ming was purely by chance, stemming from his pursuit of amusement. Clearing his throat, Yunji maintained a composed "Fade. It is simply because I have a fateful connection with that esteemed individual." Yunqing chuckled, clearly unconvinced. She rose, huffed in disdain, and her demeanor shifted dramatically as she fixed a condescending gaze upon Yunji. "My dear younger brother, you may keep your secret to yourself. When Father Emperor inquires, let us see how you shall respond." Yunqing has departed, and Yunji merely pouted, naturally choosing to remain silent. Even without an imperial command, he would not disclose anything to others. After all, gazing at the radiant spirit stones within his storage pouch, Yunji grinned broadly. Only a fool would reveal such information, thus severing his own means of wealth. Before long, other princes and princesses of the palace arrived, inquiring about the identity of the alchemist. Yunji feigned ignorance and skillfully evaded the questions, resolutely refusing to speak, until the emperor of Yunqing, Emperor Qing himself, made a personal appearance. Yunji, filled with trepidation at the sight of Emperor Qing, hastily rose, abandoning any semblance of nonchalance. Emperor Qing's gaze was profound as he scrutinized his most inept son. He had not anticipated that Yunji was connected to an alchemist of the mysterious level. If he could bring this individual into Yunqing, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger for the kingdom. Currently, Yunqing was embroiled in war with the neighboring Xixian nation, and elixirs held immense significance for a nation. Pausing, Emperor Qing surprisingly refrained from reprimanding Yunji, instead placing a hand on his shoulder and commending him. Ji, you have done well to befriend such a remarkable individual. It is your fortune. However, you must understand that although our Yunqing possesses a mysterious-level alchemist, Old Feng is notoriously eccentric. While we supply him with abundant resources, his alchemical creations rely solely on his mood. Given that Yunqing is at war, we require an alchemist willing to dedicate themselves fully to crafting elixirs for our kingdom, thereby mitigating losses at the front lines. Could you possibly recommend that esteemed individual to me? Yunji, feeling helpless, sighed softly and mustered the courage to respond. Father, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that this esteemed individual is reluctant to reveal their identity. You understand that such extraordinary beings must not be offended. Should I feign compliance and disclose their identity, it would likely yield adverse effects. Emperor Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his presence commanding and instilling fear without the need for anger. Yunji, the obedient little one, dared not even take a breath. After a moment, Emperor Qing's expression relaxed, and he spoke. Convey to that esteemed individual that as long as they are willing to become Yunqing's alchemist, we shall endeavor to meet any conditions they may have. Yunji interjected softly. Are we able to sustain two mysterious-level alchemists? Emperor Qing, his face devoid of emotion, patted Yunji's shoulder. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall make the decision. Go now. This is my gift to that esteemed individual for our first meeting. As he spoke, Emperor Qing handed Yunji a storage ring. Yunji was taken aback. A storage ring, a possession he did not even own, was far more convenient and secure than a storage pouch. While a storage pouch could be opened with mere spiritual awareness, a storage ring required a specific spiritual consciousness. Forcibly breaking it would destroy the ring. The storage ring Emperor Qing entrusted to Yunji was, of course, one that had not yet recognized its master. As you command, Father Emperor. Upon Yunji's departure, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind Emperor Qing. Go, locate the whereabouts of that mysterious alchemist without causing alarm. If he is unwilling to join Yunqing, I shall meet with him personally. Understood. After the cloaked figure departed, Emperor Qing let out a complex sigh, fatigue flickering in his eyes. The Wuxin sect covertly extends its support to the Western Xia Kingdom, without the backing of a master alchemist of the Xian level. The Yunqing nation finds itself in grave peril. Generally, sects refrain from intervening in the affairs of mortal empires, particularly in warfare. However, such regulations are merely superficial. The sect need not dispatch powerful warriors, but can significantly alter the tide of battle merely by providing elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and talismans. Upon receiving intelligence that a master alchemist of the Xian level from the Wuxin sect has been bribed by the Western Xia Kingdom to clandestinely concoct elixirs for them, the Emperor of Qing is understandably alarmed. With the presence of the original master alchemist, this amounts to two formidable practitioners. Meanwhile, the old Master Feng possesses a reclusive disposition, characterized by arrogance and a lofty self-regard, rendering him utterly unwilling to produce elixirs beneficial to ordinary cultivators and mortals for the sake of Yunqing nation. Chapter 26. The siblings of the brainstem deficiency. After leaving the palace, Yunji made his way to Gu Ming's grocery store with the little girl, Wanner. This time, he had learned to be more discreet in his appearance. Although it was of little consequence, at least he did not draw as much attention. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the grocery store and found Gu Ming, as usual, lounging in a rocking chair basking in the sunlight. Yunji felt a sense of oddity but refrained from inquiring, for too many words might lead to misfortune. Sir, this is the revenue from the elixirs for this month, totaling 1 million spirit stones. After deducting my share, there remains 950,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming accepted the storage bag, examined its contents with his spiritual sense, and after confirming its accuracy, transferred the spirit stones into his own storage bag before returning the pouch to Yunji. Yunji was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated peculiarly on Gu Ming's storage bag. Sir, with your wealth, why do you still use a low-tier storage bag? A storage ring would be more befitting of your status. Gu Ming glanced at his worn storage bag, a fleeting complexity flickering in his eyes before he replied with a gentle smile. It suffices for my needs. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Yunji, caught off guard, replied with a hint of grievance. Sir, even if you do not invite me to a lavish meal, at the very least, allow me a moment to rest and enjoy some tea. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Shaozhong presented him with a cup of cool tea. Yunji. He shot a glare at Yuan Shaozhong, recalling that with his status, he had never endured such indignities. No need for that. After a pause, Yunji retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Gu Ming. Gu Ming glanced at it, closing his eyes as he leisurely rocked in his chair. Emperor Qing? Indeed. Sir, my father wishes to invite you to become a guest scholar of the Yunqing nation. Any reasonable request you make, he will certainly comply. Rest assured, I have not revealed your identity or whereabouts. Haha. Gu Ming cast a sidelong glance at the adorably naive Yunji, pondering how this fellow had managed to survive and grow up within the royal confines. Inform your father that I have no interest in participating in worldly affairs. Should he be displeased with my presence in the Yunqing nation, I am free to depart. At these words, sweat beaded on Yunji's forehead, and he hastily responded. Understood, sir. You can trust me. I will convey your message truthfully. After Yunji departed, a striking figure, a girl disguised as a boy, approached with a graceful demeanor, her delicate features captivating. Yunqing, peering curiously, fixed her gaze upon Gu Ming, cleared her throat, and intentionally deepened her voice, exclaiming, Ahem, greetings. Gu Ming. Enough pretense. Which princess from the palace are you? Yunqing, taken aback, stared at Gu Ming in astonishment. Ah, you discovered me? How did you know? Gu Ming regarded Yunqing with a hint of exasperation. You and Yunji must be very close kin, I presume? Yunqing puffed out her chest proudly. Naturally, I am the third princess, Yunqing. Did he tell you? Gu Ming shook his head, rising to stroll toward the backyard, uninterested in engaging with Yunqing. She, like Yunji, possessed a frighteningly naive intellect. Yunqing followed closely behind, persistently questioning. Just tell me how you knew. Was it Yunji who revealed it? Surely it was. Otherwise, how could my disguise have been uncovered? I often slip out of the palace, and the guards have never recognized my identity. How could you possibly see through it at a glance? I shall discreetly confide in you. I, disguised as a man, have managed to deceive even my father, the emperor. Am I not impressive? Why do you remain silent? It is rather impolite to ignore someone. After all, I am the third princess. A little respect would be appreciated. Gu Ming halted in her tracks, and Yunqing collided with her. The resilience of Gu Ming's chest propelling Yunqing back a few steps, nearly causing her to stumble. A frown shadowed Gu Ming's brow as she turned to address the loquacious third princess. What do you seek? Speak plainly. Your noise is quite bothersome. Yunqing, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of anger. Having been coddled since childhood, she was unaccustomed to such disdain. However, recalling Gu Ming's esteemed status, she pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Join forces with me. My foolish brother cannot accomplish anything. By allying with me, you shall reap greater rewards. Gu Ming shook her head, moving towards the herbal garden in the rear courtyard, her demeanor casual. I lack for no spirit stones. Collaborating with him is merely a pastime to occupy my time. Yunqing, bewildered, squatted beside Gu Ming, her curiosity piqued. Then what is it that you desire? I wish for you to cease your incessant chatter. Yunqing pouted, reluctantly falling silent as she followed Gu Ming wherever she went. After an hour had passed, Gu Ming sighed softly and turned to the obstinate Yunqing. What is it you truly wish to achieve? Yunqing pointed at her own rosy lips. I shall not kiss you. Yunqing, what? Are you unwell? Noticing the resentful glint in Yunqing's eyes, Gu Ming chuckled. It was merely a jest. You may speak now. To her surprise, Gu Ming found that while Yunqing was indeed spoiled and somewhat petulant, she was not insufferable. Yunqing let out a triumphant huff, as proud as a small swan. Huh, you have lost to me. How do you feel about it? Do you concede? Gu Ming's lips twitched in bemusement. This girl was peculiar, each of them possessing their own quirks. Speak plainly. What is it you truly desire? I have already agreed to collaborate with Yunji. I cannot go back on my word. Yunqing fell silent, her body trembling slightly as she stifled a sob. Gu Ming, exasperated, declared, if you do not speak soon, I shall take my afternoon rest. Yunqing lifted her tear-streaked face, softly sobbing. Our kingdom, Yunqing, is at war with the Western Xia. We lack a master alchemist of the mystic tier, and my uncle and his men are injured, forced to endure without the aid of elixirs. Each time they return wounded. Our soldiers suffer grievously as they strive to protect our homeland. Thus, I implore you to ally with me. I can offer countless spirit stones, more than they can provide. Will you agree? Gu Ming met Yun Qing's tearful gaze, recognizing her sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I can assure you 5,000 elixirs each month at market price, but I require you to reserve 100 sets of Mystic Tier elixir materials monthly for my alchemical endeavors. The herbs needed for Mystic Tier elixirs require at least 100 years to mature, and relying solely on my own cultivation would take far too long. Only by crafting Mystic Tier elixirs can I elevate my alchemical prowess. Yun Qing, overwhelmed with joy, nodded vigorously. Yes, I agree. What other conditions do you have? I shall comply with them all. Gu Ming cast a glance over Yun Qing's unexpectedly graceful figure, causing her to startle and tighten her posture in trepidation. This won't do, she murmured with apprehension. Gu Ming replied, procure me an alchemical furnace. Relying solely on my bare hands to concoct elixirs could lead to troublesome revelations. If discovered, I would be deemed a monster. He preferred to live discreetly, shunning the limelight and the burdens of notoriety, as his capabilities did not permit such indulgence. Realizing the implications, Yun Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, fidgeting. Why not inquire further? There might be a possibility. Off with you. You find alchemy tedious. Gu Ming retorted with a roll of his eyes, deeming her presence a potential distraction that could disrupt his focus. Outside the general store, Yun Qing wore an expression of disbelief, contemplating her own tall and alluring figure, grappling with self-doubt. How could this be? Surely, men must find me appealing, she pondered, resolving to consult her father, the emperor, upon her return. Chapter 27. The Cycle of Life and Death after Yun Qing departed from the grocery store. A black-clad cultivator followed closely behind him into the shop. Before Yuan Xiaozhong could utter a word, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him and lost consciousness. Gu Ming stepped out leisurely, his gaze calm as he regarded the man in black. The latter emanated a faint aura, unmistakably above the Foundation establishment stage, though Gu Ming could not discern the exact level. You, sir, are rather impolite, and I find that unappealing, Gu Ming remarked. The black-clad man fixed his gaze upon Gu Ming, and, upon realizing he was merely at the early Foundation establishment stage, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. According to the laws of the cultivation world, a low-tier cultivator could never possibly be a high-level alchemist. In other words, a mysterious alchemist, regardless of their talent, would at the very least be at the late Golden Core stage, if not higher. A situation akin to Gu Ming's was indeed a rare anomaly throughout the ages. A hint of intrigue flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as Gu Ming merely smiled and resumed his task of arranging herbs, speaking in a measured tone. Harbor no ill intentions. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. The black-clad man's gaze sharpened, hesitating for a moment before clasping his hands in salute. Would you be willing to? I am not inclined. Out of consideration for that young lady, I shall agree to concoct some elixirs for the Yun Qing kingdom, but that is my limit. Should you seek to push further, do not hesitate to test your fate against me. Gu Ming halted his movements, his calm gaze fixed upon the man. That tranquil yet profound look left the black-clad man increasingly uncertain. He had encountered many cultivators, including those unafraid of death, yet none exuded the same fearless confidence as Gu Ming. Realizing the incongruity between Gu Ming's cultivation level and his alchemical prowess, the black-clad man suddenly understood. Exclaiming in shock, You hail from the Alchemist Hall? Only the sacred realm of alchemy could defy conventions and nurture such prodigious alchemists. Gu Ming offered no response. The less he spoke, the loftier his stature appeared. After a moment of silence, the man departed respectfully, unwilling to offend Gu Ming. Murmuring to himself, Gu Ming pondered. The Alchemist Hall? I shall visit when time permits. Surely there exist numerous tomes on elixirs worthy of my study. In the Imperial Palace, upon learning everything, Emperor Qing issued an edict forbidding anyone from intruding into the grocery store to disturb Gu Ming. Observing Yun Qing and Yun Ji, the emperor displayed a satisfied smile. You have both grown up. I am truly pleased. Should you desire anything, feel free to ask. I shall grant you one request. Yun Qing and Yun Ji exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Yun Ji, I wish to become emperor. Yun Qing, I wish to go to the battlefield. Emperor Qing. Consequently, the two were sentenced to 3 days of confinement. Had it not been for their contributions, they might have faced a harsher punishment. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Ming had already spent 8 years in Tianluo City. During this time, the war between the Yun Qing kingdom and the Western Xia kingdom had escalated into a brutal struggle for survival. Despite the aid of Gu Ming's elixirs, The Yunqing kingdom could not reverse its declining fortunes, with news of fallen cities occasionally reaching them. The smoke of war enveloped the entire Yunqing kingdom, instilling fear and unrest in the hearts of its citizens. Cultivators remained relatively unaffected. They could leave the Yunqing kingdom to pursue their training in other lands. However, for the common folk, this was home, a place where generations had lived. If they lost their homeland, where could they possibly go? If the kingdom of Yunqing were to face defeat, their tranquil existence would be shattered, plunging them into turmoil and despair. As the borders repeatedly sounded alarms, numerous nobles and families of practitioners began to covertly establish connections with the Western Xia kingdom, willing to surrender for the sake of self-preservation. The downfall of the kingdom of Yunqing is already a foregone conclusion. On this particular day, it was not Yunji who was responsible for the exchange of spirit stones and alchemical materials, but rather Yunqing. Over the years, Yunqing had matured considerably, losing the innocence and vestiges of youthful idealism that once adorned his brow. With a pallid complexion, he entered the general store, forcing a smile as he presented the spirit stones to Gu Ming. "Sir, please take a moment to count them." Gu Ming accepted the spirit stones, his curiosity piqued by the absence of Yunji. "Where is Yunji?" Yunqing fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "Yesterday, the city of Jingwu sounded an alarm. The forces of Western Xia have arrived, and we are unable to resist. To bolster the morale of our troops, my ninth brother has personally taken command and gone to the front lines to inspire our soldiers. Due to the suddenness of the situation, he could not bid you farewell, and I hope you can forgive him." Yunqing slightly crouched and performed a bow. Gu Ming's expression remained serene, showing little reaction. Over the years, he had gradually accustomed himself to the changes brought about by the passage of time. Yet, the price of such transition is often death. After a moment of hesitation, Yunqing presented Gu Ming with a storage bag, whispering, "Sir, this is the final batch of materials for Xian-level elixirs. From now on, there will be no need for you to continue crafting potions. The kingdom of Yunqing can no longer afford the spirit stones." Throughout these years, Gu Ming had received over 10 million spirit stones from the kingdom of Yunqing, a considerable fortune. However, as the kingdom faced repeated defeats and lost numerous cities, the rewards grew increasingly scant, and the number of potions produced dwindled. Even if Gu Ming were to charge only for processing, he now found himself unable to bear the burden. Gu Ming remained silent for a moment before returning the storage bag, declining its acceptance. Startled, Yunqing quickly reassured him. "Sir, please do not be angered. It is truly the kingdom of Yunqing. No, I can craft potions for you free of charge, whatever you need. I shall produce." Yunqing was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. Having held back for so long, he suddenly burst into sobs, crouching on the ground and weeping. Gu Ming let out a gentle sigh, feeling a headache coming on, uncertain of how to console him. He sat quietly beside Yunqing, softly speaking. "Some things are destined to yield little return. Even if I were to exert myself fully to aid the kingdom of Yunqing, it would change little. At best, merely prolonging the inevitable. Sometimes, one must learn to let go. It brings a certain ease." Yunqing wiped away his tears, his face filled with sorrow as he sat on the ground, leaning against the side of a chair, his gaze vacantly fixed on the distant colorful clouds. "Sir, why must this world be a battlefield of life and death? Is it not better to coexist peacefully? Why must there be war? I do not understand." Gu Ming spoke softly, because of desire, because of interests, because of human nature. Thus arises the cycle of life and death, the inevitability of war. This is a truth as old as time itself. To live well is to afford oneself the opportunity to change everything. Yunqing rose once more, regaining his resilient demeanor. Turning his back to Gu Ming, he nodded vigorously. "I believe in you, sir. I believe in hope." Watching Yunqing depart, Gu Ming retracted his thoughts, acknowledging that he could neither alter nor be altered by the unfolding events. The cycle of life and death is, after all, the fundamental law of existence. View panel. Name, Gu Ming race. Human cultivation level. Mid-foundation establishment physique. Mortal body technique. Mastery of falling wind palm divine ability. None lifespan. Infinite talent. Borrowing life profession. Intermediate alchemist of the Xian level. Low-tier array master of the Xian level. High-tier artifact master of the Huang level. High-tier spirit plant master of the Xian level. Heavenly spiritual item. Bone profound flame. Over the years, Gu Ming has devoted himself to enhancing his alchemical skills and advancing to the mid-foundation establishment stage, with little else having undergone significant change. The cycles of life and death have persisted, unyielding in their trials. Life and death, through countless generations, ultimately culminate in an ephemeral dream. With a whispered thought, Gu Ming closed his eyes, savoring these final moments of tranquility. Should the kingdom of Yunqing fall, he would once again embark on a journey, facing a life of wandering and aimlessness. Chapter 28. The Fall of the Nation. Departure 3 years later, 9/10 of the cities in the kingdom of Yunqing had fallen, leaving only a scant few. The Western Xia Kingdom, seemingly blessed by divine intervention, grew increasingly formidable, advancing with unstoppable momentum toward Tianluo. Gu Ming stood at the doorway, observing the panicked citizens fleeing Tianluo City, as if witnessing the passage of an era, observing the myriad facets of human existence. Behind him, Yuan Xiaozhong packed his belongings, kneeling with a thud, expressing his reluctant farewell with utmost reverence. "Shopkeeper, I must flee north with my parents. Will you truly not accompany us?" Gu Ming shook his head gently and replied, "I shall remain to bid farewell to my departed friends. You must go." As he spoke, Gu Ming handed Yuan Xiaozhong a storage bag containing tens of thousands of spirit stones, sufficient to ensure his well-being for a lifetime. Too much can become a curse, he warned. Yuan Xiaozhong hurriedly declined. "Shopkeeper, you have treated me like a son all these years." Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you lack the ability to speak? Hurry and leave. If you tarry, you may not escape Tianluo City." Yuan Xiaozhong was interrupted, offering an awkward smile. He understood Gu Ming's nature. What he gave would never be retracted, and he did not covet the spirit stones. Exiting the shop, Yuan Xiaozhong turned back, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow. "Sir, I have one last request." "Speak." "I have grown up without a father, raised solely by my mother. It was you who provided me with the care and warmth of a father. May I call you father?" "Begone." Gu Ming's voice rose sharply. Yuan Xiaozhong chuckled and fled. As he watched Yuan Xiaozhong depart, Gu Ming smiled helplessly. "That little rascal. I hope you travel safely and live well." Just then, the somber tolling of bells resonated throughout the capital city. In the distance, Gu Ming could hear the mournful cries of countless soldiers, lamenting the prince's passing. The once panicked citizens halted in their tracks, fully aware of the significance of the tolling bells. They signified the death of a prince who had fought valiantly to protect them. Even the most hardened hearts could not help but feel sorrow, kneeling to pay their final respects. Gu Ming's brow furrowed in unease. As expected, shortly thereafter, Yunqing arrived clad in mourning garments, with armor overlaid, brandishing a spear and riding a warhorse. Her expression was one of profound sadness, imbued with resolute determination. Dismounting, she approached Gu Ming like a general poised to enter the battlefield. "Sir, my 9th brother has perished in Jiangwu City, his body now in the hands of the enemy. I must personally retrieve him." Gazing into Gu Ming's eyes, Yunqing's resolve was unyielding, devoid of any fear. "This journey may lead to my demise. I am grateful for your assistance over the years. Without you, the kingdom of Yunqing could not have endured for so long. I can repay your kindness only in the next life." Gu Ming's expression deepened with concern. "Knowing it to be death, why must you go?" Yunqing paused momentarily, then mounted her horse without looking back. "The men of the Yun family fall in battle. Though she is a woman, she too belongs on the battlefield. I hope you depart soon. The Western Xia Kingdom is unaware of your identity and may inadvertently harm you. Go." With that, Yunqing departed, and Gu Ming understood that this journey would surely lead to her demise. He neither obstructed nor possessed the right to do so. Born amidst the heavens and earth, every individual has their own path to traverse and responsibilities to shoulder. Yunqing, enjoying the splendor and luxury that her status as the princess of the state of Yunqing affords her, must also bear the weight of her royal duties. Gu Ming did not depart. Rather, he continued his usual endeavors, running his business, cultivating medicinal herbs, and occasionally tending to the spiritual garden. 10 days later, the Western Xia army breached Tianluo City, leading to the demise of Emperor Qing. While chaos ensued, some perished, others fled. The elder Feng, who had been revered by Emperor Qing for many years, without any hesitation, revealed his identity and defected to Western Xia. The years of loyalty to the state of Yunqing held no value in his eyes. The world is indeed cold, and the human heart even colder. Gu Ming prepared his belongings, as he always did, closed his general store and departed from the place he had called home for many years. Upon reaching the city gates, he found them heavily guarded by Western Xia soldiers, who barred the exit to any residents of Tianluo City. Gu Ming sought out the officer in charge of the gates, paying a substantial exit fee. Once it was confirmed that Gu Ming was not a wanted criminal, he was permitted to leave Tianluo City. For these lower-ranking officers, the only benefit of guarding the gates lay in collecting exit fees. They performed their duties diligently, yet without recognition from their superiors, they preferred to earn whatever they could. In such tumultuous times, having just conquered the state of Yanqing, this was not the moment to forego profit, as future opportunities would be scarce. Thus, Gu Ming successfully departed from Tianluo City, making his way toward Jiangwu City. Shortly after his departure, a new wanted notice was issued. The officer guarding the gates turned pale upon seeing the likeness of the person depicted. If it were discovered that he had allowed Gu Ming to escape, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. To save his own neck, the officer feigned ignorance of Gu Ming's departure from Tianluo City and continued his search. In the imperial palace, Elder Feng faced the emperor of Western Xia without trepidation. As a master alchemist of the mysterious rank, he would be regarded as a guest of honor wherever he went. The emperor of Xia was a figure to be seized. The elixirs he crafted exuded the essence of extraordinary flames, and as his cultivation was not particularly high, he was likely a fortunate recipient of alchemical heritage. Capturing him would elevate my alchemical prowess to new heights, greatly benefiting the state of Western Xia. The emperor, seated upon his throne, nodded slightly. Rest assured, I have already issued a wanted notice throughout the city. As long as he remains in Tianluo City, he shall not escape. But are you certain he does not hail from the Alchemist Hall? Elder Feng replied with a confident smile, assuring, Fear not, I have scrutinized his alchemical techniques. They do not belong to any Alchemist Hall lineage, but rather stem from a more ancient tradition, indicating he is likely a solitary practitioner. How laughable that the old fool, Emperor Qing, did not believe my words, still treating me as an esteemed guest, too afraid to offend, and neglecting me. He deserved the fate of his nation. Others present in the hall exchanged glances of incredulity at Elder Feng, including the emperor, who harbored disdain for the elder's arrogance. Were it not for his esteemed status as a master alchemist, the emperor would have said more, choosing instead to bide his time. If this Elder Feng continued to act with such hubris, a different approach would have to be taken. Throughout the journey, Gu Ming profoundly experienced the chaotic and tumultuous reality of a world ravaged by strife, where the suffering of humanity was palpable, and the very essence of life was devoured by others. As the Western Xia Kingdom breached the borders of the Yanqing Kingdom, a vast array of resources was plundered, leading to the collapse of order and the emergence of numerous ruthless bandits who took advantage of the chaos. The landscape was marred by violence, arson, and unbridled cruelty. The soldiers of the Western Xia were no different, treating the people of Yanqing as mere livestock, mercilessly slaying anyone who dared to resist. The fate of women was even more tragic, as they were unable to escape the horrors of violation. In a mere span of 10 days, Gu Ming witnessed no fewer than 100 scenes of unimaginable massacre, degradation, and the grotesque act of cannibalism. Chapter 29. Taking me as your disciple? You might be concerned for your heart suddenly. Ahead on the road, dozens of refugees fled in panic, pursued by ruthless bandits whose cackling laughter mocked these ordinary folk. At the forefront, a bald, scarred brute drew his bow and shot an arrow that pierced the head of an elderly man lagging behind. Blood splattered as he fell into a crimson pool. The others screamed in terror, not daring to pause, continuing their frantic escape. A middle-aged woman, clutching a wailing infant, collapsed in shock, her pupils constricted as she stared at the old man. Brother, oh dear, isn't this your favorite young woman? Quickly, bring her back to me. I shall indulge, and the brothers can have a taste of the soup as well. Cue up, ha ha ha. And let us take the child back too. The broth from a baby is exquisite. While enjoying the soup, we shall relish the young woman. What delight! The bandits' lewd laughter filled the air, but as two of the henchmen dismounted, intent on seizing the dazed woman, two streaks of sword energy sliced through the air, piercing the necks of the bandits with a soft thud. Their eyes glazed over as their heads rolled away, blood gushing from their severed necks and splattering onto the ground. As the headless corpses collapsed, the remaining bandits finally reacted, their fierce gazes shifting towards Gu Ming. We've encountered quite a few self-proclaimed heroes lately. Guess what happened to them? The leader of the bandits, emboldened by his initial stage of foundation establishment, felt no fear towards Gu Ming. With such power, he believed he could dominate the mundane world unless fate turned against him. Not interested, but I know you all shall meet your end. Ha ha ha, he must be mad. I've seen derangement before, but never such utter foolishness. Boy, do you even know our leader's cultivation level? He is at the foundation. With a dismissive gesture, Gu Ming summoned spiritual winds beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light, accompanied by the outward surge of sword energy. He surged into the midst of the bandits. As Gu Ming's figure appeared behind them, all but the leader found their heads severed, tumbling from their mounts. The leader, astonished, cursed inwardly for encountering a formidable foe that day. Without hesitation, he turned his horse to flee, while Gu Ming, without looking back, wielded his wooden sword. Infused with spiritual light, cutting through the air, the wooden sword carved a perfect arc through the void before returning to Gu Ming's grasp. The bandit leader, horrified, glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest before succumbing to his fate. Approaching the terrified woman, Gu Ming dropped a pouch of silver, lowered his hat, and continued towards Jiangwu City. Shortly after Gu Ming departed, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, gazing in the direction of Gu Ming's departure, murmuring to oneself. My master sent me to find a successor, and upon descending the mountain, I encountered this individual. It seems he has a connection with our sect. Though his cultivation is somewhat lacking, he can effortlessly slay opponents of the same tier, and his talent is commendable. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. Unaware that he had caught the attention of this enigmatic observer, Gu Ming remained indifferent. After all, he was not fated to die, so what was there to fear? Not long after, Gu Ming arrived outside Jiangwu City, by the banks of the moat, where a dense pile of soldiers' corpses from the kingdom of Yunqing lay. In the center of the bodies stood a female general, unwavering despite her broken spear, her body marred with injuries, a shaft of an arrow, as thick as a finger, piercing her chest and severing her heart's pulse. The once proud and charming princess, who had radiated a hint of nobility, now lay exposed in the wilderness. Her face marked by a deep scar. Reflecting on the past, Gu Ming sighed softly, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Such a beautiful girl would undoubtedly despise the idea of her body being left to decay in the wild. Looking up, he noticed Yunji's corpse hanging at the city gate. The passing refugees dared not claim the remains. Both were foundational realm cultivators, and under normal circumstances, their bodies could remain uncorrupted for years. Gu Ming's gaze swept over the Xixia soldiers on the city tower before he strode towards the gate. Alas, fate is but a fleeting encounter. What a second death. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. Gu Ming paused in surprise and looked up. An elderly man clad in a gray robe was smiling at him. Gu Ming sensed the old man's unfathomable strength, realizing he was no match for him. Is there something you need? Meng Wenxiu asked, slightly taken aback. Are you not afraid of me? Why should I fear you? I am quite formidable. I could easily crush you with a single slap. Are you not afraid? Not in the slightest. Step aside and do not hinder my business. Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Annoyed by this mad old man who was delaying him, he attempted to bypass the figure and continue towards the gate. Meng Wenxiu regained his composure, a smirk forming on his lips. Little fellow, you intrigue me. You are the one I seek. The old man flickered and vanished, reappearing once more in front of Gu Ming. Young one, I see your unique potential. You are a rare talent in the realm of cultivation. Would you care to study under me? Not interested, Gu Ming replied, pressing forward. Initially, he had found the idea intriguing, but now, joining any sect or pursuing cultivation held no allure. He preferred to go with the flow and live comfortably, unwilling to relent. Meng Wenxiu flashed in front of Gu Ming again. I am quite skilled, a master baker in fact. Gu Ming, slightly speechless, halted and fixed his gaze on Meng Wenxiu. How skilled? Meng Wenxiu gestured, estimating, about 3 or 4 stories high. Quite impressive. Oh, not interested. He resumed his advance. The peculiarities of the situation had already drawn the soldiers' attention at the city gate, and Gu Ming needed to act swiftly to retrieve the bodies, lest he encounter trouble. Fuming, Meng Wenxiu puffed his cheeks and suddenly noticed Gu Ming's gaze. With a glint in his eyes, he stepped forward with a grin. You wish to claim the bodies of those 2 little ones? Glancing at Meng Wenxiu, Gu Ming nodded. Promise me you will become my disciple, or else, I shall hide those poor children, and you will search in vain for eternity. Gu Ming, feeling cornered, halted and regarded Meng Wenxiu earnestly. If I were to join you, I fear your heart might not withstand it. Meng Wanqiu was taken aback, letting out a cold chuckle. Young man, in my lifetime, I have encountered more geniuses than the number of times you have defecated. Were it not for your intriguing nature, would I be so tenaciously persistent? Rest assured, no matter how formidable your talent may be, I am more than capable of enduring it. Gu Ming's peculiar gaze fixated on Meng Wanqiu. Are you certain? He asked with a chuckle. Of course. Very well. I promise you that once I see off the two of them, I shall accompany you. With Gu Ming's assurance, Meng Wanqiu ceased his obstruction, standing still as he waved his sleeve, enveloping the entire Jingwu city in a barrier. The soldiers and cultivators within the city found themselves unable to leave, paralyzed by the overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Their fear rendering them motionless as they helplessly witnessed Gu Ming retrieve the lifeless body of Yunji, suspended at the city gate. Carrying Yunji's body before Yunqing, Gu Ming meticulously cleared away the various remnants of weaponry that cluttered her form. Gazing upon her small face marred with ghastly scars, Gu Ming softly murmured, "Little girl, do not fear, I shall take you home." With those words, he produced 2 pre-prepared spirit wood coffins from his storage bag and gently laid the 2 within. He then approached Meng Wanqiu while carrying the coffins, who softly mused, "What a compassionate and loyal child." Chapter 30. If I trust you again. I am a dog. The evening glow hung in the sky like a resplendent garment, refusing to descend. In a place of great fortune, Gu Ming meticulously arranged the appearances of the 2 individuals, dressing them in clean and tidy garments. He even went so far as to employ the rejuvenating elixir to erase the scars from Yunqing's face and body. Observing Yunqing regain her former enchanting beauty, Gu Ming chuckled softly. "Little girl, I have shown you utmost kindness. May you rest in peace. In another life, remember to live for yourself." His gaze shifted to Yunji, and Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "As for you, you must cultivate diligently instead of idling away your days. In your next life, devote yourself to your practice and refrain from being so frivolous." As his words lingered in the air, Gu Ming fell into a long silence, letting out a deep sigh as he closed the coffin. Before long, 2 fresh graves emerged. The grave of Yunji stood crooked and bare, while Yunqing's grave was adorned with flourishing flowers and grasses, appearing far more appealing. Meng Wanqiu, peeking from behind, remarked wistfully, "Kid, you are rather biased." Gu Ming rolled his eyes in response, letting out a light huff. "What do you know? Girls cherish beauty. Fine, I cannot argue with you. Let us proceed," Gu Ming said. But before he could fully comprehend, he felt the world spin around him, his vision transforming into a blur as they sped through the realm. All things flashing by in an instant. "Hey, slow down, this is reckless," Gu Ming exclaimed. "You old rascal, are you driving under the influence?" Observing Meng Wanqiu drink while hastening their journey, Gu Ming could not help but voice his irritation. Meng Wanqiu glanced at him and chuckled. "Kid, this is simply too easy to manage. What are you rambling about? Hold on tight," he commanded, and with that, Meng Wanqiu accelerated yet again. This time, Gu Ming refrained from further complaints, as the jarring motion was unbearable. He suspected Meng Wanqiu was deliberately seeking revenge on him. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate his claim. After 5 hours, Gu Ming felt as though he had lived a lifetime, traversing unknown mountains and seas, having long since departed from the kingdom of Yunqing. "Kid, we have arrived." My Qingqing sect was once a premier force on the continent, renowned and formidable. Intrigued, Gu Ming pondered the splendor of this Qingqing sect. "Well, are you shocked? Go on, shout, young one. I permit you to express your astonishment." Gu Ming gaped, staring incredulously at the desolate mountains before him, a forsaken place where not even a bird would linger. The entrance to the Qingqing sect was supported by 2 decaying giant logs, bearing a plaque covered in cobwebs. Behind it lay various oddly shaped boulders, the ground barren and devoid of trees, let alone spiritual herbs or flowers. As he surveyed the landscape, aside from a few dilapidated wooden huts in the distance, there was nothing else to be seen. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ming cast a somber glance at the still proud Meng Wanqiu. "Do not tell me this is the Qingqing sect you boast of, once feared across the continent?" Meng Wanqiu tilted his head back and took a swig of his drink, grinning. "Of course, this is indeed the past, is it not? And how long ago was that?" Gu Ming inquired. Meng Wanqiu paused, momentarily flummoxed. As he began to count on his fingers, recalling with earnestness, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Gu Ming's brows knitted together in disbelief, amusement mingling with exasperation. Are you implying that your past dates back to the ancient era? Meng Wanqiu blinked, suddenly enlightened, and gave Gu Ming a thumbs up. The minds of the youth are indeed sharp, reminiscent of ancient times. What do you think? Is there not a sense of pride in being part of an ancient sect? Are you not filled with self-importance? Gu Ming let out a cold chuckle, delivering a kick to the decayed wooden pillar. With a resounding crash, the sole symbol of the Qingqing sect was lost. Meng Wanqiu, fuming, hastily attempted to right the entrance of the sect. However, with an unintentional surge of strength, another thunderous sound erupted, leaving only a plaque behind. Alas, my dear ancestor, what are you doing? This is the dignity of the Qingqing sect. How could you strike your own face so brazenly? Gu Ming, shaking his head in resignation, gazed skyward with a sigh. Can I still turn back? Meng Wanqiu clapped his hands and chuckled. Of course, you can walk back to the kingdom of Yanqing. At your pace, it would take about 100 years. Gu Ming paused, momentarily taken aback. 100 years? So short? That works, as long as I don't have to remain in this desolate place. Seeing Gu Ming turn to leave, Meng Wanqiu was taken aback and inquired with confusion. What are you doing? Going back. You. Oh, come now. Master was merely jesting. Why take it to heart? This is all superficial. How can you, a profound being, concern yourself with such trivial appearances? Gu Ming halted, suddenly realizing that Meng Wanqiu, being a formidable figure, could not possibly be so simple-minded. I will trust you once more. After a stick of incense had burned, Gu Ming surveyed the parched spiritual pond, the wilted spiritual fields, and the dilapidated wooden cabin. He sighed deeply. I shall never trust you again. Meng Wanqiu curled his lip. What could he do? The fall of the Qingqing sect was not solely his fault. Alas, I shall trust my master one more time. After all, the Qingqing sect is an ancient power with a rich heritage. Gu Ming paused, struck by the thought that despite its decline, this ancient sect must have an abundance of ancient texts. The tomes of bygone eras would surely suffice for a considerable period of study. However, upon inspecting the dust-laden, hollow cave, he found nothing but a few scattered books. He turned to Meng Wanqiu, who appeared somewhat awkward. If I trust you again, I must be a fool. Meng Wanqiu, in a moment of resignation, stood before Gu Ming. Now that you have entered the forbidden grounds of the Qingqing sect, should you choose not to join us, I shall have to erase your memory to prevent any leakage of our secrets. Gu Ming, with an impassive expression, pointed at the few tattered books. Is this it? A forbidden ground? I wouldn't even consider it fit for a toilet. Meng Wanqiu's countenance turned serious as he spoke sternly. How can you speak so? While it may be the truth, such humiliation of our sect is unwarranted. There are two paths before you. Either I erase your memory, or you remain. Gu Ming sighed, contemplating that he had nowhere else to go. Though my master may be unreliable, his strength is undeniably profound. Very well, what position do I hold now? Gu Ming resigned himself to the situation, opting to stay for the time being and make peace with his circumstances. Meng Wanqiu cleared his throat, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he offered, Inner disciple, poor disciple, true disciple, or saint. You may choose any title you desire. What say you? If it comes to that, would you prefer to assume the roles of steward, protector, elder, or even the master of the mountain? Observing Gu Ming's disapproving gaze, Meng Wanqiu cautiously ventured, shall I abdicate, allowing you to lead the Qingqing sect while I take on the position of supreme elder? Gu Ming, uninterested in Meng Wanqiu's musings, ambled toward the exit. Let's discuss the current state of the Qingqing sect. Very well, my obedient disciple, please have a seat. Meng Wanqiu cleared the dust from a chair, inviting Gu Ming to sit, while he stood attentively beside him. In the latter days of antiquity, too distant, let us focus on the essentials. Ahem, at present, our sect comprises only 3 members. You, me, and my master, who is now the supreme elder, currently in seclusion on the rear mountain. As for my master's master, the venerable ancestor of the Qingqing sect, he has long since wandered the world and is unlikely to return in the foreseeable future. Gu Ming's brow furrowed with an increasing sense of dread. He finally grasped the reason for the Qingqing sect's decline. With the 3 of them at the helm, no sect could withstand such misfortune. Chapter 31. On the 10th century plan for the revival of the Qingqing sect. Ah, my dear disciple, is this not splendid? There are no rigid rules. We ourselves are the rules. When one is well fed, the entire family thrives. Should you require resources for cultivation, fear not. Your master shall procure them, not seize, but seek them out. Rest assured, our sect shall never engage in deceitful schemes. We are fiercely protective of our own. Should anyone dare to wrong you, I shall shatter their entire lineage. How does that sound? Gu Ming could only hear the words about the absence of rules. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be the eldest senior brother of the Qingqing sect, and you shall be the sect leader. Let us join hands to elevate the Qingqing sect to new heights. Observing Gu Ming rise with such spirited enthusiasm, Meng Wanshou momentarily lost his composure and hastily advised against it. No, dear disciple, just having you is sufficient. We do not need to seek grandiosity. This matter is not for you to decide. Who holds more sway, your senior brother or you as the leader? Gu Ming scoffed lightly and replied nonchalantly. Meng Wanshou. Certainly, it is you, the senior brother. Then heed my words. From this moment forth, there shall be no slacking. The rules shall be dictated by me. The revival of the Qingqing sect's glory begins with us. Observing Gu Ming's fervor, Meng Wanshou felt an inexplicable headache. He sought a disciple merely to hastily abdicate his position and indulge in idleness like his master. Wishing to escape, Meng Wanshou found himself unable to resist Gu Ming's determination and was compelled to remain, assisting in the reconstruction of the Qingqing sect. In the dilapidated courtyard, Meng Wanshou yawned, his gaze unfocused, while he watched Gu Ming ahead of him. Unbeknownst to Gu Ming, he had procured a blackboard upon which he inscribed his grand plan for the revival of the Qingqing sect. Master, pay attention, Gu Ming urged. Meng Wanshou promptly sat upright, puffing out his chest like an obedient schoolboy. Gu Ming was quite pleased. Although his disciple was unreliable, he was, at least, compliant. As the saying goes, one should love their trade, and while Gu Ming may not excel in cultivation, he was indeed a professional in enterprise. This time, Gu Ming set a goal for himself, to restore the Qingqing sect to its former glory. He estimated that with a span of 1,000 to 1,800 years, it could be achieved. He wrote on the blackboard, on the 10th-century plan for the revival of the Qingqing sect. Meng Wanshou paused, puzzled, and inquired, my dear disciple, what does the 10th-century plan entail? Gu Ming cleared his throat and began to elucidate unhurriedly. It is quite simple. I shall divide the revival plan into 10 stages, each spanning a century as a minor goal. I anticipate that in a millennium, the Qingqing sect shall regain its former brilliance. Meng Wanshou rolled his eyes and shook his head. My dear disciple, it is not so straightforward. Each of the continent's top powers has accumulated over 10,000 years of history. Beginning anew in a mere 1,000 years is highly improbable. Why not focus on cultivation instead? I can teach you some exceptional techniques. How does that sound? I am not yet aware of your cultivation status. We must first assess it. Gu Ming shot a glare at Meng Wanshou, who merely pouted and obediently fell silent. Was he seeking a disciple or courting trouble? Subsequently, as Gu Ming spoke at length, Meng Wanshou felt utterly overwhelmed, his face a portrait of despair. The initial step involves nurturing spiritual plants to restore the ethereal energies of the Qingqing sect. In this desolate mountain, only the foolish would choose to join such a sect. Constructing buildings is paramount. The more, the better, across every department. We must establish spiritual formations, as many as possible, akin to gathering formations, protective arrays, and boundary enchantments. It is essential to formulate comprehensive regulations. We shall seek various cultivation resources to enhance the foundation of the Qingqing sect. The goal for the first century is to ensure that the Qingqing sect resembles a formidable sect in its own right. The second step entails amplifying our reputation and recruiting disciples and elders. The third step focuses on fortifying our resources, continuing our plunder, and competing with neighboring factions. The fourth step, until the sun descends and twilight envelopes the land. Meng Wanshou, weary-eyed, speaks softly. My dear disciple, I have a query. We currently lack elixirs, formations, and spiritual artifacts. Cultivating spiritual herbs requires spiritual plant masters, which we also do not possess. I can. Gu Ming's response startled Meng Wanshou, who instantly became invigorated, his gaze ablaze as if he had stumbled upon treasure. Is that true? My dear disciple, you must not deceive your master. After a stick of incense had burned, Meng Wanshou stared silently at Gu Ming. Upon witnessing his adeptness, he could not deny his astonishment. Which cultivator excels in every discipline and achieves remarkable feats? He let out a long sigh. My dear disciple, if you were to devote this intellect to cultivation, you would have long ascended to the golden elixir realm. Such talent squandered. Every skill Gu Ming displayed required immense time investment. In Meng Wanshou's perception, Had Gu Ming committed himself entirely to cultivation, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional prodigy, a rarity in a century. At that moment, Meng Wanxiu felt that all his efforts were worthwhile, for he had gained a disciple of such potential. With merely a modicum of guidance, Gu Ming's future accomplishments would be boundless. Internally, he let out a sinister chuckle. Oh, foolish master, just wait and see. My disciple will surely surpass yours. That dim-witted disciple of yours cannot compare to mine. Huh. The following day, at the entrance of the Qingqing sect, grand banners were unfurled. The 10th century plan for the revitalization of the Qingqing sect, revitalizing Qingqing, begins now. There is no time to lose. Upholding the ideals of the Qingqing sect, crafting a joyful abode, unite to rejuvenate Qingqing, adhere to the 4 basic principles. Cultivating for the rise of Qingqing, Meng Wanxiu found himself at a loss for words. His disciple, was there something amiss with his intellect? My dear disciple, when did you begin your cultivation journey? Meng Wanxiu hastily pursued Gu Ming, urging him to momentarily set aside his tasks to follow him in cultivation. Gu Ming, overwhelmed with activity and delight, dismissed the notion of cultivation. Just wait a moment. Why the rush? Rebuffed, Meng Wanxiu had no choice but to continue assisting, hoping Gu Ming would tire of his endeavors and promptly join him in cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years slipped by, and the Qingqing sect transformed dramatically. Buildings of ancient charm arose, and fields of spiritual crops flourished, their colors vibrant and fragrant, with ethereal mists swirling around. The entire barren mountain no longer bore signs of desolation. Even the most remote corners were graced with Gu Ming's planted spiritual seeds, which, under his meticulous care, blossomed into spiritual herbs. Gu Ming gazed at the nascent form of the Qingqing sect, a swell of pride blossoming within him. This was the essence of a cultivation sect. Meng Wanxiu sat despondently upon the ground, gazing at Gu Ming's silhouette, filled with existential doubt. 2 years, a full 2 years. Gu Ming had devoted himself entirely to the reconstruction of the Qingqing sect without engaging in any cultivation. My dear disciple, do your ancestors have a connection to the Qingqing sect? If Gu Ming's forebears had no ties to the sect, yet he poured his heart and soul into its revival, it would indeed be a sign of madness. At this moment, Gu Ming rolled up his sleeves and wielded a hoe. Pausing his labor, he cast a peculiar glance at the idling Meng Wanxiu. Master, what prompts such a remark? If there were no ancestral ties, I truly cannot fathom why you are so devoted to the restoration of the Qingqing sect. My family, including my grandfather, his father, and his father's father, they merely found a successor for the Qingqing sect, yet dared not commit further, wandering the continent as indifferent bystanders. You arrived at the Qingqing sect only yesterday and are already invested in its revival. Pray tell, for what reason? Aside from a few ancient relics, the Qingqing sect possesses nothing. Gu Ming appeared momentarily speechless, letting out a sigh as he turned his gaze towards Meng Wanxiu. Master, your understanding is flawed. In my era, such notions would lead to public denunciation. If one has no dreams, how do they differ from a drifting fish? As the eldest disciple of the Qingqing sect, revitalizing it is not merely a duty, but a responsibility. With that declaration, Gu Ming resumed his toil, cultivating the spirit fields. Meng Wanxiu reacted with disbelief. Are you unwell? I, as the sect leader, am indifferent. Why should you care? With a resolute heart, Meng Wanxiu stood, coldly snorted, and with a decisive stomp, broke the hoe in two, glaring fiercely at the bewildered Gu Ming. No, you cannot squander your innate talent. From this day forth, you must cultivate with me daily. Gu Ming regarded Meng Wanxiu's serious demeanor, paused for a moment, then nodded. Very well, 1 hour of cultivation each day. Upon hearing this, Meng Wanxiu shook his head. At least 3 hours. 2 hours. Deal. A satisfied smile appeared on Meng Wanxiu's face. As long as Gu Ming was willing to cultivate and experience the joy of it, he would surely devote himself wholeheartedly. With Gu Ming's determination, Meng Wanxiu was convinced that his future achievements would be boundless. Chapter 32. Meng Wanxiu of Pua 5 years hence. The Qingqing sect has flourished, its infrastructure splendidly developed, resembling a true sect in every regard. The grounds are adorned with ethereal flowers and grasses, brimming with spiritual energy, which brings great satisfaction to Gu Ming. Not far away, Meng Wanxiu squats amidst the blossoms, fiddling with the soil, immersed in existential doubt, muttering to himself. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. My diligent disciple possesses a solid foundation, with a vast reservoir of spiritual energy that far exceeds his peers. His strength is unmatched among those of his rank. He is well-versed in celestial and terrestrial knowledge, proficient in alchemy, artifact crafting, array formations, and even construction yet, despite 5 years of my meticulous guidance. He remains at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Meng Wanxiu sighs heavenward, turning his gaze toward Gu Ming. My dear disciple, do tell me the truth. Have you been slacking off? Intentionally neglecting your cultivation? Gu Ming's constitution is quite peculiar, a rare breed of mediocrity, with a balanced affinity for the 5 elements. Coupled with his years of chaotic endeavors, it has rendered Meng Wanxiu unable to discern his true potential. Naturally, he had never considered this angle. The limit of a mixed spiritual root is the qi condensation realm, making it utterly impossible to transcend the foundation establishment stage. Scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, Gu Ming smiles slightly. Master, I had warned you long ago that if I were to cultivate under your tutelage, your heart might not withstand it. Meng Wanxiu rises, his gaze piercing as he fixates on Gu Ming. Speak plainly, what is your true constitution? Gu Ming, somewhat at a loss for words, despises being questioned about his constitution, perceiving it as an affront. However, faced with his earnest and heartfelt master, he divulges the truth. Ahem, I possess a 5-element spiritual body. Meng Wanxiu is taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? A 5-element spiritual body, which signifies a balanced affinity for the 5 elements. Is that not impressive? Meng Wanxiu. Stunned, Meng Wanxiu is bewildered by the notion of balanced attributes. Are you truly cultivating the path of balance? Upon confirmation, Meng Wanxiu collapses amidst the flowers, feeling utterly despondent. Alas, I shall be bested by that old man. My disciple is indeed inferior to his. Gu Ming approaches him, tousling his disheveled hair in a comforting manner. Master, do not despair. Consider it from another perspective. My Grandmaster's disciple may not excel in other areas as you do. Cultivation cannot be confined solely to advancement in power. Meng Wanxiu pauses, his expression clouded with skepticism as he regards Gu Ming. Is that truly the case? Naturally. Think it over. I am your disciple. You are responsible for my prowess, while I shall excel in other domains. Together, as master and disciple, we would be invincible. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Wanxiu begins to find merit in Gu Ming's words. Suddenly, he deflates like a punctured balloon, exclaiming in resignation, "But your cultivation is far too weak. This is not a viable solution. Without means of self-defense, what will you do when others bully you?" Gu Ming continues to persuade him. I am your disciple. To bully us is to strike at your own face. Would you concede? Of course, we would confront them directly. If you cannot prevail, it would merely reflect poorly on my Grandmaster. We would rally our Grandmaster for assistance, and if he falters, we would seek out others. With such a strategy, what purpose does my cultivation serve? Can I truly surpass all of you? Such is impossible. I shall forever remain your cherished one, and you shall eternally be my support. Given this, why should I concern myself with cultivation? Who dares to bully me? I shall call upon my allies. Meng Wanxiu. Wait. I'm having difficulty comprehending. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Meng Wanxiu crouched on the ground, lost in contemplation. Gu Ming offered a faint smile, finally free from the incessant prattling of the old man, and continued to pursue the grand endeavor of establishing the Qingqing sect, until the following day, when Meng Wanxiu reappeared, fervently assuring his commitment. My dear disciple, you speak wisely. In terms of cultivation, as long as someone is shielding us, it suffices. If I cannot contend, I have the old man, and the old man's master, and the master's master, and so forth. Gu Ming was taken aback and hastily interjected. Wait a moment. Just how many old men are there in Qingqing? Meng Wanxiu shook his head, spreading his hands in resignation. I cannot say. After all, since ancient times, there have been at least a dozen old men above us. It is merely that our lineage is rather ascetic, indifferent to the development of the Qingqing sect. As long as the legacy continues. Gu Ming's eyes sparkled. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years must be an extraordinary immortal. Meng Wanxiu, perceiving his thoughts, dashed his dreams. I mentioned that these old men are ascetic. They can only assist one at a time. As long as the sect does not face annihilation, they shall not reveal themselves. To ask them to revive the Qingqing sect? Do not even entertain the thought. Gu Ming pouted. It seems he must rely on himself. Very well. With that, Gu Ming hoisted a hoe and made his way to the spiritual fields, preparing to tend to the spiritual herbs. Meng Wanshue trailed behind him, his eyes glinting mischievously. My dear disciple, have you considered taking on an apprentice? Heh, you wish to flee, do you? There is no way out. The revival of the Qingqing sect is tied to your presence. Gu Ming shattered his unrealistic fantasies, relying solely on his foundational cultivation. Reviving the sect was futile without Meng Wanshue's divine transformation. Meng Wanshue sighed softly, resigned to follow Gu Ming's lead, yet he remained undeterred. My dear disciple, your strength is formidable, and your foundation is the most stable I have ever encountered. Have you truly no desire to give it another try? No, I want to. How about you attempt to practice the Qingqing sect's techniques? Not interested. I have many spiritual artifacts here. Do you not wish for any? Spiritual artifacts? Confiscated. Have you forgotten our revival philosophy? Proletariat, communal ownership. Meng Wanshue was astounded, watching as his few spiritual artifacts were taken by Gu Ming. And he ceased to urge Gu Ming to cultivate. What a calamity! That old man deceived me into seeking a successor, and now I am embroiled in this matter. Meng Wanshue inwardly cursed. Had it not been for his master's feigned seclusion compelling him to find a successor, would he have crossed paths with Gu Ming? Would he have become entangled in the revival of the Qingqing sect? Of course, he could flee, but he had his principles and would not stoop to such actions. Unbeknownst to him, a century had passed since Gu Ming joined the Qingqing sect. In this century, Meng Wanshue had utterly given up. He finally realized just how inferior Gu Ming's constitution truly was. A century has passed, yet he remains entrenched in the mid-phase of foundation establishment, a truly astonishing feat. He is intrigued by Gu Ming's agelessness, for according to the lifespan of foundation establishment cultivators, one would not only age over 100 years, but also exhibit noticeable changes in vitality and appearance. However, Gu Ming's vitality and looks remain utterly unchanged. As if he has been forgotten by the passage of time, Gu Ming harbors no fear of having his little secret uncovered, attributing his prolonged lifespan to a balanced affinity for the 5 elemental attributes. It is a feeble excuse, yet Meng Wan feigns belief. Aware that his obedient disciple harbors secrets, he is not particularly curious. After a century of companionship, he has long regarded Gu Ming as his own child. Chapter 33, The Second Century Plan. The first disciple over the course of a century, the Qingqing sect has undergone profound transformations, no longer resembling its former self. Majestic towers and ethereal palaces abound, adorned with vibrant spiritual flowers and herbs. Gu Ming, having expended millions of spiritual stones, established tens of thousands of yellow-grade formations, intricately interlinked to form hundreds of mysterious grade arrays, which in turn converged into a formidable earth-grade protective formation for the sect. Meng Wanshue was utterly astonished by Gu Ming's prowess, having become his devoted admirer, trailing closely behind him to lend assistance. Throughout these years, Gu Ming did not neglect his alchemical skills. He cultivated spiritual herbs, while simultaneously refining elixirs for sale, perpetually reinvesting in spiritual seeds, thereby amassing sufficient spiritual stones to establish the Qingqing sect. The mountain gate was constructed with 2 colossal stone pillars, upon which the 3 characters of Qingqing sect loomed large, gleaming in gold and radiating brilliance under the scorching sun. Inside the grand hall, Gu Ming felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Establishing a sect over a century was far more enthralling than mere cultivation. However, this endeavor had nearly depleted his entire fortune, leaving him in a state of financial scarcity. Yet, the present Qingqing sect, while visually impressive, lacked substantial foundation. Meng Wanshue beamed with pride, unable to suppress his excitement. If my master were to know that I have re-established the Qingqing sect, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Oh, master, in what aspect can your disciple compare to my pupil? Aside from cultivation? Gu Ming, uninterested in Meng Wanshue's whimsical musings, declared loudly, I hereby announce that the first century plan for the revival of Qingqing is complete. Excellent. My dear disciple, should we not take a moment to rest? At this pace, I am not worried about you. Rather, I fear for my own endurance. Alas, I am of advanced years, and I must care for myself, Gu Ming lamented, his face a picture of exasperation as he launched into a lengthy admonition. Master, you are at least an early stage, no, mid-stage transformation expert. Your physique is far more robust than mine, Meng Wanshue retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. My dear disciple, you ought to engage in your cultivation. After a century, you remain at the mid-stage foundation level. Your progress seems rather sluggish. Gu Ming continued, patting Meng Wenxiu on the shoulder, attempting to distract him. The revival of Qingqing is of utmost importance. Personal gains and losses pale in comparison. Your perspective is too narrow. Your awareness must be elevated. Just then, an alert from the protective formation signaled an approaching presence. Gu Ming and Meng Wenxiu exchanged a sly glance. A glimmer of mischief in their eyes. The second-century plan of Qingqing sect is officially underway. Outside the Qingqing sect, Han Yunqi gazed in astonishment at the imposing mountain gate and the dazzling plaque that nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. When did a Qingqing sect emerge here? Han Yunqi, possessing a superior lightning spiritual root, had the innate ability to cultivate freely. However, due to connections that displaced him, he could not afford the cultivation fees and was forced to become a rogue cultivator. On this uneventful day, I initially intended to gather some spiritual herbs and exchange them for spirit stones to further my cultivation. However, to my surprise, I encountered a sect deep within the mountains. Gazing upon the imposing entrance of the Qingqing sect, Han Yunqi let out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance as he turned to leave. This grandeur was not inferior to that of any renowned cultivation sect, yet the exorbitant costs of spiritual cultivation disheartened him. Alas, Han Yunqi came to realize that despite his considerable talent, lacking a powerful background rendered the possibility of free cultivation utterly unattainable. His opportunities would invariably be usurped by others, leaving him utterly disillusioned with the cultivation sections. Fellow cultivator, I sense a connection between you and our sect. Would you be interested in joining the Qingqing sect? Gu Ming, accompanied by Meng Wenxiu, swiftly approached Han Yunqi, eager to seize this opportunity to recruit the sect's top disciple of the century. Han Yunqi paused, turning to face them, and shook his head, replying, I have no spirit stones, it's not worth it. Do not be disheartened. Our Qingqing sect offers free cultivation, Gu Ming implored. Han Yunqi, taken aback, confirmed this several times, only to find himself hesitating in disbelief. In this world, how could one expect to receive such an unexpected boon? Gu Ming stepped forward, reiterating his promise of absolutely free cultivation. Sensing Han Yunqi's lingering skepticism, Gu Ming discerned his apprehensions. Are you afraid I might deceive you? Han Yunqi silently nodded, thinking, isn't that obvious? What kind of power would forego spirit stones? Gu Ming cleared his throat. Master, showcase your prowess. Meng Wenxiu smirked, internally grumbling. Do you take me for a mere mascot? Despite his thoughts, he gradually regained his composure, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across 100 miles, summoning rolling thunder and manifesting extraordinary phenomena. In that moment, Meng Wenxiu transformed from a seemingly lecherous old man into a formidable cultivator capable of raising cities with a mere gesture. Han Yunqi stood in awe, mouth agape, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the existence of such a terrifyingly powerful being in this secluded wilderness. Gu Ming patted Han Yunqi on the shoulder, speaking calmly. Do you truly believe that with the strength of our Qingqing sect, we would need to deceive a mere qi condensation cultivator like you? Han Yunqi swallowed hard and quickly exclaimed, I am willing to join the Qingqing sect. Gu Ming smiled with satisfaction, signaling Meng Wenxiu to cease the intimidation, for his overwhelming aura had made Han Yunqi's legs tremble uncontrollably. Let us be clear, once you join the Qingqing sect, there is no turning back. Come. Let us sign the contract of servitude. No, I mean, sign your name here. This is the notice of your admission into the sect. Han Yunqi, with a skeptical gaze, accepted the admission notice, which was quite straightforward, outlining the principles of the sect, the requirement of loyalty and adherence to rules. The most critical clause stated that upon reaching the Golden Core stage, one could choose to leave or remain as an elder, should one choose to depart. Compliance with the sect's summons was mandatory. The terms were reasonable. After confirming the details, Han Yunqi carefully inscribed his name and cautiously asked the two, May I know your names? Gu Ming replied, I am the eldest disciple of the Qingqing sect. Han Yunqi was astonished. To be personally received by the eldest disciple of the Qingqing sect was a significant honor, leaving him both flattered and overwhelmed. In a sect, the senior brother is a paragon of strength, the most formidable disciple, the future master, and an unparalleled powerhouse. I pay my respects to the senior brother, Han Yunqi said, hastily bowing, not daring to be negligent. Meng Wenxiu, while casually picking his nose, introduced himself at a leisurely pace. I am the master of the Qingqing sect. Han Yunqi was taken aback. Wait, the master himself has come to greet me? Am I truly of such significance? Could it be that I am the fated child, blessed with extraordinary fortune, and have been discovered? I pay my respects to the master. All right, do not be so formal. Though Qingsheng has its rules, we are not overly rigid. Upon hearing this, Han Yunshi breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for the Qingsheng sect greatly increasing. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over him, and he cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, am I to start as an outer disciple?" Gu Ming waved his sleeve and smiled faintly. "No need. From now on, you shall be the second inner disciple." Han Yunshi was taken aback. "What? Me? The second disciple?" After a short while, Han Yunshi gazed upon the seemingly opulent, yet hollow Qingsheng sect, and felt as if he had been deceived. Observing Han Yunshi's silence, Gu Ming continued to persuade him. "As the second disciple of the sect, you must not present yourself in such a manner. Exhibit confidence in your sect, and set a standard for your future junior brothers and sisters." Han Yunshi sighed lightly and accepted his fate with a bow. The junior brother understands and will heed the senior brother's teachings. Ah, the youth is teachable, far more dependable than the master, Gu Ming thought to himself. A silent smirk forming within. Chapter 34. The second step of the century plan. Before long, Han Yunshi's heart sank deeper into despair. The entire Qingsheng sect was but a fade, lacking all the essential elements that a proper sect should possess. Cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, secret realms, sacred grounds, elders, stewards, and guardians, none existed. In the Grand Hall, Meng Wenxiu occupied the seat of honor, while Gu Ming and Han Yunshi sat on either side. Gu Ming rose, hands clasped behind his back, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. Today marked the first meeting since the initiation of the Qingsheng sect's revival plan. Let us conduct ourselves with seriousness. Junior brother, you are responsible for taking attendance. Is there anyone absent? Han Yunshi thought to himself. Could it be that my elder brother is unwell? In response, he reported, "Elder brother, there are no absentees." Meng Wenxiu, already accustomed to this routine, recalled how, in the last century, he had been dragged into countless meetings by Gu Ming, complete with absurd meeting minutes. With someone else bearing the burden now, he found himself considerably relieved. Gu Ming nodded and continued, "First, let us applaud the addition of junior brother Han to the Qingsheng sect." A sparse round of applause echoed through the hall. "Secondly, we are officially commencing the recruitment of disciples for the Qingsheng sect. Junior brother, I appoint you as the head of recruitment. Can you manage this task?" Han Yunshi forced a bitter smile and replied, "Elder brother, this poses quite a challenge. Who would believe in a sect that has seemingly sprung from thin air? Furthermore, it appears that within our ranks, there is a discrepancy between appearance and reality. Beyond a superficial charm, we possess nothing of substance. Not to mention, the costs of free cultivation and spiritual stones are a significant concern." Gu Ming cast a confident glance at Han Yunshi. "What is there to hurry about? Your first task is to establish a reputation for the Qingsheng sect. Simply proclaim that in 10 years, we shall be welcoming a multitude of disciples, elders, stewards, and guardians, with not only free cultivation but also generous benefits. A decade should suffice to elevate the Qingsheng sect's standing. Wouldn't you agree?" Han Yunshi was taken aback. "That is certainly enough time, but why a decade?" Gu Ming rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. "Isn't it obvious? This is to gather spiritual stones. Worry not. Grant me a decade, and I shall produce 100 or 80,000 medicinal pills, talismans, array stones, spiritual artifacts, and the like. Ample resources to sustain us for a considerable time." Meng Wenxiu shrugged. "Do not judge me by my age. I may lack in certain skills. Yet my diligent disciple excels in all. Trust him to resolve our matters. Follow his directives without concern for my opinions. My views are of little consequence." Han Yunshi felt speechless. It was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon for a sect leader to heed a disciple's counsel. With matters having reached this point, he felt he had no choice, especially since he had already signed the contract binding him. Hesitantly, Han Yunshi ventured, "Elder brother, what about my remuneration? Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses, and I will advance your salary for the next 10 years. Gu Ming then handed Han Yunshi 100,000 spiritual stones as his operational budget and salary for the decade. As Han Yunshi gazed at the pile of sparkling spiritual stones, disbelief washed over him. The sudden windfall left him in a state of incredulity. "Elder brother, are you not concerned I might abscond?" Gu Ming cast a casual glance at Meng Wenxiu. Meng Wenxiu raised his hand, unleashing a force that shattered a colossal peak 10 miles away. "Do you dare to try? Attempt it, and you shall perish." Han Yunshi, terrified, hastily declared his reluctance. For in the presence of a god transformation expert, there was nowhere to escape. Subsequently, Gu Ming presented the enrollment guidelines he had meticulously crafted to Han Yunshi, expertly bewildering him with persuasive rhetoric. Go forth. I have faith in you. Thank you, senior brother. I shall not fail in this mission. Over the span of 10 years, Gu Ming immersed himself in the lucrative pursuits of alchemy, artifact crafting, runes, and array stones. In this brief period, he concocted nearly 4 million pills and produced a considerable array of other items. The astonishing speed of his alchemical endeavors led the two to speculate if Gu Ming was not merely practicing alchemy, but possessed a veritable alchemical palace. With a swift sail, the foundation of the Qingqing sect was remarkably enhanced, amassing hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Meng Wenxiu, with tears and snot, grasped Gu Ming's hands and lamented, "My dear disciple, shall we not abandon the reconstruction of the Qingqing sect? With such an abundance of spirit stones, we could cultivate for centuries without concern for sustenance." Nonsense. Master, your thinking is flawed. This is a one-time exception. Do not expect it again, or I shall withhold your cultivation resources for a year. Upon hearing this, Meng Wenxiu reluctantly suppressed his thoughts. As for Han Yunshi, through his tireless promotion and the expenditure of vast amounts of spirit stones, he indeed achieved results. Many cultivators began to yearn for the legendary Qingqing sect, eagerly anticipating the day it would accept disciples. Even within the palace of the northern Zhou kingdom, interest was piqued, and numerous esteemed cultivation families expressed curiosity, seeking to partake in the excitement. Naturally, during this time, several ill-intentioned individuals plotted mischief but were publicly subdued by Meng Wenxiu, thereby instilling fear and simultaneously showcasing the might of the Qingqing sect. On the day of the official disciple recruitment, elders and others gathered. Initially, most approached with a trial-and-error mindset, observing the situation. The cultivators Han Yunshi had bribed were the first to break the ice and join the Qingqing sect. Upon receiving spirit stones, a multitude of cultivators followed suit, becoming disciples of the Qingqing sect. A golden core cultivator inquired, "Master, I wonder what position I might hold within the Qingqing sect, given my golden core cultivation level, and what would be my compensation?" Meng Wenxiu turned to Gu Ming at his side, stirring curiosity among many about this young man who commanded the attention of a god transformation expert. Gu Ming stepped forward, facing the throngs of cultivators. To say he was nervous would be an understatement. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself. "I am the senior brother of the Qingqing sect. Regarding the inquiry posed by this esteemed friend, I believe it resonates with many of your concerns. Firstly, those in the early stages of the Golden Core realm may serve as deacons or guardians, while those in the mid-stage may become outer sect elders, and those in the late stage may ascend to inner sect elder positions. As for compensation, it is detailed in the enrollment guidelines, base salary plus contribution bonuses. In other words, the more you do, the more you earn. For instance, a cultivator in the early Golden Core stage may select a deacon role, with a monthly remuneration of 50,000 spirit stones, plus bonuses. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core cultivator eagerly expressed his desire to join the Qingqing sect. 50,000 spirit stones, while modest in the context of major sects and families, were deemed quite appealing. However, for those wandering cultivators, the sum of 50,000 spirit stones is exceedingly generous. With commissions included, their monthly income is substantial, and they are not required to spend their days in constant peril. Naturally, they are quite willing to partake. It is worth mentioning that this individual was also preemptively secured by Han Yunshi. Every journey begins with a single step, and with someone to initiate, everything else unfolds effortlessly. Within the short span of a single day, the number of disciples from the Qingqing sect surged to a staggering 2,000. Were it not for the fact that Gu Ming saw the numbers nearing a limit and decided to halt recruitment, the figure could have multiplied several times over. In the Grand Hall, Meng Wenxiu expressed his concerns. "Dear disciple, by proceeding in this manner, you invite a mlang of talents and miscreants alike. Our sect may attract numerous individuals with ulterior motives and lacking genuine skills. The principle of teaching indiscriminately does not align well with the current state of affairs. Should any of our disciples err, it would tarnish the reputation of the Qingqing sect. Once that reputation is sullied, the old man will surely come forth to chastise me." Gu Ming replied with a calm smile, "Rest assured, master. My century-long plan has measures in place. Next, we shall sift through the cultivators to ensure we retain only those of upright character while we eliminate those with questionable morals. Chapter 35. The Chosen One Among Millions. Meng Wanqiu was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Gu Ming. My dear disciple, what are your intentions? Gu Ming smiled and elucidated. We are to recruit 3,000 cultivators this time. Thereafter, the Qingqing sect shall no longer accept new disciples, but will instead conduct a preliminary examination. Those who fail will be expelled from the sect. Beside them, Han Yunxi expressed her concerns. What if they cause a disturbance? Gu Ming chuckled coldly. We have cultivators at the divine transformation stage at our disposal. If they dare to oppose us, we shall eliminate them. Meng Wanqiu sighed. Great. I am once again relegated to the role of enforcer, utterly inconspicuous. As he observed the survey questionnaire that Gu Ming had presented, Han Yunxi gasped in surprise. Master brother, are you certain this will work? Of course. Remember, the highest score is 100. 60 is the passing mark. Those who fail will be expelled from Qingqing. Our sect is a righteous establishment, and we need not harbor those of dubious character or conflicting ideologies. Han Yunxi departed, still skeptical. Meng Wanqiu took a questionnaire from Gu Ming and, upon examining the questions, smiled confidently. My dear disciple, do you believe my character can achieve a perfect score? Shall we give it a try? After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Meng Wanqiu stared at his 50-point examination paper, lost in contemplation. With a furrowed brow, he took a sip of wine and pointed to the first question. My dear disciple, could you elucidate why this answer is incorrect? The question read, if surrounded by ferocious beasts in a city, and a fragile woman appears outside the gates. Opening the gates to rescue her carries a 50% chance of saving her, but also a 50% chance of allowing the beasts to enter, leading to the city's destruction and the demise of its inhabitants. The options are A. Save the woman. B. Remain indifferent. C. Slay the woman. D. Kill those who support opening the gates. I chose to remain indifferent. Why is that wrong? Meng Wanqiu understood Gu Ming's implication. In chaotic times, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate, risking greater losses for minor gains. Gu Ming sighed softly and patiently explained, Master, you alone cannot represent everyone. If she cries for help, might not the naive and overly compassionate advocate for opening the gates? If that happens, discord will ensue within the city, and ultimately, it will be unable to unite against the beasts, resulting in destruction and loss of life. Meng Wanqiu widened his eyes, astonished that such reasoning could be applied. So, the correct choice is C? No, it is a multiple-choice question. You should select both C and D. Meng Wanqiu fell silent, his face a mask of confusion. But why should we also slay the supporters? Dear disciple, you must understand that those who cannot perceive the situation clearly will ultimately become a calamity, endangering everyone. Imagine if the Qingqing sect were to harbor such individuals, opposing our principles while inciting internal strife in the face of formidable enemies. Would that not hinder us and provide our adversaries with an opportunity? Meng Wanqiu numbly nodded, sensing a semblance of reason in Gu Ming's words, yet feeling that something was amiss. Let us consider another question. Why is this answer incorrect? Meng Wanqiu pointed to a different query. The question read, you have two opponents. One is a demonic cultivator whose strength is slightly inferior to yours, and the other is a righteous cultivator whose strength surpasses yours. At this moment, both you are in a fight to the death. What should you do? A. Incite discord to divert their attention. B. Show weakness to lower their guard. C. Collaborating with the practitioners of the demonic path. We have dealt a severe blow to the righteous cultivators. D. Seize the opportunity to ambush them while they are unprepared and eliminate them all. I believe that allying with the practitioners of the demonic path is the most rational approach to confront the righteous cultivators, although it may raise some ethical concerns. The alternative choices are even less suitable and fail to resolve the issue. For instance, the fourth option, to ambush the practitioners of the demonic path. How could one possibly eliminate them all? This choice is untenable. Gu Ming sighed helplessly and attempted to clarify once more. Master, you are mistaken again. Who told you this was a multiple-choice question? It is an ordering question. The answer is BCD. Meng Wanqiu gasped in disbelief. With a long sigh, he tore the questionnaire to shreds and shot a bewildered glance at Gu Ming. Were it not for your status as my disciple, I would truly wish to slap you into silence for your nonsensical notions. Following your logic, our Qingqing sect would be fortunate to retain even a handful of cultivators. You might as well expel me from the sect. That cannot be. You are the sect master, after all. Gu Ming quickly donned a sycophantic smile. hoping to placate Meng Wanxiu. If he truly decided to abandon his duties, Gu Ming's plans to rebuild the Qinxing sect would be rendered futile. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. You are free to meddle as you please. But beware, should any problems arise, you shall be held accountable. Meng Wanxiu waved his sleeve and departed the grand hall, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to strike Gu Ming. A month later, Han Yunqi appeared at the Qinxing sect's council hall, weary and haggard, to report on the progress of his tasks. Senior brother, according to your instructions, the assessment has concluded. Currently, the Qinxing sect has only 28 disciples remaining, along with one elder at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. The entrance examination was exceedingly difficult. Even I barely managed to pass. Handing over the assessment results to Gu Ming, Han Yunqi rubbed his temples, exhausted. At present, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and undertaking this task nearly left him bedridden. Gu Ming examined the results and smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. This exceeds my expectations. We offer free cultivation. If it weren't for the rigorous selection, who would be worthy of joining our Qinxing sect? We shall adhere to this standard moving forward. But to prevent any leaks, I will devise a new set of examination questions in 10 years. Han Yunqi's lips twitched in exasperation. He genuinely admired Gu Ming's boundless energy, as he applied himself diligently to everything beyond cultivation. Suddenly, Gu Ming's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized one of the examination papers. A perfect score? Ah, there is indeed one, seemingly named Nangong Dali. She is the only candidate who completed the questions in half a tea time, achieving a perfect score. And she grew increasingly enthusiastic with each answer. Gu Ming's interest piqued, and he immediately instructed Han Yunqi to bring her forth, eager to discover the extraordinary talent behind such an impressive performance. Before long, Gu Ming found himself in silent contemplation as he beheld Nangong Dali, standing at 1.50 meters, clad in an adorable pink dress, with 2 pigtails, large sparkling eyes, and a cherubic face. She was the epitome of an enchanting little girl. Is this Nangong Dali? He mused, somewhat bemused by her name. Han Yunqi nodded and reminded her, you should promptly pay your respects to senior brother. With a sly smile, Zhuge Dali observed Gu Ming, her eyes glinting with mischief, clearly indicating that she harbored no innocent intentions. Greetings, master brother, she said, her voice melodious with a hint of a lilt, a natural gift. Gu Ming fell silent for a moment, sensing that this young woman was far from ordinary. Those who could answer all his questions correctly were either time travelers or embodiments of abstract brilliance. Ahem, Dali, what do you think of my test? He inquired. Nangong Dali beamed with delight. Quite reasonable, albeit a tad simplistic. The answers are evident. I truly cannot fathom why they failed to pass, as dull as pigs. Master brother, I propose that anyone scoring below full marks be expelled from the sect, for those who do not align with your ideals are unworthy to remain. Han Yunqi's eyes twitched as she shot a fierce glare at Nangong Dali. According to her reasoning, it seemed that only the two of them would be left in the Qinxing sect. Gu Ming appeared to have found a kindred spirit and nodded in agreement. Yet he shook his head gently. Dali, individuals like us, chosen by fate, are rare throughout the ages. We cannot hold others to such lofty standards. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Dali acquiesced with a nod. Very well, there is some truth to that. Those who can achieve even a fraction of what Master Brother has accomplished are indeed prodigies and should not be overly scrutinized. Chapter 36. The accusation against Nangong Dali. Subsequently, Gu Ming examined the information regarding Nangong Dali. The family background was utterly blank, containing only a name, age, cultivation level, physique, height, weight, and measurements. Measurements? Gu Ming cast a glance at Nangong Dali's bosom, only to realize how well developed it was. Nangong Dali stood at a height of 158 centimeters, aged 15, with a cultivation level at the 9th stage of qi condensation, possessing a heavenly tyrant physique. Gu Ming was taken aback, letting out a soft gasp as he scrutinized Nangong Dali. You possess a unique physique, one that is strength-oriented. Why do you aspire to join our Qinxing sect? Nangong paused momentarily, then smiled charmingly. Because I believe the Qinxing sect has class. Ah, you possess great discernment. From now on, you shall be my third junior sister. Quite impressive. Han Yunqi and Meng Wanxiu exchanged incredulous glances, as Gu Ming's casual demeanor left much to be desired. Thereafter, Gu Ming met with the newly initiated disciples, along with the Soul Sect steward. Initially skeptical, the group broke into smiles upon receiving a substantial allocation of spirit stones. Those who managed to pass the assessment were, to some extent, eccentric. They paid little heed to the sect's nature, as long as there were benefits to be gained. After arranging everyone comfortably, Gu Ming returned to his alchemical pursuits, diligently working towards the revival of the Qingqing sect. In the second decade, the Qingqing sect opened its doors to recruit disciples once more. Many had prepared in advance, yet they were unprepared for Gu Ming's change in strategy. The questions had shifted, and ultimately, fewer than 30 remained. The third decade, the fourth decade. A century later, the Qingqing sect boasted 283 disciples, 3 stewards, 2 protectors, 1 outer elder, and no inner elders. Gu Ming no longer fixated on recruiting disciples and initiated a third centennial plan to enhance the disciples' prowess, vigorously developing the internal structure of the sect and establishing the foundational elements it required, such as a scripture pavilion and training rooms. Over the years, Gu Ming seldom made public appearances, with most responsibilities falling to Han Yunxi. After a century, his cultivation had reached the golden core stage, officially becoming a sect steward. Yet, everyone understood that he was essentially equivalent to the sect leader, as he oversaw all sect affairs. Nangong Dali, with her extraordinary talent, also entered the early golden core stage within a century, advancing rapidly. However, after reaching the golden core stage, breakthroughs became increasingly challenging. A minor realm could take decades to traverse, and those with lesser talents might find themselves perpetually stagnated at the golden core stage. As for Gu Ming, his cultivation similarly progressed swiftly, finally reaching the late foundation establishment stage after a century, his stability unparalleled. In contrast, his alchemical skills had attained the level of high-grade Xian, rivaling those of senior alchemists from prominent sects, his techniques becoming increasingly refined. His formation master rank elevated to mid-grade Xian, his weapon refining skills reached low-grade Xian, while his spiritual plant cultivation remained stagnated at high-grade Xian, unable to advance. Gu Ming felt quite helpless. To elevate the level of spiritual plant cultivation, he would need to engage with millennia-old spiritual herb planting, a task he had little time for. Stretching lazily, he retrieved the elixirs from the alchemical furnace and placed them into a box. Shortly thereafter, Meng Wenxiu's voice resonated from outside the alchemical chamber. "Disciple, your master is entering now." "Good." Gu Ming concealed the exotic flames, as it was best not to expose this matter, for it would be difficult to explain. Meng Wenxiu gazed at the myriad boxes filled with elixirs scattered around him, a sight he had long since grown accustomed to. Sitting beside them, he spoke softly. "My dear disciple, those little rascals in our sect are certainly not to be underestimated. Many factions harbor significant grievances against our Qingqing sect." Gu Ming, momentarily taken aback, brushed his robe and inquired with curiosity, "What seems to be the issue?" "These are my meticulously selected disciples. How could there possibly be a problem?" Meng Wenxiu, with an expression of exasperation, sighed. "These youngsters prioritize their own interests above all else, resorting to deceitful tactics and unscrupulous methods, which has stirred considerable resentment among the cultivators of the Northern Zhou Kingdom. However, there is one redeeming quality. They fiercely uphold the honor of the Qingqing sect, assisting one another in times of need. Their character is commendable." Gu Ming rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that, naturally, he had chosen only the elite for the challenges he had set. If they lack the ability, who can they blame? Some truths remain, and as long as I am here, they cannot cause too much upheaval. Meng Wenxiu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as mere minor fracas among disciples. Subsequently, he continued to regale Gu Ming with amusing tales from recent years within the Qingqing sect. Han Yunxi had always been diligent and selfless, taking charge of all matters large and small in the sect, while Gu Ming and Meng Wenxiu acted as indifferent overseers. Nangong Dali, however, was quite the character. The seemingly adorable girl was surprisingly fierce, having taken it upon herself to challenge and spar with every disciple, turning the sect into a whirlwind of chaos. Gu Ming blinked in astonishment and cleared his throat. "Well, she's just a little girl. One can understand her playful nature." He chuckled, recalling that the girl, over 100 years old, had mischievously plucked his beard the previous night, and had he not reacted swiftly, those years of growth would have been in jeopardy. Meng Wenxiu shot him a glare and continued his lamentations. "And that's not all. No one in the sect can keep her in check. The treasures other disciples have painstakingly obtained, she finds ways to wager against. using whatever trinkets catch her fancy as stakes. Moreover, she somehow acquired a spirit brick and enjoys tapping it on people's heads. Just last time, she gave the Northern Zhou prince a concussion. They came knocking to lodge a complaint. Had I not intervened personally, the matter would have escalated. While the Northern Zhou kingdom itself was of little concern. It was backed by the Jianyun sect, which warranted a degree of respect. One must tread carefully. Gu Ming smiled awkwardly, feigning ignorance of Meng Wenxu's pointed gaze, fully aware that the spirit brick had originated from him. Enough. I understand now. I will reprimand her later and have her reflect on her actions. Gu Ming hastily interjected, realizing Meng Wenxu's true intention. Satisfied with Gu Ming's assurance, Meng Wenxu finally took his leave. With a resigned sigh, Gu Ming stored the elixirs in his storage pouch and made his way to the sect's Grand Assembly Hall, summoning Han Yunqi. Upon seeing Gu Ming, she burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Wah, senior brother, you must stand up for me. Gu Ming, taken aback, looked at her with confusion. What is happening? You are the second in command of the sect. How can you be so careless with your image? Han Yunqi wiped her tears, bowed her head, and clenched her teeth, speaking each word with emphasis. That wretched girl Nangong Dali slapped me on the back of my head and stole the dragon blood fruit that I had worked so hard to obtain. Gazing at Han Yunqi's prominent horns at the back of her head, Gu Ming's lips twitched in exasperation as he let out a resigned sigh. Very well. I shall summon Nangong Dali to see me shortly. This is the elixir we crafted. Once you sell it, 10,000 spirit stones will be allocated for your medicinal expenses. Upon hearing the mention of 10,000 spirit stones, Han Yunqi chuckled gleefully, her headache seemingly vanishing as she swiftly pocketed the elixir and made her exit. Before long, Nangong Dali approached, shouldering a fearsome giant hammer measuring 7 or 8 meters in length. The Dali hammer, a spiritual artifact specially forged by Gu Ming, weighed an astounding 50,000 kilograms. Senior brother, oh dear, I have missed you so? She exclaimed. With a loud thud, Nangong Dali dropped the colossal hammer, causing the palace to tremble, and lunged forward. Gu Ming, effortlessly gripping the nape of her neck, placed her upon the steps, his expression tinged with mild annoyance. What is the matter with you? Why do you cause such chaos and bully your fellow disciples? Nangong Dali shrank her head, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Senior brother, they have slandered me. Under Gu Ming's stern gaze, she averted her eyes, pouting slightly. I merely exchanged with them. When they refused, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. However, I did compensate with spirit stones. I did not steal. Gu Ming paused, acknowledging that although this girl was reckless, she still held on to some semblance of principle. And what of the incident involving the sect master's beard? Humph. It was those rascals from the Northern Zhou kingdom who sought trouble with me. The sect master punished me with 3 days of wall facing. He showed no inclination to protect me, she retorted indignantly. Gu Ming rolled his eyes. You caused a prince to suffer a concussion and were only punished with 3 days of reflection, and you still feel wronged? Nangong Dali protested. It was Yang Wei who first insulted me with lewd remarks. I merely retaliated by striking the back of his head. Gu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that if the situation unfolded as she described, there might indeed be some justification for her actions. Chapter 37. A century of leave. Very well, henceforth, one must refrain from recklessness. Nangong Dali, ever obedient to Gu Ming's directives, nodded vigorously. Understood, it shall not happen again. With a swift motion, Gu Ming playfully tapped her on the head, shaking his head in exasperation. What I mean is to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Conduct your affairs with discretion. For instance, with that Yang Wei, your approach was far too lenient. If you merely induce amnesia, how will he ever discern the perpetrator? By the way, did you completely relieve him of his possessions? Nangong Dali gazed at Gu Ming with wide, incredulous eyes. He was aware of the shrewdness of his seemingly amiable senior brother. Yet he was taken aback by the depths of his cunning. No, I did not. It was all too hurried, and I had to flee. As she spoke, Nangong Dali abruptly stood and began to exit. Halt! What are you doing? Nangong Dali tilted her head in confusion, looking back at Gu Ming. I intend to confront him once more, to induce amnesia and thoroughly rob him. Gu Ming's expression darkened, and he spoke with a resigned tone. Return, cease this folly. There will be another opportunity to discuss it. Oh, understood. With her head drooping, Nangong Dali returned to Gu Ming's side, seemingly dejected. Subsequently, under the weight of Gu Ming's admonitions, she nodded, half comprehending, and earnestly assured him. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall exercise utmost caution henceforth, ensuring no one can seize upon my missteps. Gu Ming could only sigh, realizing that despite his lengthy counsel, she had absorbed but a single phrase. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly handed her a stack of talismans, patiently instructing her. These are cloaking and disguise talismans. Remember, do not employ such underhanded tactics against your fellow disciples. Nangong Dali beamed and once again pledged her commitment, bounding away with her mighty hammer in tow. Be cautious, do not shatter my floor. Understood, understood. Farewell, senior brother. As he watched her depart, a smile crept onto Gu Ming's face. Nangong Dali reminded him of his younger sister back on Earth, and it felt only natural to treat her as such, inevitably leading to a measure of favoritism. Rising and stretching lazily, Gu Ming, having resolved this matter, returned to his alchemy chamber, continuing his monotonous yet fulfilling existence. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 48th year of the 3rd century-long plan. Gu Ming gradually lost interest in alchemy, as the repetitive nature of his tasks would wear down even the most steadfast of spirits. Matters within the sect were deftly managed by Han Yunxi, sparing him the burden of concern. Many disciples had seemingly forgotten that the Qingcheng sect had a senior brother such as him. Even when he walked among them, he was often mistaken for a novice. Upon locating Meng Wenxiu, who had recently become engrossed in the art of cricket fighting, Gu Ming crouched beside him, observing intently until the match concluded. Master, does our Qingcheng sect possess any particularly formidable techniques that ordinary individuals cannot practice? Meng Wenxiu's expression brightened. As long as Gu Ming was not fixated on reviving the Qingcheng sect, he could pursue whatever endeavors he desired. The current state of the Qingcheng sect was thriving, and Meng Wenxiu felt it was sufficient, with no need for further upheaval. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Meng Wenxiu finally spoke. It appears that there are indeed such things. But these practices are forbidden arts. My dear disciple, why not cultivate proper techniques instead? I possess methods of the earth rank. Do you not wish to learn? Gu Ming rolled his eyes. He had no interest in ordinary techniques. I shall not learn. I wish to study the forbidden arts to discern their nature. Meng Wenxiu hesitated. Since these were forbidden techniques, they could not be judged by common sense, likely causing harm to either heaven or oneself. Master, you have been somewhat negligent in your practice lately, even finding time to engage in cricket fights. It seems I must have Yunxi assign you some tasks. Come, my obedient disciple, follow me. Meng Wenxiu's expression changed subtly. Being unable to leave the Qingcheng sect was already tedious enough, and if he were to be put in charge, it would surely drive him mad. Gu Ming chuckled, easily managing his rather foolish master. Before long, the two arrived at a desolate area behind the Qingcheng sect. Meng Wenxiu cautiously glanced around, appearing as though he were up to no good. Gu Ming, slightly exasperated, remarked, Master, as the sect leader, you need not act so. Meng Wenxiu offered an awkward smile. Ahem, I forgot. Long ago, I was punished for entering forbidden areas to store forbidden arts, enduring 3 days and nights of torment from that old man. Such psychological trauma. Straightening his posture, Meng Wenxiu regained his air of authority and spoke calmly. I am the sect leader of Qingcheng, a formidable being in the transformation phase. What is there to fear? Come, my obedient disciple. With a flick of his sleeve, ripples formed in the air, and a cave slowly materialized, marked by 2 prominent characters, forbidden entry. Let us proceed, aside from the sect leader. No one else can access this place. Following closely behind Meng Wenxiu, Gu Ming curiously inquired, Master, if these are forbidden arts, why not destroy them? Meng Wenxiu scoffed, nonsense. These techniques merely possess some issues. Practicing them may lead to mishaps. Nonetheless, they are powerful arts passed down through generations of Qingcheng's strong practitioners. Even if there are minor flaws, to destroy them would be disrespectful to our ancestors. As they traversed the long passage, the two arrived in a relatively spacious chamber. Here, stone pillars stood tall, each bearing a wooden box, alongside which were descriptions of the technique's merits, demerits, and requirements for practice. My dear disciple, you must not practice recklessly. You must adhere to the requirements to avoid pitfalls. When I first took on the role of sect leader, I ventured here but found no suitable techniques, thus never returned. Looking around, Meng Wenxiu noted the dozens of stone pillars, each housing forbidden arts. Gu Ming nodded, and then turned to fix his gaze intently on Meng Wenxiu. What is it, master? Meng Wenxiu replied, You may leave. This place is mine. Do not hinder me here. He shot Gu Ming a glare. No. If I am not here, What will you do in your recklessness? Moreover, you are not the sect leader and thus lack the qualification to enter this place. The rules were set by me, and you cannot contravene them. How about this? I shall grant you 100 years of leave. Upon hearing the word leave, Meng Wenshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he grinned. Really? Indeed, truly. No turning back. The old man has been liberated. Ha ha ha. Meng Wenshu's figure vanished in an instant, without a trace of hesitation. My dear disciple, this is the sect master's decree. With this decree in your possession, you may freely enter and exit this place. Should you require anything, summon me through the decree. Meng Wenshu's voice echoed from the horizon, while he had already slipped away to an unknown location. Gu Ming gazed at the ancient, rustic token in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. His master possessed many admirable qualities, yet he was somewhat playful. Nevertheless, as long as the Qingqing sect did not encounter any nascent soul powerhouses, there should be no significant troubles. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming's face lit up with delight, his eyes sparkling with interest as he fixated on these forbidden techniques. Chapter 38. Unease. A storm is coming upon. Arriving at the first stone pillar, Gu Ming observed the cultivation technique inscribed upon it. The Dragon Elephant Suppressing Demons Technique. A celestial-grade foundational method meticulously crafted for those of formidable strength. This technique was undeniably formidable, yet could not be practiced by those lacking a special physique of strength, lest they risk devastating their meridians. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a rare gem among cultivation methods. Fortunately, their sect possessed it, making it suitable for that vigorous girl, Nangang Dali. Gu Ming committed it to memory, intending to summon her to this place for her training. As he continued to peruse the other forbidden techniques, he was met with an array of astonishing methods, each more intriguing than the last, with the lowest tier being of the earth grades mid-level. For instance, there was the No Meridian Divine Art, a technique designed for those devoid of meridians, showcasing the ingenuity of the Qingqing sect's ancestors, a worthy addition to his collection. Next was the method of refining the 10,000 Souls banner. Esteemed ancestor, your thoughts are perilous, reminiscent of a certain old acquaintance, he mused, and thus added it to his collection. Then came the Heavenly Theft Sacred Art, a technique to seize the very essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. Whom should the Heavenly Tao discover this? It would be my demise. Who would I sacrifice then? The Heavenly Tao itself? Unwise, thus I shall reserve this one. The Yin-Yang Harmonious Union method caught his eye. Surely, this is not a mere breeding technique. He chuckled disdainfully, adding it to his collection nonetheless. The battle-worn Ancient Demon Fist was next, to achieve minor success. One must be defeated a mere 100,000 times, for greater success, 1,000,000 defeats, and to become unmatched, 10,000,000 defeats. Alas, the 362 millionth battle ended in unfortunate demise. Is this madness? Failure is the mother of success. To be defeated 10,000,000 times? It would be a miracle to survive. Yet, I shall add it to my collection. For 6 full months, Gu Ming diligently memorized all the techniques. Though he may not utilize them, the pursuit of knowledge is boundless, and acquiring more wisdom is never in vain. Upon encountering the final technique, Gu Ming was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Heavenly Abyss Burial Technique, a method that involved the sacrifice of one's own soul and flesh, entombing all that one is beneath the heavenly abyss in exchange for unparalleled power. The extent of the sacrifice would dictate the magnitude of the power obtained. To sacrifice everything would result in eternal descent into the abyss, enabling one to transcend 2 major realms in battle. Gu Ming was astounded. This technique was utterly defiant of the heavens. However, each use would incur irreversible damage to oneself, even at the most basic level. Using it more than thrice would lead to eternal entrapment in the abyss, erasing all traces of oneself from existence. He paused, then suddenly contemplated his own talent, it seemed. A potential avenue worth exploring. He feared not the eternal descent into the abyss. Provided he perished at the hands of an enemy, a mutual demise would suffice. But to bring about his own destruction, Gu Ming hesitated, uncertain if he could be resurrected again. Clutching the technique, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. What if I were to attain a transcendental state beyond time? After countless epochs, perhaps I would indeed become invincible. He grumbled about his own talent, continuing to muse aloud. If I were to summon my past and future selves from the river of time, who among them would slay me? Would it be the one more intimately acquainted with my past, or the one from the future? If one were to sacrifice their past self, and upon the demise of that self, proceed to offer their future self in sacrifice, then ultimately sacrifice their very own existence. One might find themselves ensnared in an endless cycle of life and death. Gu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in frustration, "Goodness, if this is the case. Would I not be entrapped by my own actions within this cycle of reincarnation? No, this cannot be allowed. I must not act foolishly. If I were to truly confine myself in such a manner, it would be the end of me." With a vigorous shake of his head, Gu Ming resolutely decided against such folly. Yet, there lingered a spark of curiosity. Perhaps it would be worth a try, as it appeared rather intriguing. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming chose to temporarily set aside the potential pitfalls of this life-sapping ability, wary of becoming ensnared within its grasp. As the years unfolded, Gu Ming devoted himself to mastering the celestial morning death technique, preparing for any eventuality. Should he encounter someone intent on harming those dear to him, he would at least have the means to retaliate, ensuring the safety of those around him. Although he held a nonchalant view towards life and death, it did not imply a lack of compassion. Gu Ming always believed himself to be a being of flesh and blood, at least in the present moment. Unbeknownst to him, the third century of his plans came to a close, giving way to the fourth. Such matters were of little concern to Gu Ming, for Han Yunqi was at the helm, diligently advancing the plans according to his vision. On one particular day, Gu Ming achieved a profound understanding of the celestial morning death technique, reaching a state of perfection. It must be noted that his aptitude for enlightenment in this forbidden art was remarkable. He ascended to the pinnacle of mastery in merely a few decades, a feat unmatched by others. Upon exiting the cavern that housed the forbidden techniques, Gu Ming contemplated the passage of time. His master could leisurely remain for another 40 years, so there was no need for haste. Seated alone in the grand hall of the sect, Gu Ming felt a tinge of boredom. Now that the revival plan for Qingqing sect was on track, he found himself with little to occupy his time. He sought out Nangong Dali, entrusting her with the dragon elephant suppression technique. "Dali, this is a technique I specifically sought for you. You must dedicate yourself to its practice and not be negligent. Furthermore, this technique is a closely guarded secret of the Qingqing sect and must not be disclosed," he instructed. Nangong Dali perused the contents of the technique with mild interest. Though it did not captivate her fully, she was far more inclined towards combat. I understand. Master brother, you still have the audacity to urge me to train? Just look at you, still in the foundation establishment stage while I have already reached the mid-stage of Golden Core." With a flick of her wrist, a powerful force rippled through the air. "Master brother, can you withstand a punch fueled by 2 centuries of my cultivation?" she boasted with pride. Gu Ming's brow furrowed in annoyance. He promptly retaliated with a flurry of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, causing her to yelp in protest yet refrain from retaliating. In the end, Nangong Dali glared at him with reddened eyes, covering her backside as she fled in tears. "Cursed master brother, you better not close your eyes while sleeping tonight," she called out. "Huh, should you neglect your training, I shall strike again," Gu Ming threatened. Hearing this, Nangong Dali hastened her departure, vanishing in a flash. Though she possessed the strength to easily overpower Gu Ming, she refrained from doing so. He was the one person in the Qingqing sect whom she respected and feared, regardless of his strength. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Ming reclined in his position as sect leader, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, a peculiar unease enveloped his heart as his eyelids twitched. What could be the matter? Who harbors ill intentions towards my Qingqing sect? Regardless, I shall confront any adversary that arises. I am not one to perish easily, so what is there to fear? After merely pondering for a moment, he cast such thoughts aside and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the hall of hard inquiry, the newly appointed sect leader, Hong Dian, wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the elixir in his hand. Upon closer inspection, a faint aura of unusual flame emanated from it. Within the grand hall, formidable figures, who were usually formidable in the outside world, now sat in eerie silence, heads bowed, too intimidated to speak. Hong Dian's icy gaze fell upon a Dan practitioner clad in an alchemical robe to his left. "Elder Su, can it be confirmed that the peculiar flame employed in the concoction of this elixir is indeed the Xianyu bone flame?" Su Yuantong replied hastily with utmost respect. "Yes. It bears an identical essence to that of the late sect leader's unique flame. It is well known that such extraordinary flames do not manifest redundantly. There is but one in existence. The sudden demise of the former sect leader and the subsequent disappearance of his flame suggest a potential connection to the alchemist responsible for this elixir. Hong Dian's eyes glinted with a terrifying intent, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, instilling dread and trepidation in all present. Very well. To slay my brother and audaciously utilize the unique flame for alchemical purposes. Has the origin of this individual been thoroughly investigated? Another elder stepped forward respectfully. Reporting to the sect leader, this individual hails from a newly emerged force in the northern Zhou kingdom, known as the Qingqing sect, merely an obscure faction. However, due to their provision of free cultivation, their reputation has surged recently and become widely acknowledged. The rise of the Heart Inquiry sect has only transpired over the past few millennia, rendering them unaware of the Qingqing sect's true origins. Across the continent, aside from the ancient powers, few are cognizant that a once-fallen faction was, in fact, among the ancient top-tier forces that once dominated the world. Chapter 39. With faith in one's heart, fearless in battle, a recently emerged minor force has dared to slay my brother, utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Though I am unaware of the methods employed to take my brother's life, the fact that this individual could do so silently and seize the mysterious bone fire suggests they must have resorted to some dark and treacherous means, lacking any real skill. It is no wonder they offer free cultivation to practitioners, wielding the bone fire to assist in alchemical concoctions with such remarkable efficacy. Have we ascertained the identity of the leader of the Qingqing sect, as well as that of the alchemist? The elder paused momentarily before respectfully continuing. The Qingqing sect is indeed formidable. Although its leader is elusive, legends suggest they are a nascent deity-level cultivator, likely in the early stages. Apart from this individual, the sect's strongest member is merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, posing little threat. Moreover, the leader departed the Qingqing sect decades ago and has since vanished, rumored to be wandering the continent. Regarding the alchemist, he is the eldest disciple of the Qingqing sect, a practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage, which is hardly formidable. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals turned their skeptical gazes towards Tang Lingfeng. Hong Dian furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. What did you say? A mid-foundation establishment alchemist of the Xian grade? Do you think any random individual can become an alchemist? If he is a mid-foundation establishment practitioner, then Elder Su's years of research in alchemy must have been for naught. Su Yuan, rendered speechless, hesitated for a moment before clasping his hands and replying, Master, this individual possesses a unique fire to assist him. If he is indeed an extraordinary alchemical prodigy, it may not be impossible. Given his strength, it is indeed unlikely that he could have harmed the late master. It is most probable that the leader of the Qingqing sect is behind this. Hong Dian's expression relaxed slightly, as there was some merit to this argument. The cultivation world is filled with limitless possibilities, after all. With a disdainful snort, a chilling aura emanated from Hong Dian as he chuckled coldly. Very well. An indigenous nascent deity cultivator dares to provoke our Wuxin sect. Since he has left the Qingqing sect, let us first collect some interest. I shall torment him slowly, making him regret his actions. Elder Tang, lead the disciples of the law enforcement hall to annihilate the Qingqing sect. I desire the alchemist alive. I want him to understand the true meaning of being unable to live and unable to die. At your command, the Mid-Yuan Ing stage Tang Lingfeng turned to leave, rallying and mobilizing the disciples as they set forth with great momentum, departing from Wuxin sect towards the Qingqing sect. The Qingqing sect, having flourished over 3 centuries, boasts only a few hundred disciples, yet each of them is a paragon among individuals. At least in Gu Ming's eyes, they appear quite commendable. With no pressing matters at hand, Gu Ming strolled leisurely through the sect, few recognizing him. Observing the thriving and increasingly prosperous Qingqing sect, a sense of inexplicable accomplishment surged within him. Yet, following this feeling of achievement came a subtle pang of melancholy as Gu Ming wandered aimlessly through the sect, letting out a soft sigh. 300 years may seem lengthy, yet it is but a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of my lengthy existence. This place is ultimately not meant to be my eternal abode. Suddenly, a voice, refined and graceful, emerged from behind Gu Ming. The young disciple before him appeared unfamiliar. Perhaps he was a recent addition to their ranks? Gu Ming turned to observe him, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. This individual, with his cultured demeanor and dressed in a blue robe, bore a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend. Do you have any advice to offer? Gu Ming inquired with a faint smile. Qin Li's eyes darted about, assessing the surroundings. He approached Gu Ming and produced a luminous orb from within his robe, whispering, "I possess an item known as the Spirit-Bounding Pearl. Utilizing this artifact for cultivation will yield remarkable results. I acquired this treasure through perilous trials. And since we share a connection, I shall bestow it upon you for a mere 1,000 spirit stones. What say you?" A look of incredulity surfaced on Gu Ming's face as he observed the refined, yet dubious character before him engaged in such deceitful antics. The so-called spirit-bounding pearl was clearly a counterfeit, its surface merely adorned with a faint aura, hiding the fact that it was nothing more than a common orb, utterly worthless. "Your methods are rather crude. Allow me to impart a more sophisticated technique," he remarked. Qin Li was taken aback. Having relied on his harmless facade and this ruse to easily deceive newcomers. Today, however, his deception had been immediately unveiled. Before he could collect his thoughts, Gu Ming snatched the orb, refined it briefly, and returned it to Qin Li. Qin Li stood in shock, gazing at the ethereal orb, nearly believing that Gu Ming had substituted it with a genuine one. "Though your tactics are unsophisticated, with a little knowledge and artifact refinement, an ordinary cultivator would not discern the truth. Keep striving, young one." Qin Li swallowed hard. He was acquainted with all the senior disciples who had joined before him. Yet he had no recollection of this individual. With an awkward smile, he quickly clasped his fists together, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed brother. May I inquire your name? I seem to have." Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted him as Qin Li's eyes glazed over, collapsing to the ground. Nangong Dali rolled his eyes in exasperation. He doesn't even recognize the elder brother. He deserves a reprimand. The commotion drew the attention of surrounding disciples, and upon realizing that the young man in black was the elusive elder brother spoken of in hushed tones, they exhibited expressions of curiosity and reverence, bowing in unison. "Greetings, elder brother." Their voices resonated throughout the Qingchang sect, prompting other disciples to flock to witness the spectacle. Is this truly the elder brother? It is said he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, towering at 8 zhong, fearsome in appearance, yet he seems rather different, one remarked. "Nonsense. The elder brother is rumored to be a reclusive master, omnipotent. Surely he must be an elderly sage," another countered. No. It is said the elder brother is a beast in disguise." Someone else chimed in. "You are all mistaken. The elder brother is a woman in disguise." Gu Ming wore an expression of exasperation, fuming inwardly at the wild rumors circulating about him. If he caught the source of such tales, he would undoubtedly subject them to a lengthy period of punishment. "No need for formalities. Disperse and focus on your cultivation," he commanded. "Understood," they replied in unison. Nangong Dali waved a playful fist, glaring at those still lingering out of curiosity. The next moment, the crowd scattered in fear, while Gu Ming would not resort to violence. Nangong Dali certainly would. "Little girl, do not always pick on your fellow disciples. Try your tricks on cultivators from other sects instead." Nangong Dali nodded obediently, acknowledging the situation. Just as Gu Ming prepared to retreat into seclusion, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. All present looked up in astonishment, witnessing a vast expanse of clouds swirl as a colossal flying vessel, over 100 feet long, pierced through the ocean of clouds. The vessel was teeming with figures, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and intent to kill. At the forefront, Tang Lingxiu, at the mid-stage of his nascent soul cultivation, unleashed his power recklessly, summoning rolling thunder. The banner of the Worrying Heart sect fluttered in the wind, resonating like the clash of weapons, instilling a sense of dread. After a brief moment of panic, the disciples of the Qingqing sect emerged, manifesting their spiritual weapons, unperturbed as they gazed defiantly at the approaching flying vessel of the Worrying Heart sect. What of the Worrying Heart sect? As disciples of the Qingqing sect, they held steadfast beliefs, resolute in their stance. Gu Ming's pupils constricted as he sensed the chilling aura of the Worrying Heart sect encroaching, and he began to form a vague understanding of the reasons behind it. Chapter 40. You are the gift I leave to the Qingqing sect who dares to call for Gu Ming? Step forth and kneel to accept your punishment. Tang Lingxiu's figure floated in the air, ripples cascading beneath his feet, a terrifying aura radiating outward, engulfing the clouds in a tumultuous swirl. His tone was haughty, his demeanor imperious, showing no regard for the Qingqing sect. What are you, to dare utter the name of the eldest senior brother? He scoffed. Old fool, come down here. and I shall twist your head off. How dare you? What audacity to be so brazen in the Qingqing sect. Do not interfere. I shall use his head as a urinal. Upon hearing Tang Lingshu's scornful remarks directed at Gu Ming, the members of the Qingqing sect, emboldened by their youthful bravado, began to shout back at him. Gu Ming, his face darkened, longed to retort, "Dear young ones, this is a nascent soul powerhouse, not some insignificant insect. You should choose your battles wisely." If Tang Lingshu had merely sought to bother him before, he now seemed intent on annihilating the entire Qingqing sect. With a resigned sigh, Gu Ming promptly sent a message to Meng Wanxiu, realizing there was a high probability it would be too late. The sudden arrival of the worry-free sect had taken them completely off guard. Tang Lingshu's expression darkened like ice, his fearsome spiritual energy radiating and solidifying the air around him. He had lost count of the years since he had been so publicly humiliated, especially by mere fledglings. Very well, Gu Ming. You conspired to kill the former head of the worry-free sect and seize the mysterious bone fire. Today, you further allow your disciples to insult me. Do you understand your crimes? His cold voice echoed as he slowly raised his hand, the sounds of his robes whipping through the air, and the space around him filled with thousands of sword lights, glimmering ominously, ready to descend at any moment. The protective grand formation of the Qingqing sect was activated, transforming into a barrier to withstand this terrifying pressure. Yet, even this mere aura caused ripples to surge through the protective formation, and should Tang Lingshu strike, a single blow would shatter the barrier. Gu Ming sighed inwardly. It was indeed discovered that the pills he had concocted had been detected. But what was he afraid of? If he truly feared the worry-free sect, he would not have brazenly sold pills made from the mysterious bone fire. He stepped forward, approaching the crowd. Nangong Dali and Han Yunxi rushed to shield him, but Gu Ming's gaze was enough to send them retreating. He would not allow anyone to overshadow him in his moment of grandeur. If I were to say that the mysterious bone fire was something I stumbled upon, would you believe me? Tang Lingshu sneered. What do you think? Gu Ming's expression suddenly turned icy as he retorted sharply. Since you do not believe, there is no need for further words. It was I who killed the head of the worry-free sect. What of it? You come here with ill intent, yet wear the guise of a hypocrite, which is utterly nauseating. If it is war you seek, then let it be war. Ask among the ranks of the Qingqing sect, who fears a battle? Gu Ming's thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens, echoing throughout the entire Qingqing sect. The cultivators of Qingqing sect were taken aback, gazing at Gu Ming in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this elusive, enigmatic eldest senior brother would display such audacity. Unafraid of battle, he declared, "Should it come to it, we shall perish together. What of the worry-free sect? They think to take advantage of our headmaster's absence. They are but petty scoundrels. In this era, where profit reigns supreme, to encounter a selfless sect and so many kindred spirits is a blessing. I have no regrets. Today, let us plunge into chaos. If death is to be, then so be it. To slay my senior brother, one must first tread upon my lifeless body." The initially fearful crowd surged forward, their battle intent soaring. This sudden wave of fervent resolve struck like a resounding slap upon Tang Lingfeng's face. The disciples and guardians behind him wore grim expressions, their eyes flickering with confusion, unable to fathom how a cultivator could so fiercely defend a sect, willing to share its fate. They contemplated their own stance. Should their sect, the Heart Inquiry sect, ever face a life-and-death crisis, they would undoubtedly be the first to flee. What sect? What faith? What sense of belonging? Why did you not mention these when collecting our cultivation fees? Seeking death, Tang Lingfeng, in a fit of rage, caused his sleeves to ripple through the void, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rent the heavens, instantly shattering the protective formation of the Qingqing sect. Everyone obey my command, leave no one behind. Anyone who dares to take even half a step back or shows reluctance to fight shall be executed without mercy. Under Tang Lingfeng's threat, the initially hesitant cultivators of the Heart Inquiry sect had no choice but to step into the fray, charging towards the Qingqing sect. Witnessing the Qingqing sect disciples' unwavering determination for a fight to the death, Gu Ming, in exasperation, shouted for order. Everyone obey my command. Utilize the sect's formation. Surround and support each other, forming teams of 3 to delay as long as possible. The sect master has already received word and is hastening back. Who dares to die? I shall expel anyone who does. Who dares to be injured? They shall face a year of reflection. The crowd, taken aback, saw their newly ignited battle spirit extinguished as if doused with cold water, their gazes turning to Gu Ming. Behind him stood a multitude of cultivators. Gu Ming sighed, aware that time was fleeting. With a flick of his sleeve, he activated a new protective formation, far more powerful than the initial one. Over the years, he had crafted numerous protective arrays for the Qingqing sect, each layered upon the last. Even Tang Lingfeng would require some time to breach them. In a fit of fury, Tang Lingfeng unleashed his full power, summoning the forces of thunder from the heavens to assault the formation. He breached one layer, only to find another. Infuriated, he swore to rend Gu Ming's body into 1,000 pieces. Gu Ming, dismissing him, turned earnestly towards the crowd. You are all exemplary, my dear junior brothers and sisters. Have you forgotten the questions from the entrance examination? Regardless of the danger faced, even in the face of annihilation, your first priority is survival. Do not act impulsively. Han Yunqi's expression shifted slightly, anxiety creeping in as she spoke in a fluster. Senior brother. Silence. Han Yunqi lowered her head, too intimidated to counter Gu Ming. Nangong Dali remained silent, his cherubic face filled with a fierce determination, his hands gripping his twin hammers tightly, wishing to break through the formation at once. The group fell into silence. They certainly remembered that those who passed the examination were all astute individuals. Yet some things, though known to be unachievable, must still be pursued. This is what one calls faith. Gu Ming, understanding their thoughts, offered a gentle smile and continued. What? Do you no longer heed your senior brother's words? Remember, you are the foundation of Qingqing sect's resurgence. If, driven by momentary impulse, you perish in this battle, would it not render all my efforts futile? All my centuries of toil would be for naught. Can you bear such a fate? Gu Ming patted Han Yunqi's shoulder softly, speaking in a hushed tone. You are the second elder brother. They may act impulsively, but you must not. After my departure, you shall assume the role of the eldest brother, and it is your duty to watch over our junior disciples. With a gentle touch, I affectionately patted Nangong Dali's little head and said with a smile, dedicate yourself to your cultivation and refrain from bullying your junior brothers and sisters. It is time for you to mature. Do not let your second elder brother bear such a heavy burden alone. Taking a slow breath, I exhaled a cloud of turbid air, my expression gradually turning steely as I raised my gaze towards Tang Lingfeng, who had just breached the final layer of the sect's protective formation. You are the gifts I leave to the Qingqing sect. Your survival is the greatest tribute you can offer me. As my words faded, I stepped forward, causing the void to ripple and my essence to gradually awaken. In that moment, it was as if one stood against 1,000 armies, though faced with countless foes. I would advance undaunted. At this instant, the position I held as the eldest brother in their hearts became irreplaceable. Chapter 41. Farewell to the Qingqing sect. No. The senior brother possesses only foundational cultivation. He cannot possibly be a match for that old wretch. I shall fight with all my might, if only to delay for a moment. Nangong Dali, wielding a massive hammer, was ready to strike, but Han Yunqi grasped his arm and shook her head. Dali, the junior brothers and sisters need you more. Our senior brother has always acted with prudence. We must trust him. Do you not heed his words? Numerous disciples of the Wenqing sect circumvented Gu Ming, hastening towards the Qingqing sect. Among them were formidable golden core cultivators. If the two did not intervene, the Qingqing sect would suffer devastating losses. I understand. Nangong Dali said no more, directing everyone to retreat into the protective formation of the Qingqing sect, utilizing the array to counter the Wenqing sect's disciples. Gu Ming paused, feeling a sense of helplessness. He could only manage a brief flight. With a subtle thought, the wooden sword strapped to his back unsheathed and descended beneath his feet. He soared, swaying precariously until he was level with Tang Lingfeng, perhaps even slightly above him. Tang Lingfeng, witnessing this, scoffed derisively, unmasking his scorn. You cannot even manage to fly unaided. I am genuinely curious where your courage stems from to oppose me. Rest assured, today, apart from you, the entire Qingqing sect shall perish. As his words fell, Tang Lingfeng raised his hand, summoning swirling clouds to converge into a gigantic palm, spanning 100 feet, aimed directly at Gu Ming. In that instant, Gu Ming felt the surrounding void solidify. His body seemed ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. Despite his attempts to channel the energies from the 360 foundations within him, it was all in vain. With a soft sigh, Gu Ming shook his head in resignation. He was still too weak. Before a nascent soul cultivator, he was no more than an insect. Know this well. I shall allow you to witness the destruction of all that you wish to protect, one by one. That sense of helplessness shall be the greatest gift I bestow upon you. Ha ha ha. The colossal palm of clouds drew closer, distorting the space around, causing Gu Ming's bones to creak under the pressure. He glanced back at the Qingqing sect, calming the last flicker of reluctance in his heart, whispering softly, "Flowers bloom and wither, clouds rise and fall. There comes a time for parting. Little ones, master, farewell." Initiate the heavenly abyss mortality technique. As his command resonated, the five-colored spiritual power within Gu Ming was instantaneously engulfed by a surge of crimson energy. His eyes opened and closed, transforming into a deep scarlet, while his hair turned blood red, his entire being undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. Within the depths of his crimson gaze, an ancient and mysterious door appeared, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. As Gu Ming activated the heavenly abyss mortality technique, the door stirred, creaking ominously, and a strand of power from beyond the abyss merged with him. His cultivation soared like a primal beast, rapidly breaking through his constraints, coalescing into a blood-red golden core. A torrent of crimson mist erupted around him, shattering the colossal palm of clouds and freeing him from his binds. Tang Lingfeng was taken aback, sensing Gu Ming's power still escalating, fear and unease swelling within him. He dared not continue to toy with Gu Ming. "Do you truly believe that employing demonic techniques will enable you to defeat me? Such foolish delusion. Thunderfall, swift kill. You shall die." In his hand, the ethereal sword summoned the thunderous heavens. As he wielded it, a myriad of sword lights imbued with the essence of thunder traversed the air, cutting across the four corners of the world. The atmosphere crackled with electric energy, converging towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's expression remained impassive, reminiscent of a dark god from the abyss, his calmness chilling to the bone. Slowly raising his hand, a wooden sword gravitated towards him, enveloped in a crimson mist that coiled like venomous serpents, transforming the sword into a blood-red apparition, consuming its original form. Stepping into the void, his presence surged into the nascent soul realm, a terrifying power that instilled dread. "Regardless of your flashy techniques, a single strike from me can sever them all." With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a bloodlight that cleaved the heavens, shattering the clouds and splitting the clear sky. As the sword fell, the myriad of thunderous sword intent dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the indelible blood-red sword intent of the heavens to attest to the sheer terror of Gu Ming's seemingly casual slash. In that instant, the world appeared to freeze. Those engaged in battle stared in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Was that the elder brother? He resembled a true celestial demon. How absurd. If the elder brother is a celestial demon, then we are all mere little demons. Regardless of righteousness or wickedness, we become what he embodies. The crowd erupted with renewed vigor, their morale soaring, their strength magnified in the face of their adversaries. Yet, Nan Gong Dali and Han Yunshi wore solemn expressions. They understood all too well that this was a forbidden technique, with Gu Ming sacrificing his own life to carve out a sliver of hope for them. "Cursed be it. You all shall perish." Nan Gong Dali seethed with rage, his charming visage now shrouded in a terrifying aura of slaughter, channeling the dragon elephant subduing demon technique. Each strike he delivered bore the weight of countless tons, rendering him nearly invincible among those of the Golden Core stage. The Golden Core Guardian he faced was obliterated by a single blow, reduced to a puddle of blood. In that moment, strange runes began to etch themselves across Gu Ming's face, devouring both his flesh and soul. Time was running short. Whispering a quiet remark, Gu Ming ascended to the peak of the nascent soul realm, a bloodstorm swirling around him. "Old fool, I shall send you on your way." Tang Lingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he howled to the heavens in fury. "This is not your power. I refuse to believe you can truly kill me. Even if I must perish, I shall drag you down with me." Tang Lingfeng invoked a secret art, igniting the essence of his life. Ascending to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, the spirit sword in his grasp once again summoned the thunder from the 9 heavens, transforming the surrounding 10 miles into a realm of thunderous chaos. Harnessing the cataclysmic force of the thunderous sea, Tang Lingfeng resembled a celestial thunderball, charging towards Gu Ming. A smirk graced Gu Ming's lips, Tang Lingfeng's invocation of the secret technique, granting him the power to perish alongside him, was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, he would have to hold back and allow Tang Lingfeng to strike him down, just as I wished. Gu Ming stepped forward, a blood-red lotus unfurling, the sword moving in tandem with him, as a multitude of blood lotuses blossomed in the air. Unbeknownst to him, his swordsmanship had transcended into profound depths, the power of the heavenly void awakening the celestial sword lotus. Then, his figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight, sword in hand, charging into the thunderous sea. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, crimson clashed with thunder, the terrifying aftermath intertwining thunder and blood, manifesting as shockwaves that rippled through the sky and the earth. A tempest swept through, and the crowd braced themselves with all their might, their eyes fixated on the heavens above. After a prolonged period, the heavens erupted with thunder and a crimson hue, resembling a mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky, transforming into a cascade of blood-red petals that drifted through the void. As the radiance faded, Tang Lingfeng vanished without a trace, leaving only Gu Ming, who stood alone, wielding a wooden sword. His long hair flowed like a river, and his garments billowed with a rustling sound, adorned with an elegant smile as he gazed upon Nangong Dali and the others. Senior brother has triumphed? How splendid! Our senior brother is magnificent. Our senior brother is invincible. We have emerged victorious. We have vanquished the Wenshin sect. The disciples of the Wenshin sect, upon witnessing this outcome, fled like frightened dogs, daring not to linger for a moment. Nangong Dali beamed with joy, casting aside his bloodied twin hammers. Just as he was about to soar into the sky, suddenly, an unforeseen calamity struck. Gu Ming's face became etched with countless fissures, and he shattered like a porcelain doll, scattering into myriad particles of dust that danced upon the wind, leaving only the blood-red petals, imbued with Gu Ming's essence, gently descending. Live well, simultaneously, Tang Lingfeng's soul kin, Tang Buwei, who had been traversing the Yunqing kingdom, suddenly erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 42. The terrifying depths of the Qingqing sect master brother. Nangong Dali collapsed helplessly onto the ground, tears glistening in his eyes, his entire being seemingly devoid of soul as he muttered to himself. Why? Why has it come to this? Wenshin sect, Wenshin sect. I demand that you all accompany master brother in death. With bloodshot eyes, Nangong Dali lifted his enormous hammer, intent on confronting the Wenshin sect with reckless abandon. Han Yunqi seized him, but was repelled by his terrifying strength. At that moment, no one within the Qingqing sect could halt Nangong Dali. The other disciples wiped away their tears, filled with rage, eager to follow Nangong Dali and launch an assault on the Wenshin sect. Han Yunqi, his voice hoarse with anguish, shouted, "Have you forgotten Master Brother's last wishes? Do you not heed his words? Very well, Nangong Dali, go to your death, carrying with you the blood and sweat of Master Brother, burying all that he has painstakingly left behind. Under the 9 netherworlds, how can you face Master Brother again?" Nangong Dali hesitated, his delicate hand gripping the hammer's handle tightly. He choked back sobs and whispered, "What of Master Brother's revenge?" Han Yunqi sighed softly. He felt the pain more acutely than anyone, yet he could not act impulsively. As the second brother, he was the capable aide tasked with reviving the Qingqing sect. Gently embracing Nangong Dali, allowing her to weep freely, he spoke tenderly, "Have you forgotten? We still have the sect leader and our ancestor. They will avenge Master Brother, leading us to seek justice from the Wenshin sect." At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously, and an overwhelming aura of destruction swept in from the distant horizon, enveloping the entire Qingqing sect. The terrifying presence caused the very heavens and earth to tremble and distort, laws collapsing in chaos. Suddenly, an unkempt old man appeared in the skies above the Qingqing sect, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. Meng Wenxiu, like a walking corpse, reached out to grasp a blood-red petal, his gaze muddled and bewildered. "Why is it like this?" I hastened back as quickly as I could. "Silly disciple, why did you not wait for me? My dear disciple, you promised me you would revive the Qingqing sect. How could you leave before me?" Meng Wenxiu appeared to age several years in that moment, stooping as he attempted to gather the remnants of Gu Ming's lingering soul. Yet, Gu Ming possessed the gift of life exchange, and upon death, his essence would be completely erased. How could he ever find it? Flashes of Gu Ming's figure and countless memories flickered through his mind. He had long considered Gu Ming his own child. Otherwise, how could he have repeatedly tolerated Gu Ming's recklessness? But now, it was all too late. After a long while, Meng Wenxiu cast a complex gaze upon the vengeful cultivators of the Qingqing sect. Upon seeing him, The crowd knelt in unison, their deep and resonant voices echoing through the heavens. Sect leader, avenge master brother. Lead us to the Wenxin sect, to fight to the last breath. Sect leader, avenge master brother. Lead us to the Wenxin sect, to fight to the last breath. Sect leader, avenge master brother. Lead us to the Wenxin sect, to fight to the last breath. Meng Wanqiu let out a long sigh, his expression gradually turning cold. With a subtle motion of his hand, the sect master's token that had fallen into the forest returned to his grasp. In this era, they have forgotten the once great reputation of the Qingqing sect. Some insignificant clowns dare to bully us. If this grudge goes unavenged, it would be against the natural order. Today let the world know that the Qingqing sect does not delight in conflict, yet it does not fear bloodshed. As he spoke, Meng Wanqiu raised the sect master's token high, infusing it with his spiritual power. A myriad of celestial lights erupted, resembling a blazing sun, illuminating the entirety of the northern Zhou kingdom. Countless beings trembled in fear, gazing at the sky filled with celestial radiance, bewildered by the phenomenon. Yet the aura instilled an unsettling dread within them. Ancient masters of old Taoist traditions stirred, astonished. This is the Qingqing token? It is said that when the Qingqing token is invoked, extraordinary events will unfold across the seas and lands. Who dares to wield the Qingqing token? Indeed, the sect still exists. The emergence of the Qingqing token presages a bloodbath. Which fool has the audacity to provoke this sect once more? TSK. Those old fellows of the Qingqing sect are mostly still alive. To provoke the Qingqing sect is to court death. As the Qingqing token is invoked, beings that had been wandering the mortal realm suddenly undergo a transformation, radiating an aura akin to deities, mastering the essence of life and death. The Qingqing token? Who dares to disturb my Qingqing sect? After countless eons, a young one has dared to wield the Qingqing token, yet their level is low. Merely a small realm in the southern Yuan state, hardly capable of stirring any waves. Home. A decayed figure burst forth from an ancient coffin, its terrifying presence causing even the forbidden zones to tremble. Merely sensing it revealed the truth. Just an insignificant sect, hardly worth my emergence. Shaking his head, the elder returned to his coffin, resuming his slumber. He was far too powerful, far too ancient, having lived for an unfathomable number of years. Among them were demons, righteous leaders, and sovereigns of empires, all hailing from the Qingqing sect, once its masters. However, finding the Qingqing sect exceedingly dull, they chose to leave after passing on their legacy, wandering the continent. Although the world has changed, those of the Qingqing sect will always heed the Qingqing token. This is the tradition, the legacy, the responsibility. The invocation of the Qingqing token by Meng Wanqiu was of a low grade, not necessitating the intervention of these ancient beings. They were merely surprised before returning to their former selves. Should a higher grade Qingqing token be summoned, regardless of where they might be or what they might be doing, they would prioritize the Qingqing token above all else. After invoking the Qingqing token, within less than half an hour, two terrifying figures manifested in the void. Disobedient disciple. What has transpired? Why invoke the Qingqing token? Is this my Qingqing sect? What is happening? Meng Wanqiu's master, Zhou Daoi, was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the changes within the Qingqing sect. After leaving his legacy, he claimed to enter seclusion, but in truth, he had fled. Having been gone for merely a few centuries, he was summoned back by the Qingqing token, undoubtedly filled with confusion. Smack! A more formidable figure behind him struck his head, following up with a kick that sent him flying for miles. Disobedient disciple, how dare you speak to your master's grandson in such a manner? Good disciple, what has occurred? Speak in detail. Should anyone dare to bully my Qingqing sect, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Yun Juezi, with a demeanor of kindness, gazed affectionately at Meng Wanqiu. In his eyes, there was a distinct bond across generations, while Zhou Daoi was merely a wayward disciple, lacking both knowledge and skill. Upon seeing his revered ancestor, Meng Wanqiu immediately adopted a pitiful expression, boasting of having acquired an exceptionally obedient disciple, embellishing his praises to the point where it seemed he was the most illustrious heir of the Qingqing sect. Zhou Daoi, returning in a flash, was taken aback. Is my beloved disciple so formidable? Is the flourishing state of the Qingqing sect truly his doing? Quickly, where is my esteemed disciple? Bring him forth. I wish to bestow upon him a spirit artifact of the earthly level and personally impart to him the techniques of the heavenly tier. However, Upon observing Meng Wenxiu's sorrowful demeanor, both felt a sense of foreboding. Yun Juezi's expression darkened, and in an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, the atmosphere mirroring his mood. Growing heavy and oppressive, countless bolts of thunder ravaged the skies, enveloping the entire northern Zhou kingdom, causing innumerable beings to tremble as if the world were on the brink of an apocalypse. The emperor of northern Zhou, struck with terror, sensed a profound aura of death, realizing that as the ruler of millions of lives, he was merely an ant, easily crushed by others. Chapter 43. From this day forth, the heart-seeking sect shall cease to exist. Meng Wenxiu, resembling a wronged child, raised his hand to summon Han Yunxi. This is my obedient second disciple, Yunxi. If you have any grievances, feel free to express them to our esteemed ancestors. Speak the truth. Whoever dares to bully our Qingqing sect shall face dire consequences. Han Yunxi trembled, bursting into tears like a child of over 300 years, finally free from the burden of pretense. He lamented the tyranny of the heart-seeking sect, detailing their humiliation and oppression and their attempt to annihilate the Qingqing sect. It was through a sacrifice of life that they managed to preserve the flame of the Qingqing sect. Listening to Han Yunxi's heart-wrenching account, the three remained silent, their faces growing increasingly cold and menacing. Oh, my dear disciple, why must you be so foolish? Bang! Zhou Dao raised Meng Wenxiu and delivered a series of blows while cursing. Rebellious disciple, how dare you teach my beloved disciple forbidden techniques, leading to their demise here? You worthless wretch, I allowed you to wander and take a break. A mid-stage transformation cultivator was akin to a chick in Zhou Dao's grasp, utterly incapable of resistance. Yun Juezi, without uttering a word, subtly moved his right hand, lifting Zhou Dao effortlessly into the air. Zhou Dao. Seeing the unfriendly gaze of Yun Juezi, Zhou Dao was struck with dread, his face filled with despair as he pleaded, Master, please show some mercy. Huh? If it were not for your secretive departure, would this have occurred? The only rule of the Qingqing sect is to ensure the continuity of our legacy. Yet you chose to abandon your responsibilities, leaving it to my dear disciple and the obedient one. You truly have grown reckless. A formidable cultivator of the void refinement realm was now at the mercy of Yun Juezi, whose wrath echoed in the heavens with Zhou Dao's pitiful cries. Witnessing this, the onlookers were bewildered. Is this truly the foundation of our Qingqing sect? Indeed, a legacy carried forth. After a prolonged silence, Yun Juezi snorted disdainfully, casting Zhou Dao aside. He turned his authoritative gaze upon the cultivators of the Qingqing sect. You have all done well. You have not brought shame upon our sect. We have remained low-key for far too long. Too many have forgotten the name of the Qingqing sect. Today, we shall honor my unfortunate disciple with the blood of the heart-seeking sect. As he spoke, Yun Juezi's sleeves billowed, summoning clouds that coalesced into a flying vessel. The crowd found themselves drawn into this ethereal craft against their will. Buckle up, we are going to settle the score with the heart-seeking sect. With eyes ablaze, Yun Juezi tore through the void, leading the assembly towards the heart-seeking sect. At this moment, upon learning of Tang Lingfeng's fall, Hong Dian was consumed by rage. What is happening? A mere Qingqing sect has caused my sect to lose a Yuanying powerhouse. Summon the entire sect. I shall personally oversee the matter and annihilate every cultivator of the Qingqing sect. I will make them regret ever offending the heart-seeking sect. Understood. The Grand Elder accepted the order and had just departed the hall when the heavens rumbled ominously. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire heart-seeking sect in an instant. Hong Dian and others were alarmed, emerging to gaze at the sky, where they beheld a cloud-formed vessel shattering the void as it approached. Upon the flying vessel, three silhouettes stood resolutely ahead, while behind them, the cultivators bore expressions rife with murderous intent, fixating intently on the direction of the main hall of the Wuxin sect. Hong Dian's heart raced with fear as he stifled his trepidation and unease, offering a respectful bow. Might I inquire as to the reason for your presence, esteemed seniors? It appears that our Wuxin sect has not provoked you. Yun Juezi's expression remained indifferent, dismissive of such insignificant beings. Meng Wenxiu let out a cold snort, his icy demeanor directed at Hong Dian. What audacity, Wuxin sect! You strike at my Qingqing sect, and then pretend as though nothing happened? A mere inconsequential sect dares to provoke us, and has caused the demise of our senior brother. We have come today solely to seek justice. Hong Dian and the others were struck with terror, trembling in fear. Among the trio leading the group, Meng Wanxiu could still barely contend, but the other two. One glance at them would incite explosive dread, for they were of an entirely different caliber of cultivators. Could this be a misunderstanding? Hong Dian steeled himself to speak, ignorant of the fact that such an obscure sect harbored such formidable beings. Was he truly this unfortunate? Having just taken charge of the Wuxin sect, only to attract the ire of such a reclusive and terrifying power? A misunderstanding? Then I shall slaughter you all. And that too shall be deemed a misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, fear enveloped the Wuxin sect, leaving them devoid of the courage to resist. At that moment, from the back mountain of the Wuxin sect, a venerable figure emerged, exuding the aura of a half-step into the void refinement stage. With every step, the air rippled ominously, his presence a harbinger of terror. Dear friends, might there be a misunderstanding? I am the ancestor of the Wuxin sect, may I? But before the words could fully escape his lips, Yun Juezi raised his hand and effortlessly reduced him to a crimson mist. His soul, gripped by terror, attempted to flee. But with a mere thought from Yun Juezi, thunder crashed down, obliterating him and extinguishing his existence. If I inadvertently killed you, that too is a misunderstanding. Such ruthless methods of killing plunged Hong Dian and his companions into despair. That was the Wuxin sect's very foundation, its most powerful being, casually swatted away like a fly. I am not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Those above the golden core stage shall perish. As for the rest, leave the Wuxin sect. From this day forth, the Wuxin sect shall cease to exist. Upon hearing this decree, the cultivators beneath the golden core realm erupted in joy. Among the crowd, two familiar figures emerged, Shang Wanling and Yun Qinghua. After several centuries, they were precisely attempting to break through to the golden core realm. Upon hearing Yun Juezi's proclamation, they revealed expressions of relief, grateful for their steady progress over the years, having not recklessly pursued reckless breakthroughs. However, those at the golden core stage and above turned pale. Filled with despair, Yun Juezi's cold and unfeeling voice resounded once more. I forgot to mention, those who are heirs of the sect's lineage, regardless of their cultivation level, shall die. Yun Juezi was acutely aware of the nature of these sects. They charged for training, and loyalty among cultivators was fleeting. Even if he spared those beneath the golden core, they would possess no desire for vengeance for their sect. Have you ever seen a company that exploits its workers go bankrupt, with the workers yearning to rebuild it? That would be absurd. As for the heirs of the lineage, they were the beneficiaries of the Wuxin sect, akin to the second generation of a company, nurtured as future successors, and thus could not be spared. Hong Dian and the others felt as though their spirits had been extinguished. They unleashed their full power, desperately seeking a path to escape. Yun Juezi cast a cold glance, and with a mere thought, he incapacitated their cultivation. Subsequently, he summoned the ordinary disciples of the Wuxin sect, demanding they identify the inheritor of their lineage. Having long endured oppression, the ordinary disciples stepped forth, exposing the cultivators hidden among them. Yun Juezi then turned to Nangong Dali and his companions, entrusting them with the task of avenging their senior brother. Upon hearing this command, Nangong Dali and his comrades leaped into action, mercilessly dismantling Hong Dian and his associates, reducing them to mere fragments and ashes. After this day, the Qingqing sect's reputation soared, echoing throughout the South Yuan continent. From this moment on, the Wuxin sect ceased to exist. Consequently, the Qingqing sect ascended to the pinnacle of sects in South Yuan, particularly due to its philosophy of free cultivation, which attracted a multitude of cultivators eager to join. However, the entrance examination of the Qingqing sect was peculiarly stringent, barring countless cultivators from entry. Most notably, the position of the senior brother remained vacant since that day. Regardless of one's extraordinary talent, none were deemed worthy of the title. In the central square of the Qingqing sect stood a colossal statue, depicting a figure clad in black, wielding a wooden sword, with a commonplace storage bag hanging at their waist and a hat obscuring their visage. Every new disciple was required to kneel before this statue. Each year on this day, the entire sect paused their cultivation to pay homage. Throughout South Yuan, many speculated about the true identity of this revered senior brother of the Qingqing sect. Yet, his name remained a mystery, with only the knowledge that the sect's current prosperity was attributed to his efforts. Unbeknownst to all, in the distant Blood Phantom Prefecture, a young man felt a twitch in his eyelids, slowly awakening his eyes. Chapter 44. the demon guardian in the blood yonder state of the vast void dynasty. By the banks of a babbling brook amidst a riot of blossoms, a gentle breeze caresses the mountain ravine, causing the flora to sway gracefully. The melodious chirping of birds mingles with the fragrant blooms, while the grass flourishes and the orioles take flight. The soothing sound of the flowing river resonates in Gu Ming's ears as he slowly opens his eyes to behold the vast expanse of clear blue sky. After a considerable pause, Gu Ming rises, brushing off the pain in his head. The aftermath of the Tianyu burial technique is excruciating, far more dreadful than death itself. He resolves to employ it sparingly in the future. He mutters to himself, checking his belongings: a bamboo hat, a wooden sword, and a storage pouch. Everything remains intact. His possessions are few, a mere remnant of his former wealth. Most of his savings have been devoted to the reconstruction of the Qingqing sect. With a wistful sigh, Gu Ming reflects upon the Qingqing sect, murmuring softly, "I am gone. The old man must be heartbroken. I hope that girl, Dali, does not act recklessly. Poor second junior brother, he must now shoulder the monumental task of revitalizing the Qingqing sect." Yet, he concludes, all is but a chapter of the past. His bond with the Qingqing sect has reached a temporary conclusion, and a new life awaits him. Returning to the present, Gu Ming chooses not to dwell further on the matters of the Qingqing sect. In the grand tapestry of his prolonged existence, the sect is but a mere drop in the ocean. He accesses the panel within his mind, killed by Tang Lingfeng, sacrificed his kin, resurrected the host. 12 black cards materialize before him, prompting Gu Ming to murmur in disbelief. He had expected the sacrifice to pertain to his parents. What could his son possibly offer? He casually selects a card. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Yellow Grade Superior Beast Tamer. Ah, a new skill. How delightful. Name, Gu Ming. Race, Human Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment. Physique, Mortal Body Techniques, Mastery of Falling Wind Palm. Tianyu Burial Technique. Divine Abilities, None. Lifespan, Infinite Talent, Borrowed Life. Profession, Superior Grade Alchemist, Intermediate Grade Array Master, Inferior Grade Artifact Master, Superior Grade Spirit Plant Master. Yellow Grade Superior Beast Tamer. Heavenly Spiritual Material, Bone. Profound black fire rising to his feet. Gu Ming dusts off his garments and straightens his robe as he strides toward the mountain ravine. 10 days later, Gu Ming arrives in Weicheng, a city within the vast Void Dynasty. After extensive inquiries, he finally discerns his location: Blood Yonder State, a distant land from Nanyuan State. As its name suggests, Blood Yonder is a realm of chaos, teeming with demons and malevolent cultivators lurking in every shadow. This place is a haven for criminals, a carnival for the wicked. Furthermore, Blood Yonder State is one of the older territories, rife with ancient forbidden zones and a plethora of age-old legends that stirred Gu Ming's spirit with excitement. The vast Void Dynasty stands as a first-rate power within Blood Yonder State, presided over by a formidable being at the Combined Body Realm, the ruler of the dynasty. In comparison, sects like the Wuxin sect, while appearing formidable, are merely third-rate forces of little significance. Unlike a nation, which belongs to the realm of mortals, where the strongest barely surpass the Golden Core stage, a dynasty represents a cultivation power, bearing little distinction from a sect. It merely governs vast territories, comprising various sects and kingdoms. In the tavern, Gu Ming has grown accustomed to gathering information. Have you heard? In the distant counties and villages, numerous lives have been extinguished by mysterious fiends, leaving no survivors. How gruesome and brutal. Alas, the world is in disarray, particularly in Blood Yuzhou, where all manner of malevolent entities converge, rendering the land a veritable hell for its inhabitants. Yet, we ought not to complain. Our Taishu Empire is comparatively fortunate, with His Majesty establishing the Demon Suppression Division to subdue evil spirits and vanquish malevolent creatures. Recently, the demons responsible for the massacre of villages and towns have been exterminated by the Demon Suppression Guards, so there is no need for alarm. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to His Majesty, who cares deeply for the people and founded the division. When my child matures, I shall ensure he becomes a Demon Suppression Guard, dedicating himself to the safety of all living beings. As I withdraw my senses and sip my drink, I muse quietly to myself. The title of Demon Suppression Guard sounds quite impressive. 2 decades later, through Gu Ming's relentless efforts, he finally becomes a Demon Suppression Guard. Achieving this rank is no trivial feat, The primary requirement is to possess foundational cultivation at or above the foundation establishment stage, along with exceptional strength capable of defeating equally ranked demon beasts. This challenge poses no difficulty for Gu Ming, who navigates it with ease. The true challenge lies in the background investigation. The Demon Suppression Division conducts thorough assessments of applicants, ensuring they have maintained a clean record over the past 2 decades, with no legal infractions and requiring a reputable guarantor. Faced with this predicament, Gu Ming resignedly purchased a residence in Weicheng, residing there for 20 years. His guarantor is none other than his neighbor, Old Niu, a former demon suppression guard who, due to an unfortunate incident, suffered a debilitating injury to his arm and chose to retire to a life of leisure. Gu Ming had deliberately inquired beforehand, purchasing a house adjacent to Old Niu's, fostering their neighborly bond over time, sharing drinks every now and then, thus ensuring that securing Old Niu as a guarantor would be effortless. In the courtyard, Old Niu gazes at Gu Ming, now clad in a black fitted outfit, a cloak draped over his shoulders, and a bronze demon suppression badge hanging from his waist, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction mingled with nostalgia. Young lad, you remind me of myself when I first joined the Demon Suppression Division 80 years ago, handsome and full of vigor. But have you truly considered this? Becoming a demon suppression guard is no trifling matter. While the rewards are generous and the status esteemed, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Old Niu expresses his concern, unwilling to see the young man lose his life at such a tender age. Internally, Gu Ming scoffs. Old man, given our ages, you ought to be calling me grandfather. Yet he smiles reassuringly. Do not worry, Old Niu, you know my temperament well. If I cannot win, I shall retreat. My life is paramount. Old Niu, momentarily taken aback, reflects on their years of camaraderie and nods in agreement. Indeed, you are quite astute, far more clever than I was at your age. You shall surely outlive me. Rest assured, those who enter the Demon Suppression Division are exceptional. I can see you are a true dragon among men. You will undoubtedly become a gold medal demon suppression guard, while I have toiled my entire life to remain a mere bronze medal guard. Gu Ming chuckles. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart and strive to become a gold medal demon suppression guard as soon as possible. Old Niu shoots him a playful glare. You're getting cocky now, aren't you? Enough of that. It's getting late. Rest well. For tomorrow you must report to the Weicheng branch of the Demon Suppression Division. With that, Old Niu ambles off. The following day, Gu Ming donned his meticulously tailored demon-suppressing attire, securing the specially crafted demon-suppressing blade at his waist while discreetly stowing the wooden sword within his storage pouch to avoid drawing undue attention. Departing from the small courtyard, Gu Ming officially commenced his experience as a demon-suppressing sentinel, making his way to the branch office of the Demon Suppression Division to report for duty. Upon encountering the head of the division, one of the few silver-ranked demon sentinels in Weicheng, Chu Zhiliu reviewed Gu Ming's credentials, retrieved the official seal, and, after stamping it, presented the appointment letter to Gu Ming. Congratulations, effective immediately. You are now a true demon-suppressing sentinel. Recently, Zhao Sandao's team suffered the loss of a sentinel. You are to report to his squad. As you command, Gu Ming replied, accepting the appointment letter as he departed from the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 45, The Shadow Demon. This elixir. Outside the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Sandao and his 3 companions wore expressions of solemnity and despondency. After a prolonged silence, Captain Zhao Sandao sighed and addressed his comrades. Let us not wear such gloomy faces. As members of the Demon Suppression Guard, we have long set aside the fear of life and death. Such occurrences are inevitable. With a new teammate joining us, let us maintain a more optimistic demeanor, for none can predict if we shall see tomorrow. The 3 nodded in agreement, adjusting their spirits as they awaited the arrival of their new companion. At that moment, Gu Ming emerged from the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Sandao, upon noticing him, approached with a welcoming smile. Greetings, I am Zhao Sandao, the captain of this Demon Suppression team. You must be Gu Ming. Welcome to our squad. The other 3 stepped forward to introduce themselves. A robust man, towering nearly 2 meters tall and wielding a hefty iron hammer, spoke first. I am Shi Hu, a level 2 copper token demon suppression guard, at the peak of Foundation establishment. From now on, I shall be your most steadfast support. You may entrust your safety to me. A high ponytailed woman gracefully stepped forward, exuding an aura of cold elegance while cradling her demon suppression blade. I am Ji Lungyue, a level 2 copper token demon suppression guard, Also at the peak of Foundation establishment, the final individual, bearing a fierce scar across his face and emanating a menacing presence, offered a friendly smile. Hello. I am Song Qian, a level 1 copper token demon suppression guard, in the early stages of Golden Core. Henceforth, we shall be comrades. I hope you can place your trust in us. Gu Ming smiled and extended his right hand, lightly tapping fists with Song Qian. I am Gu Ming, the weakest among us, being at the late stage of Foundation establishment. I look forward to your guidance. Seeing this, Zhao Sandao and the others followed suit, exchanging fist bumps. Excellent. From this moment onward, we are a united front. We share both triumphs and tribulations. After conversing for a short while, Ji Lingyue and the others departed at Zhao Sandao's signal. As Zhao Sandao led Gu Ming to his new quarters, he continued, do not take offense. Lingyue can be a bit aloof, but she possesses a kind heart. Each of the three has their own story, which I shall gradually unveil to you in due time. Unfortunately, your timing is less than fortuitous. According to our team's customs, we should have hosted a welcoming feast for you. But we have been assigned a task to hunt down a demon. They have all made their arrangements to ensure their safety for tomorrow's mission. And you should do the same. It is wise to prepare, as we cannot guarantee our return from the demon hunt. Zhao Sandao proceeded to inform Gu Ming of various precautions and the perils associated with being a demon suppression guard, including details about the demon they would confront the following day, urging Gu Ming to be well prepared. Do you have any family? If so, I can make a record. At the very least, it would ensure they live without worry in the latter part of their lives. Zhao Sandao looked at Gu Ming, inquiring. Gu Ming, his expression neutral, replied nonchalantly, no, I am entirely alone. I can sustain myself without burdening anyone else. Zhao Sandao was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from probing further into Gu Ming's family situation. Instead, he chuckled and said, that's simply one to do. If your lineage were to end with you, how would you justify that to your parents? Here's what I propose. Once our mission concludes tomorrow, I shall arrange a matchmaking session for you, so you might consider starting a family. After all, being a demon suppression guard is a coveted position, attracting the admiration of many women. Gu Ming smiled faintly, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. Were they not merely attracted to the carefree existence afforded by the lives sacrificed by the demon suppression guard? Perhaps they anticipated our demise during the mission, for the death compensation would grant them a lifetime of leisure. Zhao Sandao, appearing somewhat speechless, shot a glance at Gu Ming. How could one so young harbor such a cynical view of humanity? Yet, there was a semblance of truth in her words. After all, they could bequeath you descendants. Could they not? Gu Ming shook her head once more, her tone amicable. Thank you, Captain, but I require no such thing. I do not live for anyone. I arrived in this world empty, and when I depart, I shall return to the abyss. Why ponder so much? Zhao Sandao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded Gu Ming. He could not shake the feeling that beneath her youthful exterior lay the soul of an ancient being. Shaking his head, Zhao Sandao chose to dismiss this notion, leading Gu Ming to his new abode, handing her the key and advising her on the time and place for their meeting the following day before taking his leave. Gu Ming watched Zhao Sandao depart, then pushed open the door to reveal a quaint courtyard, complete with all necessary amenities. In this boundless city, possessing such a haven was a dream for most. After tidying up, Gu Ming reclined on the bed, contemplating the information regarding the demon they needed to confront as mentioned by Zhao Sandao. The so-called demon was a collective term, and the specific adversary the group faced was a shadow demon, which thrived by consuming the shadows of others. Wielding initial stage golden core cultivation. Though the shadow demon was not particularly potent, its true terror lay in its elusive nature, making it difficult to capture and prone to vanishing without a trace. I must prepare some talismans and formations. Murmuring to herself, Gu Ming rose to begin crafting the runes and formations necessary to combat the shadow demon. Devoted to her craft, Gu Ming found the profession of the demon suppression guard quite intriguing at this moment. The following day, Gu Ming met with her 4 companions, embarking on their quest to hunt the shadow demon. After 2 hours of travel, the 5 arrived at a dense forest, shrouded in miasma. Leading the group, Zhao Sandao unsheathed his long knife, remaining vigilant of their surroundings as he cleared a path for the others. Be cautious, according to reports. The shadow demon lurks within this marsh. The dim light and pervasive miasma make it an ideal hiding place, so do not fall into its trap. Shi Hu took up the rear, while Ji Lingyue and Song Qian flanked Gu Ming, intentionally or not, shielding her in the center. At this moment, Zhao Sandao produced 5 miasma pills, consuming one himself before distributing the others among the group. The miasma is toxic. Be careful. Understood. Gu Ming regarded the inferior miasma pills with a touch of exasperation, shaking her head as she retrieved 4 superior detoxification pills from her storage pouch. Captain, I have some detoxification pills here. Their efficacy should surpass that of the miasma pills. The 4 exchanged surprised glances at the high-quality pills in Gu Ming's hand. You're quite the hidden talent. Do not squander them. Those pills are clearly not cheap. No need. I have plenty. With this, Zhao Sandao ceased to refuse, signaling for the others to consume the detoxification pills. Just as the group prepared to proceed, Gu Ming produced yet another vial of pills. The others stared in bewilderment. Gu Ming explained, these are binding shadow pills, specifically formulated to counter the shadow demon. After consumption, we need not worry about it devouring our shadows. Zhao Sandao halted his steps, casting a peculiar gaze towards Gu Ming. I have never heard of such a thing as the binding shadow pill, Gu Ming. This is no time for jest. Gu Ming curled his lip. He was tempted to declare that indeed, no such elixir existed. The pill he had concocted the previous night was a product of his own experimentation, and the mere notion that they might have heard of it was preposterous. Trust me. What benefit would I gain from harming you? He explained, facing the skeptical stares of the 4. Shirhu remained silent, accepting the pill and consuming it. I believe him, he stated, grinning widely as he scratched his head in response to the astonished looks of the other 3. Chapter 46. A hint of urbanity upon witnessing the scene. The 3 individuals promptly accepted the elixirs and consumed them, demonstrating absolute trust. Gu Ming smiled, feeling a significant increase in his fondness for the 4, despite their disparate personalities. Their character was beyond reproach. Gu Ming also took a binding shadow pill as a precautionary measure. As they continued onward, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Half a stick of incense later, a dark shadow flashed past, vanishing beside the stone tiger. Zhao Sandao's expression shifted slightly. He swung his blade, cleaving a tree in half, yet failed to harm the ghostly apparition. Song Qian hastily turned to the stone tiger, inspecting its shadow. How do you feel? Any discomfort? The stone tiger scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. It felt like a mosquito bit me, but it's nothing serious. It doesn't hurt. The 4 cast their gaze toward the composed Gu Ming. What's the matter? Gu Ming inquired with a smile. Zhao Sandao took a deep breath and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Song Qian and Ji Lengyue, having said nothing, also performed a respectful bow. The stone tiger, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged, if it weren't for Gu Ming's elixir, I might be a mere shell of a man right now. Brother Gu, I owe you a debt of gratitude. In the future, I shall follow your commands without hesitation. There's no need for such formalities. We are teammates, after all. Gu Ming replied, dismissively. Ji Lengyue regarded Gu Ming with curiosity, initially believing he would be a burden. However, it appeared that she had misjudged him. There's no need for excessive praise. We are all one now and should assist one another. However, regarding your elixirs, I never anticipated they would prove effective. The group was taken aback, each looking at Gu Ming in disbelief, questioning what he meant by self-researched. Gu Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, continued, we can discuss this later. For now, our priority is to deal with the ghostly apparition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sandao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We must not lose focus. Although we are currently unafraid of the ghostly apparition, it is, after all, a demon of the Golden Core realm, and we must remain vigilant. The group once again arranged themselves strategically, searching for traces of the ghostly apparition. In the marsh, the ghostly demon revealed a black head. Its gaze fixed intently on the 5, seemingly perplexed as to why its attack had failed. After a brief pause, the ghostly demon submerged itself into the marsh, traversing underground. Whoosh! The ghostly demon launched another attack, this time targeting Ji Lengyue's shadow. Ji Lengyue snorted coldly, already prepared. Her eyes glimmered with frost as she thrust her blade into the ground, ice swiftly spreading to attempt to ensnare the ghostly demon. Upon spotting the ghostly demon, Song Qian leapt into the air, his long knife exuding a gale force energy that transformed into slashing beams of light, penetrating the marsh. The ghostly demon reacted swiftly, darting aside to evade the assault. Zhao Sandao emanated a chilling aura, his figure flickering as he positioned himself in front, shouting, "The ground shall split." His long knife struck the earth, cleaving a 100-meter-long chasm, a yellowish blade of light erupting from the ground, forcing the ghostly demon to reveal its form. The stone tiger manifested a faint crimson glow, brandishing a hammer as he leapt into the air, flames swirling around the hammer as it descended towards the ghostly demon. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the ghostly demon emitted a chilling wail, propelled by the stone tiger's might towards the steadfast Gu Ming. Upon discerning Gu Ming's relatively low cultivation level, the ghostly shadow demon revealed a sinister grin, enveloping itself in a shroud of black mist, intent on devouring Gu Ming. The onlookers were taken aback, and Ji Lengyue, positioned closest to Gu Ming, bellowed with urgency, her body emanating a chilling frost as she swiftly approached him. Gu Ming evaded. However, Gu Ming merely smiled, remaining motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching demon. As the distance closed to less than 3 feet, its foot stirred slightly, and vibrant 5-colored spiritual light erupted, transforming into a 5 elements binding formation. Threads of spiritual energy intertwined, forming an intricate net that ensnared the ghostly shadow demon. Suspending it helplessly in midair, Gu Ming stepped forward, observing the grotesque creature with a serene smile. Demons are indeed foolish. The 4 companions stood in astonishment, gazing at the 5 elements formation laid out on the ground without their knowledge. The demon, which had previously caused them considerable distress, was effortlessly captured by Gu Ming. The distinction between slaying and capturing was immense, and the rewards for completing the task were indeed doubled. The 4 reigned in their auras, staring at Gu Ming as if he were a marvel. Gu Ming chuckled softly, producing a spirit-sealing talisman to control the demon and handing it over to Zhao Sandao. Captain, what do you think of our current predicament? Zhao Sandao accepted the demon, eyeing the valuable talisman and gradually growing accustomed to Gu Ming's lavishness. After securing the demon in a specially crafted demon-sealing pouch, Zhao Sandao surveyed Gu Ming and spoke thoughtfully. What skills do you lack? Alchemist? Formation master? You seem to possess a touch of everything. The 4 were rendered speechless, yet a profound joy filled their hearts. With Gu Ming, a formidable formation master and alchemist, joining their ranks, their future endeavors would gain a significant advantage, minimizing potential losses. Noticing their lingering curiosity, Zhao Sandao interrupted. This is Gu Ming's secret. Some things are better left unasked. Just remember, we are a team. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement, patting Gu Ming on the shoulder and expressing their gratitude. No need for formality, Gu Ming replied with a gentle smile, not overly concerned. For them, it was a matter of survival. A profession teetering on the edge of life and death. For him, it was merely a way to pass the time. Upon returning to Weicheng and completing their mission, the 5 gathered at an inn, specifically seeking a private room. Zhao Sandao raised his cup, directing his gaze towards Gu Ming. The other 3, recognizing the true hero of this mission, stood up in unison. The rewards for capturing the ghostly shadow demon are not only doubled, but our team has also been granted a half-month holiday. Gu Ming, we owe you our thanks. Zhao Sandao downed his drink in one go, and the others followed suit. Gu Ming stood, finishing his own cup of wine, and addressed the 4. No need for gratitude. You are correct, we are a team. We share both glory and misfortune. So why draw lines between us? Zhao Sandao nodded, regarding Gu Ming with newfound respect. His calm demeanor in the face of adversity rendered him inscrutable. Ji Lengyue and Song Qian exchanged glances, both recognizing that Gu Ming was no ordinary wanderer. He was extraordinary indeed. For reasons unknown, they always felt that Gu Ming possessed an extraordinary aura, seemingly at odds with the world around him. Only Shi Hu, blissfully unaware, clinked cups with Gu Ming, brotherly camaraderie blossoming as the effects of alcohol prompted him to boast. Gu Ming never considered himself above others. He could harmoniously coexist with anyone. Shi Hu's straightforward and earnest nature perfectly suited him. After several rounds of drinks, they arrived at the most anticipated moment. Zhao Sandao produced several bags and distributed them among the 4. The original reward for the mission was 5,000 spirit stones. But due to the successful capture of the ghost shadow demon, the reward was doubled to 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming, being the chief contributor, would receive 6,000 spirit stones, while the rest would each receive 1,000. Is there any objection? Ji Lengyue and the others shook their heads. The mission's reward was initially set at 1,000 spirit stones per person, thanks to Gu Ming's efforts. Capturing the ghost shadow demon was a stroke of fortune that they rightfully benefited from. Indeed, Gu Ming should be credited as the primary contributor. Gu Ming remained silent. He was not in need of spirit stones. Captain, let us distribute fairly, if you insist on this. I shall have to hold back my efforts for fear of overshadowing your achievements, which would be counterproductive. The four were taken aback. Such a reason for refusal was rather peculiar. Gu Ming smiled softly. I do not lack spirit stones, if fairness cannot be achieved. How can I earn the respect of my peers? Consider me a member of this team, and a fair distribution is all that is required. Zhao Sandao regarded Gu Ming with deep understanding. He knew well that Gu Ming was not in want of spirit stones. The 5 detoxification pills, the 5-element formation, and the spirit-suppressing talismans combined were worth several thousand spirit stones. Very well, thank you. Each of them was in need of spirit stones, whether for their cultivation or for their families. Gu Ming's stance was resolute. Continuing to refuse would only render him unsympathetic. Chapter 47. Deceptive arrangements. As the gathering concluded, the attendees dispersed, returning to their individual lives. Gu Ming naturally returned to his quaint courtyard, where he spent his days sharing drinks with the elderly Niu, engaging in idle banter to pass the time. Beneath the crimson maple tree, the two settled at a stone table, adorned with a platter of braised beef and a bowl of peanuts, accompanied by 2 jugs of potent liquor. Niu, with hair turned silver and skin resembling the weathered bark of an ancient tree, bore the marks of time. Despite being only 200 years old, he appeared quite aged, evoking a sense of melancholy. Once a cultivator of the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, a mishap had caused him to regress, now barely maintaining the foundational stage of cultivation. After downing a fiery sip of liquor, Niu regarded Gu Ming with the affectionate tone of a mentor. Young lad, since our acquaintance, I have yet to witness your cultivation. At such a tender age, having reached the latter stages of foundation establishment, your future is indeed promising. However, one must not neglect the path of cultivation. With a steadfast smile, Gu Ming deftly pinched a fallen maple leaf between his fingers. Niu, do you believe that the return of fallen leaves and the cyclical nature of the seasons is predestined by heaven? Niu was taken aback, internally chiding himself for encountering Gu Ming's philosophical musings once again. Whenever he attempted to impart wisdom, be it urging Gu Ming to marry and settle down or to focus on his cultivation, he would invariably find himself tongue-tied by Gu Ming's well-reasoned rebuttals. Though unable to counter the young man's logic, Niu found an odd pleasure in hearing Gu Ming's profound insights. Chuckling softly, Niu took another hearty drink, gazing intently at Gu Ming. Indeed, I am curious to hear what profound reasoning you have this time. Maintaining his serene demeanor, Gu Ming began, if it is indeed predestined, it cannot be altered. The cyclical nature of the seasons and the return of leaves are but reflections of the myriad lives in this world. Throughout history, the forces of heaven have seldom been challenged, and those who dare to defy fate are few and far between. If destiny is preordained, then should the heavens decree your demise today, you would not see tomorrow. What significance does cultivation hold in such a case? Whether one dies early or late, death remains the same. Why not, then, within the confines of limited time, pursue what one truly desires, to experience the myriad facets of worldly existence? Niu fell into a contemplative silence, before snorting in derision and shaking his head. You, my boy, always have your own twisted logic. Very well, very well. I cannot argue with you. However, you are no longer the same as before. As a protector of the realm, you have stepped into the world of governance. There are matters that require caution. The intricacies of human relations can, at times, outweigh sheer strength. At this juncture, a flicker of melancholy crossed Niu's eyes. Young lad, your forthright nature may serve you well, yet there are times when you must learn to navigate with subtlety. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Niu. Niu, you seldom speak of your past. Is there a hidden story behind your injury? Niu paused, casting a sharp glance at Gu Ming before taking a hearty swig from his jug. The past is the past. Why dwell on it? You only seek to reopen old wounds. I wish to caution you. In this world, the lines between right and wrong are often blurred. Do not force matters beyond their natural course. Gu Ming nodded, fully aware of the truth in Niu's words. Understood, I shall remember. Noticing Gu Ming's nonchalant demeanor, Niu rolled his eyes, recognizing that the young man had scarcely taken his words to heart. Since the moment he became acquainted with Gu Ming, he had never witnessed the man's concern for anything, as if his existence in this world was merely a whimsical sojourn. As dusk fell, old Niu staggered away from the small courtyard, while Gu Ming returned to his chamber, setting up a formation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to engage in a brief period of cultivation. He arranged a simple spirit-gathering array, seated himself cross-legged, and focused his mind, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. His form shimmered with a kaleidoscope of ethereal light, coursing through his meridians and converging at his dantian. After 10 complete cycles of cultivation, Gu Ming glanced at the time and realized that 10 days had elapsed. In assessing his progress, a look of perplexity adorned his face. Why had there been no advancement? It appeared that to reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he required additional time. Following the foundation establishment, he would need to refine 365 five-spirit golden pills to step into the nascent soul realm, a prospect that seemed distant. Gu Ming shook his head, ceasing his cultivation. He felt that investing time in the study of alchemy and formations would be more beneficial. The half-month holiday swiftly passed, and Zhao Sandao took on a new mission to eliminate an early-stage golden core evil cultivator. With the combined strength of 4, aided by Gu Ming's formations, subduing the minor threat of the golden core villain was effortless. After 2 collaborative efforts, Gu Ming fully integrated into this small group, fostering harmonious relations and swiftly deepening their camaraderie. Upon the completion of their mission, Gu Ming would often seek out old Niu for a drink, relishing tales of the latter's impressive past. Unbeknownst to him, 15 years slipped away in an instant. Both Shi Hu and Ji Lingyue broke through to the early golden core stage. The cumulative merits of Song Qian elevated him to the rank of a first-class bronze token demon suppression guard, enabling him to form his own small team and assume the role of captain. However, he declined, opting to remain with Zhao Sandao's squad. Among the 5, only Gu Ming's cultivation remained stable, stagnating at the late foundation establishment stage. His companions repeatedly urged him to devote himself to rigorous practice, warning against his haphazard approach to cultivation, but Gu Ming paid them little heed. They had also attempted to deceive him into matchmaking, yet all their efforts were thwarted by him. One day, the 4, once again conspiring behind Gu Ming's back, gathered in secret. Exchanging glances, they spoke in unison, matchmaking. Even the aloof Ji Lingyue joined forces with Zhao Sandao and the others to ensure that Gu Ming would fulfill his lifelong commitment. After settling down, Zhao Sandao was the first to speak. Miss Su from the southern city is renowned for her beauty, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is now of marriageable age. Song Qian added. In the northern city, Zhu Sini is the sole daughter of Captain Zhu Kuei of the Demon Suppression Guard. I have already spoken with him, and he holds Gu Ming in high regard. They share a connection. Ji Lingyue chimed in. I have a distant cousin in Huangfeng Valley, a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. I believe they would be well suited. All eyes turned to Shi Hu, who scratched his head, speaking cautiously. I think the courtesan from Xuanyu Tower is quite remarkable. Her skills in the bedroom are exceptional. Get lost. The others glared at Shi Hu, uninterested in his suggestion. After deliberation, the 4 settled on orchestrating a match between Zhu Sini and Gu Ming. With their minds made up, they once again coaxed Gu Ming out under the pretense of a team-building exercise. By the banks of the Yanglu River, Gu Ming stared expressionlessly at the guilty-looking 4. What excuse shall we conjure today? The 4 exchanged glances, and Zhao Sandao cleared his throat, stepping forward to pat Gu Ming's shoulder. What excuse? Nonsense. I merely happened upon Miss Zhu, and since I am here, what say you? A familiar sentiment. Very well, this shall be the last time. With his right hand resting behind him, Gu Ming ambled towards the riverside vessel. As he lifted the pearl curtain, a woman of refined elegance, with a delicate demeanor, reclined gracefully upon a soft couch. Upon noticing Gu Ming's approach, Zhu Sini slowly rose, her gaze gentle as water, assessing Gu Ming with a fleeting glance before executing a slight curtsy. This humble girl, Zhu Sini, has the honor of meeting Master Gu. Gu Ming nodded slightly. Please, have a seat. I apologize for the trouble of your visit, Miss Zhu. After settling down, he poured a cup of tea for Zhu Sini. She appeared momentarily taken aback, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes as she lowered her gaze, her slender fingers idly tracing the hem of her skirt. Master, do you find me unappealing, thus making me unworthy of your attention? Gu Ming shook his head earnestly. Not at all. Miss, you possess beauty that rivals the flowers of spring. It is merely that. Merely what? Zhu Sini prompted. With a soft sigh, Gu Ming continued. Each person walks a different path. Mine is destined to be a solitary journey. and I would not wish to delay you, Mississippi. The reasons for this I cannot fully elucidate, but to be with me would inevitably lead to an unfavorable conclusion. Zhu Sini was taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time before suddenly smiling warmly at Gu Ming. In truth, I came today primarily to express my gratitude in person. Gu Ming regarded her with curiosity. Zhu Sini explained at a measured pace. You may not remember, but I could never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. 10 years ago, I was unfortunate enough to be abducted by a notorious bandit. It was you who slew him and rescued me. To you, it may seem a trifling matter, but for me, it is an unforgettable kindness. Gu Ming was astonished. You are that little girl from 10 years past? How you have grown. Chapter 48. The Homicide. A farewell outside the flower boat. The four waited for a considerable time. Observing that Gu Ming and the lady had not departed, they sensed an opportunity. Zhao Sandao chuckled softly. Normally, Gu Ming would dismiss suitors with a few words. But this time, half an hour had passed, indicating a promising development. Song Qian nodded in agreement. I believe there is potential here, after all. The Miss Zhu seems destined to be with him. Ji Lingyue let out a sigh of relief. It's not easy to witness this guy settling down. Ji Lingyue regarded Gu Ming as her younger brother, hoping he could establish a family rather than remain solitary. Before long, the pair emerged from the flower boat, exchanging courteous farewells. As Gu Ming approached, the four hurriedly welcomed him, eager to inquire. Gu Ming cast a casual glance at them. I have stated that I am not suited for her. The four were taken aback and sighed in resignation. Shihu scratched his head, still perplexed. Brother Gu, the Miss Zhu possesses both a distinguished background and admirable looks, alongside a commendable character. Why do you still find her unappealing? Gu Ming rolled his eyes and shook his head. It is not a matter of disinterest, but rather one of incompatibility. I appreciate your intentions, but please do not expend any more energy on this. To me, anyone is merely a drop in the ocean. I shall not linger or halt my progress for long. The four stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Gu Ming's sentiments. All right then, today at Tianhe Tower, I shall treat you all. Ha ha. Why didn't you say so sooner? I have long craved the exquisite beast feast at Tianhe Tower. Indeed, the Tianji lawn at Tianhe Tower is a top-notch vintage. Today, I must indulge Brother Gu a bit. Quickly, they cast aside their previous concerns, engaging in lively conversation as they made their way to Tianhe Tower. As the moon hung low over the willow treetops, the five departed from Tianhe Tower, still chattering and laughing. Upon reaching the alleyway, Zhao Sandao suddenly halted, his gaze lighting up as he peered ahead. The four instantly became alert, their inner energies surging. In the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes slowly rose, fixating on the group, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Seize him, Zhao Sandao commanded sharply, leading the charge into the darkness, while Song Qian positioned himself to block Gu Ming and the others. Stay outside to prevent his escape. I can handle this with the captain. With that, Song Qian plunged into the darkness, engaging in battle. Gu Ming furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. As the energy flickered, it was not long before Zhao Sandao and the others emerged from the alley, their expressions grave as they faced the trio. Damn it, our negligence allowed him to flee. His strength is not formidable, yet he possesses the blood escape technique. Song Qian sheathed his blade, looking towards the others. Return home and rest up. Wei Cheng has been rather unsettled lately, plagued by mysterious demons that cultivate human essences. The mission will arrive soon, so be prepared. The two displayed peculiar attitudes, seemingly concealing something. Shihu, with his straightforward nature, did not ponder further, as such occurrences did not strike him as odd. Ji Lingyue and Gu Ming exchanged glances, each detecting doubt in the other's eyes. Trusting the two, Gu Ming opted not to pry further, and they departed. Once the trio had left, Zhao Sandao's expression turned serious as he sighed softly. Let today's events remain undisclosed, as if they never transpired. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Understood. I merely hope no trouble arises. After the departure of the five, a grotesque figure, its body writhing with flesh and blood, emerged from the shadows. It watched the five leave and let out a chilling laugh, swallowing the bloody heart in its hand with a single gulp. Hee hee. The taste of an ordinary human heart is quite unsatisfactory. I wonder what the heart of a demon-slaying warrior tastes like. I truly long to savor it. But alas, my father forbids it. The monster's smile twisted into something grotesque before it vanished into the darkness. Deep within an alley, a female corpse lay, her face ashen and devoid of blood, a gaping, bloody wound in her chest where her heart had been stolen. The following day, at the Demon Suppression Office, all demon-slaying warriors of Weicheng who had not yet received any assignments gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. In the grand hall ahead, a body draped in white cloth lay motionless. The first-rank Copper Order warrior, Zhu Kuei, wore a grim expression, sitting silently to the side. The 5 who had been summoned approached, puzzled as to what had transpired to warrant such a gathering of demon-slaying warriors. Zhao Sandao glanced at Zhu Kuei, a frown creasing his brow, unease flickering within him. He was somewhat familiar with Zhu Kuei and stepped forward to inquire, "Brother Zhu, what has happened?" Zhu Kuei lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Upon recognizing Zhao Sandao, his demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. "After my daughter returned yesterday, she shut herself away. This morning, I intended to wake her and ask about her matchmaking appointment, but she was not in her room. Later, someone discovered her body in the alley. She fell victim to a dark cultivator, her heart ripped out and her essence devoured." Zhao Sandao's pupils trembled, a flicker of barely contained fury and horror crossing his features. The others finally understood the reason behind the assembly of numerous demon-slaying warriors. If it had been an ordinary person or a rogue cultivator who had died, it would have merely been a task assigned to a team. However, if a demon-slaying warrior was involved, the gravity of the situation was drastically different. Meanwhile, Song Qian lowered his head, lost in thought and silent. Gu Ming and Shi Hu exchanged glances, both recalling the events of the previous night. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Gu Ming maintained his calm demeanor, slowly approaching, and crouched down to lift the white cloth, revealing a familiar yet strangely distant face. Just yesterday, Zhu Xini had engaged him in lively conversation, a gentle and kind-hearted woman. Who could have imagined that their parting the day before would be eternal? Gu Ming sighed inwardly, lamenting the capriciousness of fate, feeling that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Zhao Sandao and Song Qian seemed to possess knowledge that they deliberately concealed, covering the body again with the white cloth. Gu Ming approached Zhu Kuei and spoke softly, "I am sorry." Zhu Kuei managed a bitter smile, shaking his head in response. "It is not your fault. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Perhaps this was Xini's fate. It is tragic that she lost her mother at a young age, and I raised her myself, but, regardless, the perpetrator must pay for this crime." Gu Ming nodded in agreement and continued, "I possess some skills in concealing one's appearance, allowing Miss Zhu to depart in beauty." The others looked at Gu Ming in astonishment, while Ji Lingyue and the others appeared somewhat speechless, as Gu Ming seemed to have a touch of proficiency in everything. Hearing this, Zhu Kuei hastily rose, cupping his hands in gratitude. "It is indeed troublesome, dear brother. My daughter, enamored with beauty, is now in such a state. It is all my fault. Fear not. The perpetrator shall undoubtedly face retribution, paying dearly for his cruelty." At this moment, 2 figures emerged from the rear hall. Chu Zhiliu, one of the 5 silver-ranked demon suppressors of Weicheng, accompanied by a young man. "Greetings, my lord." Chu Zhiliu announced her presence, prompting everyone to bow respectfully, including Zhao Sandao and Zhu Kuei, who were not so bold as to show any disregard. Although the distinction between a first-level copper medal and silver rank may seem slight, the leap to achieve it is akin to scaling the heavens. The foremost requirement to become a silver-rank demon suppressor is to possess the cultivation of the nascent soul, alongside a considerable accumulation of merits. Individuals like Zhao Sandao, though not scarce, are relatively few in Weicheng. Even some demon suppressors, possessing late-stage or even perfected golden core cultivation, remain mere squad leaders, underscoring the formidable challenge of attaining silver rank. Chapter 49. "See you tomorrow." Chu Zhiliu nodded slightly, then slowly turned and took a seat. Casting a glance at the assembled crowd, the matter involved the families of the demon suppression guards, and it was unforgivable, regardless of the cost. The perpetrator must be apprehended to provide Captain Zhu with an explanation. The teams that had yet to receive their assignments were to mobilize fully to locate the assailant, no matter where he might be hiding. The reward for this mission was set at 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished, each person brimming with excitement. They cared little for the identity of the deceased. Their focus lay solely on the reward. 100,000 spirit stones represented the equivalent of 20 ordinary tasks. How could they remain indifferent? It was only with such a substantial reward that they could be galvanized into action. At this moment, a refined young man stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the assembly before speaking calmly. "Esteemed colleagues, This incident is a provocation by the malevolent forces against our demon suppression guards. An affront to the authority of the Taishu dynasty. It is utterly intolerable. My father has entrusted me to represent him. Whichever team captures the culprit, regardless of the cost, shall receive a personal reward of 100,000 spirit stones from my father, in addition to the great merit awarded to the entire team. This declaration was met with a stir of excitement. The crowd was eager to take action and apprehend the villain. Zhu Kuei rose, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, I shall personally add another 100,000 spirit stones to the reward, and I, Zhu Kuei, will remember this favor. Zhao Sandao, upon hearing this, let out a soft sigh and placed a hand on Zhu Kuei's shoulder. Brother Zhu, there is no need for such gestures. You have already suffered the loss of your beloved daughter. How can I allow you to part with even more spirit stones? The brothers will certainly do their utmost to capture the true culprit. At Zhao Sandao's words, discontent rippled through the crowd. Captain Zhao, Brother Zhu is willing to increase the reward to aid in capturing the villain. Why must you interfere? One voice chimed in. Indeed, this matter does not concern you. Do not play the role of the altruist. If you find it so objectionable, you are free to offer your own 100,000 spirit stones as a reward. Some individuals were simply hypocritical. Zhao Sandao, incensed, understood that the true culprit would not be easily subdued. He merely wished to prevent Zhu Kuei from incurring further loss. Even if they captured the so-called assailant, it would not be the true perpetrator. However, he could not divulge the reasons, for the informed parties would face dire consequences. Zhu Kuei intervened to stop Zhao Sandao, offering a bitter smile to diffuse the tension. Brother Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill, but what do spirit stones matter to me now that I have lost my beloved Cini? My promise still stands, rest assured. With the witness of Master Chu and young Master Hu, I shall not go back on my word. Chu Zhiliu nodded in agreement, echoing Hu Yan's sentiment. Both of us shall bear witness, you may rest assured. After the crowd departed to undertake their missions, Gu Ming did not hasten to leave. He carefully transported Zhu Cini's body to the morgue, diligently restoring her appearance to resemble her living self as closely as possible. After half an hour, Gu Ming ceased his efforts and covered Zhu Cini with a white cloth. Captain Zhu, it is done, he announced. Zhu Kuei turned, gazing at the lifelike visage of Zhu Cini, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. My dear Xine, I lament that as your father, I failed to safeguard you. I am deeply remorseful, not only for you, but for your mother as well. Gu Ming stood silently to the side, lost in his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Zhu Kuei wiped away his tears and gently covered Zhu Xine with a white cloth, casting a glance towards Gu Ming. I see your smile. Thank you. You are too kind, Gu Ming replied, declining Zhu Kuei's offering of spirit stones, turning to depart without further comment. This matter was of significant gravity. Entangling Zhao Sandao and Song Qian, he wished not to involve himself. Perhaps, this was her fate. Gu Ming could not alter his own destiny, nor did he possess the right to interfere with another's fate. Upon leaving the Demon Suppression Department, the four awaited outside. Under the gaze of the quartet, Zhao Sandao hesitated before softly speaking. In this matter, we shall do our utmost, yet the likelihood of apprehending the perpetrator seems slim. Ji Lingyue cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Sandao. Captain, are we not the Demon Suppression Guards, meant to uphold justice and act on behalf of heaven? Zhao Sandao remained silent, uncertain how to respond. Song Qian broke the stillness. Trust in the captain. When has he ever deceived us? At his words, Ji Lingyue scoffed lightly, choosing not to speak further. She was not like the simple-minded Shi Hu, unable to perceive the underlying truths. Yet, she understood that some matters did not yield answers merely by knowing the truth. Let us depart. In that instant, Zhao Sandao appeared aged beyond his years as he led the four away, scouring the city for clues. This incident stirred considerable commotion, even alarming neighboring cities. However, in the past half-month, the assailant remained elusive, leaving no trace behind. Gu Ming accompanied Zhao Sandao and the others in their search for clues, contributing little, akin to a mere NPC. As dusk descended, Zhao Sandao gazed up at the luminous moon, letting out a soft sigh. We shall conclude our efforts for today and resume tomorrow. Gu Ming, feeling nonchalant, stretched his limbs. After half a month of turmoil, he intended to rest well for the night, for acting was rather exhausting. Ji Lingyue let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Captain, seeking answers with a flawed premise, I misjudged you before. Once a rift formed, a team could no longer unite as one. Shi Hu scratched his head, foolishly eager to interject with kind words. Sister Yu, we cannot fault the captain. The deceased was his good brother's daughter. How could he not be anxious? Yet, the culprit is deeply hidden. We must proceed with caution. He turned to Zhao Sandao, offering patient reassurance. Captain, do not take Sister Yu's words to heart. She is merely momentarily impatient. He shot a glare at Gu Ming and Song Qian. Why are you two not stepping in to assist in the persuasion? In critical moments, it is I who remains reliable. The four simultaneously cast their eyes upon Shi Hu, admiring his innocence and endearing foolishness. All right, that is enough. Let us each return home. Gu Ming spoke, breaking the silence. Ji Lingyue snorted disdainfully, turning away without a backward glance. Shi Hu waved his hand, calling out cheerfully, Sister Yu, do not be upset. I will bring you osmanthus cake tomorrow. Until we meet again, may you be joyful. He turned and shot a glare at Song Qian. You, who are usually so composed, why are you mute today? Let us go, let us go. See you tomorrow. Song Qian replied softly, turning to leave. Shi Hu gently patted Zhao Sandao's shoulder, expressing a hint of sympathy. Captain, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow, I shall treat everyone to a splendid meal at Tianhalu. Zhao Sandao managed a feeble smile, his thoughts elsewhere. All right, brother Shi Hu, see you tomorrow. After Zhao Sandao departed, only Gu Ming and Shi Hu remained in the vicinity. Don't look at me. I know nothing, Gu Ming shrugged, maintaining an air of indifference. Shi Hu chuckled foolishly, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. Could you lend me 1,000 spirit stones? I'll treat everyone tomorrow and repay you once I receive my task reward. Gu Ming looked at Shi Hu in surprise. You, my friend, aren't thinking of squandering it all at Xuanyu Tower again, are you? You're not young anymore. It's about time you saved some spirit stones and settled down. As he spoke, Gu Ming transferred 10,000 spirit stones from his storage pouch to Shi Hu. Use it sparingly. Brother Gu, you are kinder to me than my own father. I adore you. Get lost. I have no fondness for men, but if you call me father, I might reluctantly accept. Can I not repay the spirit stones? Absolutely not. Haha. Farewell. Gu Ming watched Shi Hu's retreating figure, inexplicably waving goodbye today. Brother Shi Hu, see you tomorrow. Shi Hu turned, grinning foolishly. See you tomorrow. Chapter 50. Never to meet again. Only the hand that covers the sky the following day, the dawn broke across the horizon, casting its light upon the earth. Gu Ming had just completed his cultivation when he received a message from Ji Lingyue. There is trouble with Shi Hu. Come quickly. Gu Ming's pupils contracted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he swiftly exited his quarters. Soon, Gu Ming arrived outside the demon's subduing division, where a cacophony of angry shouts resonated within. It was unexpected that this seemingly foolish fellow could exhibit such savagery. You know nothing. The more honest and simple a person appears, the more twisted and perverse they often are. This is what we call a contrast. Alas, it was regrettable that Wang Yun and his team had seized the opportunity to capture the culprit first. Zhao Sandao, how do you explain this? Your subordinate has committed such an atrocity. Do not dare to claim ignorance. Pushing through the crowd, Gu Ming advanced towards the front, his pupils trembling in disbelief at the sight before him. Shi Hu lay amidst a pool of blood, his limbs contorted, a bloodied heart clenched in his mouth, his eyes wide open in death's grasp. Ji Lingyue and her companions stood nearby, their expressions grim, radiating an aura of coldness. In an instant, Gu Ming surmised the circumstances. Approaching Shi Hu's body with an impassive countenance, the echoes of Shi Hu's foolish laughter from the previous day reverberated in his mind. What are you doing? Step back. Do you intend to destroy the evidence? A figure blocked his path, preventing Gu Ming from nearing Shi Hu's remains. It was Zhang Yuan, one of the demon's subduing guards in Wang Yun's team. Stand aside. Gu Ming's gaze was profound and dark, his voice low, betraying no trace of sorrow or joy. Zhang Yuan's pupils quivered, sensing an inexplicable chill. His instincts warned him that if these two were to engage in a life-and-death duel, he would undoubtedly perish. He found himself involuntarily stepping back, his expression growing increasingly grim. You, halt, withdraw. Hu Yin advanced slowly, urging Zhang Yuan to retreat as he turned his attention to Gu Ming. With a sigh, he spoke with a tone that conveyed pity. Gu Ming, I recognize your prowess as an excellent demon-subduing guard, but there are certain individuals and matters that you are still too young to see through. Do not allow your overwhelming compassion to cloud your judgment. Last night, Shi Hu struck again, devouring a woman's essence and consuming her heart. He was apprehended by Wang Yun and his 5 companions. He resisted, leaving no choice but to execute him. The evidence is irrefutable. Gu Ming met Hu Yan's gaze with calmness and replied softly, "He is already dead. Allow him some dignity in death. I will not act recklessly." Hu Yan's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. In Weicheng, no one dared to contradict him. After a moment of contemplation, his expression softened as he stepped aside. "Very well, the outcome is already determined." Suddenly, Zhu Kuei interposed himself before Gu Ming, his eyes aflame with anger. "This man has killed my beloved daughter. It is a mercy that I do not wish to rend his body to pieces, and yet he desires dignity? Gu Ming, considering your respect for my daughter, I can overlook this transgression, but you shall not claim his remains." Gu Ming remained expressionless, disregarding Zhu Kuei entirely. He knelt down, retrieving tools from his weathered storage pouch, meticulously preparing Shi Hu's remains. Watching this unfold, Zhu Kuei's fury surged, just as he was about to strike. Zhao Sandao and his companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, their expressions unfriendly. As Zhu Kuei stood resolute, 4 members of the Demon Suppression Guard unsheathed their blades, signaling the imminent eruption of conflict. "Zhao Sandao, do you still intend to shield this individual? Should you dare to obstruct me, our bond shall be severed from this day forth." Zhao Sandao shook his head, his tone unwavering. "He is my brother. His misdeeds stem from my failure to guide him. Moreover, all we have is the word of Wang Yun and his cohorts. How can we place our trust in that? If the true culprit is indeed Wang Yun, and he has framed Shi Hu, what then?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Yun let out a derisive laugh. "Turning the tables, are we? You have quite the audacity. Zhao Sandao, I now suspect that Shi Hu is acting under your orders. Lord Chu, in my humble opinion, they should be stripped of their positions in the Demon Suppression Guard and imprisoned." Before Chu Zhiliu could respond, Hu Yan cast a cold glance at Wang Yun, who, startled, hastily fell silent and withdrew. "Enough. The real murderer has been dealt with. Zhao Sandao's negligence warrants a penalty of 100,000 spirit stones for your squad, as promised by the Demon Suppression Department. This matter is settled." Hu Yan's words, representing his father's authority, left no room for dissent. Chu Zhiliu's brow furrowed. He sensed an unsettling undercurrent, as if a hidden hand were orchestrating these events. Casting a lingering gaze upon Hu Yan's figure, Chu Zhiliu ultimately chose silence. Should Hu Yan be implicated, the repercussions could be dire. Not only would he risk offending Hu Yan's father, but the reputation of the Demon Suppression Guard would be tarnished, losing the trust of the world. After restoring Shi Hu to his original form, Gu Ming cradled the corpse and stepped outside, burdened by the knowledge that Shi Hu was merely a scapegoat. His heart, he realized, was not the original but had been replaced with an ordinary one. Gu Ming felt no desire to debate. He merely sought retribution from those entangled in this affair. The members of the Demon Suppression Guard retreated, casting varied glances at Gu Ming. Zhao Sandao sighed softly, relinquished a storage pouch, and departed with the others. Once the 4 had left, Zhang Yuan, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, turned to Chu Zhiliu and bowed. "My lord, is such a punishment not too lenient?" "Silence. This matter is concluded. From now on, no one is to speak of it again. Zhu Kuei, the 100,000 spirit stones shall be covered by the Demon Suppression Department, and you shall have a 3-month leave to recuperate." Dismissed. Chu Zhiliu, already vexed, scolded Zhang Yuan, eager to resolve this farce. Hu Yan smirked slightly, a trace of cold amusement playing on his lips, before turning to leave. Observing his departure, the others hastily followed suit, wary of further discussion. Zhu Kuei remained rooted in place, gradually coming to terms with the fact that something was amiss. Everything felt too peculiar. Yet, Chu Zhiliu's stance mirrored that of the Demon Suppression Department, leaving him with a sense of discontent but no recourse. Within the confines of a room, Gu Ming carefully positioned Shi Hu's lifeless body, his gaze unsettlingly calm as he regarded Zhao Sandao. "Captain, how much longer do you plan to conceal the truth? Is his murder not sufficient? Do you wish for Ji Lingyue to perish? Or myself? Or everyone?" At that moment, Ji Lingyue emanated an even colder aura, her eyes glinting like frost as she spoke icily. "Do you intend to continue shielding him? Or do you find yourself fearful? Do you believe Zhu Sini deserves death? Does Shi Hu? Or those who fell by his hand? He is the one who should pay." Zhao Sandao let out a bitter smile, kneeling before the corpse of Shi Hu with a heavy sigh. "We are no match for him. In Weicheng, He truly wields the power to cover the sky with one hand. He is fully aware that both Song Qian and I have seen his face. Yet he deliberately spares our lives. He is a madman who revels in the manipulation of human nature, deriving pleasure from his dominion over it. By killing Shi, he sends a warning. He can effortlessly extinguish any one of us. What can I do? Should I perish? You are still young, with promising futures ahead. I do not fear death. I fear for your lives. Zhao Sandao wept bitterly, consumed by regret and guilt, while simultaneously feeling powerless and hopeless. He wished that night had passed without any sense of foreboding, that they had not seen his face. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyue fell silent, suddenly understanding why Zhao Sandao had consistently chosen to remain mute. Song Qian sighed softly and turned to the two entrusted with the mission. Do not blame the captain. The weight of the burden he bears far exceeds yours. That man had summoned the captain privately, threatening and toying with him. He speaks in riddles. Otherwise, why do you think, for so many years, there have been frequent occurrences of souls being devoured and hearts going missing in the city, with the true culprit remaining elusive? His father, Hu Yuan, a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, the second most powerful person in Weicheng, a master of the demon suppression division. How can one contend with such might? Chapter 51. The Tale of Mortals. Upon hearing these words, Ji Lingyue's countenance shifted subtly, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping her. The news struck her with the weight of despair. After all, it pertained to a formidable Yuanying expert. In this era where might reigns supreme, even with irrefutable evidence, no one would believe them, nor would anyone advocate for their cause. At that moment, Zhao Sandao appeared considerably aged, a few strands of silver threading through his hair, his voice trembling as he spoke. We can only exist like dogs, living beneath his feet, ensuring he feels no threat, for that grants us a sliver of hope. Do you understand? Escape? The instant we dare to leave Weicheng, we shall meet our demise in the wilderness. Reporting him? How likely is it that a son would report his father's murderous ways? So tell me, what choice do I have? Reveal the truth to you? That would hasten our end. I have no alternative. You cannot perish, for you bear your own responsibilities. In this harsh world, what right do we possess to choose? Even the Jinma Guard struggles to survive beneath the feet of others. To live another day is a blessing. Upon hearing Zhao Sandao's words, Ji Lingyue opened her mouth, yearning to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. In that moment, the once proud and aloof woman appeared dejected, her confidence diminished. Standing beside them, Song Qian crossed his arms around his sword, the scars upon his face becoming increasingly grotesque. I fear not death. I am willing to fight, for I stand alone. Yet you are different, Ji Lingyue. You have a brother. Captain, you have family. Gu Ming, although you possess nothing, you should not meet your end here. The trio's gazes turned towards Gu Ming, who sat in eerie silence, a stillness that invoked an inexplicable dread. Throughout their journey, though Zhao Sandao held the title of captain, they all understood that Gu Ming was the true core of their group. Regardless of the task at hand, be it confronting demons or malevolent cultivators, Gu Ming's strategies were unsettlingly meticulous, which had safeguarded the team from harm over the past 15 years. Gu Ming slowly lifted his gaze, as composed as ever, his expression betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. I wish to hear your stories. The three stared in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden shift in topic. Gu Ming offered a faint smile and continued, having relied upon each other for so long, I have never taken the time to understand your pasts. Should we ever part ways, would it not be a regret? Your stories might also serve to alleviate my own boredom, would they not? The expressions of the trio grew increasingly perplexed, unable to fathom Gu Ming's intentions. Ignoring their confusion, Gu Ming turned his attention to the figure of Shi, who lying on the bed. Let us begin with him. This fellow, seemingly carefree, possesses an odd penchant for the brothels and music halls. He retrieved a promissory note discovered on Shi, adorned with a few crooked characters, borrowed from Brother Gu. 10,000 spirit stones. Note, he aims to establish a family. Repay him in advance. The others are not in a rush. With a resigned smile, Gu Ming placed the note within his storage pouch. Zhao Sandao rose, taking a seat beside Shi's lifeless body, and spoke in a hushed tone. You misunderstand little Hu. While he appears carefree and often boasts of his indulgences, he is, in truth, quite timid. He has never set foot in such places. It is Song Qian who truly enjoys the music halls. Song Qian's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat to defend himself. What is wrong with me visiting occasionally as a solitary person? Gu Ming remained composed, casting a glance at the slumbering Shi without uttering a word. Zhao Sandao paused for a moment before continuing his explanation. Little Hu is an orphan. Over the years, he has often borrowed spirit stones from us. This is because he has taken in many homeless children, providing them shelter in the homes of ordinary families in the northern part of the city. In these times, ordinary families struggle to support their own children. How could they possibly care for stray ones? Thus, Little Hu gives these families spirit stones each month as a form of maintenance fee, ensuring they are willing to accept and genuinely care for the children. There are countless children, more than we can count, yet Little Hu remembers each one clearly. We have borrowed his spirit stones without ever intending to repay him. But he has never truly defaulted on us. Any attempt to assist him discreetly is futile. As he puts it, I have a family to support. Lin Yue has a younger brother, and I have my own cultivation to attend to. Song Qian enjoys the pleasures of the brothels, which all incur significant expenses. Song Qian's face reddened further, feeling embarrassed when it came to his own indulgences. Gu Ming fell into a long silence, letting out a soft sigh. This fellow, trying to be a good person. The heavens are blind. Good deeds go unrewarded. Perhaps in the next life, it would be better to be a villain. Villains have their merits. The three were taken aback, sensing something amiss with Gu Ming. And you? Zhao Sandao shook his head. I have nothing much to say. As an average cultivator, I was fortunate to enter the demon's subduing division and fortunate to survive thus far. I have a beloved, children, and friends. I am quite content. Regrettably, I am not a good leader. Song Qian took the initiative to speak, touching the scar on his face with a wry smile. I have nothing to say either, merely a useless person who cannot protect his family. All my family perished at the hands of evil cultivators. And that scar on my face is a remnant of that time. Back then, I feigned death out of fear and escaped a calamity, but this time, I do not wish to continue pretending. Life is too exhausting. At that moment, Ji Lung Yue's cold voice chimed in. I am orphaned, relying solely on my younger brother. During our time of wandering, my brother fell ill with a high fever. I sought help from many, but no one was willing to assist. In the end, his mind was damaged by the fever, and he survived by sheer luck. Hence, I strived diligently in my cultivation, trusting no one until I encountered you all. Rest assured, my brother is immortal. With the aid of spiritual herbs, he has lived for over a century, which is sufficient. Ji Lingyue's implication was clear. She feared not death. For her brother, having lived so long, had little time left. At this moment, all three turned their gazes toward Gu Ming, the most enigmatic among them, shrouded in secrets. Gu Ming smiled gently, speaking unhurriedly. As for me, I am just an ordinary cultivator, lacking in talent, yet living long, possessing a bit more knowledge, and a solitary figure. The trio was astonished, questioning whether his response was merely an attempt to deceive them. Gu Ming disregarded their incredulous stares, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued. The enmity of the stone tiger must be avenged in blood. I shall lay down a formation here to transport you and your families away, so that even the most formidable nascent soul cultivator shall be unable to trace your whereabouts. Depart far from Blood Ghost State. The three were momentarily stunned, but it was Song Qian who broke the silence first, letting out a cold chuckle as he plunged his demon-suppressing blade into the ground with a resounding thud. Gu Ming, are you not afraid of death? Do you think I, Song Qian, fear it? I have long grown weary of life. I shall not leave. Ji Lingyue remained as aloof as ever. I have stated that my brother does not have long to live. I have no attachments left. Zhao Sandao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously spoke. Well, please send my family away. I shall remain. Chapter 52. The Tower of Tianhe, Bloodshed. A flicker of helplessness crossed Gu Ming's face. If he could not perish, why should they accompany him to death? I have a way to survive. If I take you with me, we shall all meet our doom. Do you comprehend my meaning? Your presence would only weigh me down. Do not become my burden. The three remained unmoved, fully aware that Gu Ming spoke thus to compel them to leave. They did not believe he could eliminate Hu Yin and escape unscathed. Observing their resolve, Gu Ming felt a twinge of headache, though their actions warmed his heart. It was needless for them to accompany him to his demise. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming raised his gaze to the three steadfast individuals. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. In fortune or misfortune, we shall share the same fate. However, we must not act in haste. Tomorrow, bring your families here, and I will set up a formation to ensure their safe departure. Upon hearing this, The three softened their stances, nodding in agreement. Agreed. Tomorrow at noon. We shall not fail to meet. After sending the three away, Gu Ming commenced the arrangement of the teleportation array. He utilized the entire courtyard as the formation space, expending a considerable amount of spirit stones to establish a mid-grade mysterious teleportation formation. This array could transport individuals up to 100,000 miles away, imperceptible even to a nascent soul practitioner. After a night of toil, Gu Ming finally completed the formation. Anyone who stepped into the courtyard could depart at will. This teleportation array differed from ordinary ones, requiring one to stand in a specific position, as the latter were too rudimentary. At noon, Zhao Sandao and the others arrived at the courtyard with their families. They had already arranged for their affairs, necessitating no further words. Ji Lingyue's brother was aged and frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, with little time left. Song Qian stood alone, without anyone to concern himself with. Is the teleportation array ready? We can depart at any moment. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Zhao Sandao's gaze was resolute, clearly harboring a mindset of inevitable sacrifice. His family members bore sorrowful expressions, yet at this moment, they refrained from selfishly preventing Zhao Sandao from pursuing his desires. Gu Ming looked towards the individuals entering the courtyard and approached the trio, placing his hands on their shoulders, akin to an elder appraising his younger kin with satisfaction. The three were taken aback, unable to fathom Gu Ming's peculiar behavior. Ji Lingyue raised an eyebrow, her voice cold. Gu Ming, should you dare to act foolishly, I will not let this matter rest. Gu Ming took several steps back, standing on the steps with his hands clasped behind him, glaring down at Ji Lingyue. Young lady, how impertinent. By lineage, I am your ancestor. A look of astonishment crossed Ji Lingyue's icy countenance. Gu Ming's demeanor today was utterly incongruent with his usual self. You do not, Yumi. When I roamed the world, you were still playing in the mud. Song Qian could not help but interject. Brother Gu, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Having suffered the misfortune of being young and handsome, I allowed you to gain the upper hand. Alas, I am magnanimous and will not hold a grudge. Song Qian, Zhao Sandao cleared his throat and stepped forward confidently. Gu Ming sighed. I have lived for over 4 centuries. And I am but a younger brother. Zhao Sandao looked utterly perplexed. Amidst the bewildered and infuriated gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming regained his tranquil demeanor, smiled faintly, and said, I jest not. Let us depart. There is no need for you to accompany me to my demise. If fate permits, we shall meet again. As his words faded, a brilliant light erupted beneath their feet. The forces of space trembled, and the laws of nature swirled. The three were taken aback, shouting in alarm. Gu Ming, what are you planning? Cease immediately. We are still within the formation. One of them exclaimed, Gu Ming, you stop this at once. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not forgive you. Gu Ming casually tossed a storage bag filled with spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and formation stones into the array, waved his hand with nonchalance, and said, farewell. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light enveloped them, and the figures of the crowd vanished, leaving Gu Ming alone in the courtyard. Stretching leisurely, he snapped his fingers, destroying the formation to prevent anyone from tracing the other's whereabouts. As for Old Neo, he was merely a retired demon-suppressing guardian. There was no need to involve him. After tidying his belongings, Gu Ming found Old Neo one last time. They shared a final drink, and after rendering him intoxicated, Gu Ming left behind 10,000 spirit stones and departed quietly. There were no farewells, no regrets. It was akin to a fleeting encounter, leaving no trace behind. With arrangements made, Gu Ming felt unburdened. He shed the attire of the demon-suppressing guardian, donned his dark robe, placed a conical hat upon his head, and shouldered a wooden sword. He stowed away the coffin of the stone tiger into his storage bag and made his way to the Tiana Tower. At that moment, Wang Yun and Zhang Yuan, along with 3 others, were reveling in fine wines and delicacies at Tiana Tower, indulging in spirit stones that were, in essence, the blood money of the stone tiger. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. Ah, the stone tiger met its end in a worthwhile manner, providing our brotherhood with unexpected fortune. Wang Yun, seated at the head of the table, wore a charmingly sinister smile. We must extend our gratitude to young Master Hu. Through this incident, you all must understand a vital truth. Choice surpasses effort. Aligning oneself with the right master ensures our paths remain untroubled. Eager to curry favor, Zhang Yuan and the others hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, Captain speaks wisely. To our captain, to young Master Hu. Come, let us toast. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the stairway. The group turned to see a figure in a black robe, clutching a barrel of wine, advancing step by step towards Wang Yun and his companions. An unspoken understanding passed among them. They sensed the ominous intent of the newcomer. The patrons of the tavern, ever curious, were drawn to the unfolding drama. After all, Tianhe Tower was a property of the Hu family. Anyone daring to cause a ruckus here was courting death. The innkeeper, sharp-eyed, stepped protectively in front of Gu Ming and coldly admonished, "If you seek a meal, you are welcome at Tianhe Tower. However, if you intend to cause trouble, you should be aware that this is..." Before he could finish, Gu Ming's wooden sword flickered into existence. A glint of cold light flashing through the air, and the innkeeper fell lifeless to the ground. A gasp of horror rippled through the crowd as they scrambled to flee, desperate to escape Tianhe Tower. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they found themselves inexplicably rooted to the spot, unable to leave the establishment. What in the world is happening? One exclaimed in dismay. It's a formation. A mirage formation. Your Excellency, this matter does not concern us. So please allow us to depart. We shall not meddle in your personal grievances. Gu Ming turned a blind eye, halting before the solemn-faced Wang Yun and his four companions. Wang Yun let out a cold snort, gradually rising, his aura of early golden core cultivation erupting, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to tremble with a resounding clatter. Who are you to dare cause a disturbance in Weicheng, to lay hands on the demon suppression guard? You seek your own demise. Gu Ming remained silent, uncorking a wine jar and pouring its contents for the five. May this send you on your journey. Seeking death. Zhang Yuan erupted with his perfected foundation establishment cultivation, drawing the demon suppression blade to strike at Gu Ming. The blade's fierce energy blew off the hat, revealing Gu Ming's true visage. Is it you, this worthless fool, who wishes to avenge Shi? How laughably presumptuous. As he closed in, Gu Ming's right hand wielded a wooden sword, exuding sword intent, without any ostentatious techniques. He swung the sword forward. Crack! The demon suppression blade shattered, and the sword energy pierced through Zhang Yuan's body. As he moved again, the sword flashed past his neck. Bang! Zhang Yuan's form disintegrated into a gruesome mass of flesh, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 53. Whether demon or monster, all I desire is your death. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yun and his companions were struck with astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before them. Who was unaware that Gu Ming was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, a position of insignificance within the demon subduing guards. To their disbelief, he had managed to dispatch a perfected foundation establishment cultivator in an instant, shattering their preconceived notions. Regaining his composure, Wang Yun let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Very well. Very well. It seems you have been concealing your true power. Yet, no matter how formidable you may be in the late foundation establishment stage, how can you contend with my Golden Core realm? The chasm between the Golden Core and foundation establishment is one you cannot traverse. What of the formation masters? They are but practitioners of esoteric arts. True strength is the ultimate truth. Let us join forces to eliminate him. As his words fell, two perfected foundation establishment cultivators and one newly ascended Golden Core demon subduing guards surged forth to strike. Wang Yun remained still, overly cautious. Even in the face of Gu Ming, he did not underestimate his opponent, moving like a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Amidst the onslaught of three, Gu Ming wasted no time, murmuring softly, "Heavenly Abyss Death Sutra, first layer, activate," utilizing only the first layer. Though it would consume a significant portion of his lifespan and leave his body with hidden perils, it was not fatal. In an instant, Gu Ming's eyes transformed into a crimson hue as the portal to the heavenly abyss opened slightly. Threads of scarlet power surged into his being, saturating his foundation with a blood-red essence, imbued with violent slaughter and ominous energy. As the three assailants launched their lethal strikes, a scarlet barrier coalesced around him, deflecting their deadly blows. With each blink of his eyes, a scarlet golden core condensed within his dantian, marking his entrance into the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Upon sensing Gu Ming's aura ascend to this level, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. As they attempted to retreat, the scarlet barrier morphed into blood-colored tendrils, ensnaring their bodies in the grip of his demonic blade. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. With a swift motion, Gu Ming appeared like a ghost, his hands gathering a scarlet whirlwind, shattering the bodies of the two perfected Foundation establishment guards into a gory spectacle. With a slight flick of his wrist, a wooden sword transformed into a blood-red hue, and with a horizontal slash, it left a trail of crimson in the void. The final Golden Core guard, stricken with horror and disbelief, found his head severed and tumbling to the ground. Gu Ming stepped forward, crushing the severed head beneath his foot, his countenance disturbingly calm as he advanced, step by step, towards Wang Yun. You are a demon. How could this be? You are a demonic cultivator. Kill me, and you shall not survive either. Wang Yun trembled with fear, his body quaking uncontrollably, channeling all his strength into a single strike, summoning a fiery serpent to attack Gu Ming. In a flicker, Gu Ming appeared before him, their faces mere inches apart. Demon or monster, I care not. All I desire is your death. With a swift strike, bloodied arms soared through the air as Gu Ming's crimson fist pierced through Wang Yun's abdomen, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Though a Golden Core cultivator was formidable, under the influences of the illusory formation and the Heavenly Abyss Death Sutra, he proved to be but a fragile shell. Gu Ming hoisted the barely conscious Wang Yun with one hand, indifferent to the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Wang Yun, gripped by sheer terror and a primal instinct for survival, pleaded desperately. The matter with Shihu has nothing to do with me. It was Hu Yan's command for me to find a scapegoat among you three. I merely encountered Shihu by chance. He was simply unfortunate. But all of this is at Hu Yan's behest. I am but a mere demon-subduing guard with a copper token. How could I dare to defy his will? The stone tiger does not perish. If anyone must die, it is I, a mere insignificant figure, devoid of the right to choose. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. The one deserving of vengeance is not you, but Hu Yan. Gu Ming slowly released his blood-stained palm, sitting upon the table, discarding him to the floor and stepping upon his fallen form, his body radiating a ghastly glow, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss. As he fixed his gaze upon Wang Yun, "Summon Hu Yan to the Tianna Tower. I can offer you a chance at survival," he proclaimed. Wang Yun, barely clinging to life, rasped in response. In this place of chaos, how could he possibly risk himself by appearing at the Tianna Tower? Gu Ming reassured him. Do not worry. The entire Tianna Tower is shrouded in an enchantment, concealing any unusual occurrences within from the outside world. You need only ensure that he appears at the Tianna Tower. The rest is none of your concern. I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Now that you are aware of the truth, why would I continue to torment you? Gu Ming's smile was faint yet persuasive. Look at them. Are they not thriving? He continued. I merely wish for them to witness a splendid spectacle. I am, in fact, quite benevolent. The crowd trembled, rendered speechless by Gu Ming's words. But how can you claim benevolence in such a guise? What differs you from a deity of death? They wondered. Moreover, they uncovered a terrifying truth. The recent surge of killings by the malevolent cultivators in Weicheng seemed to be connected to Hu Yan. Knowing the truth, would they, the ordinary cultivators, not face extermination to silence them? In that moment, they found themselves hoping fervently that Gu Ming would indeed eliminate Hu Yan. Otherwise, their fates would be sealed. Thus, an incongruous scene unfolded. A middle-aged cultivator, suppressing his fear, spoke cautiously, "Esteemed friend. The saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living foe. What good does it do for you to serve as a pawn? It would be wiser to cooperate with this esteemed individual to lure out Hu Yan. Should he perish, you might survive. If he remains alive, your demise is inevitable." Others soon echoed this sentiment, urging him. Indeed, this esteemed individual, while not perhaps the kindest, at least possesses reason. We are innocent. He has not harmed us in the slightest. Such rational beings are rare these days. I can see this esteemed individual is fundamentally good. Even if he walks the path of darkness, he surely has his own burdens. For the sake of his brother, he dares to stain Tianna Tower with blood and challenge the powerful. A man of such virtue would never go back on his word. Oh friend, if you continue to evade, you are in the wrong. Though this esteemed individual has crippled your cultivation and slain your subordinates, you are still alive, are you not? As long as you draw breath, there is hope. Perhaps in time, you might encounter fortune, restore your powers, and seek vengeance. Suddenly, a resounding thud interrupted. Enough. Be silent, if you cannot offer sound counsel. The speaker was met with a barrage of blows. If you wish for death, do not drag us into it. Wang Yun hesitated, casting a glance at Gu Ming. Swear by the heavens to spare my life. Otherwise, I shall not trust you. Gu Ming smiled lightly, extending a finger and speaking slowly. I, Gu Ming, swear by the heavens that if Wang Yun leads Hu Yin to the Tianhe Tower, I shall not harm his life. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be consigned to the abyss, my body cast into hell, never to reincarnate, forever barred from redemption. The crowd gasped, astonished. Is it truly necessary to make such a dire oath? He is effectively condemning his own future. Heaven's vow should not be uttered lightly, for it truly comes to fruition. Otherwise, Wang Yun would not place his faith in it. Do acquiesce swiftly, will you? The sincerity of this esteemed friend has even moved me. Such genuine souls are rare in this world. Young man, if you fail to agree once more, I shall take it upon myself to chastise you. Do not waste everyone's time. Wang Yun. His heart seethed with rage. You mere onlookers, merely spectators, should refrain from meddling. I shall concede to your request. Wang Yun spoke, for he did not believe that Gu Ming would barter his own life for his. If such were the case, then he would indeed come out ahead. Chapter 54. Beasts remain beasts. Unable to comprehend human speech, Wang Yun retrieved the communication talisman and conveyed its message, which hinted at Zhao San and his companions threatening him to report Hu Yin unless he surrendered a substantial sum as hush money, urging him to hasten to the Tianhe Tower to intimidate a few individuals. The Demon Suppression Division, having just consumed the heart of a maid, Hu Yin savored the taste lingering at the corner of his mouth, discarding the lifeless body aside, reveling in the thrill. Moments later, he curled his lip, returning to his usual demeanor, muttering with disdain. Trash. How insipid. The heart of a mortal lacks flavor. The easily obtainable essence hearts are utterly mundane. Ha ha ha. The hearts of the demon suppression guards are the most delectable, but alas, that old man never allows me to touch them. Ha. Recalling the stone tiger heart sent by Wang Yun and his companions, Hu Yan's taste buds tingled with delight, his twisted and perverse heart stirring once more. Visions of Gu Ming and Ji Lunyue flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the communication talisman flickered, and Wang Yun's slightly anxious voice reached him. Hu Yan's gaze shifted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, gradually morphing into a sinister grin. Ah, Zhao San, how perceptive of you to threaten me. I shall make you willingly offer your heart for my pleasure, and that icy beauty's heart as well, to indulge in her form, allowing her to experience the ecstasy of her heart being devoured by me. What a delightful spectacle that would be, a taste of divine bliss before her demise. Hu Yin, filled with anticipation, departed his chamber, eager to hasten to the Tianhe Tower. Abruptly, a figure from the demon suppression guards obstructed his path, a follower of Hu Yan's father, a distinguished member among the first-tier guards, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. With just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he would ascend to the rank of silver-tier demon suppression guard, standing alongside Chu Zhiliao and Ping Qi. Young master, please halt. Whatever you require, I shall retrieve for you. However, in recent days, the master has forbidden you from leaving the Demon Suppression Division without permission. Hu Yan's eyes reflected disdain, his gaze towards Li Yu akin to that of a hunter regarding a mere hound. Captain Li, what I do is beyond your jurisdiction. Remember your place. You are merely a dog of my father's household. Even if you ascend to the nascent soul stage, you will still be a hound of the Hu family. Li Yu's expression remained unchanged, having long grown accustomed to Hu Yin's mad arrogance. This is your father's command. Should you insist on leaving, it will result in enmity. Upon hearing this, Hu Yin furrowed his brow, subsequently relaying the threats posed by Zhao San and his cohorts. These individuals are a liability. As long as they remain alive, the authority of the demon suppression guards will be undermined. Captain Li, what do you propose we do? Li Yu remained silent for a moment, inwardly sighing. He was reluctant to assist in wrongdoing, yet he had little choice in the matter. I shall accompany the young master to resolve this threat. A smile graced Hu Yan's lips as he patted Li Yu's shoulder, satisfaction evident on his face. Well done. Let us proceed. Li Yu felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions as he followed Hu Yan. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of Tianhe Tower. With a mere glance, Li Yu sensed the aura of a formation and cautioned Hu Yan. Young master, the Tianhe Tower is shrouded in a formation. Be wary, do not be careless. With you by my side, what is there to fear? Moreover, I possess the life talisman bestowed by my father. Should I crush it, he can arrive in an instant. In Weicheng, who could possibly harm me? Who would dare to injure me? Li Yueme furrowed his brows. although Hu Yan's words contained a semblance of reason. An inexplicable instinct warned him of the peril lurking within Tiana Tower. Let us depart. The longer one lives, the more timid one becomes. No wonder you have yet to break through to the nascent soul realm, he scoffed, stepping into the tower first. Perhaps, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the fear of death. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, muttering softly as he followed suit. The moment he entered Tiana Tower, the formation sealed shut once more. Though the door loomed just behind him, no matter how fervently Li Yu attempted to escape, he found himself ensnared within the tower. At that instant, his expression grew grave, internally cursing Hu Yan's foolishness. Young master, be cautious. Something is amiss here. This illusion formation is no ordinary array. It is a profound grade formation that I cannot break. Just then, a thick scent of blood enveloped them. Hu Yan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of greed. What a delectable aroma. Fear not. I possess my father's life talisman. As the words left his lips, he ascended the staircase. Li Yu's countenance darkened further as he slowly unsheathed the demon-suppressing blade, trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the third floor, a gruesome sight greeted them. Scarlet remnants of corpses and a figure clad in black robes casually twirling a blood-colored wooden sword atop a table. Ah, you've come. And you've brought some company, Gu Ming remarked with a faint smile, stepping on Wang Yun's head, his tone laced with mockery. Hu Yan's cold gaze narrowed as he beheld Wang Yun's tragic state, showing no hint of disturbance. Noticing the dismembered bodies on the floor, he lamented with a hint of regret. Such a waste. You cannot be forgiven for squandering heaven's gifts. Wang Yun, oh Wang Yun. This insignificant insect dared to deceive me for survival. How bold. Though Hu Yan had surmised the truth, he remained unperturbed. The greater the danger, the more exhilarated he felt. Li Yu, however, was regaining his composure, ever vigilant of Gu Ming, ready to strike him down should he make any untoward move. I remember you, Gu Ming. The demon-suppressing guard under Zhao Sandao. What was it you called yourself? Playing the fool, are we? Intriguing. Where is Zhao Sandao? Let him show himself. Cowering in fear. Are you? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, bemused by Hu Yan's fade. Rising to his feet, Gu Ming brought down his foot with increasing force, nearly crushing Wang Yun's skull. In a panic, Wang Yun exclaimed, You promised not to kill me. Did I? I seem to have forgotten. My memory is quite poor. With a swift motion, he crushed Wang Yun's head, extracting the still beating heart with his sword and suspending it in midair, casting a glance at Hu Yan, whose expression darkened. Here, I offer you a taste of flesh. Lie down and make some noise, and this heart shall be yours. Hu Yan's countenance fell instantly, filled with an overwhelming desire to dismember Gu Ming into pieces. Throughout his life in Weicheng, who had dared to humiliate him in such a manner? Splendid. You possess quite the courage, though I cannot fathom its source. As a reward, I shall annihilate your entire family, as well as your brothers and their kin. Almost perish. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming shook his head, sighed lightly, and with a subtle motion of the wooden sword, shattered Wang Yun's heart into a mist of blood. Beasts are indeed beasts. They cannot comprehend human speech. Since you refuse to listen, your reward is revoked. Hu Yan seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with venomous intent. Li Yu sees him. I shall subject him to the most excruciating torment, imprisoning his very soul and gradually tormenting him to death. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Hu Yan, wielding the demon-suppressing blade. His gaze calm as he regarded Gu Ming. You should not meet your demise, yet you have offended those who ought not to be trifled with. This formation was devised by you, was it not? It is said that among the demon-suppressing guards, there exists an individual of modest cultivation, yet proficient in the arts of formations and alchemy. It is you, is it not? Such a pity. I harbor no desire to take your life, but I find myself with no choice. Gu Ming directly activated the second layer of the Heavenly Abyss Death Sutra, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, derisive laughter accompanying his presence. You dare to feign innocence while wallowing in the filth, yet you, who presume to remain untainted while aiding the wicked, are far more deserving of death. Chapter 55. The justice I seek, I shall demand myself. The wooden sword transformed into a blood-red flame sword, striking fiercely at Li Yu. Startled, Li Yu had never anticipated that Gu Ming would suddenly unleash the full power of his golden core cultivation, nor did he expect Gu Ming to take action so abruptly. Clang. With a single blow, Li Yu was sent reeling backwards, Yet no matter how far he retreated, he could not escape the confines of the Tianhe Tower. Steadying himself, Gu Ming, enveloped in a tempest of blood-red sword intent, charged forward once more. The sword moved with him, the sword intent morphing into a soaring azure dragon. With another strike, Li Yu spat out blood, his complexion pale as he half-kneeled upon the ground. Young master, shatter the life talisman. This person is too powerful. I am not. Li Yu's voice abruptly ceased, his expression one of horror as he gazed forward. There, he beheld Gu Ming's sword grazing past Hu Yan, the talisman in his grasp falling to the ground, revealing that he had failed to shatter it in time. Gu Ming's wooden sword slowly descended upon Hu Yan's brow. Observing the terror etched upon his face, he chuckled lightly. I thought you truly feared not death. Turns out you are, but this. Hu Yan's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he enunciated each word. If you kill me, not only will you perish, but Zhao Sandao, Ji Lingyue, and Song Qian will also die. Anyone connected to you shall meet the same fate. Do you dare to kill me? Hu Yan's frenzied gaze locked onto Gu Ming, as he gambled on the hope that Gu Ming would not risk the lives of so many for his own. Li Yu coughed, propped himself up with his sword, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gu Ming, release Hu Yan. I can assure you that you and Zhao Sandao will remain unharmed. Furthermore, I represent Lord Hu Yuan and offer a compensation of 10 million spirit stones to Shihu. Such an abundance of spirit stones would suffice for your leisurely enjoyment. Unmoved, Gu Ming flicked his left hand, and talismans materialized, adhering to Hu Yan's body. This is the soul-devouring talisman. Should you dare to move, with but a thought, I can ensure your soul is scattered, never to be reborn. As his words fell, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he dispersed the illusion array. The true spectacle was just beginning. I shall not allow my brother to die unjustly. I seek to vindicate him. Holding Hu Yan hostage, Gu Ming's figure flickered and reappeared atop the Tianhe Tower. His entire being radiated a faint aura of malice and bloodlight, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers, who paused to witness the unfolding drama. What is that? A demonic cultivator? Hiss! Such audacity to commit evil in Weicheng. This is a provocation to the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, it has been many years since such an amusing event has transpired. As the crowd murmured, Li Yu hastily picked up Hu Yan's life talisman and shattered it. Notifying Hu Yuan, he leaped onto the opposite rooftop, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ming, a growing unease welling within him, understanding that today, the heavens of Weicheng had shattered. Before long, figures of the Demon Suppression Guards swiftly approached from all directions, landing on surrounding rooftops and encircling the Tianhe Tower. Gu Ming remained unfazed by the chatter and scrutiny of the onlookers, his hands resting upon his sword, as the cold wind swept through, tousling his long hair and dark attire. Hu Yan, I shall let you in on a secret. Those few have long since departed Weicheng in secret. Hu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. For the first time, he was genuinely afraid of death. The only leverage capable of threatening Gu Ming has vanished, rendering him incapable of maintaining his composure. He trembled as he spoke. Gu Ming, I bear no grudge against you. Shihu is merely an ordinary cultivator. Is it truly worth exchanging your life for justice? Spare me, and I can ensure your ascent to greatness, allowing you to step into the Golden Core realm and even the nascent Soul realm. Whatever you desire, I can provide it. Gu Ming responded with a derisive smile, shaking his head. Ordinary cultivators. In your eyes, their lives are utterly insignificant, yet to me, his life is worth 1,000-fold more than yours. In a fit of rage, Hu Yan's voice became twisted and frantic. Huh, a mere ant. What right do you have to compare with me? As long as I wish. In Weicheng, I can kill whomever I choose. Gu Ming, do not go too far. With a mere thought, Gu Ming activated a soul-devouring talisman, causing Hu Yan's soul to fracture painfully. The agony of a shattered soul is 100 times more terrifying than the loss of a hand. In an instant, Hu Yan let out a wretched scream, collapsing upon the eaves, trembling and curled up, losing control of his bodily functions. Gu Ming, I too am a pitiful soul. In my childhood, Gu Ming placed his foot firmly upon Hu Yan's head, his expression devoid of emotion as he scolded. Silence. I have no interest in your past. What? Do you wish to tell me that the detestable have their pitiable aspects? What concern is that of mine? In my eyes, you deserve to die, and thus, you must perish. The justice I seek, I will reclaim with my own hands, independent of any other matters. At that moment, The demon suppression guard of Weicheng arrived. Among them were several formidable Golden Core experts. Yet, faced with the scene before them, none dared to act rashly. When Zhu Kuei arrived and beheld the spectacle, he could hardly suppress his understanding of the situation. Could it be that the true culprit is indeed him? Have I misjudged Shihu? The four individuals behind him remained silent, feeling unqualified to intervene in such a matter. Just then, the heavens roared with thunder, and a dense fog enveloped the area, a terrifying celestial power sweeping through. A figure clad in a silver robe appeared, resembling a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Hu Yan. Suspended in midair, he radiated a potent nascent soul aura, distorting the very fabric of space with rippling waves. Following closely behind him was Chu Zhilu. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt a sense of resignation, knowing that today's events would likely not conclude amicably. Before arriving here, he had already visited the residence of Zhao Sandao and the others, only to find it abandoned. Brother Hu, allow me to handle this. Do not act impulsively. Hu Yuan restrained his aura, nodding slightly, eager to see what Gu Ming intended to do. Chu Zhilu stepped forward, his gaze steady as he addressed Gu Ming, transmitting a message discreetly. Gu Ming, must it come to this? Release Hu Yan, and I can guarantee your safety. Gu Ming stood tall, looking calmly at Chu Zhilu. If there is something to be said, why not speak openly? Are you afraid that the world will discover the unsavory dealings of the Demon Suppression Division? Chu Zhilu's expression shifted, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. The death of Shihu may well be a misunderstanding, but the truth of this matter requires further investigation. Come with me to the Demon Suppression Division, and I swear upon my life that you will remain unharmed. Gu Ming let out a scoff, laced with subtle mockery. Bow your head and gaze upon the frail and pitiful figure of Hu Yan, who lies in a state of despair, exuding a stench of excrement. Young Master Hu, speak up and reveal the truth to the world. Hu Yan, with his eyes tightly shut, trembles in his form, yet remains silent. He comprehends that to utter the truth would undoubtedly seal his fate. Calm and unhurried, Gu Ming begins to speak softly, not willing to divulge. I possess numerous methods to compel you to speak. The soul-devouring talisman may bring about your demise. But why not experience my aunt's agony elixir? True to its name, its consumption will subject your body to the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at you. Should you endure the ant's agony elixir, I have the bone erosion pill, the heart-burning pill, the skin-peeling pill, the Lingqi pill, the flesh and bone separation pill. An abundance of such tormentors. Upon hearing these words, not only is Hu Yan paralyzed with fear, but those surrounding him are equally struck with dread. They suddenly perceive that this usually unassuming and affable young man may, in fact, embody the essence of true malevolence. Chapter 56. Regardless of right or wrong, merit and fault will be judged without granting Hu Yan a moment to react. Gu Ming compelled him to ingest the 10,000 ants pill. In an instant, crimson blood oozed from every pore of his skin. His entire body trembled as he emitted wails reminiscent of a tormented spirit. These pills were concocted during his idle hours, bearing a certain proprietary essence. Having lived for centuries, he had squandered much of his time on such peculiar creations. Observing Hu Yuan's distress, Gu Ming smiled faintly and offered a reminder. This is the soul-devouring symbol. Feel free to test your ability to kill me instantly, though I doubt you possess such capability. With unwavering confidence, Gu Ming's presence radiated waves of energy as he summoned defensive formations, arraying stones in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Incredible! A thought materializes into a formation more formidable than any array master I have encountered. This individual was exceedingly enigmatic. His mastery of alchemy and formations far surpassed his cultivation level, truly terrifying. Such talent had gone unnoticed by the Demon Suppression Office, a lamentable oversight. Yet now it was too late. In the hearts of the crowd, it was clear that regardless of the outcome, Gu Ming was doomed. Hu Yuan's expression remained icy, yet he gradually tempered his aura, refraining from making a move. Chu Zhilu sighed in resignation, aware that the events of the day could not conclude favorably unless someone from Weicheng intervened. However, that individual had not surfaced for a century, remaining in seclusion. Gu Ming, you must comprehend the consequences should Hu Yan reveal the truth. It would shatter the world's trust in the Demon Suppression Office. Hu Yan may have erred, yet the office stands innocent. Over the years, the office has sacrificed for the greater good. Have you ever acknowledged their efforts? Are you willing to dismantle the hard-earned prestige of the entire demon suppression office for the sake of one individual? Hearing Chu Zhilu's telepathic warning, Gu Ming smiled serenely. Unfazed even as his body and soul endured the backlash of the Tianyu death command. Right or wrong, I remain indifferent. I seek only to live freely and without regret. Hu Yan, since you persist in your choice, then continue. Upon hearing Gu Ming's voice, which resonated like an echo from the depths of the abyss, Hu Yan hesitantly spoke. I beg you, in my life. I was the one who orchestrated the murder of Shi Hu by Wang Yun and the others, framing him for it. Zhu Xian was also killed by me. All the soul-devouring incidents in Weicheng were my doing. At these words, a chilling silence enveloped the surroundings. All present gazed at Hu Yan in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the revelation that this refined and amiable youth, the progeny of a silver-tier demon suppression guard, was indeed the malevolent mastermind behind the soul-devouring atrocities. In that moment, the din of discussion erupted, with many demon suppression guards exchanging incredulous glances, their weapons lowering as they turned away from Gu Ming. To become a demon suppression guard was not only a privilege of noble lineage, but also a pursuit of justice and righteousness. Most guards held a vision of peace within their hearts. Yet, they were ordinary guards, devoid of influential backgrounds, risking their lives to protect this fragile tranquility. But it was not enough. Subsequently, Hu Yan sporadically recounted how he had threatened Zhao Sandow, divulging the distorted and twisted psyche that lay within him. His gaze, filled with hatred, turned toward Hu Yuan. It is entirely your fault. In your pursuit of righteousness, you have provoked the malevolent forces and countless wicked cultivators. They have slain my mother, imprisoned and tormented me, shattering my inner peace, destroying my cultivation, obliterating everything I held dear. You shall never comprehend the depths of suffering, the agony of a life worse than death. For the sake of your so-called justice, you disregarded the lives of my mother and me. How do you justify your actions to the world? How can you face me and my mother? Hu Yuan, even in death, buried beneath the abyss of the netherworld. I shall never forgive you. It was you who ruined me, and the lives that perished at my hand shall haunt you as well. You have destroyed me, and in turn, I shall ruin your most cherished reputation. What is this? Are you enraged? Then why did you choose to shield me when I first took a life? How hypocritical. Upon hearing Hu Yan's maniacal laughter, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Chu Zhilu sighed deeply. Were it not for the intricacies of the situation, could he truly remain indifferent to right and wrong? Gu Ming's pupils constricted, astonished as he gazed upon the middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of murderous intent. After a prolonged silence, Hu Yuan sighed, pushing Chu Zhilu aside, his gaze terrifyingly calm as it fell upon Gu Ming. It is time to bring this to an end. All of this is my fault. Gu Ming, if you kill him, I shall take your life, then end my own as an apology to the world. Upon hearing these words, Chu Zhilu's countenance changed dramatically, and he hurriedly attempted to intervene. Brother Hu, you mustn't. I have made up my mind. There is no need for further persuasion. I, Hu Yuan, have lived my life with integrity and cannot bear the peculiar gazes of the world. Death, to me, is the most fitting conclusion. The many demon suppression guards changed color. Despite Hu Yan's debased character, Hu Yuan had once been an idol revered by many. Every act of his resonated deeply within the hearts of the people. In the past, when demon cultivators threatened him with the lives of his wife and child to force him to surrender the suppressed demon cultivator, Hu Yuan remained unmoved, publicly executing the demon and annihilating its body and soul. He had once single-handedly infiltrated a demon lair to rescue countless innocent lives. He had bravely led the charge during the onslaught of the demonic tide. Each of these deeds testified to the righteousness within his heart. Perhaps out of guilt for Hu Yan, he ultimately embarked upon an irreversible path, committing a grave error. Gu Ming remained silent for a long while before slowly raising the wooden sword in his hand. With a swift motion, he ended Hu Yan's life. At the moment the blood stained the eaves, a shockwave rippled through the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. A flicker of imperceptible sorrow and guilt passed through Hu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his cultivation breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul. He had already reached this level, but due to Hu Yan, he had been too embarrassed to reveal his power. Today, however, he would wage his final battle, slay Gu Ming, avenge his son, and then take his own life as penance for the world. Death is well-deserved. Hu Yan deserves 10,000 deaths. How is it possible in this world to achieve dual fulfillment, not letting down the world nor one's family? Gu Ming, I cannot kill you in reason, yet in sentiment, I must not spare you. Rest assured, on the road to the netherworld, I, Hu Yuan, shall accompany you. As these words fell, Hu Yuan raised his hand, a silver demon suppression guard hurtling through the air, crackling with relentless thunder, exuding a power of annihilation. With every step he took, the very void trembled, fissures forming beneath his feet, and the heavens roared in response. In this moment, even the formidable Chu Zhilio dared only to observe, refraining from intervening. Gu Ming slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, the defensive formation dissipating, as the celestial Yu burial technique within him began to flow. Preparing to invoke the third tier, ready to perish alongside Hu Yuan. Right or wrong, the merits and demerits shall be judged by others. This consequence I shall bear. Come forth. Just as the great battle was on the verge of eruption, a sigh suddenly reverberated throughout the boundless city, causing the originally fervent combatants to halt. Frozen in place, Gu Ming furrowed his brows, murmuring within. Has it arrived? Very well. To slay Hu Yin would serve as vengeance for Shi. Thus, should I meet my end, it would not be in vain. Gu Ming harbored no intent to kill Hu Yuan, for though he was indirectly responsible for Shi's demise, he too was a pitiable soul. For him, living was more agonizing than death itself. Chapter 57. When the future holds strength, life and death shall be decided. A vast and overwhelming celestial might surged forth, enveloping the area. All present displayed expressions of reverence, particularly the demon suppression guards, who respectfully clasped their hands in salute. Chu Zhilio's countenance revealed a glimmer of joy, and he too adopted a demeanor of respect. Only Hu Yuan and Gu Ming exchanged cold glances, remaining largely unperturbed. The void shattered, revealing a figure clad in white robes with long hair, astonishingly youthful. As they stepped through the air, with each footfall, frost and snowflakes materialized in the void, a chill sweeping across the land as if winter had abruptly descended. Bai Li Qinghan gradually lifted his gaze, noticing that the auras of the two individuals had bizarrely dissipated. He regarded Gu Ming with a deep, astonished look at the latter's cultivation method. Halting his steps, Bai Li Qinghan's eyes flickered slightly, and the two regained their ability to move. You have employed a forbidden technique. While I am unaware of the repercussions, the cost is undoubtedly great. If you do not recover promptly, you will still meet your demise. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the fact that this individual seemed unwilling to kill him. Having resolved to accept his fate, he was unexpectedly surprised by the reprieve. After a brief pause, Gu Ming sat cross-legged, inserting his wooden sword beside him. With a casual wave of his hand, a formation stone materialized, coalescing into a green spiritual light, a specific array he had devised to counter the aftermath of the heavenly ghost death technique. As long as he refrained from employing the third layer of the technique, he was confident in his ability to restore himself. After all, the heavenly ghost death technique targeted lifespan. His lifespan was boundless, and he merely needed to eliminate the hidden dangers left by the technique's power. With a thought, hundreds of elixirs floated around him, exploding into a mist that enveloped his body, gradually merging within him to swiftly counteract the perils inherent to the technique. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in awe. Good heavens, the alchemical formations can be utilized in such a manner? Who claimed they were mere tricks? This is exceedingly useful. I too wish to pursue this path. Dream on. The path of alchemy and formations is far more arduous than cultivation. Those who reach Gu Ming's level are undoubtedly prodigious talents. It seems this individual lacks the aptitude for cultivation, which is why he turned to alchemical formations. Yet, one must admit, it is truly impressive. At that moment, even Bai Li Qinghan was taken aback, astonished by Gu Ming's mastery of alchemy and formations. This young lad, truly a rare talent. Turning to Hu Yuan, Bai Li Qinghan sighed softly. Having personally nurtured Hu Yuan and witnessed his growth, he could not be unaware of his character. It was a pity that disaster had ultimately led to his downfall. Hu Yuan, do you acknowledge your sins? Hu Yuan bowed, his voice calm. My lord, I am aware of my transgressions. Since I cannot kill him, I beseech you to allow me to atone with my life. Bai Li Qinghan's anger flared, his cold gaze fixed upon Hu Yuan, exuding an oppressive aura. You seek death? What has become of your former justice and original intent? Tell me, provide the answer. His voice resonated within Hu Yuan's mind, akin to rolling thunder, leaving him momentarily dazed as he regained some clarity. Lowering his body further, he dared not meet Bai Li Qinghan's gaze. I have wronged your cultivation, my lord. Yet I am also too ashamed to continue living. With a soft sigh, Bai Li Qinghan felt a profound headache. Hu Yuan, a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul, was not easily cultivated, and his original intentions still resided within him. However, he had been blinded by Hu Yan's words. In both sentiment and reason, he believed that Hu Yuan should not die, at least not here. If one fears not death, what is there to fear in living? You are punished with the loss of countless spirit stones and demoted to a third-level Copper Order Demon Suppression Guard. Moreover, you must continue to live. To live for the Demon Suppression Department, for the sake of the world's common folk. The crimes committed by Hu Yan need to be atoned for by you, and until that is accomplished, you cannot perish. Hu Yuan remained silent for a long while, exhaling a complicated sigh before cupping his hands in respect and declaring, "As you command." Rising, his expression unreadable, he gazed at Gu Ming. The death of Shi Hu was inextricably linked to me. I bear the weight of Hu Yan's crimes. You have slain Hu Yan. He got what he deserved. Yet, as a father, I cannot stand idly by. I shall remember this grudge. If one day in the future, your strength is sufficient, we shall settle this in a fight to the death. How does that sound? I fear not death. However, this frail body still holds value. Gu Ming collected himself and slowly rose, drawing a wooden sword and fixing his gaze upon Hu Yuan. Very well. You may seek me at any time for vengeance against your progeny. I, Gu Ming, shall await your call. Since there is no need to embrace death, Gu Ming certainly would not seek it himself. After all, this Demon Suppression Department seems truly different. Both Bai Li Qinghan and Hu Yuan possessed their own tales. Neither was deserving of death. He was curious to discern whether this Demon Suppression Department was merely a facade or genuinely formidable. Hu Yuan cast a deep glance at Gu Ming, his figure flickering as he collected Hu Yan's corpse and vanished from sight. Moreover, with Bai Li Qinghan present, should he wish to kill, he would need the strength to do so. Bai Li Qinghan surveyed the surroundings, and a voice imbued with authority resonated. Is there nothing to do? As his words fell, the crowd instantly dispersed, vanishing without a trace, too intimidated to linger. Chu Zhilu respectfully bowed, "My lord, I take my leave." Bai Li Qinghan responded with a faint acknowledgement and turned his gaze toward Gu Ming. The two locked eyes, neither willing to avert their gaze. Within, Bai Li Qinghan felt a wave of astonishment, unable to suppress his musings. This young lad's temperament bore a striking resemblance to my own in my youth. Shall we converse? Certainly. Gu Ming's words spun the world around them, and once clarity returned, they found themselves in a quaint courtyard. The courtyard was quite simple, featuring a pavilion, a stone table, a phoenix tree, and a thatched cottage. No one would have imagined that the ruler of Weicheng, a first-level Silver Order Demon Suppression Guard, and a cultivator in the early stages of the transformation realm, resided in such a place. Please have a seat. There is no need for formality. Before he could finish, he was astonished to find Gu Ming already seated, pouring tea for himself with an air of casualness, entirely unconcerned about his surroundings. Bai Li Qinghan paused, letting out a light laugh, and took a seat opposite Gu Ming, his curiosity piqued. You seem unafraid of me. Why should I fear you? Gu Ming's retort left Bai Li Qinghan momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why should he fear himself? If he feared not death, what else could instill fear? Upon scrutinizing Gu Ming, Bai Li Qinghan discerned that the youth before him exuded an aura of mystery. Every gesture and movement appearing effortless and natural, devoid of pretentiousness, perfectly embodying the essence of the Tao. In this state of mind, even Bai Li Qinghan could not help but feel a profound sense of sentimentality. He recognized the innate potential for cultivation possessed by Gu Ming, yet his actual level of mastery was regrettably unimpressive. Naturally, Bai Li Qinghan did not perceive Gu Ming's talent as inferior. Rather, he believed that Gu Ming had squandered an excessive amount of energy on alchemy and formations, resulting in his insufficient cultivation. Do you believe that my actions are unjust? Gu Ming lifted his gaze to meet Bai Li Qinghan's, shaking his head. There exists no absolute right or wrong, nor is there a definitive sense of fairness. All is relative. From the perspective of the Tai Su Empire, the errors of Hu Yuan pale in comparison to any achievements he may have, rendering them negligible and easily overlooked. If I were to compel you to slay him, you would not comply. Moreover, what authority do I possess to force you to take the life of a late-stage nascent soul master? I am acutely aware of my limitations. Bai Li Qinghan fell silent, reflecting that your insight is so profound that it casts me, a transformation god master, in the light of a mere NPC. Gu Ming disregarded Bai Li Qinghan's contemplation and continued, even in the eyes of the demon suppression guard, and among ordinary cultivators and mortals, Hu Yuan does not deserve death. He can be forgiven. Yet, in my eyes, having never received his favor, and with my brother having perished due to his indulgence of his son, I would still seize the opportunity to end his life if it arose. You need not inquire about my thoughts. I harbor no grievances against you. At present, I lack the standing to demand fairness from you, and your willingness to protect me from a neutral standpoint is a testament to your compassion and integrity. Bai Li Qinghan was rendered utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to engage in dialogue with Gu Ming. Chapter 58. The Legendary Figure Suddenly. Gu Ming offered a faint smile and spoke slowly. Hu Yuan is a commendable adversary. I genuinely look forward to the day when I can personally slay him. Or perhaps he may be the one to take my life. Bai Li Qinghan sighed deeply, helplessly rubbing his temples. You are as mature as an ancient being. Were it not for your youthful and vigorous life force, I might have mistaken you for a disguised old monster. Well, the words I prepared are now rendered useless. I will not intervene in the enmity between you two. If you possess the capability, then you may kill Hu Yuan. However, given your current cultivation, it seems rather difficult. Rest assured, Hu Yuan will not take advantage of your vulnerabilities. At the very least, I can assure you he will not strike from the shadows. Gu Ming nodded, trusting his instincts. He believed Hu Yuan to be an upright individual. Any conflict between them would undoubtedly occur in the light of day. Is there anything else? Gu Ming stretched lazily, feeling somewhat fatigued. Although the after-effects of the Tianyu funeral technique had been alleviated, he still yearned for a good night's sleep. Bai Li Qinghan felt a twinge of helplessness. As a level 1 Silver Order Demon Suppression Guardian and the ruler of Weicheng, not to mention a notable figure in the entire Taisu Empire, he found himself consistently led by the nose in Gu Ming's presence. Do you have no demands? Bai Li Qinghan finally couldn't resist asking. Gu Ming's gaze was peculiar as he looked at Bai Li Qinghan. What demands could I possibly have? I bear no grievances and have no merits to speak of. Rather, I have committed grave mistakes. By all accounts, you not killing me is already a favor. Bai Li Qinghan raised an eyebrow, recognizing Gu Ming's exceptional intelligence. He perceived everything with clarity. Such a presence, seemingly affable, was indeed difficult to control. After a moment's pause, he deliberated softly. I appoint you as a level 1 Copper Order Demon Suppression Guardian. You shall form a small team. In ordinary times, your only duty will be to assist the Demon Suppression Division in refining elixirs and talismans. I shall grant you 200,000 spirit stones each month. How does that sound? Gu Ming rose, stretching his body and leisurely walking towards the courtyard exit, casually replying, I accept the title of level 1 Copper Order Demon Suppression Guardian. However, forming a team? No thank you. I prefer to work alone. Rest assured, I will fulfill my responsibilities without special treatment. The rest is up to you. With a creak, Gu Ming pushed the door open and departed, leaving Bai Li Qinghan in a state of disarray. After a considerable time, Chu Zhiliu's figure appeared behind him. My lord, this young man harbors no faith and feels no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Division. He is unlikely to remain here for long. He seems indifferent to everything. For the first time, I find it impossible to see through such a young individual with no desires or demands, living entirely on his own terms. Bai Li Qinghan nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Very well, let him be. There is no need to pay him undue attention. Those who have attained mastery in alchemy and formations cannot possibly be ordinary. Understood. Chu Zhiliu bowed respectfully before departing. Returning to the small courtyard, Gu Ming patted his head, suddenly recalling Zhao Sandao and his companions. Ah well, the spirit stones I left them should suffice for several years of cultivation. The Demon Suppression Division is not a long-term solution. Leaving is quite acceptable. With a murmured thought, Gu Ming dismissed the matter from his mind. Returning to his chamber to cast a formation, and after lying down, he swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Time flowed like water, slipping away in an instant. Seasons changed, and before he knew it, 18 years had passed. Throughout this span, Gu Ming devoted each day to undertaking missions, refining countless pills, crafting myriad spiritual artifacts, runes, talismans, and stones for sale, while also reserving a portion for his own use. The spiritual stones within his storage bags had accumulated into a mountain, necessitating the acquisition of additional bags to contain them. He utilized the storage bag gifted by old Zhao, which appeared quite antiquated and had not been summoned in some time. On this day, Gu Ming opened his eyes from meditation, his entire being brimming with spiritual energy as vast as the ocean, akin to turbulent waves sweeping through his meridians, radiating outward and shaking the formation. Gradually calming his aura, Gu Ming finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching new heights and entering the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Clenching his fist, he beamed with satisfaction, feeling quite accomplished. Indeed, he had become a formidable expert, adept at navigating the nuances of Foundation establishment. Yet, he reminded himself not to be complacent. The path of cultivation requires steadfast progress, learning from the experiences of predecessors, and striving onward. After a moment of self-encouragement, Gu Ming examined his status panel. Name: Gu Ming. Race: human. Cultivation: pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Physique: ordinary techniques, falling wind palm, heavenly abyss. Death technique: divine abilities, none. Lifespan: talent: borrowed life. Profession: high-grade alchemist, high-grade array master, mid-grade artifact crafter, high-grade spirit plant master, high-grade beast tamer. Natural spiritual treasures: bone. Mysterious flame. Having made breakthroughs in the path of formations, he had ascended to high-grade proficiency, while other aspects remained stagnant, primarily due to the 18 years devoted to earnest cultivation. Rising, he prepared a sumptuous feast, indulging in self-revelry. Gu Ming donned the uniform of a Copper Order demon suppressor, complete with a demon-suppressing blade, appearing invigorated and ready. It was time to report to the demon suppression department. He must not slacken, but instead work diligently and progress resolutely. Soon, Gu Ming arrived at the demon suppression department, where many new faces greeted him, and the familiar ones from 18 years prior had dwindled significantly. That Zhu Kuei met with misfortune 11 years ago on a mission, encountering a mid-stage golden core demon, resulting in the annihilation of his entire team, with none surviving. In consideration of his past connection with Zhu Sini, Gu Ming erected a monument for him, resting alongside Zhu Sini. His appearance instantly stirred excitement. Who could forget Gu Ming's legendary feats from 18 years ago that had astonished the entire Weicheng, becoming the talk of the town? Many newly joined demon suppressors regarded Gu Ming as an idol, their eyes shining brightly upon seeing him, eagerly approaching to greet him. Captain Gu, you've returned. It's been a while. How have you been? Oh, you've changed. Congratulations. Heavens, Captain Gu has achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Such joyous news. We must celebrate at Tianhe Tower. Laughter and banter erupted, for it was no secret that Gu Ming had remained at the late stage of Foundation establishment for 33 years, turning into a remarkable tale within the Demon Suppression Department. Chu Zhilu personally stepped forward to elucidate on Gu Ming's behalf. He devoted the majority of his energy to the realms of formations and alchemy, resulting in a somewhat gradual progress in his cultivation. Thus, no one should use this as a pretext to question his position. Gu Ming responded with a serene smile, addressing each remark with grace, unperturbed by the good-natured teasing from the crowd. Upon arriving at the task allocation area within the inner hall, numerous captains were engaged in selecting suitable tasks. Upon Gu Ming's arrival, they all greeted him with respectful gestures. Even the perfected Golden Core cultivators did not dare to belittle Gu Ming, for they had personally witnessed the astonishing events that once transpired in Wuyi City, confronting a late-stage nascent soul expert and slaying his progeny. Such audacity left an indelible impression on their minds. They understood that should Gu Ming resort to forbidden techniques once more, his strength would likely rival their own. Thus, they dared not underestimate him. Brother Gu, it has been a while. Do you have a task in mind today? If it conflicts with mine, I can yield to you. Quipped Qin Bin, the captain of the Demon Suppression Squad, who had become quite familiar with Gu Ming over the years. Qin Bin, a perfected Golden Core cultivator, was also a distinguished figure in Wuyi City. Gu Ming maintained his smile and replied softly, just browsing casually. Chapter 59. The Return to Yuan Heaven. At that moment, a figure emerged from the back hall. It was Chu Zhiliu. Now, he had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and his status had risen considerably. Upon seeing him, everyone, with the exception of Gu Ming, respectfully bowed in greeting. Greetings, my lord. Indeed, he replied, glancing at Gu Ming and smiling before his expression turned serious. The world is undergoing a transformation, and the forbidden area of Yuan Heaven has been opened. We have received intelligence that the demonic sect, the Harmony sect, and the ghostly Abyss sect have joined forces, dispatching numerous demonic cultivators to infiltrate Yuan Heaven. They intend to take advantage of the chaos to massacre disciples of various clans and sects, as well as rogue cultivators, to use their flesh and essence for their own cultivation and disrupt the order of the world. As the Jinma guards, we are the enforcement sword of the Taishu dynasty and must uphold principles, maintain peace, and vanquish demons. By imperial decree, each Jinma division in every city must send Jinma guards into Yuan Heaven. This is twofold. Firstly, to confront the demonic and evil forces, and secondly, to gather certain resources. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Yuan Heaven was an ancient forbidden land, rife with countless opportunities. It was said that some had found fortuitous encounters within, secluding themselves for a millennium to break through to the void refinement stage, becoming renowned powerhouses. There were those on the brink of death who had plunged into Yuan Heaven, discovering the life essence to extend their lives by a millennium. There were also unremarkable cultivators who obtained extraordinary Tao bodies, defying destiny. Such occurrences were numerous, and each opening of Yuan Heaven brought forth similar tales. Noticing the eagerness among the crowd, Chu Zhilio cleared his throat, prompting silence before he continued. This time is unlike any other. According to reports from our spies, the three major evil sects have united, intending to cultivate using the blood and souls of cultivators to provoke the authority of the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, we must not be careless. For the sake of the Taishu dynasty, the Jinma division, and the well-being of the world, your primary mission is to eradicate the demonic forces. By the order of Lord Bailey, the Waya City will dispatch 5 elite Jinma guards to Yuan Heaven, led by Captain Hu. The crowd was taken aback, exchanging peculiar glances towards Gu Ming. Captain Hu, of course, referred to Hu Yuan, who had risen to the rank of first-class copper token Jinma guard through his merits. He could have restored his silver-level status, but he had declined. Gu Ming remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. Seeing no change in Gu Ming's demeanor, Chu Zhilio continued. The team requirement is that all members must be at the Golden Core level. His gaze swept over the eager captains before he began to call names. Qin Bin, Lan Pexian, Li Yu, Shen Lang, Yi Shuanghong. You 5 prepare yourselves and inform your subordinates. We depart for Yuan Heaven in 3 days. The 4 men and 1 woman whose names were called displayed expressions of joy, stepping forward to bow in unison. Understood. As Chu Zhilio stood to leave, Gu Ming suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. I wish to go as well. Chu Zhilio halted, turning to regard Gu Ming with a furrowed brow. Gu Ming, although you are the captain, you are alone and have no subordinates, and your cultivation does not meet the requirements. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Bailey Qinghan. After a moment's pause, he nodded. Very well, you may join the team entering Yuan Heaven, but exercise utmost caution. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but upon reflecting on Gu Ming's capabilities, they soon understood. The means of command are no less formidable than those of the perfected golden elixir practitioners. With a mere flick of the fingers, formations can be established. And coupled with the forbidden techniques, preserving one's life is not a daunting task. Upon returning to his abode, Gu Ming found Bailey Qinghan already waiting there. The journey to the Guiyuan Heaven is fraught with peril. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I recognize your remarkable abilities. Yet the adversaries you face are not merely of the golden elixir realm. Moreover, the forbidden grounds are rife with both opportunities and dangers. Gu Ming smiled nonchalantly, expressing his indifference. Boredom propelled him to seek a distraction. He felt stifled in Weicheng. This rationale, though unexpected, resonated with Bailey Qinghan. He patted Gu Ming on the shoulder, hesitating for a moment before letting out a sigh. As for Hu Yuan, rest assured, even if he chooses not to assist you, he will not act against you nor complicate your path. I am uncertain of your desires, and I understand that you harbor no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Division. However, I hope that after this journey to the Guiyuan Heaven, you may come to re-evaluate your connection to the division. After Bailey Qinghan departed, Gu Ming fell into silence for a brief moment before dismissing the matter from his mind. A sense of belonging? As an immortal, where in this world could he truly call home? And what need had he for such sentiments? In a flash, 3 days passed. The expedition commenced, led by Hu Yuan, aboard a flying vessel en route to the Guiyuan Heaven. When Gu Ming encountered Hu Yuan, their exchange was merely a fleeting glance, devoid of words. The following day, the vessel arrived at the entrance of the Guiyuan Heaven. The entirety of this realm was shrouded in spatial turbulence, extending endlessly, its true expanse unknown to any. Apart from the entrance, the surroundings were engulfed in chaotic laws of the great Tao and the remnants of ancient powers that had fallen to become malevolent spirits. Under such compounded circumstances, the Guiyuan heaven transformed into a zone of death. Even those of the Great Ascension realm dared not breach its boundaries. Only when the time was right, and the laws reformed to reveal a pathway, could one enter the Guiyuan heaven. Within this realm lay the remains of countless ancient powerhouses, and dangers lurked at every turn. The flying vessel descended, and as it was stowed away, Hu Yuan's calm and cold gaze swept over the group as he distributed tokens into their hands. Should any danger arise, shatter the token, and I shall sense your precise location. Remember, the Guiyuan heaven opens for a span of 10 years. Do not linger beyond this period, lest you be trapped until the next opening, which could be 100 years or even a millennium. Remaining within the Guiyuan heaven is a perilous gamble, with survival unlikely. The group acknowledged his instructions. Gu Ming regarded the token in his hand, his expression slightly perplexed. Once the others departed, Hu Yuan turned his gaze toward Gu Ming. Lord Bai Li instructed me to look after you, though I suspect you may decline. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. This is not a matter of grievances. I prefer to travel alone. Very well, take care of yourself. With those words, Hu Yuan led his 5 golden elixir realm demon suppression guardians into the Guiyuan heaven. Gu Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting the influx of cultivators entering the Guiyuan heaven, including several demon suppression guardians. Upon meeting each other's eyes, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. No words exchanged. He hoped this journey would prove to be of some significance. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Ming leisurely stepped into the Guiyuan heaven, unhurried and at ease. A month later, at Huangfeng Ridge, the ground was strewn with crimson maple leaves, and dismembered corpses lay scattered about. Gu Ming diligently wiped the blood from the demon-suppressing blade with a black cloth before sheathing it, and pressed onward. At that moment, he stumbled upon a dozen or so practitioners from the ghostly Yin sect, furtively engaged in whispered discussions. Without hesitation, Gu Ming dispatched them. Their foundation-building cultivation was simply too feeble. Over the course of a month, Gu Ming encountered little fortune, aside from gathering a few spiritual herbs and plants. The surrounding environment bore no discernible difference from the outside world, were it not for the heightened spiritual energy present. He might have doubted the authenticity of this ancient, forbidden realm. During this time, he crossed paths with numerous cultivators, yet no conflicts arose. Noticing the demon-suppressing guard uniform adorning Gu Ming, most practitioners treated him with deference, unwilling to provoke him. 3 days later, Gu Ming discovered a wealth of spirit kite flowers within a cave. A hint of delight flickered across his face as he began to gather them, murmuring to himself, "This is splendid. The primary ingredient for brewing the ancient spirit kite wine. I shall collect some to take back for brewing." In this era, spirit kite wine was a rare delicacy, its brewing method requiring specialized techniques to harmonize the celestial energies of heaven and earth with formations, flavoring it with 5 elements elixirs. While using spirit kite flowers as the main ingredient, the conditions for cultivating spirit kite flowers were exceedingly stringent, making artificial cultivation a formidable challenge. And it was only within such ancient forbidden lands as Guiyuan heaven that one could find such an abundance. Chapter 60. Cultivation is not about fighting, but understanding human affairs. As Gu Ming completed his gathering and prepared to turn away, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave, obstructing his path. The leading woman gasped in surprise. "Have we been outpaced?" The 2 men beside her directed their gazes towards Gu Ming within the cave, their bodies emanating a faint aura of spiritual light, brimming with vigilance. To the left, Sun Jian snorted coldly, retrieving a cherry blossom spear from his storage pouch, its golden gleam flickering ominously. "Friend, this place is our opportunity. To seize another's chance is akin to slaying their parents. Is that not inappropriate?" On the right, Zhou Ke brandished a large knife, its emerald glow shimmering as he spoke. "Leave behind the Lingyuan flowers, and we shall allow you to depart unscathed." Ordinary Lingyuan flowers hold a value of 1,000 spirit stones in the outside world. But those Gu Ming had collected were over 100 years old and of exceptional quality, an immeasurable treasure for the trio. They had expended considerable effort to uncover the information regarding the flowers, and naturally, they were unwilling to let it slip away. Gu Ming remained calm, unperturbed by their threats, and instead inquired with curiosity, "Your opportunity?" The spoils belong to the one who arrives first, as per the conventions of the cultivation world. When did it become your opportunity? Absurd. Lu Rian let out a disdainful huff, crossing her arms over her ample chest, and declared arrogantly, "We invested a fortune to acquire this treasure from an auction. How can it not belong to us? You dare to seize our opportunity and yet question our audacity? Huh, I have never encountered such shamelessness." The trio's brazen confidence momentarily disoriented Gu Ming, leading him to doubt his own stance. After a brief pause, he stepped out of the shadows, revealing his true form. The moment they beheld Gu Ming in his uniform, their expressions shifted, revealing a glimmer of fear. The Demon Suppression Guard? Curse it! How could we encounter a member of the Demon Suppression Guard? It is said that they appear in squads. No, wait. He is but one person, merely a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator. We are all at the same level. Exchanging glances, Lu Rian suddenly smiled alluringly, swaying her voluptuous figure as she approached Gu Ming. Ah, so it is the esteemed Demon Suppression Guard. A misunderstanding indeed. Since this is something you desire, how could we mere rogue cultivators dare to covet it? Upon reaching Gu Ming's side, Lu Rian exuded a strange fragrance, her presence soft and enchanting, irresistible to the senses. Gu Ming maintained his calm demeanor, observing Lu Rian silently. Inside, she sneered, deliberately accentuating her bosom as she leaned closer to him. "My lord, I have always admired the Demon Suppression Guard. My dream is to offer you my first time. The moment is perfect, why not?" As she spoke, a poisoned dagger slipped from her sleeve, but before she could strike, a flash of blade light swept through the air. Lu Rian was taken aback, the dagger clattering to the ground as she clutched her throat, blood spurting forth, her gaze filled with venomous resentment towards Gu Ming. "Why? Women only serve to disrupt my focus. Die?" The long knife cleaved again, severing Lu Rian in two, her body falling lifelessly, leaving no time for a final act. The sudden turn of events shocked Sun Jian and Zhou Ke. They had never anticipated that the esteemed Demon Suppression Guard would suddenly turn against a woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Jian and Zhou Ke were consumed by fury, uniting to strike. "You shall pay dearly for daring to slay the wives of us both," they declared, as esteemed guardians against evil. "To lay hands upon a defenseless woman is an affront we shall not tolerate." Gu Ming paused, momentarily taken aback. Two wives? Who claimed the ancients were merely conventional? Their indulgence was rather extravagant. Shaking his head, Gu Ming remained unfazed in the face of their lethal approach. As they closed the distance of mere 3 feet, he slowly sheathed his blade and snapped his fingers. The two were taken aback, their pupils constricting as they surveyed their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of talismans had materialized, encircling them in a web of ominous intent. When did this happen? How could it be? You laid a trap in advance. Gu Ming shook his head, a hint of disinterest in his demeanor as he strolled past them, heading outside. Such trivial matters do not warrant my intervention against mere foundational cultivators. Farewell. Upon exiting the cave, he snapped his fingers once more, and with a thunderous roar, dozens of explosive talismans detonated, obliterating the cave and leaving no trace of the two. Have I truly wasted my time studying formations? Cultivation is not merely about combat. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Had they approached with a modicum of civility, perhaps they could have elucidated their grievances, and I might have bestowed upon them some spirit kite flowers. After all, such trifles are not of paramount importance to me. Alas, they lacked understanding of social graces, fixated solely on violence. Exiting the cave, Gu Ming continued to wander aimlessly. As for fate, he remained resolute in his belief. What is destined to be will come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forcibly sought. Rather than pursue it actively, he preferred to allow fortune to present itself. Suddenly, Gu Ming halted, casting his gaze downward. Beneath a broken, desiccated tree lay a stone tablet obscured by fallen leaves. Kneeling, he cleared the debris to reveal the tablet. Ancient and inscribed with hasty characters that belonged to a bygone era. Fortuitously, Gu Ming's passion for literature had equipped him with knowledge of such scripts. After a brief incense's time, a flicker of intrigue crossed his features. Yun Tingzhenren, an ancient figure of transcendent strength, it seems this was his final resting place. Surveying the area, he found the landscape to be perfectly level, devoid of the typical signs of a blessed ground or grave. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Ming erected the tombstone, revealing an entrance below. Is it truly this simple? The resting place of a transcendent should harbor some fascinating secrets. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered into the tomb. Although he pondered why such a prominent figure's burial site had remained undiscovered, it mattered little. Perhaps this was indeed a twist of fate. Who could say for certain? As he stepped inside, greenish bronze lamps ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Gu Ming couldn't help but voice a complaint. Must tombs always be so unimaginative? They are all so monotonous. If I were to pass, my resting place would need to be grand and resplendent, akin to a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Interred amidst a sea of blossoms, with the heavens as my canopy and the earth as my bed. Serenaded by the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, what bliss that would be. Ahead, a figure appeared, seated upon a stone platform, devoid of life and long deceased. However, due to his status as a transcendent being, the body remained relatively well preserved, save for the dryness of the skin. Approaching the revered figure of Yunting, Gu Ming fell into a momentary silence, his palm gently moving to conjure 3 incense sticks that materialized before him. After igniting them, he placed them reverently in front. Predecessor, I have arrived. Where is the opportunity? Yunting remained unresponsive, and Gu Ming excused his apparent rudeness. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly landed upon a high platform that bore a shadow stone. It flickered with light, automatically activating to reveal a fragment of Yunting's dormant consciousness. Astonishingly, it was voice-activated, exhibiting a remarkable sophistication. Gu Ming offered a compliment, and within the shadow stone, the projection of Yunting manifested, fixing his gaze upon Gu Ming. Congratulations. Seeker from the future, you are destined to inherit my legacy. Ah, thank you, Gu Ming replied politely, expressing his gratitude. However, Yunting's consciousness momentarily faltered, his gaze scrutinizing Gu Ming with an odd intensity, as if sensing that this encounter did not align with his expectations. Logically, as a formidable figure who had transcended tribulations and imparted a legacy, he anticipated that the fortunate recipient would be trembling with excitement, bowing in profound gratitude. Chapter 61. The purple flame of destruction. Gu Ming observed the dazed figure of Master Yunting and urged him, "Please, continue. Do not halt." Master Yunting replied, "Cough. Young one, do you find it perplexing that acquiring my legacy is rather effortless?" Gu Ming nodded, indeed perplexed. "Please elaborate." Master Yunting was somewhat displeased with Gu Ming's demeanor, which stripped him of any sense of accomplishment. He yearned for the astonishment, curiosity, gratitude, and exclamations of future generations. However, at this moment, he felt none of that, only a sense of dissatisfaction, even a bit of frustration. With a slight grimace, he abandoned his pretense, revealing his true nature as he sat upon the ground and spoke in a somber tone. "This is what one might call the natural order. I merely set a random time frame. Once that period elapses, anyone who discovers my tombstone may enter this realm." Gu Ming casually surveyed the cave, and he could not help but think it bore no resemblance to the fortuitous treasures he had envisioned. It appeared merely like an ordinary ancient tomb. "Ah, very casual. I appreciate your attitude. Thank you for the flattery. No, you are mistaken. I am the senior here. Could you perhaps show a bit more respect and not be so casual?" Master Yunting, feeling a bit perturbed, could not resist making a remark. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, cleared his throat, and turned to bow solemnly. "I am Gu Ming, paying my respects to you, esteemed senior. Your attitude is commendable. I quite like it. Originally, I had prepared some trials." Noticing Gu Ming heading towards the exit, Master Yunting wore a face of lament and helplessly inquired, "What are you doing?" "Trials are a waste of time. It seems there is nothing of interest here. As for the martial arts inheritance or enlightenment experiences, I have no interest. I do not desire divine weapons either." "Well, you may rest and await the next fated individual." Seeing Gu Ming genuinely poised to leave, Master Yunting became anxious and called out, "Wait. You are like a brother to me. May I call you senior?" "Trials are unnecessary. At least consider my legacy." Gu Ming paused, casting an odd glance at the utterly unrefined Master Yunting, and a flicker of interest sparked within him. If he were to feign superiority and Gu Ming turned to leave, he would have no interest in any legacy. "Hey, Brother Gu, are you intrigued?" "No. I find you quite amusing. Your legacy should be of some interest. Tell me, and I shall contemplate it." Master Yunting, displaying a hint of resignation, was not adamant about Gu Ming obtaining his legacy. However, with the barrier broken, his essence could not endure for long. If Gu Ming departed, his legacy would be severed. Ultimately, He was indifferent to the worldly distinctions of status. Such matters held no significance for him. Clearing his throat, Master Yunting organized his thoughts before speaking. My legacy is divided into 5 parts. The first is the experience of cultivation. Ah, Klitsch, please proceed. Master Yunting continued. The second is martial arts techniques. Sensing Gu Ming's disdainful gaze, Master Yunting explained helplessly, isn't that how legacies typically go? Could it be that I might offer my wife to you? Gu Ming couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. Your words may be coarse, yet your reasoning is profound. You possess an extraordinary gift for conversation. Haha, the sentiment is mutual, replied the esteemed Yuanting. He continued, as for the third matter, it pertains to the influence I have established. However, after all these years, it may have diminished. If you find the time, do pay a visit. If not, it is of no consequence. As he spoke, Yuanting cast aside his identity token, an ancient insignia that, while possessing a certain rustic charm and hardness, lacked significant utility. Gu Ming nodded, encouraging Yuanting to proceed. The fourth matter concerns my alchemical legacy. Gu Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue, a spark of interest igniting within. You are an alchemist? So are you? The two men exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. Gu Ming leisurely extended his right hand, revealing the ethereal bone fire, illuminating the entire crypt with a frosty radiance. I am but a humble practitioner, a high-grade alchemist of the Xian level. Yuanting's pupils stirred slightly, astonished that Gu Ming, merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, possessed a renowned variant of fire and held the rank of a high-grade alchemist. Typically, alchemists of the Xian level would have a cultivation level of at least the nascent soul stage, aligning with common expectations. Gu Ming's case, however, was far from ordinary. Yet, in an attempt to regain ground, Yuanting feigned profundity, smirking dismissively as he moved his right hand, conjuring a wisp of ethereal purple fire. Gu Ming, well-versed in such matters, gasped softly. The burning heaven purple spirit fire, ranked 7th on the variant fire list. Ah, little one, you possess some knowledge. I was once a low-grade alchemist of the celestial tier. How does that make you feel? Do you feel an urge to bow in reverence? Yuanting spoke with pride, feeling a surge of exhilaration, having regained his footing. Gu Ming felt a stirring within, a celestial alchemist, and one with a 7th-ranked variant fire. Ahem. I must admit my lack of discernment, having underestimated an esteemed predecessor. I beseech your forgiveness, Gu Ming said respectfully, performing a sincere bow. Face, what good does that do? Does it carry the scent of variant fire? Does it carry the fragrance of a celestial alchemist? Surely, that is absurd. Yuanting sighed in mild exasperation, waving his hand in resignation. I still prefer your proud and untamed demeanor. Do try to restore it. You, young one, are quite intriguing. You favor alchemy over cultivation. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, casually sitting on the ground as he replied, as for cultivation, it should be pursued at one's leisure and in accordance with one's interests. Why should one conform to societal norms? Yuanting remained silent for a long moment before sighing deeply. You make a valid point. Were I to possess your mindset, I might glimpse the vistas of the celestial path. Alas, let us not dwell on that. My final inheritance is a world embryo. Gu Ming was taken aback. A world embryo? As the name implies, it is the very essence of a world. The creation and birth of myriad realms require a process, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to nurture a world from a single embryo. However, this process is exceedingly protracted, often requiring billions of years. To cultivate it artificially demands immense effort. One might as well focus on personal cultivation and aspire to reach the realm of the celestial king, thereby nurturing a world within oneself. Of course, a world embryo is a treasure of heaven and earth, rare and sought after, coveted even by immortals. However, this object is, for Gu Ming, akin to a tiger gaining wings. After all, his lifespan is boundless, and he cultivates a world. Haha, it is perfectly fitting. Observing the green light emanating from Gu Ming's eyes, Master Yunting gently cautioned, though the world embryo is indeed remarkable, it possesses both advantages and disadvantages. One must not squander excessive energy upon it, lest it impede your cultivation. Alas, in my earlier days, I too was consumed by greed, expending vast resources and efforts on the world embryo, which ultimately left me stagnant at the tribulation stage, unable to ascend to the celestial path, resulting in a melancholy demise. Gu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I possess the discernment. He mused inwardly. Merely a few 100 billion years. It is but a trifling matter. Chapter 62. Where do monsters come from? Upon witnessing Gu Ming's expression, Master Yunting understood that his counsel would likely fall on deaf ears. He paused momentarily, a hint of reluctance flickering in his gaze as he surveyed his surroundings, letting out a long sigh. Little one, my time is running short. At this moment, I find myself somewhat reluctant to leave this world. Gu Ming remained silent, his heart unmoved by the specter of death. After all, death is merely a passage. Even those who are as formidable as one undergoing tribulation cannot escape this journey. Rolling his eyes, Master Yunting could not help but remark, "At least comfort me a little." Gu Ming offered a faint smile, turning his gaze toward Master Yunting. Some live yet are already dead. Others may have perished, but live on eternally. Senior, I shall always remember you. While I live, you too shall live. Why must we concern ourselves with life and death? Master Yunting fell silent for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile, looking earnestly at Gu Ming. You are quite an interesting little fellow. Had you been born in my era, we would have surely engaged in profound discussions and become close friends. Alas, I was born before you, and you came into this world after my time. Gu Ming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, though he wished to preserve the atmosphere. He could not ignore the fact that Master Yunting's thoughts were rather eccentric. Stop. I have goosebumps all over. Time is of the essence. Please bestow the inheritance upon me, and may you rest in peace. Fear not. When time permits, I shall visit your descendants to see if they are still around. Master Yunting replied, a slight pout on his lips. He wished to continue conversing with Gu Ming, but he understood that his time was indeed limited. Little one, I trust that you are not devoid of compassion. To pass the inheritance to you is to honor my efforts. As he spoke, his form gradually dissipated, merging into the cosmos, streams of light intertwining with Gu Ming's consciousness, his legacy. The celestial flame of the purple spirit and a thumb-sized gray orb hovered before him, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Remember, the sect I leave behind is called the Yunting sect. If they still exist, do lend them a helping hand if you can. The path of the great Tao is filled with wonders, yet it is no longer my concern. Alas, his sigh echoed through the tomb as Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the celestial flame of the purple spirit and the embryonic realm. Letting out a soft sigh and bowing respectfully, I bid you farewell, senior. Rising to his feet, Gu Ming set up a formation, preparing to refine the celestial flame of the purple spirit and the embryonic realm on the spot. The experiences of a heavenly tier alchemist were not to be rushed. And as for Master Yunting's techniques and insights, he chose not to engage with them, intending to leave them for his descendants, for he found no personal interest in them. Seated upon the ground, Gu Ming embarked on a prolonged path of refinement. Unbeknownst to him, 8 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a particular day, Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes, his left eye ablaze with purple flames while cold white fire swirled around his right. After 8 years, he had finally refined the celestial flame of the purple spirit, along with the embryonic realm. With a wave of his hand, a gray sphere began to rotate slowly above his palm, emanating a faint primordial aura. The embryonic realm had only just begun to develop, akin to cultivating fertile land from the chaos, a feat that Master Yunting had accomplished through immense effort and resources. Gu Ming gazed down at the embryonic realm, resembling a deity, his eyes like the sun and moon, piercing through the chaos and surveying the earth below. Gazing upon this less than 100 square meter expanse, Gu Ming pondered for a moment. If he could procure a vein of spiritual energy and embed it within this land, he could create a fertile ground for cultivating spiritual herbs. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming retracted his gaze and surveyed the dim and murky planet before him. Henceforth, it shall be called Kunling, a fitting name indeed. With the name Kunling nestled in his mind, alongside the burning heaven purple spirit fire, he rose, adjusting his robe. Upon calculating the time, Gu Ming gasped in surprise. He had squandered 8 years in this place. It was time to depart. Fortunately, he had not exceeded the deadline, lest he encounter trouble. Before leaving, Gu Ming stored the remains of the Yunting Taoist in his storage bag, hoping to return them to his descendants someday. At this moment, chaos reigned in the returning Origin Heaven. The 3 major demonic sects had joined forces to seal the exits, hunting down the Tai Su cultivators. The demon suppression guards mobilized, engaging in fierce combat with the 3 demonic sects, the ground awash with blood. Just as Gu Ming exited the tomb, he witnessed two figures of demonic cultivators pursuing a gold core initial stage member of the demon suppression guards through the heavens. Sinister and venomous laughter echoed from above as the two demonic cultivators relentlessly attacked the guard. The rumors spoke of the formidable strength of the demon suppression guards of the same rank, and indeed, their reputation was well-deserved. If they could consume his gold core, it would undoubtedly enhance the power of the two brothers. There would be no escape. The duo, one to the left and one to the right, suddenly accelerated, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the guard plummeting from the sky. Lu Feng, consumed by despair and spitting blood, was unable to withstand the fall. Having split from his team to chase the demonic cultivators after a fierce battle that saw him slay a fellow gold core initial stage devil, he was ambushed at the moment he sought to regain his strength. The two, lying in wait in the shadows, launched a surprise attack, exacerbating his injuries. Adjusting his stance, he crashed down upon the mountaintop, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Gripping his demon suppression blade, Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze icy as he fixated on the two figures above, resolved not to flee any longer. Suddenly, he caught sight of Gu Ming. Upon recognizing the demon suppression guard uniform, he felt a moment of elation, only to be struck by shock as he noticed Gu Ming had attained full foundation establishment. Flee. I will hold them off. Lu Feng, unfamiliar with Gu Ming as he was not from Weicheng, nonetheless felt a sense of duty as a fellow demon suppression guard. There was no hesitation. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the mountaintop. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him as he summoned immense power and surged towards the two demonic cultivators. The demonic duo cackled mockingly, having also perceived Gu Ming's presence. A Foundation establishment demon suppression guard? Ha ha ha. It seems the demon suppression division has met its end, allowing such insignificant creatures to enter returning origin heaven. TSK, 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 how noble and righteous. Unfortunately, you cannot stop us. Not only will you perish, but so will he. The two joined forces, dark mist swirling around them, as deathly skeletons roared, encircling Lu Feng. It would not be long before Lu Feng fell under their relentless assault. Seeing that Gu Ming had not retreated but instead approached on his sword, Lu Feng's fury ignited. He poured all his strength into a strike, barely managing to repel the two. His eyes were wild with rage as he bellowed, "Flee! You are no match for them. Do not throw your life away in vain." Ha, too late. One of the demonic cultivators sneered, slicing through the air with a skull in hand, advancing on Gu Ming. "Insect, I am coming." Gu Ming steadied his posture, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching demon cultivator. Just as the latter drew near, an enigmatic smile suddenly graced Gu Ming's lips. The demon cultivator momentarily froze, only to hear Gu Ming's voice echo, "Farewell." In the next instant, a multitude of array symbols materialized from thin air, coalescing into a profound-level killing formation. Thousands of explosive talismans surged toward the demon cultivator with alarming speed. The demon cultivator, taken aback, found himself covered in talismans, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Gu Ming. "What is this?" "Oh, a killing formation," Gu Ming replied, shaking his head at the sheer folly of the question. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his sword and turned, snapping his fingers. A violent explosion enveloped the heavens, causing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy to violently tear through the void, stirring the winds and clouds, and shaking the very earth beneath. Gulp! Lu Feng and the remaining demon cultivators stood in stunned silence, their disbelief palpable as they beheld Gu Ming gracefully gliding toward them on his sword amidst the aftermath of the tempest. What manner of monster is this from some distant city, conjuring formations with a mere snap of the fingers? How utterly extraordinary! Lu Feng sniffled, feeling a surreal haze envelop him, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. As for the last remaining demon cultivator, he was paralyzed by fear, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 63. The killing array. Gu Ming approached Lu Feng, and with a flick of his fingers, a healing pill materialized. Lu Feng gazed at the exquisite healing elixir of the Xian rank, his throat tightening with desire. He craved it, yet deemed it too extravagant. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather that a gradual recovery was more cost-effective. The intricate patterns flowing upon the pill hinted at a value exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Why hesitate? Should I feed you? Gu Ming's eyes glimmered with skepticism. Was this man harboring some peculiar obsession? Lu Feng forced a bitter smile, hastily sheathing his blade and bowing in gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my life. However, I do not possess such spirit stones. Who requires your spirit stones? Gu Ming waved his sleeve, sending the pill into Lu Feng's mouth. In the face of death, this man willingly chose to embrace his fate without dragging others into his plight. One could not help but admire his character worthy of rescue. As Lu Feng swallowed the pill, his breath rapidly stabilized, and his complexion regained some color. Observing Gu Ming's composed demeanor, Lu Feng quickly bowed again. I am Lu Feng from the Demon Suppression Division in Dine City. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance and the elixir. I shall repay this kindness in due time. Gu Ming shook his head, responding calmly, I am Gu Ming from Weicheng. There is no need for such formality. As fellow members of the Demon Suppression Division, we should not stand on ceremony. As long as you are unharmed, that suffices. Lu Feng etched the name in his memory. And after regaining some vitality, he suddenly posed a question. Gu, why did you not slay the other demon cultivator, allowing him to escape? He may continue to wreak havoc upon the innocent. Gu Ming appeared slightly bemused, casting a glance at Lu Feng. I am at the peak of Foundation establishment, while he is merely in the initial stages of Golden Core. If he wishes to flee, can I truly stop him? The other fell into my killing array unawares, which is why I could easily dispatch him. Lu Feng, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head in embarrassment. You speak wisely, Gu. I have spoken out of turn. Not at all. 2 hours later, with Lu Feng restored to his peak state, the two kindled a campfire, roasting an 8-tailed chicken and sipping on spirit wine as they conversed. Gu, with your prowess, how could Weicheng allow you to enter the return to Origin Heaven alone? With your extraordinary talents in alchemy and formations, you are a treasure anywhere. Your cultivation level is of little consequence. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow at the term extraordinary talents, sensing it was not entirely complimentary. Both of us are members of the Demon Suppression Division. There is no distinction of status or rank. If you can enter without fear of death, why should I be afraid? In that instant, Gu Ming's stature grew in Lu Feng's eyes, a glimmer of admiration shining through. Lu Feng was on the verge of becoming an ardent admirer. After all, with Gu Ming's capabilities, his status would not be inferior to that of a third-tier silver rank member of the Demon Suppression Division. Truly, you are a paragon for our generation. I admire you greatly. As their conversation continued, Gu Ming gleaned from Lu Feng the current state of affairs in the return to Origin Heaven. Various sects of cultivators were being hunted by the 3 major demon sects, while the Demon Suppression Division was actively hunting the demons in return. Both sides engaged in a vicious cycle of retribution. The Demon Suppression Division had suffered significant losses, yet the 3 major demon sects had also endured considerable casualties. Upon reaching this point in their discussion, Lu Feng expressed his indignation. Those scoundrels are solely concerned with their own fortunes. Had they allied with the Demon Suppression Division, the 3 major demon sects would have been defeated long ago. Alas, they see only profit. Gu Ming nodded slightly, gazing into the flickering bonfire. Observing the sizzling roast chicken, he remarked softly, human nature is inherently selfish and self-serving, driven solely by profit, lacking in grand vision. What are your intentions? Lu Feng paused, adjusting the charcoal flames as he replied, I plan to reunite with the team and continue hunting the demonic cultivators. These despicable wretches are treacherous and ruthless, committing heinous acts without remorse. One of our team members fell victim to their schemes. How can we not seek vengeance? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming suddenly conceived an idea. Hunting them down one by one is too arduous, wasting time and effort, not to mention the danger. Why not set a trap to eliminate them all at once? Lu Feng looked at Gu Ming with curiosity. Brother Gu, are you suggesting? A sinister smile crept across Gu Ming's lips. My killing formation has its shortcomings, but if we can lure them into it, wouldn't it be a one-time solution? Lu Feng's face brightened, only to be clouded by a wry smile as he pointed out the impracticalities. Firstly, they are not fools. How could we possibly lead them into the formation? Secondly, while your mastery of formations is indeed formidable, a profound level formation might not withstand the combined might of several perfected Golden Core cultivators. It is overly optimistic, and if they break free, we would be in peril. Gu Ming smiled confidently, leisurely taking down the roast chicken and savoring it. Amidst Lu Feng's puzzled gaze, Gu Ming continued, Fear not. I have my ways to deal with them. It is merely a matter of whether you dare to risk your life alongside me. Lu Feng raised his wine flask and downed its contents in one gulp, laughing boisterously. What is there to fear? You saved my life through fire and water. I will follow your command. If you are confident, I shall risk my life to accompany you in this fight against the three major demonic sections. Very well. Let us engage them. Gu Ming raised his flask and drank deeply as well. 3 days later, the two appeared in a perilous canyon. Curious, Lu Feng inquired, Brother Gu, what is this place? This is a natural formation, a convergence of thunder and miasma. If properly guided, we can transform the inherent power of this terrain into a lethal, thunderous poison formation. Follow my instructions and lay down the formation stones and talismans to give them a surprise. Understood, I shall follow your orders. Though puzzled, Lu Feng acquiesced. Subsequently, Gu Ming assigned Lu Feng to keep watch while he sought a cave to meditate and refine the formation stones and talismans. A day passed, and as Lu Feng gazed at the thousands of formation stones and talismans, he fell into silence. Brother Gu, how did you accomplish all this in just one day? Gu Ming's complexion was somewhat pale. He consumed a healing pill and smiled. With effort, you can achieve it too. Here is the formation diagram. Arrange the stones and talismans according to the marked points. The stones will form the array, while the talismans serve as the lethal strike. Receiving Gu Ming's formation diagram, Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. One after another, profound-level killing arrays, 360 in total, were spread throughout the canyon. Swallowing hard, Lu Feng could not help but ask, Brother Gu, let us not dwell on the might of this formation. Rather, could you enlighten me on the expenditure of spirit stones required for the entire array? Gu Ming had never calculated this before. Over the years, he had diligently refined various items to exchange for spirit stones, supplemented by task rewards and an assortment of erratic commissions. In any case, spirit stones were not a concern for him. I estimate it to be in the hundreds of millions, which is relatively modest. Lu Feng fell silent. Unable to muster even 10,000 spirit stones from his own resources, his total assets amounted to merely several 100,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming's casual mention of hundreds of millions felt like a splash of cold water, igniting a sense of despair in Lu Feng. Alas, had I known, I would have refrained from asking. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, do remain vigilant. Gu Ming continued his relentless endeavors in refining, incorporating the enigmatic bone fire into numerous talismans. Once tainted, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it troublesome. The entire process of arranging the formation spanned 8 months. Lu Feng, tasked with placing the array stones and talismans, appeared significantly more haggard compared to 8 months prior. In contrast, Gu Ming remained invigorated. The moment the last array stone was positioned, Lu Feng collapsed onto the ground, devoid of all hope. He vowed never to arrange formations again. It was far too exhausting. However, let us not rest just yet. We must devise a strategy to lure the demonic cultivators into the killing array and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Chapter 64. The Deception of Demonic Cultivators. Subsequently, Gu Ming imitated the ancient secret realm and meticulously transported all the items from the tomb of the Yunting True Man, transforming it into a sanctuary for transcending tribulations. After a month of diligent effort, from an external perspective, the place bore no resemblance to a killing array. Rather, it appeared as a veritable land of opportunity and fortune. He erected the tombstone of the Yunting True Man at the entrance, enhancing its appearance to exude grandeur and depth, replete with an air of sophistication. Observing his masterpiece, Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Undoubtedly, even in death, the senior would lend me a hand in vanquishing demonic cultivators and safeguarding peace amidst this chaotic era. I extend my gratitude to the senior for his noble intentions on behalf of all beings. Lu Feng, curious, inquired from the side, Brother Gu, how did you come to know the intricacies of the Yunting True Man's tomb? It seems you share some connection with him. Gu Ming, not one to conceal the truth, nodded and replied, I recently acquired his legacy. Thus, we are indeed connected, and he has bestowed kindness upon me. Lu Feng fell silent, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. So you've relocated his tomb to ensnare demonic cultivators? Brother Gu, that seems rather unchivalrous. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, defending himself with conviction. What do you understand? This is the true essence of formidable beings. We are their exemplars. Even in death, they strive to assist us in subduing demons and banishing evil. Lu Feng retorted. Yet he never consented to this arrangement. Did he refuse? Gu Ming mused. It seems he did not. Gu Ming regarded Lu Feng earnestly, patting his shoulder. Brother Lu, you are still young and lack insight. Sometimes, silence in the face of a proposal is merely a tacit approval. Lu Feng chuckled, dismissing Gu Ming's flawed reasoning. The Yunting true man had perished countless years ago. If he were to acquiesce, it would indeed be a miracle. Step back. I must activate the formation. It is time to invite you into the trap and close the door on the dog. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hastily retreated. Gu Ming's gaze flickered as he triggered the formation, radiant spiritual light soaring into the heavens, piercing the firmament and invoking celestial phenomena. The vast celestial radiance summoned vibrant clouds of myriad colors, enveloping the sky in a magnificent display, cascading countless beams of light, rendering the scene akin to a celestial realm. The resonant sounds of the Tao reverberated through the cosmos, shaking mountains and rivers, with various manifestations of the great Tao emerging, filling the air with auspicious signs. Witnessing this, Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This is the grandeur befitting the legacy of a transcendent being. Dear Senior, you remain too modest. Allow me to spread your name across the world. May no one be unaware of your existence. I know you are aware in the afterlife, and I am certain you will be deeply moved. There is no need for thanks, for I have received your legacy. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Yunting true man. The two figures concealed themselves within the formation, watching the entrance intently. Lu Feng, slightly anxious, spoke up. Brother Gu, what if the visitors are other cultivators from the Taishu dynasty or the demon suppression guards? What if they inadvertently enter the killing array? Gu Ming reassured him, fear not. The cultivators from the Taishu dynasty and the Guiyuan realm are all on edge, preoccupied with their own survival. Who would have the leisure to seek opportunities here? As for the demon suppression guards, they are busy pursuing demonic cultivators, likely not in the mindset to venture here. Even if they enter the array, I can control it without directing any harm towards them. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng sighed in relief, unaware that Gu Ming was about to shift the conversation. However, those who seek fortune without regard for their lives, if they perish, it is merely their unfortunate fate. I bear no responsibility. Lu Feng. Gu Ming continues to deceive. As the ancients say, what is fated to be must come to pass, while that which is not fated should not be forced. If they accidentally perish here, it is destined, and I cannot be blamed. Lu Feng. Lu Feng widened his eyes and gazed at Gu Ming, speaking softly. No, dear brother Gu, this seems a bit of a fallacy. Pray tell, the demonic cultivator you recently slain, was it his destiny to die? Had you not intervened, would he not have lived? Gu Ming replied with an air of nonchalance. Hence, I asserted his fate. His destiny was to be slain by me. Immutable and predetermined, everything is ordained by heaven. Thus, do not worry. Those who die are meant to die, while those who survive are fated to live. Lu Feng pondered deeply, feeling a slight ache in his head. According to Gu Ming's logic, whether one lives or dies is all preordained. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this further, realizing that engaging in debate with Gu Ming would lead to his own downfall. Gu Ming smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. To argue with oneself? What a jest! Even the old man Meng Wanqiu cannot contend with me. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding forest. A procession of oddly shaped figures, emanating demonic energy and an aura of malevolence, certainly not the countenance of virtuous cultivators, appeared. Ha ha ha, what fortune lies here? Left by a mighty being undergoing tribulation. Look at this auspicious sign. It must be a legacy left behind. Heaven blesses us. How exhausting it has been, slaying cultivators. Merely to grow stronger? If we could acquire this legacy from the tribulation expert, who could stand against us in the Great Void Dynasty? He. Once this fortune is in hand, I shall eradicate the Demon Suppression Division entirely and use the head of the Great Void Emperor as a chamber pot. What you say is indeed true. Once you are done, allow me to have my turn. A dozen demonic cultivators, all at the Golden Core stage, ranging from the initial to the perfected realm, were present. They harbored no doubts that this opportunity was artificially created, cautiously stepping into the fray. The moment they crossed the threshold, an illusory array activated, separating them from their companions in an instant. Gu Ming let out a cold laugh, immediately activating the killing formation. Thunder clashed with fire, poisonous mists suffused the air, and various chaotic killing talismans erupted, targeting both soul and flesh. In an instant, wails of despair echoed within the killing array, particularly for the perfected Golden Core cultivators, who received special attention from Gu Ming, being sent into the Xian Yu Bone Fire killing formation, leaving not a single hair intact. Lu Feng stared in shock, his mouth agape as he experienced the terrifying nature of the killing array for the first time. Various types of killing formations emerged in succession. Even if one were to strain every effort to break through one, over 300 more awaited. Gulp. Lu Feng swallowed hard, astonished. Even a nascent soul cultivator, if alone within this array, would meet their demise here. As his words fell, another group of demonic cultivators arrived, shouting raucously before stepping into the killing array. The same fate unfolded. Entering the array resulted in a chorus of lamentations and curses echoing throughout. For a full 10 days, Lu Feng grew numb, witnessing the slaughter of over 1,000 demonic cultivators who had entered the killing array, only to be cruelly deceived. Certainly, the guardians of the town and the cultivators of the Tai Su imperial dynasty also appeared, being teleported away by Gu Ming. He, not being one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, naturally would not annihilate them all at once. With a light sigh, Gu Ming expressed a hint of regret. Alas, the killing formation has been largely depleted. It is unlikely to ensnare many demonic cultivators now. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. That should suffice, Brother Gu. Should we not consider retreating? Even the most foolish of demonic cultivators will eventually sense something amiss. Gu Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, preparing to depart with Lu Feng. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon, and a wave of terrifying malevolence engulfed the area, transforming into a tempest that swept through the forest in an instant. A figure clad in blood-red robes emerged, leaving desolation in its wake as flora withered in its presence. A sight most dreadful. Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Cursed fate, it's a nascent soul expert. He appears to be Kai Wuhuan, an elder of the desired demon sect. Brother Gu, can your formation ensnare him? Gu Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head. It may have been possible at the outset, but now, he is likely to discern any signs. You should depart first. I can utilize the formation to hold him back. Chapter 65. The demon suppressor is here. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng hastily shook his head, embodying a fearless demeanor towards life and death. Brother Gu, I could never abandon you. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ming activated the teleportation array, whisking him away. If he were to leave, the formation would be left unattended, and they would be instantly discovered. So much talk, Gu Ming muttered, unfazed by death. For he knew he could always return. But if Lu Feng perished, it would truly be the end for him. Kai Wuhuan's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he fixated on the tombstone of Master Yunting, remaining silent for an extended period. Behind him, a dozen figures of demonic cultivators emerged, all of whom were at the Golden Core stage. Elder, why do we not enter? One of them inquired ominously. Kai Wuhuan shook his head, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. His eyes, shrouded in malevolence, surveyed the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. The scent of blood, though well concealed, cannot escape my perception. You all have traveled from afar, and it has been some time since the opportunity has manifested. Yet this place is devoid of any presence. Do you not find that peculiar? Heh, the air is thick with a stench of death and blood. If my conjectures are correct, there must be an unseen hand orchestrating a murderous trap. The so-called opportunity is merely a ruse, designed to lure us into a deadly ambush. Such ruthlessly cunning tactics. Come forth, for I have unraveled your schemes. At these words, the expressions of the demonic cultivators behind Kai Wuhuan shifted slightly. Their vigilance heightened as they revitalized their spiritual energy, preparing for any confrontation. Gu Ming merely scoffed, uninterested in engaging. You think you can deceive me? Do I look like a mere child? After a prolonged silence, as no response came, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances, their gazes filled with uncertainty directed at Kai Wuhuan. Kai Wuhuan let out a cold snort, feeling his dignity slighted. With a wave of his robe, a multitude of black demonic swords materialized, rising from the void and emanating an aura of terrifying malice. If you choose not to reveal yourself, then I shall compel you to do so. With another disdainful huff, Kai Wuhuan was engulfed in a torrent of demonic energy, his sleeves billowing as if they contained the very cosmos, stirring the sands and shaking the mountains. As he brought his arms together, the myriad of demonic swords converged from the heavens, transforming into a colossal sword stretching 100 meters, accompanied by black lightning, descending to shatter the formation. At that moment, Gu Ming coldly snorted, rising to wave his sleeve as the formation coalesced, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that soared into the sky. Then let us engage in battle using the formation. The clash of formation light and demonic sword generated shockwaves that rippled across the land, causing the mountains to tremble and the earth to fracture. The demonic cultivators paled, hastily retreating to avoid collateral damage. Kai Wuhuan let out a cold laugh, his sleeves' energy thrumming as he infused it with formidable strength. The demonic sword roared down, breaking through the formation's light. Seeing this, Gu Ming pointed to the sky, summoning countless explosive talismans from the formation, harnessing the power of thunder and fire to approach the demonic sword. Explode. Boom. The explosion erupted like a mushroom cloud, stirring the winds and clouds in the void, sending shockwaves in all directions. The illusionary formation was shattered, revealing layers of lethal traps shrouded in mist. Gu Ming stood at the heart of the formation, his gaze calm as he regarded Kai Wuhuan. Kai Wuhuan snorted disdainfully. Formation techniques, mere trifles, nothing more. Come again. Blood cloud, demonic heaven palm. With a cold snort, Kai Wuhuan unleashed a torrent of dark malevolence, manifesting as a colossal hand that extended over 100 yards, descending from the heavens to strike the formation once more. Gu Ming calmly raised his head, offering a note of admiration. Truly, a nascent soul practitioner, even in the early stages, is terrifyingly formidable. As his words fell, Gu Ming's sleeves erupted with spiritual light, and a multitude of talismans surged forth from the formation, coalescing into a majestic talismanic dragon. Go! With a thunderous roar, the talisman dragon soared into the sky, claws bared and fangs displayed, engaging in yet another clash. Cease your theatrics. This individual may possess limited cultivation, yet with the aid of the formation, he can barely hold his ground against me. You all, unleash your power and shatter his formation. I am eager to see who dares to orchestrate the downfall of our 3 great demonic sections. Upon hearing this, a dozen or so golden core demonic cultivators joined forces to unleash their most potent strike against the formation. Boom. In that instant, the mysterious formation crumbled inch by inch, unable to mount a defense, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The heavenly hand descended, shattering the talisman dragon, and with a resounding crash, obliterated the entire gorge, leaving behind a wasteland. All eyes were fixated on the dust cloud, and as the mist cleared, a figure clad in black emerged, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, surveying the crowd from an elevated position with a serene demeanor. Upon sensing Gu Ming's cultivation, the astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers swiftly transformed into disdain. A mere perfected foundation establishment demon guardian dares to set traps to ensnare our esteemed demonic sects? Foolhardy. Kai Wuhuan let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with scorn, utterly disregarding Gu Ming. With a single hand, Gu Ming twirled the demon-suppressing blade, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the assembled demonic cultivators. To have slain over 1,000 demonic cultivators was worth it. So, if you wish to fight, then come forth. Witnessing Gu Ming's contemptuous demeanor, the demonic cultivators seethed with fury, particularly incensed at the mention of his slaughtering of their kin. No wonder my brother suddenly vanished. It all makes sense now. That wretched fiend. Did he also cause the demise of my senior apprentice? Unforgivable. My wife, too, has mysteriously passed. It must be connected to him. They collectively berated Gu Ming, filled with an insatiable desire to rend him asunder. Kai Wuhuan, hands clasped behind his back, assumed a posture of strategic contemplation and spoke with a hint of disdain. You, boy, lack the qualifications to deploy such numerous formations. Nor do you possess the right to extinguish so many masters of our demonic path. Speak, who is the mastermind behind your actions? How laughable to have an ant like you take the fall. Gu Ming's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and he could not help but retort. What of being low in cultivation? Does a lack of power preclude one from slaying you? Where lies the logic in that? I have stated, they all perished by my hand. Do not ascribe my merits to others. What say you? Gu Ming gradually raised his blade, spiritual energy coursing through him, dispersing the dust and softly provoking. At his words, the crowd felt as though Gu Ming was toying with them, their fury reaching a boiling point, their icy glares fixed upon him. If gazes could kill, Gu Ming would have perished countless times over. With a dismissive chuckle, Gu Ming remarked, had you not been fortunate enough to arrive late, it would have been you who lay dead. Considering this, the demise of your friends and family was not in vain. They merely met their fate shielding you from disaster. Ah, you, old wretch, should consider yourself fortunate for arriving a tad late. Had my formation been complete, I would have dispatched you as one would a mere dog. Kai Wuhuan, filled with rage, unexpectedly laughed, his right hand twitching slightly as a crimson bone whip materialized, imprisoning thousands of souls within, their anguished wails echoing hauntingly. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall indeed oblige. Yet, you stand alone, a pitiful sight, as it seems the demon suppression guards have sent you forth to meet your end. Suddenly, dozens of formidable auras approached swiftly from the distant horizon, startling the onlookers. Who dares claim that our demon suppression guards are lacking in numbers? Did they inquire of us? We, the demon suppression guards, shall never abandon anyone, nor shall we allow the many to oppress the few without first consulting us. To vanquish demons and uphold peace, the demon suppression guards are here. As waves of murderous intent surged forth, dozens of figures from the demon suppression guards emerged, surrounding Kai Wuhuan and his companions from all sides. Chapter 66. The Demon-Slaying Array, Sealing the Demons. Gu Ming's expression was one of astonishment. How could the demon-slaying guards arrive with such remarkable timeliness? His perception of the unwavering principles of the demon-slaying guards shifted considerably, as he sensed a long-lost warmth amidst their solidarity. At that moment, a mournful voice drifted from behind him. Brother Gu, you lack martial ethics. I shall never trust you again. Lu Feng approached like a disgruntled spouse, his pallor betraying the considerable effort he had expended in rallying support. Gu Ming offered a faint smile and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. Indeed, you prove to be of some use. I find solace in that. Lu Feng was taken aback. Behind him, a perfected golden core cultivator approached, glancing at Gu Ming with evident satisfaction and a benevolent smile. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my little brother's life. I am aware of your deeds. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to us. You may take a moment to rest. Gu Ming nodded slightly and stepped back. It is my duty. Yu Chunyang advanced slowly, and the demon-slaying guards around them drew their weapons, their auras surging as they formed the demon-slaying array, encircling Kai Wuhuan and his companions. Kai Wuhuan's countenance darkened, not solely due to his failure to eliminate Gu Ming, but because they now seemed to be ensnared in a perilous situation. No matter how many golden core cultivators you possess, how could you possibly vanquish me? If I choose to leave, you shall not impede me. Hearing this, a demonic cultivator behind Kai Wuhuan spoke anxiously. Elder, you cannot leave. If you depart, what shall become of us? Begone. Your fates are of no concern to me. The demonic cultivator's cold-heartedness was palpable, showing no regard for the lives of his comrades. Anger flared among the other demonic cultivators, yet at that moment, they had no choice but to seek their own fortunes. Yu Chunyang scoffed, drawing forth his demon-slaying blade, its resonance akin to a dragon's roar, summoning a tempest that surged violently. Alone, I might not prevail against you, but all of our demon-slaying guards are adept at this level, coupled with the demon-slaying array designed to counteract demonic cultivators. Let us see if you can withstand it. With his words, dozens of demon-slaying guards simultaneously struck, establishing the demon-slaying array, transforming the area into a fortified barrier. Their powers melded into one, complementing each other, and no matter where Kai Wuhuan attempted to break through, the arrays might converge upon him, manifesting as formidable defense and offense. Even as an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, he could not withstand the synchronized coordination of the demon-slaying guards. Blade lights coalesced from the void, manifesting in the thousands, shattering the air as they descended. The demonic cultivators were taken aback, each forced to fend for themselves, utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. Except for Kai Wuhuan, the other demonic cultivators soon fell, lifeless in pools of blood. Draw strength from me, demon slayers. Yu Chunyang roared, and the other demon-slaying guards harmoniously infused their power into him, merging with the strength of the demon-slaying array, culminating in a ferocious slash. The golden blade light sliced through the air, and Kai Wuhuan was alarmed. The force of this strike was nearly on par with that of a mid-stage nascent soul, far beyond his capacity to counter. Ghost Bat Shield, Kai Wuhuan bellowed, his entire being enveloped in demonic mist, transforming into a swarm of ghostly bats that coalesced into a pitch-black shield before him. A chilling smile crept across Yu Chunyang's lips as he suddenly withdrew his blade. You've fallen into my trap, fool. Kai Wuhuan gazed at the dissipating golden aura, a chill running down his spine as he turned in horror. Behind him emerged another fully realized golden elixir guardian, converging radiant blades of light. Kai Wuhuan, the depths of your being are already well known to my demon suppression division. The flaws of your ghost bat shield are too significant, while my demon extermination array is precisely its counter. With a swift flash, the golden blade pierced through his torso, instantly shattering him into a mist of crimson, leaving no opportunity for final words. Gu Ming stared in astonishment at the demon extermination array, unable to suppress his intrigue. Yu Chunyuan sheathed his blade, casting a smile towards Gu Ming. You seem somewhat taken aback? The most fundamental demon extermination array comprises 5 individuals, seamlessly working as one, capable of vanquishing even higher-tier adversaries. With our 38 members joining forces, dealing with an early-stage nascent soul should pose no challenge. Gu Ming fell silent. During his time with Zhao Sandao and the others, he had never learned the demon extermination array. Each time, he led the charge, employing formation talismans effortlessly to dispatch foes without needing it. After Zhao Sandao and the others departed, he had been left alone, making it even less likely for him to study the array. Noticing Gu Ming's silence, Yu Chunyuan did not pry further, but instead inquired curiously, "Friend, where are your companions? Could it be?" The others fell silent, their expressions turning sorrowful. Clearly, Gu Ming had fought alone, suggesting his teammates had. Lu Feng could not help but interject, "Captain, he entered the Return to Origin realm all by himself, and he is indeed quite exceptional, having no companions. He is a team unto himself." Everyone was taken aback, their sorrow dissipating as curiosity replaced it, turning their gaze towards Gu Ming. He offered a brief explanation, and they finally grasped the situation. Someone exclaimed, "No way. You are the one who challenged the Silver Order Guardian 18 years ago, seeking justice from a demon guardian? Gu Ming, it is you. No wonder that name sounds so familiar," Lu Feng said in shock, finally connecting the dots. Yu Chunyuan shot him a glare and kicked him aside. Then, with a friendly demeanor, he turned to Gu Ming, expressing, "So it is you, Brother Gu. Your name precedes you, renowned for your mastery of formations and alchemy. If it is indeed you who has slain so many demonic cultivators, it is quite understandable. Yet, how could Wei Cheng allow such a treasure to enter the Return to Origin realm alone? Could it be that Wei Cheng intentionally isolated you? If that is the case, I shall certainly report it to the higher-ups. Here's an idea. If Wei Cheng does not value you, why not come to my city, Yin City?" At this declaration, Lu Feng's face lit up with joy, eagerly looking towards Gu Ming, who he genuinely considered a brother and hoped to share the same city with. The other captains, hearing this, quickly extended their offers. "Brother Gu, how about joining my team? Regardless of remuneration or reward, you will be prioritized." "Nonsense. Your team is already at 5 members. My team recently lost one. Come join us." Gu Ming smiled wryly, shaking his head. "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but Wei Cheng does not harbor any ill will towards me. I am simply accustomed to being alone. My entry into the Return to Origin realm was also a voluntary choice on my part." Upon hearing this, while the group felt a tinge of disappointment, they simultaneously sighed in relief. If Wei Cheng were truly so inadequate, they would undoubtedly voice their concerns to the higher authorities. After a prolonged conversation, as the moment of parting arrived, Chun Yang expressed his concern. "Brother Gu, it is rather perilous for you to venture alone. Would it not be wiser to accompany us? The deadline for the closure of the Guyuan Heaven approaches, and there is no need to continue courting danger. Moreover, having slain so many demonic cultivators, it is certain they will not let you go easily. Before their demise, Kai Wuhuan and others will undoubtedly share your information. And those Yuanning demonic cultivators may seek vengeance against you as a means to provoke the Taishu dynasty." Upon hearing this, Gu Ming shook his head, clasped his hands in gratitude, and replied with a smile, "I appreciate your concern, but I am accustomed to solitude. As the Zhenma guards, if we dare to enter the Guyuan Heaven, we surely do not fear death." At these words, the others felt a profound reverence for Gu Ming, bowing in respect, and subsequently parted ways. Chapter 67. Conspiracy. The peril of the demon guard. After parting ways with the group, Gu Ming calculated the time. There was still over a year remaining. It seemed that the plan to trap the demon cultivator would not come to fruition, so he resolved to seek out some materials to brew spirit kite wine instead, while also concocting some ancient poison pills, which were predominantly found in the Guyuan realm. Gu Ming murmured to himself, and casually chose a direction to proceed swiftly. A year later, on Daunting Mountain, Gu Ming emerged from the temporary cave he had crafted for seclusion, bearing the burden of 2 dark circles under his eyes. After a year of relentless toil, searching for materials, brewing wine, refining various poison pills, and setting formations. He was utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to him, with the assistance of the experience from Master Yunting, Gu Ming's alchemical skills were on the verge of reaching the lower tier of the earth grade. As Gu Ming stretched his limbs and prepared to yawn, he suddenly noticed three figures materializing before him. Both parties exchanged an awkward stare, caught in a moment of surprise. Gu Ming hastily composed himself, clearing his throat as he scrutinized the trio. The leader, clad in resplendent robes and adorned with a jade crown, appeared to be a middle-aged gentleman of remarkable bearing, clearly not an ordinary individual. The other two were dressed in fitted long garments, exuding a sense of competence, likely serving as bodyguards. After a brief exchange of glances, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with recognition. Gu Ming? Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his own notoriety. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the man's excessive excitement, akin to that of a hunter encountering prey. And you are? Coughs, I am Zhang Er, an elder of the Zhang family. Please, do not be alarmed. Gu Ming regarded Zhang Er with suspicion, pondering internally, Zhang family? What is that? How could I possibly know them? The man to Zhang Er's left scoffed, his demeanor haughty. What? The esteemed demon guard is so woefully uninformed that he doesn't even recognize the Zhang family? Gu Ming remained calm, turning his gaze toward the speaker. Now that I am acquainted, it appears you rely on your family's influence. You. The bodyguard was incensed and on the verge of lashing out when Zhang Er raised a hand to halt him. Mind your manners. This gentleman is a revered figure of the demon guard. Who dares to be disrespectful to the demon guard within our Taishu Empire? Fellow Taoist Gu, I beg your pardon. My subordinates are lacking in etiquette, Zhang Er continued. Indeed, do remember to keep them on a tight leash, Gu Ming replied coolly, turning to depart. Zhang Er shook his head at his subordinates, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, well concealed. Fellow Taoist Gu, please wait. I have long been aware of your great name. The entire Guiyuan realm's demon cultivators are currently in search of you, so do take care. Gu Ming halted, a smile gracing his features. Thank you for the information. Do the three of you have any further matters? Zhang Er was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing the individual before him for not adhering to the expected protocol. Despite his repeated hints, Gu Ming did not invite him inside for a discussion. He mused. Forget it. We shall capture him and present him to the three major demon sects, which may yield some valuable rewards. Just as he was about to act, Gu Ming unexpectedly spoke up. Since our paths have crossed, why not step inside for a conversation? I have recently brewed some spirit wine and lamented the lack of company to share it with. Zhang Er calmed the spiritual energy coursing within him and nodded. Since you have extended such a warm invitation, I shall not refuse. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Er, filled with curiosity, wondered how a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Gu Ming could orchestrate the massacre of 1,000 demon cultivators. This individual must possess numerous fortuitous treasures. Acquiring these opportunities and swiftly eliminating him without anyone's knowledge would be most delightful. Once handed over to the three great demon sects, these chances would no longer belong to him. Thus, the four entered Gu Ming's temporary cave. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the brilliance of azure crystals illuminating the surroundings. Gu Ming graciously invited the three to sit and retrieved freshly brewed Lingyuan wine from his storage bag. Pouring each a cup, Zhang Er's eyes widened in astonishment. Lingyuan wine. The aroma was intoxicating, leaving even the early Yuanian cultivator Zhang Er utterly shocked. Lingyuan wine is known for its refreshing qualities, enhancing clarity of mind and comprehension of profound truths. In the outside world, a single cup is worth its weight in gold and is a rare find. Gu Ming smiled gently as he poured himself a cup. Indeed, it is only within the realm of Guiyuan that one can gather the materials necessary for brewing Lingyuan wine, a feat not easily accomplished. Please, he offered. The three remained motionless, well aware of Gu Ming's prowess in alchemy, and doubted his sincerity, fearing he might poison them. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, downing his drink in one go, then finishing the cups before the three of them and refilling them anew. Knowing you three are righteous cultivators from esteemed families, I harbor no ill intentions, please rest assured. Zhang Er raised his cup and drained it, smiling as he explained. Just as the other two were about to lift their cups, Zhang Er seized the moment. Faced with their elder, they could only silently curse. Forgive me, my friends. It is always wise to exercise caution when out in the world. I wonder how much Lingyuan wine you have brewed. Gu Ming sighed softly. Not much. Just a few thousand jars. Unfortunately, I could only find limited brewing materials. The three fell silent, while Zhang Er's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. He had gambled correctly. Rather than handing Gu Ming over to the demon sects, it would be far better to secretly eliminate him and seize his opportunities. The rewards from the demon sects pale in comparison to the abundance of Linyuan wine. Ahem, might I inquire what other opportunities you possess, Gu Daoist? Gu Ming paused, meticulously recounting the fortuitous encounters he had, from tribulation transcenders to rare spiritual herbs and extraordinary flames, leaving nothing unsaid. As Gu Ming detailed his fortunes, Zhang Er could no longer contain himself, his eyes turning red with avarice as he suddenly stood, staring intently at the bewildered Gu Ming. Excellent, splendid. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, mildly sarcastic. What is so excellent? All of this belongs to me. Zhang Er dropped his pretense, letting out a chilling laugh, while the two Jinyan cultivators flanked him, swords drawn and aimed at Gu Ming. Huh, you truly are a being of great fortune. Naturally, all these opportunities belong to me, Gu Ming replied leisurely, taking a sip from his jug, looking somewhat exasperated. Are you so eager? I am curious. As an elder of the Zhang family and a righteous figure of the Tai Su Empire, why would you conspire with the demon path? The moment Zhang Er uttered his name, revealing a predatory glint in his eyes, Gu Ming had already sensed something amiss. Although Zhang Er was astonished by Gu Ming's calm demeanor, he, as a formidable nascent soul cultivator, could hardly be defeated by mere foundation establishment ants. With a cold snicker, he revealed his deep-seated hatred for the Demon Suppression Guard. Under the pretense of maintaining peace and with the backing of the Emperor of the Void, the Demon Suppression Guard acted with reckless abandon, displaying arrogance and tyranny. My brother, having inadvertently taken the lives of hundreds of insignificant mortals, was ruthlessly suppressed by the Demon Suppression Guard, stripped of his cultivation, and left in a fate worse than death. How laughable. The various factions within the Tai Su dynasty have long suffered under the oppression of the Demon Suppression Division. Do you truly believe that the Demon Suppression Guard is held in high esteem within the Tai Su dynasty? Absurd. Gu Ming remained silent. Such inquiries were beyond his capacity to address and held no significance for him. Zhang Er continued to vent his inner dissatisfaction. We, the exalted families of cultivators, are actually compelled to repay the lives of insignificant mortals. How ludicrous. Mortals are of base worth. They possess no standing to be compared with us. The Demon Suppression Guard upholds the peace of these mortals, encroaching upon the interests of our esteemed cultivation families and sections. Can you fathom why the three major demonic sects were able to infiltrate Guiyuan Heaven with such ease? And can you guess how many members of the Demon Suppression Guard still remain alive in Guiyuan Heaven today? From beginning to end, this is a conspiracy directed against the Demon Suppression Guard. Not a single one of you will escape Guiyuan Heaven alive. This is a reprisal from various factions against the Demon Suppression Guard. Chapter 68. A desperate situation. Gu Ming's expression gradually turned icy. He did not comprehend the grand principles of the world, but to act against an existence he identified with was simply wrong. The judgments of the world held no significance for him. He was solely concerned with his own sense of right and wrong. Are you angry? Upset? This is merely the consequence of the Demon Suppression Guard's own folly. The scheme against the Demon Suppression Guard has only just begun. Various factions will unite to force the Emperor of the Void to abolish the existence of the Demon Suppression Division, restoring true fairness to the Void dynasty. Gu Ming shook his head slowly and rose to his feet, allowing the swords of the two men to rest against his neck without concern. His gaze was terrifyingly calm as it fell upon Zhang Er. I do not care for your reasons, nor do I care for the fairness you seek. However, to act against the Demon Suppression Guard at this moment is indeed wrong. Zhang Er paused, his mocking laughter unabashed. Ha! A mere foundational cultivator dares to discuss right and wrong with me? Ridiculous. Your life and death rest solely in my hands. What can you do? Gu Ming's eyes were deep and tranquil, as if he were staring at a fool, fixated on Zhang Er. That gaze caused the smile on Zhang Er's face to gradually freeze, a wave of unease washing over him. Aunt, what is this look you are giving? I do not appreciate it. Do you not feel the obstruction of your inner spiritual energy, the sharp pain emanating from your dantian, your meridians weakening? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Zhang Er and his companions shifted slightly as they sensed the truth of Gu Ming's claims. A look of disdain flickered across Gu Ming's face as he continued softly. Foolish ones, knowing my expertise in formations and alchemy, how can you be so reckless? I truly wonder how you have survived until now. Disable him. Zhang Er shouted in panic, and his two subordinates, upon hearing his command, raised their hands to conjure lethal attacks, launching themselves at Gu Ming. In the next moment, Gu Ming's figure dissipated like foam, reappearing at the entrance. I have no time to play with you. The game is over. A smile curved Gu Ming's lips as he snapped his fingers. The azure crystals that illuminated the cave exploded, and a wave of green poisonous gas instantly filled the entire cavern. As the three men attempted to react, the moment they channeled their inner spiritual energy, their bodies stiffened and they fell straight down. How is this possible? You also drank the spirit-swallowing wine. Why are you unharmed? Zhang Er's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He had never anticipated being poisoned by someone of such a lower cultivation level. Gu Ming smirked, speaking slowly and unhurriedly. The spirit-swallowing wine is not the issue. When combined with this poison, it acts as a catalyst. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand the pairing. Holding your breath is futile. As soon as you channel your spiritual energy, the poison will enter your body like a fly drawn to blood, mutually reinforcing each other and rendering defense impossible. Of course, had you been stronger, I would indeed have found it difficult to contend with you. But alas, you are merely at the early stage of the nascent soul. Zhang Er was filled with rage. He had never encountered such treacherous cunning in the Demon Suppression Guard, more sinister than demonic cultivators, devoid of martial ethics. And so what? Once this poison dissipates, I can recover in an instant and slay you as easily as slaughtering a dog. You too have consumed the spirit-swallowing wine. Do you dare to step into the poison and attack me? Determined, Gu Ming dared not enter, and Zhang Er's inner turmoil dissipated considerably. Gu Ming regarded Zhang Er with an expression of incredulity, his right hand summoning the ethereal bone fire, which spread from the ground, swiftly engulfing the entire cavern. Utterly foolish. The wretched cries of despair echoed through the cave, and in a brief moment, the three became nothing more than charred remnants, utterly lifeless. Gu Ming dispelled the noxious mists, gathered his belongings, and departed from the scene. In this chaotic world, I cannot govern, nor would I wish to, but the matters of the Guiyuan heaven, I, Gu Ming, shall oversee. In the deathly whispering woods, a somber atmosphere enveloped the space, shrouded in fog, where the sun's rays dared not penetrate. Yu Chunyuan, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, summoned his life essence golden elixir above him, resembling a small sun, dispersing the malevolent energy and illuminating the surroundings. Crimson droplets of blood fell from the dark garments, splashing into the vibrant green dead pool, creating ripples. The surrounding dead forest lay severed, and before him stood a nascent soul demon cultivator, brandishing a blood-red crescent moon blade, casting a mocking gaze upon Yu Chunyuan, laced with faint disdain. Leave. Yu Chunyuan's hair fell loosely around him. A savage wound exuding malevolent energy marred his chest, and a low, hoarse voice emerged. Lu Feng, pale and weary, bore his faltering comrade on his back, his eyes aflame with emotion as he gazed at Yu Chunyuan's retreating figure. No, Captain, even in death, we must perish together. We once vowed that in glory or ruin, we are united. Yu Chunyuan abruptly turned, his visage a fearsome mask, blood trickling from his lips as he spoke resolutely. Get away now. Do you truly wish for my brothers to die in vain? To sacrifice myself for naught? Leave a flicker of hope for our team. Return and inform our superiors that the various factions have betrayed the Tai Su dynasty, conspiring with the three great demonic sections. Lu Feng hesitated momentarily, then suddenly pivoted, hastily fleeing while murmuring softly, "The 18th Squad of the Demon Suppressing Guard, Lu Feng, at your command." The demon cultivator let out a cold chuckle, slowly raising the crescent moon blade, summoning the deathly energy from a 10-mile radius, transforming it into a 1,000-foot blade shadow. Yu Chunyuan, do you truly believe this mere insect can escape the Guiyuan heaven? The Guiyuan heaven is the grave of your demon-suppressing guard. Let me personally escort you on your journey. The oppressive aura howled, akin to the wails of countless spirits, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Faced with the full might of the nascent soul cultivator-s strike, Yu Chunyuan sighed softly, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, which soon transformed into resolute determination and lethal intent. The demon-suppressing guard exists to vanquish demons and protect the peace of a chaotic world, unyielding until death. As his words echoed, Yu Chunyuan abruptly raised his hand. Grasping the essence of the golden elixir, with a resounding boom, It transformed into a celestial radiance, merging with his being. Sacrificing the golden elixir, fighting with his life. Yu Chunyuan surged forth from the golden brilliance, brandishing the demon-suppressing blade, igniting 1,000-foot golden blade light, surging towards the demon cultivator. With a magnificent slash, he defied the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force from the void that surged in all directions, leaving a lingering power that did not touch Lu Feng, but rather became a gentle breeze, guiding him away from that place. His form, however, was consumed in the demon cultivator's strike, his life extinguished, his path obliterated. As the light and mist dissipated, the demon cultivator coldly observed the direction in which Lu Feng had vanished, his fingers brushing against the severed edge of his hair, his expression dark as water. To die for a companion, what boldness! Yet, alas, he cannot escape. Death is inevitable. With a cold snort, the demon cultivator turned and continued the pursuit of the remaining demon-suppressing guardians. The tide of battle shifted unexpectedly, as a considerable number of cultivators from the Taishu dynasty suddenly allied with the demon practitioners to confront the guardians. Caught off guard, the guardians suffered grievous losses, with many of their Yuaning leaders perishing amidst the chaos. Lu Feng escaped from the deathly, but his companion upon his back had already drawn their final breath. Yet, he refused to relinquish them, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Even in his exhaustion, he would not cease his flight. I shall fulfill the captain's orders, I must. Suddenly, a chilling ice imbued with malevolent energy spread from the ground, freezing his feet in place. Stumbling, Lu Feng fell upon the cursed ice. Black vines swiftly surged forth, piercing through his limbs and suspending him in midair, as the corpse of his comrade was instantly torn apart, reduced to mere flesh and blood. We've caught another straggler. Two early-stage golden core demon cultivators emerged from behind the rocks, their triumphant smiles surveying their captured prey. Chapter 69. Graves can be found in every hill, yet I shall lead you home. Lu Feng reluctantly opened his weary eyes, gazing at the approaching demon cultivator with a bitter smile, softly murmuring, Captain, I have failed. He sensed the shattering of his golden core, the malevolent energy invading his body, and realized his time was short. Slowly lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon, towards the exit of the return to Origin realm. The direction of home. His pupils dilated, and in a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure appearing suddenly, just as it once had, weaving a lethal formation with a mere flick of the fingers. Brother Gu, it seems I cannot help but remember you, in my final moments. You are the last person on my mind. Lu Feng gently closed his eyes, overwhelmed by fatigue. He longed for a restful slumber and wished to catch up with the steps of Yu Chunyang and his companions, not wanting to traverse the cycle of reincarnation alone. Gu Ming arrived promptly, hands deftly crafting a lethal array, as he recklessly hurled poison pills, instantly enveloping the two adversaries. Startled, they attempted to break the formation. But hundreds of thunder explosion talismans materialized, roaring as they consumed the two, leaving not a trace behind. With a decisive sweep of the magic-suppressing blade, Gu Ming struck upwards, and Lu Feng's body fell from the heights, landing in his embrace. Extracting a multitude of elixirs, he poured them into Lu Feng's being. And at the moment he sensed the flicker of life fading, Gu Ming's expression turned ominously grave. Cough, cough. As Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw Gu Ming, he managed to smile. Brother Gu, you have saved me once again. We truly are fated. Do not speak. I shall tend to your injuries. Gu Ming flicked his fingers, and talismans emerged from his storage pouch, forming a healing array that drew upon the powers of heaven and earth to sustain Lu Feng's life force. Subsequently, he retrieved a top-tier elixir and prepared to refine it to restore Lu Feng's meridians. Lu Feng laboriously raised his hand, halting Gu Ming's actions, and spoke softly. Brother Gu, it is futile. I am aware of my condition. I am beyond recovery. Even an earth-tier alchemist could not save me. Gu Ming's movements froze. He was acutely aware of this, yet, what could he do? If only he were a heavenly-tier alchemist, perhaps he could wield the power of resurrection. Setting the elixir aside, Gu Ming sighed, a complex expression crossing his face as he looked at Lu Feng. I am sorry, I cannot save you. The cycle of life and death is one he does not interfere with, yet the demon suppression guard should not perish. Lu Feng should not die. They still have their missions, at the very least, not to perish in the return to Origin realm. Lu Feng coughed, blood spilling from his mouth, and shook his head. Brother Gu, do not speak thus. I can never repay the debt of this life. If it burdens you with guilt, how could I find peace? Meeting you is a blessing for Lu. Though there are regrets in this life, the cycle of life and death is beyond human control. All is predestined. A truth you once imparted to me. Gu Ming understood this well. He had witnessed too many people perish around him and had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet he remained human, harboring emotions and desires. He felt Lu Feng should not fall victim to this conspiracy. Forcing a smile, Gu Ming produced a bottle of Ling Yuan wine. Brother Lu, this is a fine brew I have crafted over the past year. If you do not taste it, it would be a regret in life. Lu Feng was taken aback, opened his mouth to drink, smacking his lips in delight, and chuckled heartily. Ah, my friend, had you brewed this earlier? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that in my final moments, I can savor this earthly ambrosia. It is worth it. Lu Feng murmured as his pupils gradually dulled, his vitality swiftly waning. The Demon Suppression Guard, tasked with subduing malevolent spirits and safeguarding peace in tumultuous times. Brother Gu, do not lose faith in the Demon Suppression Guard. It is noble. If possible, please continue its mission on my behalf. Gu Ming retrieved a prepared coffin from his storage bag, gently placing Lu Feng within. He then gathered the remains of another fallen Demon Suppression Guard and laid them in a separate coffin. Stowing them away, Gu Ming rose, wielding the Demon Suppression Blade with one hand, softly declaring, "Mountains abound where bones may lie, yet I shall bring you home." Subsequently, Gu Ming traversed the Return to Origin realm, collecting the corpses of the slain Demon Suppression Guards and placing them in coffins. Encountering formidable demonic cultivators, he opted to evade them for the time being. His own life was not yet forfeit, as he had a mission to fulfill. Soon, word spread throughout the Return to Origin realm of a peculiar occurrence. Someone was gathering the bodies of the Demon Suppression Guards. The scattered guards, upon hearing this news, chose to halt their flight. Rather than perish in pursuit, they would rather fight to the death, taking one with them. Brothers, someone is gathering our remains. Should we fear dying far from home? Damn it, I can no longer endure this. As dignified Demon Suppression Guards, we are being hunted down like wretches. How can we face our predecessors? Come now, let us confront these hypocritical clans and sects, challenge the three major demonic sects, and engage in a battle where either we perish or they do. Before long, numerous Demon Suppression Guards ceased their concealment, revealing themselves and exchanging lives for lives. Demonic cultivators and traders of the Void Royal Dynasty, aware of Gu Ming's presence, began a relentless pursuit of him. Many nascent-souled demonic cultivators even promised great rewards for Gu Ming's head, offering Earth-tier spiritual artifacts and countless spirit stones. Especially upon learning that Gu Ming was the one responsible for the slaughter of thousands of demonic cultivators, their hatred for him reached a fever pitch. Had it not been for Gu Ming's meticulous planning and the establishment of numerous small teleportation arrays, he would have been captured long ago. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the demonic cultivators, Gu Ming found himself at a loss, muttering, "What is this? Am I not exacerbating the casualties among the Demon Suppression Guards? I am a guardian, not a mere collector of corpses." A few days later, Gu Ming arrived at yet another battlefield, where 3 Demon Suppression Guards engaged in a fierce battle with 5 demonic cultivators. Soon after, they vanquished all 5 adversaries, though the trio sustained various injuries. Upon Gu Ming's arrival, the 3 guards were startled, but upon recognizing him, their tension eased considerably. "Ah, Brother Gu, we are well aware of your endeavors for the Demon Suppression Guard. Were it not for you, we would not have been free of worries." Yi Shuanghong's complexion was deathly pale as she forced a smile, her abdomen pierced and bloodied. Gu Ming approached them, and one of the guards consumed a healing pill, quickly regaining much of their strength. The trio expressed surprise and delight. Yi Shuanghong remarked, "It is said that you, dear friend Gu, are a master of alchemy. The rumors hold true. As for the cost of this elixir, I shall repay you once we leave the Return to Origin realm. If we do not survive, our families will settle the debt. We will ensure a written agreement." Gu Ming gazed at Yi Shuanghong and shook his head. "Should you continue to be overly courteous, it may suggest that you regard me as a stranger." Yi Shuanghong paused for a moment, then offered a faint smile. "Very well, we are indeed good brothers. The Demon Suppression Guardians of the world are akin to one family." After a brief silence, Yi Shuanghong retrieved 2 corpses from his storage ring. A trace of sorrow etched upon his face. "I kindly ask you to return them to Weicheng, to bring them home." Gu Ming nodded. skillfully extracting a coffin to arrange their appearances before placing them into the storage bag. The three of them exchanged a solemn glance with Gu Ming. Yi Shuanghong, shouldering the demon suppression blade, smiled gently. Let us proceed. We must continue to fulfill our mission. The path to Guiyuan Tian is now obstructed, sealed off by various clans and sects, rendering communication impossible. By the time the Demon Suppression Division realizes our plight, we may already be lost. Gu Ming, I entrust this to you. I believe your capabilities will surely lead us home. With that, the three bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Chapter 70. The Great Dilemma. Before Gu Ming could utter a word, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Leave. You shall not escape. Yi Shuanghong's countenance changed dramatically as she raised her gaze, witnessing figures of demonic cultivators emerging from all directions, encircling them completely. The three leading figures were, to her horror, all early-stage nascent soul cultivators. In that moment, despair flickered in the eyes of Yi Shuanghong and her companions, yet after a brief moment of despondency, they regained their composure. Channeling their internal spiritual power, resolute in the face of the impending assault from the demonic sections, the three nascent soul elders of the demonic sects advanced together. Their aura formidable, leading nearly 100 core formation cultivators, an inescapable demise loomed. The elder from the Desire Demon sect, Chen Kuan, sneered condescendingly, his gaze fixated on Gu Ming. So you are Gu Ming? I have long admired your reputation. It has taken considerable effort to capture you. Each time, you have managed to slip away. This time, I shall see how you intend to break free from our grasp. Yi Shuanghong's expression shifted slightly, her pupils trembling as she stared incredulously at Chen Kuan. You used us as bait to ensnare Gu Ming? Another enchanting nascent soul demonic cultivator, adorned in scanty silks that barely concealed her form, laughed lightly. Her every movement exuding an allure that captivated the heart. Dear girl, did you truly believe that you five could repeatedly breach our encirclement at the cost of only 2 lives? We have thoroughly investigated. You and Gu Ming hail from the same city, and using you as bait, it was only a matter of time before we reel in this prized catch. Now that the fish is hooked, the other demon suppression guards from Weicheng have no need to live any longer. Yi Shuanghong's eyes froze as she looked towards the unyielding Gu Ming, an expression of guilt washing over her. Gu Ming, I am sorry. It is we who have brought you harm. Had we perished sooner, perhaps you could have remained unscathed. Gu Ming shook his head, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. This has nothing to do with you. It is merely their scheme. It is regrettable, however, that I cannot continue to collect the remains for the demon suppression guards. At this declaration, not only did Yi Shuanghong and her companions fall silent, but the other demonic cultivators also turned to Gu Ming in astonishment, finding him particularly intriguing. The alluring Yaner smiled seductively, her gaze fixed on Gu Ming as she licked her lips. To still think of collecting remains for others at this moment. What a fascinating individual. Perhaps I should transform him into a puppet to enjoy nightly pleasures. Chen Kuan snorted coldly, his gaze piercing as he regarded Gu Ming. You have slain our elder Kai from the Desire Demon sect. Perhaps you should contemplate how to prepare your own remains instead. Time is of the essence. Eliminate those 3. Yaner, since you are fond of him, share his fortune with me, and his physical body shall be yours to do with as you please. Yaner smiled faintly. Then I thank you. Kill them, she commanded, and with her words, a tide of demonic energy surged as over 100 core formation cultivators descended from the skies. Charging towards the 4, Yi Shuanghong and her companions instinctively formed a protective circle around Gu Ming. Gu Ming, we shall exhaust our essence and self-destruct our core formation. The resulting power will rival that of a nascent soul strike. You must seize this moment to flee. This is your only chance. Do not concern yourself with our remains. Return to the Yuan Tian realm and live. As the 3 spoke, they summoned their golden core essence, willing to sacrifice their lives to pave the way for Gu Ming. Gu Ming's heart trembled. He had never imagined that such selfless individuals existed in the world, ready to face death for the sake of others. Stop. I have a way to deal with them, Gu Ming commanded, his voice cold as the power of the celestial void surged within him, enveloping him in a flickering crimson aura. Yi Shuanghong's expression shifted slightly as she coldly warned, Gu Ming, you must survive. Without allowing Gu Ming a moment to respond, the 3 ascended into the sky, their golden radiance growing ever more brilliant, akin to a sun on the verge of exploding, causing the surrounding demonic cultivators to gasp in shock and flee for their lives. No good, they intend to self-detonate. Chen Kuan and his companions retreated to avoid the impending blast, recognizing the peril of a golden core's complete detonation. Even they, at the early stage of the nascent soul, had to proceed with caution. Gu Ming suddenly lifted his gaze. He needed time, yet the three would rather perish than allow him to employ forbidden techniques. Fully aware of the immense cost involved, in the current realm of Guiyuan, being gravely injured held no difference from death, as life and death hung in the balance. A gentle aura unexpectedly enveloped the three, suppressing their violent energy. A voice, carrying a murderous intent that could shake the heavens, echoed from above, summoning rolling thunder. Seeking death? The voice was followed by a flash of blade light that cleaved through the sky, accompanied by the force of thunder. A single strike traversed the cosmos, instantly annihilating a nascent soul demon cultivator. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing Hu Yuan descending upon thunderous strides, his figure swift as lightning. Appearing in an instant, with his left hand pointing towards the heavens, he summoned a torrential downpour of thunder that descended like divine retribution, engulfing hundreds of golden core demon cultivators. The terrifying malice he radiated was no less formidable than that of the demon cultivators themselves. Chen Kuan and the demoness Yao Yuan's expressions changed drastically. They recognized Hu Yuan all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to tear through the void. Seeking escape, Hu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he regarded the two, letting out a cold snort. To flee now is too late. The thunderclouds shattered. His long blade sliced through the air, unleashing a tempest of thunder that ensnared the void. With a sweeping strike, the thunderous blade light enveloped the two, voraciously devouring their life force. He moved again, appearing behind them, his hands like claws, seizing their heads. No! With a sickening crunch, Hu Yuan crushed their skulls, reducing them to a mist of blood. The thunder raged forth, consuming their souls and rendering them into nothingness. With his robes billowing, Hu Yuan waved his bloodstained hand, grasping the demon-suppressing blade, and instantly reappeared before the three, suppressing the violent spiritual energy within them. Gu Ming, assist me. Without hesitation, Gu Ming snapped his fingers, forming a formation that enveloped the three, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to mend their damaged meridians. He produced 3 recovery pills and soul-reviving elixirs, administering them to the trio, thus quelling the imminent explosion of their golden cores. Surviving the calamity, the 3 hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Brother Gu. Enough, Hu Yuan replied with a cold snort, his expression one of disappointment. Behind him, 5 golden core perfected cultivators arrived, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Hu Yuan turned to Gu Ming, his gaze softening slightly. Are you all right? I am fine. Gu Ming shook his head, in the face of great moral dilemmas. Personal grievances with Hu Yuan paled in comparison. Hu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward the 3 individuals who appeared as remorseful children. With a gentle sigh, Hu Yuan spoke softly. Rest assured, since I have brought you out, I shall also return you home. This is a singular exception, not to be repeated. The 3 quickly affirmed his words. Hu Yuan surveyed the surroundings once more before continuing. Let us take a moment to regroup. We must gather the remaining demon suppressors within the return to origin realm and break free from it. Once we escape, we can send word to our master. That is our only hope. He looked again at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, I require your cooperation. I, Hu Yuan, shall bear the entirety of your losses. Gu Ming shook his head, his expression serene, devoid of any visible emotion. Let us not forget, I am also a demon suppressor. With this single statement, Hu Yuan regarded Gu Ming with newfound respect, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 71. Paving the way before death, fighting for survival in the ensuing time. Under the leadership of Hu Yuan, a formidable force of numerous demon suppression guards gathered, capable of contending against the encirclement of the 3 great demonic sects' nascent soul experts. However, before long, the 3 demonic sects vanished without a trace, as if they had simply evaporated. The nascent Soul Silver Order demon suppression guards of Deyang City displayed expressions of joy. Brother Hu, could it be that they are afraid and have chosen to retreat? Hu Yuan's countenance grew increasingly grave as he shook his head. No, they have already laid a net, waiting for us to walk into their trap. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically, filled with trepidation and unease. Li Yu spoke solemnly. My lord, are you suggesting that they merely need to block our exit, and we will have no way to escape? thus forcing us to charge through? Hu Yuan nodded. That should be the case, but we have no choice. We must break through the encirclement and convey the message to the Demon Suppression Division. With a sense of determination, Hu Yuan looked towards the gathered crowd. There are 5 months remaining until the return to Origin Realm. You shall disperse and gather all Demon Suppression Guards to meet at the suspended prison peak outside the return to Origin Realm. Remember, you must reach the suspended prison peak within 5 months. Upon hearing this, the leaders among the Golden Core Perfect and early nascent Soul Demon Suppression Guards accepted their orders and scattered in all directions. 5 months later, at the suspended prison peak, all the surviving Demon Suppression Guards convened here, numbering fewer than 1,000. Among them were 28 early nascent soul, 11 mid-nascent soul, and 1 late nascent soul. Hu Yuan surveyed the severely depleted ranks of the Demon Suppression Guards, a twinge of sorrow welling up within him. Across the countless cities of the Great Void Dynasty, over 10,000 Demon Suppression Guards had entered the return to Origin Realm, yet now fewer than 1,000 remained, a mere 1 in 10. As the highest cultivator among them, it was only natural for Hu Yuan to take the lead. He drew his Demon Suppression Blade and pointed it towards the heavens, the blade's cry resonating like a dragon's roar. With an icy demeanor, he spoke each word with conviction. The demonic sects have colluded with various influential families and sects, slaughtering our Demon Suppression Guards. Their crimes are utterly unforgivable. His gaze swept over the crowd, each face reflecting grief and fury. Among them were those who had lost brothers and comrades, their hearts ablaze with murderous intent, unafraid of death. Not a single early Golden Core Demon Suppression Guard survived. This is an affront too great to bear. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt the astonished gazes of others upon him. Reluctant to shatter the atmosphere of grief and rage, he nevertheless whispered in explanation, I am at the perfect foundation establishment stage, not an early Golden Core. The crowd fell silent. Hu Yuan continued, we must survive and leave, conveying the message, ensuring they pay a bloody price. However, it is impossible for us all to escape unharmed. Some must sacrifice themselves to cover our retreat. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Then, one by one, figures stepped forward. I am willing to pave the way for you all. Count me in. Me too. I am gravely injured and cannot escape. I will trade my life for a comrade's. My team is down to me alone. I have no face to return alive. How can I face their families? Let me go? One after another, they stepped forward, all desiring to be the ones to face death. Hu Yuan's gaze, both intentional and inadvertent, drifted towards Gu Ming. He understood that Gu Ming held no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Guard, yet today, withdrawing his gaze, Hu Yuan had already made a resolute decision within his heart and slowly began to speak. The nascent soul cultivators stepped forward. 39 nascent soul practitioners, unperturbed by the silver insignia of the Demon Suppression Guard, stepped forth. They smiled warmly at the assembly. Young ones, you are still in your youth. Such matters are naturally ours to undertake, and it is far too early for you. Indeed, we have enjoyed the privileges we were meant to, have occupied our rightful place within the Demon Suppression Guard, and have gazed upon the grand vistas of the vast path. But you, on the other hand, have much yet to accomplish. Live well, tread the paths we have traversed, and behold the sights we have witnessed. If possible, do us the favor of exploring vistas we have yet to see. That would be most pleasing. Hu Yuan inhaled deeply, calming the tumult within. Do not grieve. The nascent soul cultivators will surely receive focused attention. We cannot escape our fates. Your lesser cultivation may ironically grant you greater opportunities. Do you understand? After a pause, Hu Yuan continued. Those who have suffered foundational injuries or whose cultivation has diminished by more than 30%, step forward. Hundreds of Golden Core cultivators stepped forth slowly. Those who remain as a solitary individual shall return to the ranks. Remember, you are the legacy, the hope, the mark, at the very least. Ensure that one remains in the ranks so that the same team may be reformed. After a moment's hesitation, over 100 retreated. Hu Yuan sighed lightly, gazing at the 39 nascent soul demon suppression guards and the 296 golden core guards before him, smiling as he spoke. My friends, are you willing to join me in forging a bloody path for our brothers? We are willing. Their resonant voices echoed through the valley. Hu Yuan nodded and turned to the other demon suppression guards, who kept their heads bowed. You must remember, your mission is to survive. Even as you witness your comrades fall beside you, do not halt your steps. At the earliest opportunity, return to the Yuan heaven and relay the message. Do you understand? We understand. Hu Yuan's gaze shifted back to Gu Ming, offering a respectful bow. Gu Ming, I must trouble you. Gu Ming felt a pang of reluctance, but recognized there was no alternative. Without such measures, none would survive. This was their destiny, and what could he do? He retrieved a vial of pills from his storage bag, distributing them to everyone. This is a high-grade blood frenzy pill. Once consumed, your strength will be greatly enhanced, unleashing power beyond your own. The extent of this power depends on each of your cultivation, physique, and will. He cautioned, remember, after consuming the blood frenzy pill, you will experience a surge of vitality for a brief incense time before succumbing to violent demise. Gu Ming refrained from elaborating further. His reminder was meant to allow them to choose their fates, whether to perish in battle or to share in mutual destruction. He emptied his own reserves, bestowing upon them various talismans and toxic pills imbued with lethal prowess. Aside from those forging the path ahead, each remaining demon suppression guard received a wind-swift talisman to maximize their speed and enhance their chances of survival. With each individual who advanced, Gu Ming diligently recorded their names. Gratitude flowed from the crowd, their repeated thanks ringing harshly in Gu Ming's ears. After the conclusion, Hu Yuan turned his gaze towards Gu Ming. You shall infiltrate their ranks. Given your skills, I am confident you can escape from Gue Yuantian. Gu Ming offered no reply. His intentions were his own to dictate, requiring no external direction. Observing this, Hu Yuan refrained from further commentary, fully aware that Gu Ming possessed his own convictions and thoughts. Should he meet his demise, it would simply be his fate. Follow me. Clear the path before death. Allowing them to depart. Clear the path before death. The assembly murmured in unison, as the demon-suppressing blade was drawn in perfect unison. Their inner spiritual energy surged rapidly, and their eyes shimmered with a fierce, bloodthirsty gleam. Without a glance back, the 336 demon-suppressing guards transformed into streaks of light, propelled by an overwhelming intent to kill, charging towards the exit of Gue Yuantian.